So I got myself a system where the stronger you get, the stronger you become. Yi Junlin was basically on his last leg, about to kick the bucket from old age. So he flipped on the unlimited cultivation cheat code to survive. Besides that, he also took in a few disciples. The eldest was a demonic sect leader, ruthless and always plotting rebellion, but he'd get his butt whooped back into line every time. The second disciple was a white-haired lowly, blessed with the #1 celestial physique in all the heavens, super strong, but she just loved cooking and doting on her shifu. Our story begins in the eastern region, on a remote mountain peak. The sky is super clear. In a little lotus pond, a pair of black swans are all lovey-dovey, showing off their affection. Suddenly, on the other side of the bank, an old geezer struggles to his feet, cursing, "Damn it, I actually transmigrated," scaring the crap out of the swans, who start squawking in terror. The old guy trembles as he looks at his withered hands. Then he touches his face, his beard and hair all white, only a few teeth left. The old dude gapes in shock, wondering, how did I end up like this? He remembers, just a moment ago, he was dozing off in math class. He's not having it with his current form, and shouts at the heavens, "Oh God, I'm a 185 centimeters tall dude who never even had a girlfriend. I was about to embrace the awesome college life. How did I wake up as an old man?" He scrunches up his face, poking at his forehead, trying everything to get back to normal. "I refuse to accept this. If I've transmigrated, then this old fart has to be some kind of hidden master. I gotta see his memories." An image like paradise appears. In the sky, cultivators are flying around on broomsticks. This world is the Kunlun realm, where cultivators are revered. Cultivators are ranked, starting with chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, fusion, great ascension, tribulation transcendence, and finally, true immortal. He quickly learns about the body's info. The original Yi Junlin was a talented prodigy. He reached the golden core stage at a young age. Because of his outstanding talent, he was chosen as the peak lord of the misty peak of the Xuantian sect, one of the 6 great sects in the desolate eastern region. However, a mishap occurred. During a purge of heretical cultivators, he was ambushed. His Dantian was destroyed, causing him to lose all his cultivation and become a cripple. And so, for over a decade, he became apathetic, living a passive and aimless life on the mountain, not caring about the world, until he reached the age of 110. The old man felt his head throbbing as he saw this, his whole body trembling, his eyes going dark. He couldn't believe the truth. He desperately clutches the cane in his hand, crying and lamenting, "I'm just a normal guy. Plus, if you count my previous age, doesn't that mean I could die any second? I just transmigrated." While his worldview is collapsing, he suddenly has a brilliant idea. He remembers, wait a minute, based on my years of writing web novels, if I've transmigrated, I have to have a system, I still have a chance. As soon as he says that, he slams the cane hard on the ground. Then he points a finger at the sky with a cocky tone. "System, your daddy's here. Get your butt out here and greet me." Who knows how long passes, but nothing changes, shocking him into a freeze frame. The old man still refuses to give up, and continues to shout at the top of his lungs, "Playing hide and seek with me. Hurry up and get out here. Stop messing around." After a while, with no results, he changes his attitude, his eyes glistening with pitiful tears, clasping his hands together in prayer. "Tongzi Ge, I was wrong, I was just joking. Please, say something." The old man suddenly frowns, blurting out, "That's right." He reaches into his robes, muttering, with an optimistic look, "Maybe it's not a system flow. Maybe it's a grandpa ring type deal. Gotta show some respect to the poor old folks." After searching for a while, he actually finds a ring. He covers his mouth with his hand, asking in surprise, "Druggy old man, are you in there?" But he mumbles for ages, and the ring remains an unfeeling object with no response. Sweat beads on his forehead as he says in despair, "Old man, don't pretend, I know you're hiding in there." In desperation, he lowered his head and threw it away without hesitation. Then he looked up to the sky and roared to vent his anger. Damn heavens. Suddenly, a mechanical voice chimed in, "System check. Host's profanity detected as extremely severe. System passively activated. Please refrain from cursing and be a civilized individual," the old man exclaimed in shock. Tongzi. Seeing this, the old man regained his vigor, his eyes shining like car headlights. "You finally appeared, and you dare complain you are not serious at all. I almost thought this book had gone with the flow of mortals." Tongzi replied naively, "My apologies. I was sleeping a bit soundly before. This system just woke up too. As compensation for the host, the system offers a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it?" Yi Junlin didn't hesitate, his face showing a hint of spring. and commanded, "Open it for me." Soon he received a notification, "Congratulations, host. For obtaining the special ability, the stronger the opponent, the stronger I become." As long as the host confronts anyone with a higher cultivation realm than himself, he will immediately and permanently gain a cultivation level 1 stage higher than that person. Moreover, there are no side effects. After reading this, he felt quite shocked, like wanting to log out of Earth ASAP. Holy crap, is this for real? For example, if I'm just a normal person right now. Yi Junlin's eyes widened in astonishment. "And I fight an immortal," Tongzi sincerely stated. "This system doesn't deceive anyone. Just give it a try. I guarantee there won't be any problems." Yi Junlin regained his senses and said gleefully, "But if that's really the case, wouldn't I be invincible? I can always be 1 level higher than my opponent. Cultivation, what a load of bull." Just as he was getting excited, Tongzi delivered the bad news. "Kind reminder, host, there's only 1 hour left until the end of your life." Yi Junlin slumped, his whole body trembling. He lamented, "No way, I'm about to die. Then I need to quickly go down the mountain, find someone, and fake a collision to steal their cultivation and prolong my life." Nurturing a last shred of hope, he struggled to drag his old body down the mountain. Because of his old age, he was panting heavily after just a few steps. "Great, you said that the heavenly demon was only waiting on the mountain? Now you've caused me all this trouble." Tongzi chimed in, "Kind reminder, host is 35 minutes away from either living long or dying here. Don't rush me." He snapped irritably. "You're urging me like it's a funeral procession. Will my old bones make it in time?" Suddenly, a black vortex appeared in the sky, with lightning constantly striking around it. Yi Junlin looked over curiously and asked, "What's going on? Are those pitch-black monsters demon beasts?" On the other side, sect leader Shu Yunian and his disciples were chasing after someone. He shouted loudly, "How audacious! What kind of evildoer dares to cause trouble for my Xuantian sect?" A pair of eagle wings appeared in the sky, with feathers falling profusely. The Demon King, clad in armor, raised his claws towards them and threatened, "Shameless scum of the Xuantian sect! I never expected this king to still be alive. Today, I will definitely slaughter all of you." Shu Yunian was not afraid and retorted loudly, "So it's you, the beast. Back then, you slaughtered the Lai Kingdom and were severely injured by me, sending you plummeting down a 10,000-foot cliff. Now you're lucky enough to survive and dare to seek revenge, leading this pack of beasts." The Demon King laughed loudly. "Ha ha!" Thunder rumbled around him, his eyes bloodshot. He raised his muscular arm and asked smugly, "Based on this, is it enough?" Shu Yunian broke out in a cold sweat and frowned worriedly. "What? You've actually broken through to the nascent soul stage?" The person behind him asked in a panic. "Sect leader, what should we do? A nascent soul stage expert is not an opponent we can withstand." He turned around and roared at his disciples, "Even so, we can't just sit back and wait for our deaths." They fiercely held up their swords. "At this point, we can only fight. We are determined to protect the Xuantian sect with our lives." The battle was extremely fierce. The Demon King was ganged up on by the righteous group, so he resolutely fought to the death. "You little punks, all of you, get up here for this king. Slaughter all these stinky Taoists." But it could be seen that the Demon King's strength was gaining the upper hand, blasting Shu Yunian's group away. Seeing the lively battle taking place in the sky, Yi Junlin below pleaded, "Hey, someone come and beat me. Hurry up and beat me." Tongzi reappeared to inform, "The system kindly reminds the host that there are currently 20 minutes of lifespan remaining. Please quickly take remedial measures." He collapsed, crying and lamenting. "No way. Do I have to reincarnate so soon? They're too far away from me. They can't hear me at all." Yi Junlin used his last breath, taking heavy steps back uphill. He struggled to say, "It's probably too late to go down the mountain now. I can only use this trick." At this time, the Demon King unleashed a raging flame with boundless power. He said contemptuously, "HMPH, too weak. If this is all the strength you have, then today will be your day of annihilation." He continued smugly, "This king will show you how powerful the nascent soul stage is." As soon as he finished speaking, he released a purple power that shot straight down at the righteous group. The power was too great, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. Dust flew up, obscuring everything. The entire crew from the Profound Heaven sect got their butts kicked so hard, they were sent plummeting from the sky in a mess. They crashed and burned, face-planting into the ground. Shu Yunian struggled to sit up, gritting his teeth and clutching his chest, saying weakly, "Cough, cough, no way. The difference between the Golden Core stage and the Nascent Soul stage is just too vast. Seeing this, the Demon King burst into a triumphant and gleeful laugh. Ha ha ha, anyone else want to step up? Just sit tight and wait for death. From far away, on the other side of the mountain, Yi Junlin took a deep breath and shouted, "Hey, you stupid bird! Turn around and face me! Don't look around, I'm talking to you!" The Demon King was stunned and looked over. He angrily roared, "You damn old geezer! You really don't want to live anymore, do you? How dare you insult me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he flapped his wings and flew straight towards Yi Junlin. To stay alive, our man pulled out the megaphone and started taunting, "Hey, stupid bird! If you're not convinced, come and fight me. Your daddy is right here waiting for you. If you don't come, you're my grandson." Luckily, he remembered in time. He'd seen this megaphone in the old geezer's memories. Just needed spirit stones to activate it, or else he'd be toast. Hearing these provocative words, the Demon King became even angrier, his eyes turning bloodshot. He clenched his claws and trembled, saying, "In my entire life, I've never met someone so arrogant." Yi Junlin sneered. "Ha! Wrong! Today you have." Shu Yunian stood up and suddenly realized, "That's Junior Brother Yi." The red-clad girl beside him also exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, is that the legendary, once upon a time, ethereal peak?" The other disciples were sweating bullets, their jaws dropping as they commented among themselves. "He's been out of the world for decades. How did he suddenly appear here?" Someone speculated, "He probably wants to contribute a bit. But it's a pity that he was assassinated years ago, his cultivation completely destroyed, becoming a cripple." Ah, so Yi Junlin actually dared to mock the Azure Wing King? Isn't he courting death? The Demon King laughed mockingly. Haha, turns out it's just an old cripple from decades ago. Yi Junlin wasn't scared at all, sticking his neck out and continuing to challenge. "Grandson, I don't even need cultivation to kill you, turn you into roasted quail. If you have the guts, come here and die." Tongzi gave an urgent notification. Kind system reminder. Host only has 10 seconds left before immediate death. He frowned, sweating buckets. Why is this stupid bird babbling on and on? So much useless talk. If he doesn't hit me, I'm gonna die. The final moments of his life were quietly passing by. 10, 9, 8, 5. Help me. Hurry, hurry, hurry. In the final moment, the Demon King finally made his move. He stood in the sky and launched a powerful purple energy towards Yi Junlin, arrogantly saying, "Since you want to die so badly, I will turn you into ashes." That power happened to touch Yi Junlin's body, causing him to be overjoyed. Great, it's finally here. His eyes bloomed, and he started to absorb the new power. Tongzi also announced in time, "Ding, measurement check. Detected that the host has been attacked by an early-stage nascent soul enemy, now activating the passive effect, get stronger when faced with the strong. Received mid-stage nascent soul cultivation." Yi Junlin's entire body suddenly changed, surrounded by blazing red flames. From an old, ugly geezer, his face now became smooth, youthful, and beautiful. Truly a once-in-a-millennium pretty boy. He looked at his hands, which were no longer wrinkled, and said in amazement, "This is the nascent soul stage." Tongzi quickly replied, "Of course, your daddy system is very professional." Two streams of righteous and demonic power met, creating a violent earthquake. Everything around was submerged in a sea of fire. The Demon King asked in panic, "What's going on?" Shu Yunian shielded himself with his hands and worriedly said, "Such terrifying aura. What exactly is?" The girl beside him also spoke with difficulty. "Junior Brother Yi, is he still alive?" With the protagonist's aura, Yi Junlin, with his handsome guy body, officially appeared. He stood there all cool and mighty, looking extremely brave. He looked in surprise at the lotus flower forming in his hand, and wondered, this is the power of the nascent soul stage. No wonder it's the top-tier combat power of the human realm. Truly terrifying. Seeing this, the Demon King was terrified, his jaw dropping as he said in worry, You're also a nascent soul cultivator. Even your cultivation is higher than mine." Shu Yunian's group heard this, and their eyes widened, falling over in shock. How is this possible? Junior Brother Yi is actually a nascent soul powerhouse? So those years of decline were actually just to hide from prying eyes? On the outside, he appeared to be an ordinary mortal, but in reality, he had secretly broken through to the nascent soul realm. Junior Brother Yi, so you're a con artist. Su Qiansue was stunned. Junior Brother Ye, actually. Zhao Diju's eyes widened just as much, blurting out, "That's nascent soul realm. I can't believe the entire desolate continent barely has any, and yet our Xuantian sect actually has one." At this moment, the Demon King was freaking out. He lowered his voice, begging, "Fellow Taoist, what just happened was just a misunderstanding. I've decided to resolve the conflict with your sect. I'll even pay a visit someday." Ye Zhenlin's tone was resolute. "You destroyed the foundation of the Xuantian sect, slaughtered countless disciples, and you tell me it's a misunderstanding." Tong Zi suddenly announced, "Ting, congratulations to the host for obtaining cultivation for the first time and receiving the random reward of the Great Desolate Prison Skyfinger Divine Power from the system." Hearing this, he grinned, satisfied. "I'll wipe out your entire clan, massacre your whole sect, and then tell you it was all a misunderstanding. I did it accidentally. Would you believe that crap?" The Demon King's eyes bugged out in shock. He tried to stay calm and negotiate. "Your cultivation is a bit deeper than mine, but not by much. Are you really willing to go all or nothing with me?" Ye Zhenlin, radiating murderous intent, pointed at the Demon King and roared, "I don't offend others unless they offend me. If someone does offend me, I definitely pay them back. And you fiendish monster, have killed countless humans. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Hearing this, he was enraged. He raised his wings, using every ounce of remaining power, and howled, "Human, you forced my hand. Even if I burn my inner core, I'll drag you down with me." Our guy wasn't having any of that. He raised his right arm, and a golden energy ball formed. He sneered in response, "Overestimating yourself." He yelled out the technique, "Great Desolate Prison Skyfinger." A blazing red light shot straight towards the Demon King. His face turned pale, covered in sweat, and he was speechless. He jumped up and down like a chicken with its head cut off. This is... Wait, Ye Zhenlin, take my wife as a gift? My clansmen, I don't need them anymore." The Demon King was being burned alive, his eyes wide and lifeless, shouting hoarsely, "I beg you, I just entered the nascent soul realm. I don't want to die yet." But in the end, he was still reduced to ashes and minced meat, dying miserably in the sea of flames. The energy pillar continued to surge straight into the sky. After a long while, everything was shrouded in white smoke. The flames grew even more fiercely, illuminating the entire sky. The Demon King's underlings scattered in fear. "The Great King is dead, let's get out of here." Ye Zhenlin wasn't about to let them go. He spread his arms, growling menacingly. "Want to run, huh?" Finally, he flung the flames at them, turning them all into nothing, returning them to nature as dust. He landed with a cool swagger and said to Shu Yunyan, "Those stinky birds won't dare to bother the Xuantian sect anymore." He replied with gratitude, "Junior brother Ye, we were really lucky to have you this time." Su Yunyan clasped his hands in. "Thanks," continuing, "I apologize. I used to think your cultivation was completely ruined, but I never expected you to have actually broken through to the nascent soul realm." Su Qiangshu sashayed over, her massive chest bouncing, saying, "What are you talking about? Looking at junior brother Yidia's demeanor, how could he be completely ruined?" Zhao Dizu, standing beside her, clenched his fist, his face full of enthusiasm, and shouted, "That's right, junior brother Ye is humble, so he didn't boast. He's been secretly protecting the sect." Ye Zhenlin felt pretty good about himself, secretly laughing. This guy gets it, knows how to imagine things, but that's good. Saves me the trouble of explaining, huh? Suddenly, someone ran over in a panic, reporting sect leader, disaster has struck. A disciple, clutching his head in dismay, announced, "The Fenglai sect suddenly came to seize our sect's spirit stone mines and spiritual veins. The disciples guarding them died horribly." Hearing this, Shu Yunyan roared in anger, "That's ridiculous. Aren't we supposed to be on good terms with those Fenglai sect guys? Why would they dare to be so bold this time?" He looked at Ye Zhenlin, explaining, "Without spiritual veins to cultivate, it's like cutting off our path to immortality. This is a dead end for us, junior brother. Yi, I'm preparing to lead the disciples to retake our resources. I wonder if you're willing to join." He didn't answer immediately, his eyes cold and thoughtful. The Fenglai sect is one of the top sects in the desolate continent. There used to be a lot of conflicts, but they still knew how to keep things under control. For them to invade at this time, they're obviously using the power of the demon race to infiltrate. Truly insidious. Tongzi also notified him in time. "Ting! Check-in mission activated. Please complete the check-in at the Fenglai sect. The host will receive unimaginable rewards." Hearing about the great rewards, his greed was immediately aroused. "Oh, another mission? Well, if I can meet some strong guys, I can just go to their territory and enlighten them." After a moment of thought, he looked up and replied enthusiastically, You guys do what you need to do, and I'll go straight to the Feng Lei sect to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots for everyone. Shu Yunyan was in awe of this aura, giving a thumbs up and praising, "Ha! That's great! Junior Brother Yi is so freaking awesome." Then he flew away like a lightning bolt. "Everyone, good luck. I'm going first." Leaving the others to discuss in a daze. How many years has it been since the Xuantian sect was so strong? Sect leader, have we ever been this strong before? Some admirers even said, with Yi Peak Lord here, we can become the leading sect among the 6 major sects in the desolate continent. Scene change. Fengzhu sect. They smugly said, who knew things would go so smoothly? After delivering the Demon King to the Xuantian sect, we'll conveniently snatch all their spirit veins, someone even added maliciously. That way, we can develop into the #1 sect in the desolate continent, but then someone else worried, won't that Demon King target us? To which they scoffed, afraid of what? In the Grand Hall, a disciple confidently boasted, don't you know the Fengge sect invited a big shot from the Yuhua sect? Today, with him here, there won't be any problems? The Fenglei sect leader, Chen Wenhai, inquired, Old Mu, I heard my son Chen Xiao is doing exceptionally well in the Yuhua sect, and was even taken as a personal disciple by some venerable elder. Is that true? The old man sternly replied, Sect leader Chen, I rushed here from Qingzhou precisely for this matter. Your esteemed son has gained the favor of Venerable Zhuyang, who has imparted supreme Taoist techniques to him. His future is limitless, I assure you. Chen Wenhai was overjoyed. Fantastic. So, my son has a chance to become an immortal, he beamed. Sect leader, this is truly something to celebrate. As he finished speaking, Old Mu took out a box and presented it to Chen Wenhai. This is a top-grade nascent soul pill, entrusted to me by your son to deliver to you. Chen Wenhai jumped up in delight, exclaiming, a nascent soul pill? Those below immediately started flattering him. Congratulations, sect leader. With this pill, you'll definitely break through and become a nascent soul cultivator. Holding the pillbox, he laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha. My son is so thoughtful. Today is truly a double blessing. Suddenly he paused and said respectfully, Oh, right, Old Mu, about that Demon King. Before he could finish, Old Mu interrupted confidently. This old man will take care of it for you with ease. Chen Wenhai repeatedly bowed in delight. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. If it weren't for Old Mu pointing out the Demon King's cultivation level this time, our Fenglei sect would have almost missed the opportunity to seize the Xuantian sect's resources. While everyone was reveling in their triumph, the main gate suddenly shattered, dust filled the air, disciples cried out in panic. Someone broke through the layers of formations and got in. The intruder was none other than Yi Zhenlin, he asked presumptuously. This is the Fenglei sect, right? Chen Wenhai roared in anger. Who is it? Are you tired of living? Daring to barge into the Fenglei sect's main hall. Yi Zhenlin, unfazed, smirked. He crossed his arms, his face full of confidence, and introduced himself. This one is Yi Zhenlin. I'm here to kill you, Fenglei. Sect people. His aura surged, causing dust to swirl around. The people inside were dumbfounded. This aura. Is Nascent Soul Realm? Tongzi also chimed in. Check in at Fenglei sect successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Human King seal on the Great Void technique. Hearing this, Yi Zhenlin was extremely pleased, raising a finger in praise. Yo, another familiar skill, excellent. Chen Wenhai stepped forward, assessing him. This guy is actually a nascent soul cultivator. How did the Fenglei sect offend someone like this? Then he muttered. But that name sounds familiar, he asked politely. This Taoist friend, may I ask why you've come to my Fenglei sect? Yi Zhenlin's eyes narrowed with sarcasm, playing dumb. Didn't you hear my name clearly? Yi Zhenlin, Peak Lord of Misty, Peak of Xuantian sect. You lot colluded with the Demon King to invade my Xuantian sect's territory. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, the Fenglei sect will cease to exist. Hearing the name, Chen Wenhai's face turned ashen. He pointed at Yi Zhenlin and cursed. Yi Zhenlin, so it's you. Weren't you ambushed and lost all your cultivation? How could you become a nascent soul cultivator? He paused, thinking to himself. Moreover, his appearance here means the Azure Pang Demon King has been killed. Those damned Xuantian sect people, they're hiding themselves well. Not daring to act rashly, he turned to Old Mu and asked, Old Mu, what do you think of the situation? In his heart, he rejoiced. Luckily, Old Mu is here. Even if he's a nascent soul, he's just hitting a rock with an egg. Old Mu, seated in the main hall, his eyes bloodshot, commanded, You little brat, kneel down immediately. Chop off both your hands, and I'll spare your dog life. He emphasized, while this old man hasn't changed his mind. Yi Junlin, completely unfazed, casually dug his ear and retorted, "This old geezer, who does he think he is, demanding I give him face?" Hearing this, old Mu flew into a rage and roared. Arrogant, he stepped down, unleashing a powerful dark aura, his entire body seemingly turning black. Then he directly launched a palm strike towards Yi Junlin. The onlookers gasped in shock. A transformation god realm expert, such terrifying pressure, everyone confidently believed, with a powerful transformation god realm expert here, that Yi Junlin from the Zhuantian sect is as good as dead. Chen Wenhai laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. He pointed fiercely at Yi Junlin and said arrogantly, "Yi Junlin, I couldn't take your life back then, but today you won't escape. Once you're dead, the Zhuantian sect will have no support, and wouldn't it be easy for me to take it over then? Quickly kneel down and beg old Mu for mercy. Maybe you can even keep your whole corpse, ha ha ha." Hearing this, Yi Junlin's eyes turned blood red, his face darkened, and he grinned menacingly. Transformation God Realm. Good, very good. At the same time, at the Quantian sect's spirit vein, a fierce battle had just ended, with the dead lying all over the ground. Zhu Yunyane, shocked and dismayed, "What? The elder of the Yuhua sect is at the Fenglai sect." He laughed gleefully, ignoring the throbbing pain and peeling skin at the corner of his lip, using all his strength to stand tall and not lose face in front of his enemies. His sword-gripping hands trembled. Beside the corpses of his personal guards, he gave a bizarre laugh, having nothing left to lose, so he dared to provoke them. "Heh. You think without the protection of the Yuhua sect, we'd dare to brazenly invade your Xuantian sect with those bastards?" This time, the elder came to our Fenglai sect because the young sect leader joined the Yuhua sect in Qingzhou many years ago. Because of his outstanding talent and successful cultivation, he's highly valued by the Yuhua sect. Although I don't know how you guys dealt with that bastard, I advise you all to just give up. Maybe later you can survive and be cattle and horses for our Fenglai sect. He struggled to stand up, cursing a blue streak, and now he'd die happy. Getting the information he needed, Shu Yunyan showed no mercy and directly killed the last guy, then told his teammates behind him, "No time left. We must quickly go to the Fenglai sect to save Feng Zhuye." So they quickly set off. Su Chenshui optimistically tried to ease their tense mood. Maybe Feng Zhuye can deal with the Yuhua sect, but this ridiculous guess was immediately rejected. No way. The Yuhua sect elder is at least a Huashan stage cultivator. A nascent soul stage cultivator in front of him is just like an egg hitting a rock. Shu Yonyan gnashed his teeth, rushing forward like crazy, his tone extremely firm. "Even if I have to trade my life, I must beg the Yuhua sect to spare Feng Zhuye. He is the hope of our Xuantian sect. Junior brother, don't do anything foolish." Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Fenglai sect, if they don't hurry up, this Qingming festival might be spent mourning at the neighboring sect. Just Yi Junlin's devilish smile was enough to know that when he arrived, those Yuhua sect people were going to be screwed. But these ignorant fools had no foresight, and were provoked by his radiant smile. Chen Wenhai, leading a bunch of sect disciples, mocked the dark horse. "Yi Junlin, you're about to die and you can still laugh. Heh, this kid must be scared stupid by Mulao's Huashan stage. With his strength, he probably doesn't even deserve to carry Mulao's shoes." Letting his underlings run wild, Mulao finally spoke up to reprimand him. A backwater cultivator from a small town in a desolate province dares to be insolent in front of me. Your Xuantian sect is just a nest of ants. In the eyes of the Yuhua sect, it's just dust that can be wiped away at any time, and you're just a piece of trash, not even worth mentioning. His face changed, and he hissed each word of threat through gritted teeth. "However, because you've angered me, now even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness like a dog, I'll still slaughter your Xuantian sect." "How kind of you!" He arrogantly pointed fingers. All right, then quickly kill me. Stop talking so much," making the old guy tremble with anger and unleash his inner power. Not satisfied yet, he directly provoked him. "Huashan stage." What the hell is a Huashan stage? If you have the guts, let's solo. Whoever runs away is the grandson, truly showing off his youthful arrogance. Seeking death, at this point, the old guy couldn't take it anymore, and directly attacked to teach this grandson a lesson so he wouldn't repeat it, and launched an attack. Hiding to avoid the aftermath of the attack between the two, Chen Wenhai excitedly thought, "Ye Junlin is dead. The Xuantian sect will still be in the bag for our Fenglai sect." Just then, Tongzi's notification rang in his ear. Ting detected that the host is being attacked by an enemy at the late stage of the Huashan stage. Currently activating the passive effect, stronger when facing the strong, receiving peak Huashan stage cultivation. Purple energy flashed in his eyes, and after receiving the cultivation, he stood there arrogantly like a king. While creating a defense against the attack, he mocked, "Is this all you've got for a Huashan stage?" A world-shaking, earth-shattering tremor rang out. He stood there looking badass, pointing at the group of people, a storm of fury surrounding him, the rocks under his feet also affected, with dust scattered and flying everywhere. Only then did the old guy realize in a daze that his cultivation had suddenly increased rapidly beyond his expectations. Why, you're actually at the Huashan stage. Not only him, but everyone in the sect was stunned when they saw the situation change, especially Chen Wenhai, who had just been arrogant and mocking. He was shocked. Why is it like this? Just a small Xuantian sect has a Huashan stage powerhouse guarding it? The Xuantian sect is so disgusting, actually hiding such a move. He couldn't believe his eyes, muttering continuously. How can there be someone in this barren province who can cultivate to the Huashan stage, moreover, the peak of the Huashan stage? The others also gaped in surprise, whispering, "In this desolate province, the nascent soul stage is enough to become the founding ancestor. It can help a sect exist stably for thousands of years without change, but the Huashan stage has never appeared. Moreover, this kid is so young to have reached this realm. How is this possible?" Hearing this, everyone was horrified. He anxiously said, "Lao Mu, what do we do now? You must save the Fenglai sect." He couldn't stand his panicked look and pushed him away to reassure him. "What's the panic? Don't forget that I come from the Qingzhou Yuhua sect, the immortal methods that I possess. How could he imagine?" He flashed them the middle finger and mocked. "Old man, do you really think your cultivation techniques are superior to mine?" Insulted, Mulao showed off his Huashan stage cultivation technique. Releasing a fierce light, he still insisted, "Nonsense. The cultivation techniques of small sects like yours are worlds apart compared to our Yuhua sect." So he poured all his strength into chanting spells, concentrating every rebellious and resounding lightning bolt. "Let me broaden your horizons. Let you see a glimpse of the top-level divine power of the earth rank." Taiyi Qingmu Palm, following his words, countless giant, monstrous hands reached out, wanting to crush him. The Mulao's side watchers were scared witless, as expected of the Yuhua sect. They've already used the earth rank cultivation technique, mortal rank, spirit rank, mysterious rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and venerable rank. In this desolate province, the spirit rank is already a sect treasuring treasure. What a great distance. He laughed triumphantly, his appearance now exactly like the boogeyman in children's bedtime stories, with no trace of the kindness of a healer elder kid. Being able to die under my hands is an honor for a cultivator from a lower-class sect like you. After letting them run wild, he finally began to get involved, circulating his energy to cast spells. HMPH, just a trick. And you dare to show off in front of me. And then he shouted, "Human Emperor Seal!" Inside the golden energy, a giant hand appeared. Yi Junlin raised his hand, pointing to the sky and forming a seal, creating another hand that was only more powerful, not weaker than Mulao's Taiyi Qingmu. It was the rise of a complete war general. Not the kind of half-assed amateur that only summoned a part of the war general's body. Everyone was terrified. What is this? What rank is this? Cultivation technique, heaven rank, venerable rank. No way. Without hesitation, he unleashed his move, named Heaven and Earth Seal, Absolute Dominance, and then a scene rarely seen in a century unfolded before their eyes. The war general, summoned by Yi Junlin, grew increasingly powerful, and directly devoured the domain created by the old man. Naturally, as the caster, he couldn't escape the influence. A red force, mixed with a hint of blue, made him even more mighty and demonic. Seeing the horrifying scene before him, Old Mu's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. Everything around began to explode. The war general's domain had spread close to him. Damn it! A wise man knows when to submit. The old man humbled himself and begged, Wait, stop! For the sake of the feather transformation sect, please spare me, senior." However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with, much less someone who could be ordered around. He scoffed, "The feather transformation sect is what? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely punish them. If it dares to come, I dare to destroy it." The light grew brighter and brighter. When begging didn't work, he resorted to threats. "If I die here, your sect will surely face annihilation, and you're the instigator. The ending will be even more tragic." Since he was going to die anyway, and since the old man was so determined to die early, he, as a junior, would respectfully obey. "Ha! You're about to die, and you still dare to threaten me, die. And just like that, his war general squeezed him to death, on the spot. Chen Wenhai watched in horror, gnashing his teeth, unable to utter a word. He prostrated in fear, and begged for mercy, Divine Lord. Yi, it was all a misunderstanding. Our Wind Lightning sect is willing to submit, willing to be your slaves. Seeing this, all those who had looked at him with superior eyes simultaneously kowtowed and worshipped. Yes, 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 we are all willing to follow the Divine Lord, to be your slaves. He laughed heartily. Ha ha, be dogs for this king. Are you even worthy? Even though Old Mu had been the test subject before, seeing that he couldn't be swayed by either soft or hard tactics, he grit his teeth and carefully chose his words. Divine Lord, my son Xianxia has the potential to become an immortal. He has now been accepted as a personal disciple by a venerable elder of the Feather Transformation sect. Can you really afford to offend us? Don't harm yourself. Hearing this, his eyes turned sly, and he blurted out, Oh, potential to become an immortal, huh? He was like a devil descending to bring him to hell for fun. It just so happens to suit my fancy. It's still that same saying. If people offend me, I will definitely punish them. This time, it was your Wind Lightning sect that invaded the mysterious Heaven sect first. I said it before. Today, you cannot exist anymore. I do what I say. He waved his giant hand and wiped out an entire clan. The aftershock was so intense that it created a firestorm that incinerated everything nearby. In the sea of flames, his wails echoed in all directions. The humiliation that must be washed with blood today, my son will definitely repay it 1,000, 10,000 times over. After the aftershock passed, a box of items fell down. He clasped his hands and arrogantly said to the heavens and earth, Then I'll be waiting for your immortal son to come and offer me experience. Suddenly, there was a figure rushing from the sky. He was surprised and wondered, is that Shu Union? They hurriedly flew over at top speed, their voices full of worry. That's great, junior brother. Yi, you're still here. He honestly reported, Yes, where else would I be? Didn't I say I would come and destroy the Wind Lightning sect? Before he could understand what was happening, Shu Unian suddenly grabbed his hand and hastily dragged him away. Consider yourself lucky. I heard that an elder of the Feather Transformation sect has arrived. It's probably a coincidence that he's not here, allowing you to escape by luck. We should leave now while we still can. Hearing this, he struggled to free his hand from his senior brother and nonchalantly said, Oh, you mean that elder? I already beat him to death, making everyone gasp. What? You actually eliminated an elder of the Feather Transformation sect? Isn't he a transformation god cultivator? Only Su Qianshui seemed to have known this beforehand. See, I told you, Peak Lord Ye's strength is extraordinary. He can handle it himself. Shu Union still couldn't believe it and had to ask again to be sure. How is this possible? Junior brother Yi can defeat a transformation god realm cultivator? He patted him on the shoulder and casually explained, Actually, I'm also in the transformation god realm. No more talk. Let's hurry up and ransack the Wind Lightning sect to replenish our resources. He nodded, accepting the explanation without a second thought. Thinking to himself, so junior brother Yi is actually in the transformation god realm, unbelievable, and then let it go. Their people worked quickly and soon collected the spoils of war. Sect leader, Peak Lord Yi, I found a nascent soul pill. It's probably a pill from the Feather Transformation sect. Yi Junlin generously arranged. Let the sect leader use this nascent soul pill. If you break through to the nascent soul realm soon, the mysterious heaven sect will become a bit stronger. Thank you, junior brother. Yi, for your help, he politely accepted. Just then, the system's notification rang. Ting, a person suitable to be a disciple, has been detected within 100 miles, suspected to be a true immortal level demonic sect leader. Does the host want to accept him as a disciple? Upon completion, you will receive unimaginable rewards. He excitedly thought, great, another new quest, and it's about accepting a disciple. The other party is actually a true immortal level demonic sect leader. If I go and freeload, relying on my golden finger, wouldn't I directly become an immortal? At that time, I'll be invincible in both the Barren Province and even the Azure Province. Without another word, Yi Junlin turned and left. Su Qianshui worriedly voiced their current predicament. Although we managed to destroy the Fanglai sect, thanks to Peak Lord Yi, we've now offended the Yuhua sect. Will there even be a place for the entire eastern region, and even our Zhuangtian sect, to exist? Shu Union sighed, agreeing. That's right. The Yue sect is incredibly powerful, a force that our Zhuangtian sect simply cannot contend with. Taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't gone far, he called out, Yeshidi. He blankly turned his head. and heard this senior brother say strange words. You have unparalleled talent. You absolutely can't let your future be buried here. Why not leave the eastern region? If the Yuhua sect comes to demand retribution later, at worst, we'll just die. As long as you're alive, the Xuantian sect still has a chance to continue. Zhao Deju clenched his fist in agreement. Sect leader is absolutely right. She also joined in, advising, that's right, Peak Lord Ye is an outstanding talent. It would be such a waste if he died here. Not only them, but all the other senior and junior brothers had the same worry. Hearing this brilliant plan, everyone enthusiastically agreed. Exactly. Peak Lord Yi will definitely carry our hopes, open up a new world, and make the Xuantian sect's name resonate throughout the four directions once again. We'll stand firm here, and even in the final moment, we'll absolutely not retreat. Peak Lord Yi, you can rest assured and unleash your talents. He was stunned as he listened to them, smiling as they swore to be one with the sect, only hoping that one day he'd look down from above and bring the Xuantian sect to become a great sect that everyone revered. It'd be a lie to say I'm not moved, he thought. This sect, it really has an amazing power of unity. Good people will be rewarded, and if the heavens don't give them justice, then I'll act on behalf of the heavens, helping them realize their hopes. Of course, that being the case, he couldn't let them run into trouble, or else he'd be in deep trouble. Yi Junlin appreciated their feelings and made thorough arrangements. Thank you for valuing me so much. But rest assured, if I dared to make a move, I definitely thought about the consequences. Leave the rest to me, I'll handle it smoothly. He walked over and patted Shu Yunian on the shoulder a couple of times, then instructed, I'm leaving this place to you, sect leader. Just clean up slowly, I have some important matters to attend to first, farewell. After bidding farewell, he left immediately, disappearing in a flash. What a nameless hero, coming without announcing his name, and leaving without letting them see him go. This Yi Shidi always wipes his sleeves and leaves after killing someone, without taking so much as a cloud with him. In the purple void bamboo forest, the atmosphere was incredibly fresh. The scenery was picturesque, very suitable for couples to whisper sweet nothings or do degenerate things, and also a place for experts to spar. Hong Tianye's case fell into the former. A flash of red flew by, followed by the lewd laughter of the old pervert. Beauty, don't run. Let this Taoist have some fun. He grumbled, explaining for the nth time, get lost. How many times have I said it? This lord is a man. A man. The tipsy old pervert became more outrageous. Such a beautiful maiden. How could you be a man? Don't fool this old man anymore. Frantically running away from the old pervert, he thought dejectedly, it's really like a tiger falling into the plains and being bullied by dogs. Just think about it. I'm the majestic demonic sect leader, once shook the central region. The Baihuo demonic sect, founded from the true immortal realm, with a powerful force, ruling over 10,000 nations, with billions of believers worshipping it. Who knew that enemy would collude with many Holy Land forces, launching a large-scale siege on my Baihuo demonic sect? The more Hong Tianye thought, the more frustrated he felt. Tears suddenly welled up. I could only desperately exhaust all my yuan energy, risking my life to break out of the encirclement and escape to this desolate land. I never expected to fall into such a tragic situation now. Having lost interest in playing cat and mouse, the old pervert chose an appropriate distance and attacked without showing any mercy. Beauty, if you don't hurry up and run, this Taoist is about to catch you. Scarlet Flame Shield. Hong Tianye tried his best to defend and attack at the same time. The two sides fought fiercely, exchanging several moves without a clear victor. But after all, his condition was critical, so inevitably falling into a disadvantageous position was unavoidable. Cough, cough. Hong Tianye coughed violently, spitting up blood because of the backlash. He wiped the blood from his mouth and leaned against the bamboo tree with difficulty. At this time, the old pervert sobered up a bit, his mind thinking, someone with only foundation establishment cultivation can actually withstand my late-stage golden core fixed origin 5 divides technique. Could it be a prodigy from some major sect out for a stroll? Whatever, just get him first and then think about it. With that thought, the old pervert continued to unleash his magic power. After all, he had the upper hand anyway. He swung two small sticks, creating a closed circle, imprisoning Hong Tianye. Hey, beauty, it's time for this to end. Hurry up and obediently surrender. Then he pounced like he was in a hurry to get laid. Hong Tianye gnashed his teeth and cursed in his heart. Damn old dog. Finally, he caught the beauty, lewdly saying, Beauty, don't resist anymore. My patience is limited. Be good. Just endure for a moment. Hong Tianye was completely enraged, his dark eyes empty. He didn't care about etiquette anymore and just tore off his clothes, revealing his bare, heaving chest. Open your damn eyes wide and look clearly. This lord is a man. A man. A flock of birds flew by. In this embarrassing situation, all it took was a confident smile. The old pervert's eyes widened, screaming, "Damn, really a man? Then haven't I been chasing for nothing?" With that thought, he put his clothes back on neatly and said, "See clearly, I'm a man just like you. Don't follow this lord anymore." Suddenly, not knowing what he was thinking, the old pervert dared to raise his hand, saying, "Wait." The old pervert's tone slowly changed. Actually, men aren't entirely out of the question. It's one thing to misunderstand me before, but if I don't deal with him now, how can I dare call myself a demonic sect master? Hong Tianye cast a spell. Get lost. You're such a despicable scoundrel, not even letting men off the hook. Even if I burn my inner core, I won't submit. He's scared now. If he hadn't pushed people to the edge, they wouldn't have snapped and become a madman like Zhifei, wanting to drag people down with him. What level of magic is this? How can someone at the Foundation establishment stage create such a huge formation? Murderous intent filled Hong Tianye's body. He cursed, "You son of a BTCH, you've completely pissed me off. Go die." And he went all out, attacking with everything he had. Wait, let's talk this over, but it was too late. Regretting it now is useless. And so, the population of Earth decreased by 1. The lecherous old man screamed in agony in his final moments, blood spewing from his mouth. Killing 1,000 enemies also injures myself 800, but Hong Tianye felt extremely satisfied. HMPH, this is what you get for courting death. To encounter something like this is truly unlucky. My inner core is almost shattered. I need to quickly find a place to recuperate and then plan my next move. He struggled to stand up beside the grotesque corpse of the lecherous old man. Suddenly a voice echoed from nowhere. "Hee, the perverted ghost didn't die unjustly. You indeed have a background." He vigilantly looked around and asked, "Who's there?" The person's feet slowly emerged. The man explained, "Little friend, don't overthink it. This old man just happened to be passing by, and I'm not in league with that perverted ghost. Furthermore, this old man has normal sexual preferences, so you can rest assured." Hong Tianye didn't plan to stay long anyway. After hiding for so long before appearing, he must have some ulterior motives. Well then, that's good. If that's the case, Taoist friend, we'll meet again if fate allows. Farewell. Sure enough, before he could leave, the man swiftly lunged forward, blocking his path. The man's face became more and more distorted as he spoke. But compared to the previous one, this old man is even more interested in the secret on your body. Hey, let this old man see what's in your head that allows you to possess such powerful divine abilities. And he charged forward madly. Hong Tianye scoffed, "You bald old geezer. Taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable situation won't end well." Despite the tough words, his heart was uneasy because he had exhausted all his power, damaging his inner core in the previous battle. Could it be that my path of cultivation must end here? I'm not willing. The bamboo around them rustled, creating a massive tremor. A powerful aura approached, and a towering black shadow appeared above. The man turned his head in shock, his voice stuttering. A transformation realm. He bitterly thought about his rotten luck. Is there some mistake? How could a small, desolate place like this have a transformation realm powerhouse? Yi Junlin majestically landed before them. For his life, the man didn't hesitate to bargain. This senior, please have mercy. He's yours. I'll get out of here right now." However, he was dealing with Yi Junlin, so there was no chance of turning back. Yi Junlin flatly refused. "A petty person like you doesn't deserve to live any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Junlin released a powerful force towards the man, piercing his heart in one shot. Seeing this scene, Hong Tianye fearfully thought, one golden core is gone, and now a transformation realm cultivator has appeared. Could it be that this old man is truly unable to escape this calamity today? Just like with the previous guys, Yi Junlin suspiciously called out to the system, "Tongzi, come on, tell me, is this guy a demonic sect master or a true immortal? Isn't he just a weak Foundation establishment cultivator? Are you trying to scam me?" Tongzi quickly replied, "Ting! This system doesn't deceive people. This person was indeed a demonic sect master in the true immortal realm before, but his cultivation has declined. Initiated, quote, Killer of Thousands talent for host, capture target." Brief information about him appeared before Yi Junlin without any omissions. Name, Hong Tianye, gender male, talent immortal grade, spiritual root, fire attribute. Former identity, sect master of the Baihuo sect. Tribulation transcending cultivator, true immortal realm immortal. Current cultivation, early stage foundation establishment. Yi Junlin was so shocked as he read that he couldn't help but swear, damn, it's true. Wait, his name, he's actually a man. Then he began to scrutinize Hong Tianye, Tisk. Such smooth white skin, delicate features, and flowing long hair. So many girls would be ashamed to be inferior to him. Anyone who sees him would mistake his gender, making Hong Tianye fearfully think, this guy is looking at me with such eyes. Could it be that he's also into men? And then, frowning at Yi Junlin, Hong Tianye had no idea that Yi Junlin was deep in thought. Considering the pros and cons, although he's only at the foundation establishment stage, with his talent and previous experience, returning to his former peak will definitely be easier. Taking him as a disciple is definitely a good deal. So Yi Junlin quickly proposed, this seat sees that your appearance is extraordinary, a rare cultivation prodigy. From today onward, I've decided to take you as my disciple. What do you say? What? You want to take me as your disciple? He was shocked and startled. Meeting so much bad luck in one day made Hong Tianye unable to help but be wary. Could it be that he's taken a fancy to the secret on my body and wants to continue exploring it? Indeed, neither magic treasures nor fortuitous encounters are things that a transformation realm cultivator in a desolate land like him can imagine. His face turned sinister as he secretly thought, HMPH. A cultivation like his wouldn't even qualify to enter the outer sect of my Baihuo demonic sect. Before, just a transformation realm cultivator wanting to be my master, what a daydream. Yi Junlin looked at him and said, what's up? Judging by that face of yours, looks like you're not exactly thrilled to be my disciple, huh? Hong Tianye was surprised and thought to himself, all right, so he's not exactly worthy of being my master, but I'm not strong enough to fight back right now either. Gotta think long term here. The mountains are always green, so there's no need to worry about firewood. Once I regain my power, I'll flip the script and become the boss. Hong Tianye immediately kneeled down to acknowledge Yi Junlin, disciple Hong Tianye greets master. To be accepted into master's sect is the greatest honor of this disciple's life, he thought to himself. It's just acting, right? Just gotta get through this. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, a look of anger on his face, secretly vowing, there will be a day. I'll definitely get my revenge for this humiliation. Yi Junlin reached out to help him up and said, all right, good disciple. Get up now. From now on, I'll call you Little Hong, Hong Tianye thought. Little Hong. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot, but he still forced a smile and replied, yes, master. Yi Junlin, with his profound cultivation, saw through his fake act and thought, this kid's pretending is so obvious. But whatever, I get stronger when I face stronger opponents anyway. I'm not afraid of betrayal. The system announced, congratulations to the host for completing the disciple quest. Reward. Divine Power Technique. Automatic Cultivation. Yi Junlin was surprised. Oh, automatic cultivation? So I can just lie down and get stronger? Awesome. System Information. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Coffin of Burying Heavens. It contains 108 restrictions and will gradually unlock as the host's realm increases. Currently, it's a third-grade spiritual artifact. Yi Junlin thought, in my memories, these divine power techniques all have cultivation stages. Entry, minor success, major success, perfection, and transformation. Each stage will create power and effects that can be 10 times, even 100 times greater. Information updated. Coffin of Burying Heavens. Bury the heavens. Bury the earth. Bury all things. It can be used to refine any living being, even late-stage cultivators. It can bury all creation. The system announced, ding! Discovered your disciple's aptitude. The system provides a free upgrade service package. Another notification popped up for Yi Junlin. Ding! Reward. Fire attribute technique. 3000 blazing flame scripture. Notification. Ding! Reward. Fire origin pill to repair fire attribute spiritual roots and rebuild an supreme foundation. Yi Junlin was pleased to hear the notifications. Ding! This quest reward is complete. Are you satisfied? Yi Junlin thought to himself. This magical treasure the system is hyping up, saying it can even bury the heavenly Tao. I'm starting to look forward to how powerful the Coffin of Burying Heavens will become. when my realm rises. He commented on the rewards. These kinds of rewards, this is the kind of treatment that transmigrators from Huaxia should get, ha ha ha. Yi Zhenlin snickered. Let's see how arrogant this disciple I picked up will be when he gets this crazy talent, Hong Tianye thought angrily. Just you wait, I'll get my revenge. He noticed Hong Tianye's sullen attitude and said, Little Hong, you can't be so gloomy and angry all the time. Do you think I'm not worthy to be your master? Hong Tianye hastily explained. Master, you misunderstand. No matter what, I always have this expression. He cunningly thought to himself, just a little transformation stage cultivator putting on airs and trying to teach me how to be a person. A cultivation manual appeared in Yi Zhenlin's hand. He reminded Hong Tianye. Looks like if I don't show you some skill, you won't respect me. This cultivation manual is your apprenticeship gift. You better study it well. Hong Tianye happily replied, Thank you, master. He thought, let me see what kind of trash cultivation technique you, a transformation stage cultivator from this backwater, can pull out to fool me. Hong Tianye reluctantly accepted it. 3000 Blazing Flame Scripture, PFFT. Such a garbage skill with such a boasting name. He was shocked to realize, 3000 Blazing Flame Scripture, this can't be. Hong Tianye's eyes widened as he continuously recognized it, the chaotic rage fire art that helped me become an immortal. It was originally the top fire attribute technique in the central region, he concluded. But compared to this 3000 Blazing Flame Scripture, it's simply trash. Hong Tianye was horrified when he learned the truth about it. This 3000 Blazing Flame Scripture completely shatters my understanding of fire attribute techniques. It's definitely immortal grade, maybe even the legendary saint grade. Further information, in the cultivation world, all cultivation techniques are divided into levels: mortal grade, spirit grade, profound grade, earth grade, heaven grade, venerable grade, immortal grade, and saint grade. Hong Tianye was overjoyed to see it. With the help of this technique, my strength will increase beyond imagination. Returning to true immortal is no longer enough to satisfy me. Yi Zhenlin stood behind him, observing his actions, and said, Judging by your expression, are you satisfied with the cultivation technique I gave you? Hong Tianye turned to look at him and said with a smile, Thank you for master's technique. This disciple has benefited greatly, he thought resentfully. HMPH. I wonder how lucky this guy was to stumble upon such a lucky encounter in this desolate place. Yi Zhenlin continued to offer him a magical treasure and let him know, If you've already comprehended the cultivation technique, then I'll give you a pill to assist you further. Hong Tianye blurted out in surprise. This is a fire origin pill. He didn't believe his eyes and asked him again, You're giving it all to me? Yi Zhenlin thought, HMPH, so you do know what's good. According to Hong Tianye's knowledge of this, for cultivators who specialize in fire attribute techniques, the fire origin pill is simply a divine pill bestowed by the heavens. The effect it brings can be extremely great and so precious that even immortals would fight over it. He gnashed his teeth and wondered, how could a small transformation stage cultivator obtain these two things, Hong Tianye thought. Even during my peak, I didn't have the ability to obtain them. Yi Zhenlin felt helpless towards his attitude and asked, Little Hong, could it be that you have doubts about the gifts that your master has given you? Hong Tianye clasped his hands in front of his chest and hurriedly replied, Master, absolutely not. It is this disciple's good fortune to have met Master and been accepted as a disciple, he thought. HMPH, this guy probably doesn't know how rare these cultivation techniques and pills are. He must have accidentally obtained them from some ancient relic. I need to calm down. Yi Zhenlin sighed mockingly. What's going on in the head of this demonic sect leader? His face keeps changing. It's actually a little funny. He reminded him, Yeah, use this pill. I'll personally protect you while you refine it. Hong Tianye replied, Okay, thanks, master. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately popped the pill into his mouth. Hong Tianye started circulating his energy, using up all his strength. Yi Zhenlin looked at him and thought, Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, initial stage. He realized, this dude's totally a reincarnated immortal. In just half an hour, he broke through from foundation establishment to nascent soul. Not bad at all. He really is a good seed. Hong Tianye, having broken through, roared, Ah! He thought to himself, Awesome! Breaking through is so fast. When I return to the central domain, I'll definitely avenge the humiliation I suffered. A dense cloud of mist erupted from him. Hong Tianye explained, Cough, cough. I startled Master just now. This disciple was being rude. Yi Zhenlin said, It's fine. Follow me back to the sect. I'll introduce you to your uncles and aunts, he replied without joy or sadness. Understood. Scene change. Outside the Xuantian sect's main hall, countless discussions were taking place. One person said, Peak Lord Yi is too amazing. With just a finger, he killed a nascent soul cultivator and saved the Xuantian sect from destruction. Another said, Ugh, it's a pity I was blind back then and missed the opportunity to join the Misty Peak. Otherwise, I'd be a disciple of the Misty Peak now. Someone else chimed in. With Peak Lord Ye's strength, his standards for recruiting disciples must be really high. I really don't know who he'll take a fancy to. Yi Junlin appeared from above. Everyone recognized him and said, Look, Peak Lord Yi is back. Someone else noticed. Oh, who's that woman behind him? The first person acknowledged, Beautiful, really. Hong Tianye appeared behind him, and someone jealously said, Damn it. Where did this woman come from? Why is she so close to Peak Lord Yi? Hong Tianye looked at the disciples there and thought to himself, This cultivation sect is seriously too weak. The cultivation levels of these people are so low, they're not even worthy of carrying our demonic sect's shoes. Shu Yunyan rushed over in a panic and said, Junior brother Yi, you're back. Suddenly, he placed his hand on Hong Tianye's shoulder. He uncomfortably listened to him introduce, This is a disciple I picked up along the way. Xiao Hong, quickly greet the sect leader. Su Yunyan said in surprise, A disciple. Su Qiangshui, her cheeks flushed red, wondered, Where did Peak Lord Yi find such a beautiful young lady to be his disciple? He stormed forward, angrily pointing at her and scolding, This daddy's a man. Su Qianshu trembled. Her eyes widened as she realized, a nascent soul cultivator. He smacked him on the back of the head and shouted, Xiao Hong, don't be rude. This is my senior sister. Apologize now. He immediately obeyed and apologized. Sorry, this disciple was being rude. Hong Tianye thought angrily, I'll endure a little longer. When I reach the spirit transformation stage, I'll definitely avenge this humiliation. He happily thought, yeah, young kids are easy to teach. Now that the introductions are done, I'll take Xiao Hong back to the Misty Peak to stabilize his cultivation, she replied. Okay, you guys, go ahead. Su Nian asked Su Quansat in puzzlement. Where did Peak Lord Yi find a nascent soul disciple? Truly unfathomable. She watched the two of them leave and sighed. In just a short day, Junior Brother Yi has brought us so many unbelievable things. Arriving at the Xuantian sect's Misty Peak, he told Hong Tianye, You are my first disciple, so feel free to choose whatever you want on this peak. Don't be polite. He forced a smile and replied, Thank you, master. He looked at the dilapidated surroundings and secretly cursed. What kind of crappy place is this? The living quarters of the fire-worshipping demonic sect's disciples are 100 times more luxurious than this. I'm actually going to live in a place like this. He sensed his thoughts and said, Remember, only the weak complain about their circumstances. The strong will quickly learn to adapt. For cultivators, these are just external things. Yi Junlin reminded him, It's a bit dirty, so you can clean it up yourself. Hearing this, he was as stunned as a Hanoi autumn. Hong Tianye reassured himself, It's okay, I'll endure. Based on my current cultivation speed, I'll turn things around soon. Yi Junlin, just you wait. Scene change. Azure Province. Feather Transformation Sect. Chen Xiao was paying respects to Yang Zun. He picked up the wooden plaque in his hand, on which was written, Mu Lao, Grand Elder Zhu Yang of the Inner Sanctum's Martial Transformation Hall. He looked at Tong Zi, blaming himself. Master, it's all this disciple's fault. I entrusted old Mu to deliver the elixir to your father, junior brother. Chen Xiao's face darkened as he assumed old Mu's death worries this disciple. This disciple always felt that his father's sect would be implicated, so I wanted to personally go to the desolate province to check things out. Grand Elder Yang sat on his chair, sternly asking him, Xiao, do you know why I took you as my disciple? Faced with his aura, Chen Xiao panicked, sweating profusely, and replied, Because this disciple has the solar physique and the aptitude to become an immortal. Ah. His face darkened, eyes flashing with anger. He crushed the memorial tablet in his hand and continued, That's only one of the reasons. The second is that your master saw great ambition in you, Grand Elder Yang reminded him. How could someone as eager to become stronger as you be troubled by something as trivial as familial affection? Grand Elder Yang informed Chen Xiao, The inner sect disciples competition is approaching. You should prepare soon. As long as you defeat the other inner sect disciples and become the leader, the sect will increase your resources. That is the real benefit. Chen Xiao's eyes flickered with hesitation, but he rested his hand on his cheek. casually saying, "There are no buts, it's just a small Feng Shui sect. This master will send someone to the desolate province to investigate. Just focus on winning first place for me." Grand Elder Yang motivated him. Chen Xiao obediently replied, "This disciple understands. I will definitely not fail Master's expectations." The next day, at the misty summit of the Suantian sect, Yi Junlin was sitting comfortably in a chair. He called out cheerfully, "Little Hong, are you done yet? This master is getting impatient." Hong Tianye replied, "It's done, master. This disciple will bring it to you right away." He secretly grumbled, "All he does is eat. I really can't understand how a cultivator at the Transformation God Realm can actually crave this kind of food," Hong Tianye recalled yesterday. "Yesterday he lectured me, regardless of the environment, but today he's enjoying himself like this." He savored the food in his mouth, saying, "This meat, these beans, are amazing." Yi Junlin thought, "Oh, it's so delicious. The secret marinade for these skewers that Tongzi gave me is truly wonderful." He handed the food to him, saying, "Here, little Hong, have a skewer, don't be so polite." Hong Tianye shook his head in refusal. "Master, this disciple has completely abstained from grains and has long lost interest in worldly food." Yi Junlin playfully scolded him. "Are you not giving this master face? What's the point of cultivating immortality if you don't live like this?" Hong Tianye reluctantly replied, "Forgive me, master. Since master advises so, then this disciple will eat one skewer." As he ate, he thought, "This Yi Junlin is truly an oddity in the cultivation world. What's so delicious about this ragged skewer?" His eyes became emotional, recalling this taste. Hong Tianye couldn't contain his emotions and burst into tears, his face flushed red, savoring the delicious food and exclaiming, "It's so delicious. I've never felt this happy since I was a child." Seeing him turn into a child, he asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" He closed his eyes tightly, savoring each crispy bite in his mouth. An unpleasant memory flashed through his mind. He remembered when he was young, he was always hungry and dreamed of eating a piece of meat. The feeling of happiness when he first got to eat meat was indescribable. Hong Tianye said, "But since embarking on the path of cultivation, I realized that my heart only knows how to focus on killing and reaching the peak of martial arts, but never cares about the feeling of life like this." Hong Tianye truly realized, indeed, as he said, what's the point of cultivating immortality if you have to give up even the simplest desires like eating and drinking? Yi Junlin, watching him from behind, discovered, is this another breakthrough? Nascent soul early stage, mid stage, late stage. Peak, completion, one thought God transformation. Oh my god, this guy can break through just by eating a skewer? His talent is too heaven-defying. A powerful red force emanated from him. He was extremely surprised to find himself breaking through so quickly. Yi Junlin happily announced, "Little Hong, congratulations on breaking through to the Transformation God Realm. I'm truly happy for you as your master. Your cultivation is almost catching up to your master's." A sinister glint appeared in Hong Tianye's eyes as he thought, "I didn't expect the Transformation God breakthrough to come so quickly. If that's the case, then this ridiculous master-disciple relationship has come to an end." Yi Junlin sprawled on his chair, a smug look plastered on his face, rubbing his shoulders and saying, "Little Hong, I've eaten the meat and leveled up. Come here and give your teacher a shoulder rub, will ya?" Hong Tianye's expression instantly twisted. His eyes rolled back as he silently cursed with murderous intent. "That Yi bastard! This daddy is already a transformation god, and you still dare to order me around." Yi Junlin, oblivious to the danger, just sat there grinning like an idiot. Hong Tianye, consumed with anger, contorted his face and flung his hand out at Yi, aiming to strike. "Just a tiny transformation god, die for me." But before he could act, someone came rushing in, panicked, and reporting to Peak Lord Yi. That guy continued, "Peak Lord Yi, the sect leader, invites you to the main hall. Says there's something important to discuss." Yi Junlin jolted upright and casually replied, "Oh, only a day has passed, and he's alive again." Then he followed the guy, leaving Hong Tianye fuming, grinding his teeth. His hands trembled as he thought, TCH, a heaven-sent opportunity wasted like that. However, Yi Junlin is full of flaws. There will definitely be more opportunities later on for sure. Before leaving, he even did a dramatic jump that made dust fly everywhere, and didn't forget to instruct Hong Tianye, "Little Hong, your teacher will head over first. Your massage technique is very comfortable. Please help me massage my feet when I return." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He raised his face to the sky and roared, "I'm so pissed off. Do you really see this daddy as a servant? He regretted the chance he missed so badly. I should have been decisive just now and directly choked this shameless thing to death. At the same time, inside the Xuantian sect's council hall, everyone was gathered, chattering nervously. What are we going to do about this? Everyone's face was strained, accompanied by helpless sighs. Maybe the heavens really want to destroy the Xuantian sect. Just then, Yi Junlin arrived, descending from the clouds. Seeing him, everyone respectfully greeted. Peak Lord Yi. Shu Yunyan's group also greeted him warmly. Junior brother Ye, you've arrived. The eyes of other disciples suddenly lit up as if they had found hope. It's Peak Lord Yi. With him here, things will be all right. Without further ado, Yi, Junlin seriously asked, Everyone, what kind of crisis has the sect encountered this time? Why the big fuss? Shu Yunyan's face was tense. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and began to explain. Junior brother, here's the thing. A few years ago, the Wei Kingdom, protected by our Xuantian sect, sent a message begging for help. They said that strange things are happening across the country, and the citizens are gradually dying. The deaths are incredibly strange. All the blood is being sucked out of the corpses, and this phenomenon is becoming increasingly severe in the Wei Kingdom. There are even many cities with populations of millions that have turned into horrific scenes of corpses littering the streets. As he said this, his voice trembled slightly. Su Yunyan paused for a moment, then voiced his thoughts. I suspect there's a demon causing trouble, so I sent a group of disciples to investigate the situation. But all of them disappeared without a trace, never returning. The more he spoke, the more of a headache he felt. He ground his teeth in frustration, revealing, the Wei Kingdom reported again this morning, saying the situation is extremely critical. It's even spreading to neighboring countries now. If this continues to spread, the entire desolate continent might descend into chaos. Furthermore, in the future, when the Xuantian sect recruits disciples, the situation will be like falling off a cliff. Hearing this, Yi Junlin was surprised and said, It's that serious? If it's spreading so widely, didn't anyone see it and do anything before? In response to his question, Su Qiangshu frowned and replied, Perhaps everyone who saw it is already dead. If it keeps going on like this, the Xuantian sect might have no successors and gradually decline. The desolate continent is already a barren place for cultivators. Nascent soul can control everything. Moreover, the Wei Kingdom is still outside the desolate continent. How could there be any problems that the Xuantian sect can't solve? Hearing this, Yi Junlin glanced over with a look of suspicion, not even getting any replies back. Could it be there's an even more terrifying force behind this? Suddenly, Tongzi gave report, New mission activated. Go to the Wei Kingdom to resolve the root cause of the crisis. After completing the mission, you will receive unimaginable rewards. Hearing this, Yi Junlin happily gave it a thumbs up and praised. Tongzi, you really have a sense of what's up. Getting praised, Tongzi's cheeks turned red, and lips pouted as it said, not bad, right? He put on a serious face and turned back to Shu Yunyan. Sect leader, I understand what you're thinking. According to what you just said, this phenomenon started in the Wei Kingdom a few years ago, and it's the most serious there now. Then, the root of the problem must be there, so I'll personally go there for a trip. Hearing this, the sect leader replied in joy, That's for the best. As expected of junior brother Yi, who knows the big picture. If you take action, this matter will definitely be resolved quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Junlin flew away on a cloud like an arrow. Then see you later, wait for my good news. Su Yunyan chased after him but couldn't catch up. I still haven't finished speaking. Su Qianchue, running after him, also sighed. Peak Lord Yi is truly like thunder and wind sweeping through. Zhao Deju calmly stood to the side, stroking his beard. His face was doubtful as he asked, Can Peak Lord Yi really resolve this strange matter? Su Qianchue crossed her arms in front of her chest and scolded irritably. You blockhead! In a small, desolate place like this, what could possibly stump a transformation god? The others also agreed with this. That's right, if even he can't handle it, then the desolate continent really can't be saved. Shu Yan didn't delay any longer. He immediately instructed, Everyone, quickly cultivate. Don't overthink anything else. Don't let down junior brother Yi's expectations of us. Everyone was full of enthusiasm and answered in unison, understood. Scene change. The eastern region of the desolate continent. Outside the border of the Wei Kingdom, two figures were flying like arrows in the sky. Hong Tianye flew behind him, his heart full of confusion, and he was thinking. After returning from the conference, why is he so eager to go to a poor country like Wei? He's still scheming evil intentions against him, which is good. On this trip, I must find an opportunity to deal with you. Very quickly, the two arrived at the eastern region of the desolate continent, inside the Wei Kingdom. At Peach Blossom Village, Ye Junlin stood high up and observed, "Looks like there are bandits looting the village. Let's go down and take a look." Hearing this, Hong Tianye showed his disgust and cursed inwardly, TCH, and he's bothering with such a small matter. Below, the village chief of Peach Blossom Village was kneeling down, begging someone. "Respected heroes, our village is known to be poor. We usually only raise chickens, ducks, cows, and goats. If you want to take them, then take them all. Please don't hurt the innocent people in the village." The Black Wind Camp's leader grinned, revealing his teeth. He replied, "HMPH. Who told you that I wanted those livestock? What I want is you people." As he said this, he slaughtered the innocent people under his feet. Miserable cries rang out continuously. His fierce eyes flashed with blood as he said, "Just die obediently, and you won't have to suffer anything, ha 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 ha." He laughed gleefully and folded his arms in front of his chest. His subordinates hurriedly ran to the side, shouting in panic, "Everyone, get out of the way! The camp leader is about to unleash his divine skill." The camp leader laughed loudly, flinging his hands out. A powerful red aura burst forth, creeping and attacking the weak people. Cries echoed through the sky. "Help! Please don't kill me, Mom! I'm so scared!" Someone even shouted in panic, "Monster! It's a monster! Is there anyone to save us?" Seeing this, Hong Tianye frowned and exclaimed, "Oh, this evil art." Yi Junlin noticed the slight difference in his attitude and asked, "You know this technique?" At this moment, he was panicking, thinking, this technique is very similar to the enemy in the central region, but he died under the encirclement of the great holy lands in the central region, didn't he? After thinking, he put on a fake face and replied to Yi Junlin, "No, I don't know, but I think it's very evil." Yi Junlin looked at him with disgust and asked, "Stinky brat, what's with that attitude?" He felt worried. If it really is that enemy, then I'm afraid that after this trip, we won't be able to easily return. The innocent people were being pitifully enveloped by that red aura. They cried in vain, "Hoo-hoo, I don't want to die." Finally, Yi Junlin made his move, sneaking up behind the camp leader and saying, "Your nutrients end here. Stop right there." The camp leader roared in anger. "Who the hell are you, you motherfucker, daring to ruin my good time? You got a death wish." As he spoke, he threw a powerful punch straight at Yi Junlin, but Yi Junlin wasn't even fazed. He just lightly pointed his finger forward, and the camp leader's action froze. His arm exploded in a bloody mess. The camp leader's eyes widened in utter panic. He fell to Yi Junlin's feet in agony. Yi Junlin calmly reassured him, "Don't get worked up. We can talk this out like civilized people." The remaining underlings didn't dare to rush forward. They just stood there, holding their swords and yelling, "See camp leader." The camp leader was terrified, sweating bullets, his mouth agape in shock. It's actually a nascent soul stage cultivator." He hurriedly begged for mercy. Please spare my life." Yi Junlin asked, "Tell me, where did you come from?" The camp leader, his face covered in blood and trembling, bowed respectfully and replied, I was originally a guard in the Wei Kingdom's royal palace. But because I saw something I shouldn't have, the prince ordered my execution. Not wanting to die unjustly, I desperately fled the palace." Yi Junlin pressed on. "What was it you shouldn't have seen? And where did you get that heretical cultivation technique?" The camp leader honestly confessed, "I often saw the prince sneaking in and out of the back mountain, but I didn't dare to pry any further. As for the heretical technique, I was taught it by a mysterious organization during my escape, but I have no idea where they came from." Yi Junlin asked suspiciously, "They just taught you a heretical technique for no reason?" He said in a panic, "They just required me to constantly use this technique to devour the life essence of others, in order to improve my cultivation. That's how they passed it on to me. To protect myself, I had to comply. I don't know anything else." Hearing this, Yi Junlin seemed to understand something. He slowly said, "It seems like there's a huge organization behind this, and their actions are probably related to this demonic anomaly." Hong Tianye, standing on the side, was muttering to himself, "This method of imparting techniques is very similar to that person. Could it be that he's really still alive? But why would he appear in Huangzhou?" Suddenly, he looked over and asked Hong Tianye, "Little Hong, what do you think?" Hong Tianye snapped back to reality and replied, "I don't know." He recalled the scene of the camp leader releasing that red demonic energy. If this demonic anomaly was really caused by that person, then Yi Junlin, being just a nascent soul cultivator, wouldn't be able to handle it. This Wei Kingdom is Ye Junlin's final resting place. Then, Ye Junlin didn't completely trust the camp leader. He used his spiritual energy on the camp leader's head and said threateningly, "Let me see what you're hiding." The camp leader was scared, SHT-less, his whole body trembling, almost pissing himself. From deep within his widening eyes, he saw a group of people imparting that demonic energy, just as the camp leader had said. A moment later, the camp leader collapsed on the ground. "Exhausted," Ye Junlin exclaimed. He really wasn't lying. "But I saw a very important piece of information. I have to set off for the Wei Kingdom's royal palace immediately." Just as he finished speaking, Hong Tianye made a move from behind. With a flick of his finger, a raging fire consumed the remaining bandits. None of them escaped. They screamed in agony and despair. Ye Junlin and the innocent commoners were shocked by his methods. The flames surrounding Hong Tianye were incredibly powerful. He glared at Ye Junlin with a cunning look and asked, "Master, did this disciple do something wrong? Aren't these demonic bandits worth killing?" As he spoke, he tightened his fingers, expressing the anger he had endured for so long. "Thanks to these guys, he finally got to unleash his power. I've been suppressed for so long. Finally, I can kill people to vent my anger." Suddenly, everyone was happy. Ye Junlin gave a thumbs up in praise. "Ahem, not bad. You did great." The innocent commoners cheered joyfully. The immortal slays evil and brings peace to the people. Acting on behalf of heaven, Taohua village will be eternally grateful to the two immortals. Elsewhere in the Wei Kingdom's royal palace, in the eastern region of Huangzhou, everyone was in court discussing state affairs. The Wei Kingdom's aged and frail emperor sat on the throne, sighing continuously. Alas, the Wei Kingdom's population has drastically decreased by 3 parts in the past few years. If this continues, then this emperor's kingdom will soon be destroyed by the demonic insects. I wonder if the Xuantian sect's immortal master can help the Wei Kingdom overcome this difficulty. While the officials were racking their brains for a solution, a naive voice echoed in the main hall. "Father, father." The young princess rushed in, her face radiant with excitement, announcing, "I saw 2 immortals flying over from outside." Hearing this, the Wei Kingdom's emperor perked up immediately. He immediately ordered, It must be the Xuantian sect's immortal master, my beloved officials. Follow me to welcome them at once." At this moment, Ye Junlin and Hong Tianye were riding the clouds, floating in the sky, looking incredibly awesome. With a smug look, Ye Junlin asked, "Little Hong, your master chose this way to appear. It's very grand, right?" Hong Tianye, standing beside him with his arms crossed, nodded coldly. "Master is wise. This disciple feels the same." On the surface, he was compliant, but in his heart, he was cursing. HMPH, he wants everyone to know. "Let's see how you plan to deal with the demonic insects after finding out about them. Don't come begging me to save you then." Soon, the Wei Kingdom's emperor personally came to welcome them. He respectfully clasped his hands before Ye Junlin and said, "We welcome the immortal master's arrival." Ye Junlin immediately switched to serious acting mode and replied, "This one is Ye Junlin, the peak lord of the Piao Miao Peak of the Xuantian sect. Coming here this time will definitely help you resolve this crisis, so you don't need to worry anymore." Hearing this, the emperor's face lit up. "On behalf of the people of the Wei Kingdom, I thank you. Immortal Master, do you have any requests to make?" He quickly landed on the ground and said, "Arrange a place for my disciple and me to rest." The emperor agreed without hesitation. "No problem. This way, please. I will personally lead the immortal master over there." Ye Junlin's group quickly followed, their expressions grave, but little did they know, not far away, a dark shadow was lurking, saying in a disdainful voice, "HMPH, just a peak lord of the Xuantian sect, pretending to be so impressive. I was just worried about not having any offerings to help Master break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. You came just in time." To sum up the situation, the Xuantian sect once sent a team to find the source of the evil insects. However, the group of cultivators suddenly disappeared from the world without a trace. Now the Wei Kingdom is about to be destroyed by the evil insects, and the situation is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Ye Junlin has to accept this dangerous mission. Hong Tianye smugly thought, good. At this rate, I'll soon be able to suppress him in terms of cultivation. It'll be safer to make a move then. Ye Junlin saw through his intentions. "Little Hong, oh little Hong, all you know is petty calculations. Sooner or later, you'll shoot yourself in the foot." He kicked off his shoe, thinking, his biggest mistake is making me his target. Ye Junlin joked, "Little Hong, are you curious about how I cultivate? Go fetch me some foot-washing water. When I'm comfortable, I might teach you how to cultivate. Hong Tianyé's eyes darkened, and he said angrily, "What are you saying? You're just a mere Huashen cultivator in this desolate place. You think you're qualified to teach me cultivation? Back then, many immortals received immortal techniques taught by me. If you really can impart some knowledge, I'll consider you my ancestral master." Yi Junlin sighed and reminded him, "What are you spacing out for? Don't you want to improve anymore? You're still so young and you already want to retire early." His face filled with murderous intent, he said helplessly, "I, the dignified leader of the Baihuo demonic sect, have to wash your feet. I might as well just turn against you." That's what he thought, but he still answered obsequiously, "Understood." Suddenly a voice interrupted their conversation, reporting, "Two honored immortals, strange phenomena have occurred again in the Wei Kingdom. This humble one has something important to report." Hong Tianyé glanced to see who it was. Yi Junlin sat on the chair and asked, "Who's there?" Zhao Heng replied, "This one is the great prince of the Wei Kingdom, Zhao Heng. This matter concerns the survival of the Wei Kingdom. I hope the honored immortals will grant me an audience." Yi Junlin gestured forward and said, "Come in. What's the urgent matter?" Hong Tianyé looked at his appearance and thought, "Is this the prince who hunted down the bandits? Doesn't seem like it, but is that really the case?" Zhao Heng bowed to Yi Junlin and reported, "Honored immortal, I have never dared to tell my father about this secret. I suspect the evil insect plague in the Great Way might be coming from the back mountains of the royal palace." He recounted to him, "Several nights ago I saw some black demon bats flying into the cave in the back mountains. Furthermore, the palace maids and eunuchs have been disappearing frequently recently, so I think it must be related to them." With a treacherous expression, Zhao Heng said, "I have long heard of the honored immortal's heavenly abilities. Now only you can save the people of the Wei Kingdom. I respectfully request that the honored immortal take action and quell the demon bat nest in the back mountains." Yi Junlin pondered for a moment and said in surprise, "Oh, my divine sense didn't detect anything strange in the back mountains. How dare this person lie so blatantly? Does he think I'm an idiot?" Yi Junlin thought. "Either he has someone backing him up, or he has methods to deal with me." He answered him frankly. "All right, then lead me to that cave." Yi Junlin thought to himself, "I'll investigate and see what kind of tricks you're hiding up your sleeve." Zhao Heng happily replied, "Thank you, honored immortal." He pointed towards the door and urged, "Please follow me. With the honored immortal taking action, the evil insects of the Wei Kingdom will surely be eradicated." Hong Tianyé looked at him and said, "Forget it. I'll settle the score with you later." The three of them headed towards the cave, led by Zhao Heng. Zhao Linger, in a hidden corner, saw the three of them and thought, "That's Big Brother. He's always been badly behaved. Father has warned him many times, but he still won't change. Yet he dares to secretly meet with the two immortals from the Xuantian sect. I must report this to Father immediately." Scene change. Back mountains. Yi Junlin asked him impatiently, "Great Prince, this doesn't seem like where a nest of demon bats would be." Zhao Heng changed his attitude and replied coldly, "We're here." Yi Junlin smiled, seeing through his plot, and said, "We're finally here. Then I'll have to see what kind of devilish thing you've been hiding." Zhao Heng no longer concealed himself and revealed his true nature, saying smugly, "Haha, I didn't think I could trick you, but I didn't expect you to follow me so obediently," he added. "In the end, you're still too confident in your strength, but you don't know that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens." Zhao Heng took an offensive stance and shouted in their faces, "You think you can stop us? Just because you're a Feng Lord of the Xuantian sect doesn't mean you're a real immortal." Yi Junlin, he confidently said, "Today, this place will be your grave." As if he had prepared in advance, he looked up and ordered his accomplices, "Elders, please make your move." His elders activated a formation, the fivefold binding god formation. Purple energy was generated, forming a large vortex. An elder of the Blood Fiend sect, at the late stage of the nascent soul level, said smugly, "Ye Feng Lord of the Xuan Tian sect, you've been quite famous recently. Just a small Feng Lord, yet you managed to kill a nascent soul level demon king." The person behind him laughed mockingly, "Haha, it's a pity that in this fivefold binding god formation, even those at the Huashen realm will have a hard time escaping." Zhao Heng crossed his arms and arrogantly urged the elders, "Please act quickly. Remember not to be too heavy-handed. We should still keep him for some use. As for the woman in red, please cripple her cultivation." He revealed his sinister face, saying, "This king wants to savor you slowly." Hong Tianyé's eyes flashed with angry fire. He retorted uncomfortably, "What did you say?" Without another word, he charged forward, announcing, "I didn't want to get involved in this, but you couldn't keep your mouth shut and dared to touch my reverse scale. Hong Tianye's formation shattered the Zhaoheng family elders' cultivation and broke their defense. He exclaimed in shock. He shattered it with one palm. Zhao Heng, terrified and disbelieving, yelled, "Impossible!" The binding formation was actually broken. The people struck by Hong Tianye's palm thought the first prince, who knew this Qifeng Valley lord actually brought a nascent soul realm disciple, a blood demon sect elder added. Moreover, her cultivation technique, it's probably immortal grade, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to break our binding formation. Zhao Heng resentfully glanced at his teammates, grumbling inwardly, "HMPH, useless old fogies, I hope you can at least make a great contribution to my master." He started to negotiate, backing down. "Fairy, immortals, let's talk this over. With your cultivation, if you follow my master, your future will be limitless." Hong Tianye angrily retorted, "You dare to seduce me. I'll make you wish you were dead." As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, giving him no chance to respond. Zhao Heng, in pain, sank into a sea of fire, mouth agape, screaming hopelessly. The MC shamelessly commented in satisfaction, That's too tragic. You really know how to scratch the right spot, huh?" Yi Zhonglin reminded Hong Tianye, "That's enough. Don't kill him. I have something to ask him." Hearing this, he nonchalantly reduced the force of his attacks on Zhao Heng, following Ye Junlin's orders. Zhao Heng gasped for breath, trying to recover from the near-death experience. The MC stepped forward to interrogate him. "Where's your master? Does he really have the ability to make a nascent soul realm cultivator submit to him?" Zhao Heng replied, "My master was once an immortal in the central region. A mere nascent soul realm ant can't compare." Zhao Heng said, "Why don't you seize this opportunity and submit to my master early? Otherwise, when my master shows up, even begging for death will be difficult." Yi Junlin scoffed, "Submit? How laughable. Let's see how long your master can hide, and now I'll kill one of you." He launched his first attack at one of them, counting 1. The sect leader realized in panic, how is he also in the nascent soul realm? How can there be 2 nascent soul realms in this desolate province? Yi Junlin launched his second attack, counting 2. The situation became increasingly tense, and he slowly counted to 3. Zhao Heng's face turned pale. White lightning crackled on the MC's fingertip. He leisurely counted. 4 or 5, Ye Junlin remarked. "Only you're left." Seeing the situation was not good, Zhao Heng panicked. You wait a moment." His scream echoed across the twilight sky. "Master, save me." A pillar of red light shot up from below into the sky. Zhao Linger, hurrying over on horseback, asked, "Father, what is that?" The person beside her replied, "The bloody light is terrifying," the Emperor of Great Way said. "Quick, go see what's happening. I hope nothing has happened to the immortal." On the other side, Hong Tianye recognized the power, saying, "This aura is so familiar. It really is him. Although he might be able to deal with Ye Junlin, facing him again makes me feel a little uncomfortable." As if seeing a savior, Zhao Heng's face changed, and he laughed triumphantly, yelling, "Ha! Master has finally arrived. Your death is at hand." From the far distance, a dark shadow flickered in and out of sight. A red-haired man, a plume of breath puffed out from his mouth. Dressed in crimson, exuding an imposing aura, it was Shi Tianjue, the Blood Fiend sect leader of the central region. Yi Junlin, having watched this whole scene unfold, affirmed with certainty, "So, you're the mastermind behind the heretical cult, huh? I thought you were a turtle hiding in its shell, too scared to come out." Shi Tianju smirked, looking down on Ye Junlin with disdain, a cultivator from a desolate land. "I'll admit you have some tricks, but you're not worthy to fight me." He glanced at Hong Tianye, who was standing beside Yi Junlin, with interest. "On the contrary, it's my old friend over there who has piqued my interest." Hong Tianye frowned. "Blood Fiend, I didn't expect you were still alive." Seeing him pay attention to Hong Tianye, Yi Junlin asked curiously, "Hey, little Hong, what's the deal with you and this guy?" He flew down, approaching Hong Tianye with surprise. "Blood Fiend, that title of mine. It's been over 200 years since the great sacred lands of the central region supposedly killed me. I never thought anyone would still remember me." Hong Tianye's face darkened as he scoffed. Anyone who experienced that epic battle definitely won't forget it." He cursed inwardly, this bastard. Flashing back to the past, Shi Tianjue floated in the air, sucking the energy from thousands of people below. Shi Tianjue. Back then, he was the strongest expert in the true immortal realm, relying on devouring people's blood to nourish himself. He even spread his evil techniques to countless followers. If he wasn't stopped, he would have definitely brought disaster to the world. eventually backfired, taking all the energy of the cult to nourish himself. The memory continues, with the image of thousands of cultivators fearlessly charging forward to attack him. Because his evil methods were so extreme, his cultivation realm rose too quickly, and the top powers joined forces to punish him. Even I, who am a part of the demonic path, was dragged into participating, to think the infamous blood fiend is still alive, and he's appearing in the poorest wasteland of the eastern region. If this news spreads to the central region, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. Zhao Heng pitifully crawled on the ground towards Shi Tianjue, begging, "Master, you've finally arrived. These people want to kill me. You must avenge me." But instead of saving his disciple, a red laser beam shot out from his eyes as he cursed, presumptuous, causing Zhao Heng to scream in pain. Seeing him not even spare his own disciple, Hong Tianye's eyes twitched as he cursed. The blood fiend's methods are truly the most evil. You'd even attack your own disciple. He approached Hong Tianye intimately, saying, "He's just a disciple. I can always find another one, but if you want him dead, then of course I won't spare him. Do you understand my feelings?" Yi Zhenlin, who had been watching the entire scene, eyes sparkling like stars in astonishment. Whoa, there's some serious drama to unpack here. What kind of storyline is this? Hong Tianye recoiled in disgust. "I witnessed your imperishable body being crushed into pieces by the 4 great divine weapons. Even your blood evaporated. How did you escape?" Hearing this, he scoffed. "Those self-righteous fools. I had separated a drop of my natal blood beforehand and used a secret technique to hide it in a discreet location. After I fell, that drop of natal blood allowed me to be reborn." At this moment, his eyes flickered with a hint of meaning. "But how fortunate, it seems you are just like me." He stepped forward, raising his hand and wearing a savage expression. "Right now, I'm in a hurry to restore my cultivation. You're only in the early stage of the transformation god realm. Why not obediently surrender? Give all your blood to me. That way, we can be together forever." Hong Tianye hastily retreated, his face darkened with disgust and condemnation. "You're truly insane. When we were in the central region, I rejected you countless times. Now that you're reborn, you still haven't repented." Hong Tianye, enraged, unleashed flames from his entire body and shouted, "Do you really think that being at the peak of the transformation god realm means you can definitely defeat me?" Seeing this, his face darkened with interest. "Good, very good. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. For others, fighting beyond their level might be possible, but for me, it's just wishful thinking." Hong Tianye laughed confidently. "Heh, how would you know if you don't try?" Then, his expression turning fierce, he unleashed his move, 5 absolute godly flames. He was shocked when he saw this technique appear, like what the... Then he immediately reacted, blasting a bloody power from his palm, bloodshed palm. The 2 super techniques collided in mid-air, creating a massive explosion. He frowned in disbelief, thinking, "No way, this harmony flame is so OP, just early nascent soul, yet she can break my bloodshed palm. Where did she learn her skills?" Hong Tianye didn't stop, continuing to unleash moves as a warning. TCH, that was just the beginning. The light around Hong Tianye's body immediately turned into sharp points and attacked him, frostfire glacial blaze. Seeing this, he trembled with anger, and used his demonic power to transform his arm, gnashing his teeth. Just a defeated underling, soul-devouring blood spear. The 2 moves collided, and it seemed like the blue ice power was gaining the upper hand. Immediately after, the blue power enveloped his arm, causing him to ask in shock, "What kind of fire-type cultivation technique do you practice? Why is it so evil?" But he wasn't about to lose, using his demonic power in his arm to break the ice. Roaring, "Vanish for me!" His face strained, veins popping, he asked savagely, "No wonder I took a liking to you. You really excite me. Did you get a big opportunity after leaving the central region, and then take some powerful expert as your master?" Hong Tianye wasn't giving in either, frowning and continuing to use her demonic power, yelling, "None of your business. With this cultivation technique, I can rise to dominance in the central region." But in her heart, she had already made a plan. "I didn't expect the blessing of the 3,000 inferno flames would allow me to suppress this blood devil who was once so feared in the central region. But I can't let the blood devil know that this technique was actually taught by a mere chi-refining cultivator from the Barren Lands." He was furious, his eyes flashing red as he admitted, "If I let you continue to grow, even I wouldn't be sure I could subdue you." Then, using a large amount of power, he laughed savagely. "So it's a pity, but it all ends here. Now, I'll let you know what the true power of the undying demonic physique is." Red and white powers were constantly intertwined. Scene change. At the same time, in the cities of the False Kingdom, thousands upon thousands of people were having their life essence sucked away, screaming, "Save me! Someone, save me! Wah, I don't want to die!" Xianxia kept sucking up their essence, laughing happily. "Na, this feeling is amazing. These people have long since become my food. As long as I have the thought, I can immediately refine all of their cultivation to strengthen myself." Yi Zhenlin finally couldn't watch anymore, crossing his arms with a dark face and ordering, "Xiao Hong, don't waste any more time. Quickly finish him off." Hong Tianye, hearing this, felt annoyed and retorted, "I don't need you to order me around." Hong Tianye raised her hand to deflect a large gust of wind, thinking, "Crap, how did it turn out like this? I thought Ye Junlin would beg me after being unable to withstand the Blood Devil, and then I would make my move." His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. Looking at the changes in Shi Tianzhui's body and sensing the changes in his aura, Hong Tianye was shocked. The situation now, I'm afraid even I can't control it. This aura, has he already broken through to the integration stage? A vast expanse was dyed crimson, birds scattering in terrified flight. Recalling the images of people withering away to nothing, Shi Tianzhu smugly thought, "Back when I first entered this indestructible body, even in a great battle between righteous and demonic cultivators, I never once lost ground. Even those old monsters in the Holy Lands, joining forces and using immortal artifacts, couldn't completely eradicate my imperishable body. And now," he flashed a confident, sneering grin, "this old man's imperishable body has recovered 70% of its power once I devour all the life in the desolate continent. I believe when I'm back to my prime, even in the central domain, I'll be unmatched." From above, he reached down menacingly towards Hong Tianye below. "Warning, Hong Tianye. I'm giving you a chance. If you don't take it, you'll face the full consequences. Death." Hong Tianye, witnessing the scene, was astonished. This guy actually reached the combination realm. Immediately afterward, he worriedly mobilized his power, crap, violet, flame, skyrend. Then, Hong Tianye unleashed his power, colliding with the incoming hand. His body was instantly heavily injured, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Hong Tianye grimaced in pain. "Fighting this blood demon above my level is just courting death. I have no choice but to burn my Dantian and risk it all." Hong Tianye then desperately poured all his power into creating the form of a golden dragon, violet flame sky-shattering, flame dragon's wrath. He chuckled at the sight, casually blocking the dragon's head with his hand. "Useless, don't resist in vain. Your moves against my immortal blood physique are just like a tickle." He raised his fist, aiming it down at the person below. "It's over." In a desperate hair-trigger moment, Hong Tianye used all his inner force to create a golden barrier. Then, hiding within the golden light, he frowned, thinking, "I used my strongest move, but it had no effect. What do I do?" He then created a protective shield for himself, golden flame, sacred shroud. Seeing Hong Tianye create a protective barrier, he punched down, laughing loudly, "Haha, break for me." The barrier shattered under his attack, and Hong Tianye was sent flying. Hong Tianye crashed into the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. A group of people on horseback rushed over in alarm, immortal. Zhao Linger, witnessing the scene before her, anxiously asked her father, "Father, what kind of monster is that? It's so scary." The Emperor of Great Way gritted his teeth, thinking, "Is this the source of the evil plague that's causing disaster for Great Way? Even the immortals aren't a match for him. Is my Great Way going to be destroyed here?" As the swirling dust settled, a ragged cough echoed. "Cough, cough." Hong Tianye, lying amidst the dissipating dust, wiped the blood from his mouth and thought, "Is my path to immortality going to end like this? I finally obtained this technique. I'm not resigned to this. Do I have to beg that damned Yi Junlin?" Hong Tianye trembled, sprawled on the ground, unwilling to admit he was inferior to him. Isn't that a great humiliation? Besides, he's just at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Fighting someone in the combination realm is a whole different ballgame. Would begging him even work? Seeing this scene from above, he smiled smugly and contentedly. "We cultivators pursue eternal life. If you don't want to live with me, then after you die, enter my body, let me carry your will, and complete this long, endless path to immortality." Without pausing, he continued to attack the injured Hong Tianye below with his hand. Hong Tianye struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth. "It's over. I'm screwed this time." His eyes widened, his mind a blank. Or perhaps it was the instinct for survival. Or maybe just the desire to grasp at a straw. Then he suddenly shouted, "Master, save me! Xianxia was surprised to hear him call out for his master so loudly, Master. So you did join someone's sect. At that moment, a strand of silver hair brushed past, and a satisfied voice sounded. Good disciple, you finally thought of your teacher. Yi Junlin stepped forward, blocking Hong Tianye, and faced the wicked demonic head-on. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead, he crossed his arms and introduced himself with a dark expression. Her teacher is me. Seeing this, Shi Tianzhu pointed at him and laughed mockingly. Hong Tianye, I never expected you to fall to this level, to actually take a piece of trash from the desolate continent who's only reached the nascent soul realm as your master. You're a disgrace to the demonic path. Hong Tianye, lying on the ground, watched this scene with a heavy heart. Even though I hate Yi Junlin always ordering me around, he is my lifesaver after all. Now, standing before Shi Tianzhu, he's probably doomed. He glanced at him, not the least bit concerned, and asked, Am I getting the impression that you're looking down on me? He directly scorned him, scolding, A fly that doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If I were at my peak, I could drown you with just a mouthful of spit. Hong Tianye, sprawled on the ground, anxiously tugged at his clothes. I'm sorry, Disciple didn't know that Master wasn't a match for the blood demon, and still called for help. If you still have the strength, then run. He chuckled in response. Run, that's not an option. Hong Tianye, lying on the ground, was stunned to hear him say that, then watch carefully as your teacher slaughters him for you. He heard Yi Junlin's boastful words and laughed contemptuously. Ha ha ha, kill me! I bet you can't even withstand a single move. What makes you think you can? He roared, arrogant and ignorant, and brought down his massive arm. Hong Tianye shouted anxiously, Forget about me, Master. Run away from here. In his head, he thought desperately, I'm done for. Yi Junlin remained calm in the face of the storm, circulating his power to protect himself. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in, announcing, Initiating check. Host is currently facing an attack from a late-stage combination realm cultivator, passively activating, quote, stronger when facing the strong. Receiving mid-stage combination realm cultivation. A powerful aura erupted, barely revealing half of Yi Junlin's smiling face. Centered on Yi Junlin, an intense force formed a pillar that pierced right through the incoming hand. A dazzling golden light obliterated everything. Yi Junlin stood there all cool, witnessing the spectacle. He stared at his shattered arm in disbelief and yelled, How is this possible? A mere transformation realm cultivator couldn't. Immediately realizing the truth, he questioned, Yi Junlin, wait a minute, you're not in the transformation realm. Are you already in the combination realm? Hong Tianye also stood up, seemingly not believing what he saw, what he thought. This guy was hiding it so well, pretending to be a transformation realm cultivator, but secretly a combination realm expert. Recalling Yi Junlin's cheeky expression, Hong Tianye was furious. No wonder he was always provoking me. Turns out, he was relying on his combination realm cultivation. I almost got fooled. Then, something dawned on Hong Tianye, and he panicked. Good thing I didn't really turn against him back then. Zalinger, witnessing the unbelievable scene, happily jumped up and praised, Immortal Master is truly amazing. I want to be like him too. The Emperor felt a little relieved but still worried. Alas, Immortal Master's opponent is the extremely powerful evil insect, and it is immortal too. I am afraid it will still be difficult for him. This time, Yi Junlin laughed gleefully, thinking, Ha ha, so this is the feeling of breaking through to the combination realm. It feels like I can destroy the heavens and earth with a flick of my wrist. The powerful aura burst forth and exploded in the sky. Yi Junlin lightly floated up, facing Shi Tiange, who resentfully recovered his arm and challenged him. HMPH. Although we're both in the combination realm, the difference between the cultivation techniques of you uncivilized cultivators and me is as vast as the heavens and the earth. I will make you, a country bumpkin, realize this. He angrily shouted, what is called real power, and then struck a powerful punch towards Yi Junlin, but was parried. Yi Junlin looked at him contemptuously. You are the one who does not know what true power is. Yi Junlin then used his power to create a giant illusion larger than him and punched him, King's palm print. Yi Junlin lightly conjured a spark with one finger. Then he continuously punched the spark to shape it and launched it toward him. He unwillingly raised his hand to block the ball of light that Yi Junlin had launched, but his hands dissolved. He grinned and incredulously exclaims, This? Yi Junlin laughed and mocked. Ha ha, you say this is the difference in cultivation techniques, he happily recalled. The King's palm print, which the system has been auto-cultivating, has reached the grand completion level. It's much stronger than the first time I used it. He flew into a rage and shouted, "So what, you still won't be able to kill my immortal body. The longer we fight, the less chance you have of winning." Seeing him go crazy, Yi Junlin was not worried, but instead thought, "This immortal blood body is quite interesting, but that's good. Let's try a new move." Yi Junlin stared at his right hand with a dark face and decided, "Then let's try this move." A small golden orb appeared on his finger, and he happily thought, "The mastery of this divine ability has reached the perfect level." Great wilderness heaven imprisoning finger, the golden energy formed a vortex. The powerful force shook the heavens and the earth, and Yi Junlin shouted, "First finger, imprison the heavens. Second finger, shatter mountains and rivers." A large hand descends. Third finger, extinguish living beings. Fourth finger, break through the firmament. Seeing this scene, he did not know how to react, and just cursed. "Damn it, what is this?" "Alright, I take back what I said," the dude says. All smug, even though he's practically dying, flexing his remaining power. "You're worthy of a fight. No more holding back. Let's finish this with one move." Boom. A thick cloud of black smoke surrounds him. Blood surge to the yellow springs. Then, bam. A single finger touches down, scattering the smoke like nothing. Immediately after, the other four fingers slam down onto his limbs, crushing him into a bloody pulp. Yikes. The illusion shattered and he was thrown back, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, a red glint in them. "Just who the hell are you?" he demands. Seeing Yi Junlin like a demon god in front of him, he stammers in disbelief. "How could such a monster exist in this backwater place? Has it really been that long since I ventured out? Have the geniuses outside become this ridiculously strong?" Hong Tianye, on the other hand, just shuts his mouth, eyes wide with awe. Too strong. "This technique makes my 3,000 blazing flames look like child's play. No wonder he was so confident before. He didn't even see me as a threat." Then Yi Junlin casually introduces himself. "I'm from the Xuantian sect, Peak, Lord of the Misty Peak." Yi Junlin, the dude's all pissed, grinding his teeth. "Impossible. When I infiltrated this dump to investigate, even the Xuantian sect's leader hadn't reached nascent soul yet." He glares at Yi Junlin, teeth gritted, warning, "Yi Junlin, I'll remember you." Cornered, he decides to go all in. He punches himself hard in the gut. Blood escape grand art. Hong Tianye panics, yelling, "Crap, he's trying to escape. If he gets away, the consequences will be dire." Shi Tianjiu, dissolving as he is, cackles, "Yi Junlin, I won't be caught off guard like this next time." Finally, he turns into some blob-like thing, still laughing. "Ha ha ha." Seizing the opportunity, he tries to fly away. Yi Junlin, stunned, mutters, "Next time." In a flash, Yi Junlin raises his hand and grabs him. He yanks him back down, stating, "There won't be a next time." The dude screams in despair, "No, I don't want to end things yet." Desperate, his eyes glowing, he unleashes his final move, Solar Eclipse, Human Blood, Rage of the Gods, vanish from this world. But before he can finish, Yi Junlin crushes him into nothing with a single blow. All that's left is a wisp of smoke and a flash of golden light. Hong Tianye, staring at Yi Junlin's incredible power, thinks in disbelief. The blood demon who once shook the central region, he was just wiped out like this. Over there, the Emperor and Zhao Linger are jumping for joy, cheering. "Amazing. The devil has been vanquished by the Supreme Immortal. My great way is finally saved. Thank you, Supreme Immortal." Now the powerful golden light gradually fades. Yi Junlin arrogantly waves his hand and calls out, "System, where's my reward? Get with the program. Don't make me remind you. Be professional." Tongzi excitedly flies over, announcing, coming. "Here's the reward for our handsome and dashing host. Congratulations, host, for receiving a mysterious bone fragment. It has special runes and can grant the user a heaven-defying physique, destined to become a peerless supreme being." Tongzi popped up a notification. Supreme Bone, a mysterious bone fragment with inscribed runes, can grant the user a top-tier innate talent and a destined path to becoming an unparalleled supreme being. Host, would you like to bind it immediately? Hearing that, Yi Junlin's face lit up with joy, and he blurted out, "An unparalleled supreme being. That's freaking awesome. Hurry up and bind it. I can't wait anymore." His face glowed, his eyes became divine, and a golden energy formed in the middle of his chest. Tongzi continued, "Binding initiated. After the supreme bone is bound, the host's combat power will increase dramatically. After a short while, binding complete. Congratulations, host." Hong Tianye, seeing him standing there smiling like a maniac, was stunned, wondering, what the heck is this guy doing now? The energy fluctuations around him, They're actually making me feel a chill. What great opportunity did he get? Otherwise, how could such an extraordinary prodigy be born in this desolate continent? He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I have to reassess his true strength. I must cultivate diligently to break through to the fusion realm as soon as possible, so I can confidently control him. After exterminating the evil worms, the Emperor gratefully stepped forward and kowtowed before him. Thank you, Immortal, for saving the people of Wei. Our Wei Kingdom will definitely record this event in our history books, so that future generations will remember the Immortal's benevolence. Yi Junlin, radiating a brilliant golden light, generously replied, No need for thanks. If you can be a good emperor and treat your people well, that's more than enough. Zhao Linghe looked delighted and eagerly continued. Little girl will remember the Immortal's teachings, she boldly asked. May I join the profound heaven sect? I also want to be like you, to eliminate demons and vanquish evil. Seeing this, he used his eye technique to view her information. It quickly appeared. Name, Zhao Linghe. Gender, female. Cultivation, none. Talent, top-grade water, spiritual root status, princess of the Wei Kingdom. He stared at the clever girl in front of him and couldn't help but marvel. Oh, her affinity isn't bad at all. Yi Junlin seriously replied, Well, Linghe does indeed have a good water. Spiritual root, she is a good seed. If you have such a desire, this seat can agree. The Emperor was astonished. What, really, Linghe? Quickly thank the Immortal. The girl happily clasped her hands respectfully. Linghe, thanks the Immortal. The Emperor maintained his gentle attitude, his eyes filled with tears as he continued, Immortal, you have saved the Wei Kingdom, and even accepted Linghe. On behalf of all the people of Wei, I express my gratitude to both of you. Afterwards, please, both of you, return to the royal palace to rest for a few days. He then agreed and, while walking, glanced at Hong Tianye and said, Good, let's go. The next day, Hong Tianye was treating his wounds. He was panting heavily, but in a short while, his whole body unleashed a destructive power. A red aura surrounded his body, his eyes became divine, and he excitedly exclaimed, Finally! This seat's injuries have recovered. My cultivation has now broken through to the peak divine transformation realm. He officially reached the peak of the divine transformation realm. He was also very surprised by his cultivation speed, and thought to himself, since I started cultivating the 3,000 burning flames and consuming elixirs, my cultivation speed has increased a lot. His methods are indeed extraordinary. Hong Tianye's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched, flames flickering in his hands, and he said with a hateful tone, Although this time he saved this seat, the humiliation I suffered cannot be ignored like this. When I break through to the fusion realm, I will return the humiliation I endured before twofold. He smugly imagined the day Yi Junlin knelt at his feet and smiled triumphantly. Just you wait, Yi Junlin. Just thinking about the scene of you humbly begging for forgiveness makes this seat look forward to it. Suddenly, Yi Junlin's loud voice interrupted his train of thought. Little Hong, come see your teacher. Hearing that, he glared back. Hong Tianye didn't delay and ran over hastily, holding resentment in his heart. HMPH. Here we go again. This seat is giving you face. On this side, Yi Junlin held a book in his hand, his face radiant as he commented, This Wuxia novel is quite interesting. It seems like the local people here also like the face-slapping, pretending to be cool plot. If I transmigrated to this country, maybe I could make money by writing novels too. Yeah, first is Battle Through the Heavens. It's sure to be popular all over the country, and the author's name is Furious Potato, Feng Quang Tudu. Hong Tianye walked over. He thought with disgust, what is this guy mumbling about again? But on the surface, he still radiated respect and greeted, Master, what is it that you called your disciple for? He happily waved his hand. The pool of water in front of him immediately rippled. Oh, you're here. Then he leisurely put his rough feet inside and casually ordered, Come, wash this teacher's feet. Hearing that, his self-esteem soared. He gnashed his teeth, unable to speak. He tried to restrain himself, thinking, even Meng Ruoshe was killed by this guy. Now is not the time to turn against each other. Endure it. Yi Junlin looked at him with an unpleasant expression and asked, What's wrong? Do you despise this teacher? Why aren't you coming over to kneel down and wash this teacher's feet? He clenched his hands, pretending to respond. Disciple wouldn't dare. Hong Tianye obediently bent down and began to wash his feet. He still felt unwilling and muttered, This seat was once a demonic sect leader, a true immortal in the divine peak. The cultivators who have died at the hands of this seat number in the tens of millions. Yet now I have to suffer the humiliation of washing the feet of a backwater continent cultivator. Yi Junlin wasn't simple either. He could tell his attitude at a glance, so he used a taste of his own medicine and praised good disciple, and thought to himself, "Brat, you want to fight me?" Suddenly his eyes widened in shock, and his hands stopped. Wait, this water is Tai, immeasurable water. Hong Tianye suddenly realized that if mortals drink this water, their beauty will last forever, and they will live to be 200 years old. If cultivators drink this water, they can purify impurities in their bodies, making their bodies clean and flawless, and their cultivation will break through rapidly. Even if it's just a small bottle, in the central region, people would fight to snatch it. This is something that countless cultivators can only dream of. He glanced at Yi Junlin, his mouth mumbled in disgust. Yet this guy actually uses this stuff just to soak his feet, a treasure of heaven and earth. This also made him even more certain that this guy must have obtained a tremendous opportunity. Otherwise, how could he be so wasteful? He looked at the sacred water that everyone longed for, now turned dark, and showed regret and greed, thinking, how great would it be to drink all this Tai immeasurable water? It would be an extremely great help to my cultivation. Suddenly, he pursed his lips, feeling a nauseous realization creeping in. Wait a minute, this is foot bath water? Seeing his expression, Yi Junlin teased, "What's with the face? You think your master's feet stink." Hong Tianye struggled to contain his emotions, forcing a stiff smile. No, not at all. This disciple was just thinking about something else. Yi Junlin, enjoying the moment while reading his book, thought to himself, the boundless grand beginning water the system gave me is really something. Who knew soaking my feet in it, combined with this disciple's cheap massage skills, could be so relaxing? So he casually ordered, "The water's a bit cool. Add some heat." Hong Tianye didn't dare utter a peep, obediently nodding. "As you wish, master." The water temperature instantly rose. A warm haze filled the room. Yi Junlin leaned back, thoroughly enjoying himself, his face radiating bliss. And so, things continued within the room, while outside, the sun shone brightly. Suddenly, Zhaolinger, her face beaming, rushed in, calling out, "Immortal!" Before she could finish, Yi Junlin's relaxed voice drifted out, "Ah, that's the spot." He was sitting with his back to her, and Han Tianye was hunched down, working diligently at his feet. The scandalous scene caused her to misunderstand, her face flushing as she thought, "Oh heavens, what is going on here? I never imagined the relationship was like that behind closed doors." Zhaolinger didn't say another word, turning tail and fleeing, muttering, "So embarrassing." Turning back to see his second disciple running like a bat out of hell, Yi Junlin wondered, "What's gotten into that kid, Linger? Why is she running?" Hong Tianye coldly and quietly asked, "Master, are you satisfied with your foot bath now?" Yi Junlin noticed the beautiful face of his disciple was beginning to flush red. Chuckling inwardly, he teased, "Satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied, little Hong. Tell me, what's on your mind? This master will share your worries." Hong Tianye gritted his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly, "You son of a bitch, if I took that out, I could scare you to death. Just be arrogant for a few more days, I'll endure." Suddenly, the ring on Yi Junlin's finger reacted. He solemnly exclaimed, "Oh, news from the sect leader." A hurried voice echoed from the ring. "Junior brother Yi, please return to the sect as soon as possible. We need to discuss how to deal with a major event in the barren continent. There's suspicion an ancient secret realm is about to open. If the Xuantian sect can benefit from it, we'll surely prosper." Hearing this, Yi Junlin rubbed his temples and repeated, "An ancient secret realm?" Hong Tianye impatiently explained, "Ancient secret realms are treasures that can nurture countless cultivation resources, enough for ordinary cultivators to change their fate. It's like a carp leaping through the dragon gate, stepping onto the path of immortality. Who would have thought such a place existed in this desolate barren continent?" He cunningly smiled to himself. News of this secret realm's appearance can't be hidden. There will undoubtedly be chaos, but this is also my chance. If I can seize a good opportunity, combined with the terrifying power of the 3,000 blazing flames, my cultivation will definitely soar. Tongzi promptly chimed in with a notification. New login mission announced. If the host can complete the Elatian Secret Realm login, you'll receive an incredibly unexpected reward. Hearing this, Yi Junlin became excited. Incredibly unexpected. System, quickly explain what the hell unexpected means. Tongzi disgustedly replied, "What's the point of calling it unexpected if I just tell you?" Yi Junlin asked no more, his whole body brimming with energy as he clenched his fist. Turning to Hong Tianye, he urged, "Disciple, pack up. We're going to see that way, Emperor, for a bit. Then heading back to the Xuantian sect, Hong Tianye replied, without a hint of emotion, understood. Master. Cut to the Great Wei Imperial Palace, where a crowd of officials was prostrating themselves before the emperor. Yi Zhenlin and his disciples slowly walked in. Zhao Ling'er frowned, worriedly clutching her father's hand. Father, Ling'er is a little reluctant to leave you. How about I stay here with you? Absolutely not, the emperor sternly countered. You've already joined the Xuantian sect. This is a fantastic opportunity. So many people dream of this and will never have it. You must cherish this chance and not waste your potential. He stood up and respectfully bowed to Ye Zhenlin. Immortal, I will remember your teachings. Treat the people well, and strive to be a good emperor. I hope you will take care of my little daughter. Yi Zhenlin switched to his stern mode, saying, Everyone has their own destiny. She has joined the Xuantian sect and will not suffer any grievances. But how far she goes depends on her own efforts. With that, he turned to leave, waving to the princess. Let's go, Ling'er. We're leaving. The emperor called out respectfully. Farewell, Immortal. Ling'er cheerfully waved back. Father, I'll come back to visit you when I have time. Cut to the inner sanctum of the Yuhua sect, where the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. Two people were discussing important matters. The man sitting in the middle spoke. There have been many events in the barren continent lately. I heard that an ancient secret realm is about to open. Also, your father's Fenglai sect has been destroyed by the doing of Xuantian sect's Misty Peak Lord. The person below was Chen Shao, his face uneasy and suspicious. What's his cultivation realm? The man slowly replied. Rumor has it, from the outside world, that he is a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator from the barren continent. Upon hearing this, Chen Shao's eyes turned fierce as he gritted his teeth and spat out. Nascent soul. HMPH. I can kill nascent souls like chickens. Scene changed to the eastern region, in the true inheritance hall of the Feather Transformation sect. Before a dim oil lamp, Chen Shao asked him, Master, about Elder Mu, who killed him. Yang Zunze said gravely, It's still unclear, but all fingers are pointing at the Profound Heaven sect, but it doesn't quite add up. How could that tiny sect kill Elder Mu, he thinks, relying on just that Misty Peak's peak lord at the early chi refining stage? He rubbed his chin, speculating. If that's the case, then the culprit must be someone else, Chen Shao firmly asserted. But no matter what, the Profound Heaven sect must be exterminated. And that Misty Peak's peak lord who killed my father, he must die too, Yang Zunje said. As it happens, an ancient secret realm has appeared in the desolate continent this time. The sect will send some elders to accompany you on this trip, he instructed him carefully. Remember, you represent the Feather Transformation sect. At that time, you'll be competing with other great powers. Yang Zunje added, As for revenge, do it after it's over. I hope you can distinguish between the important and the trivial. Do you understand? Shen Zhao replied. Disciple obeys. He turned abruptly after hearing the order he was given. Yang Zunje revealed a sinister smile after his disciple was willing to obey his orders. He held the bright jade in his hand and said, Disciple, you must continue to perform well, Yang Zunje thought gleefully. With you obtaining Old Su's resources in the intersect competition, only then will this Zun be certain of breaking through the great ascension bottleneck to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. At that time, we'll both be honored. Information about the Kunlun realm. In the Kunlun realm, a transformation god is called a divine lord, a fusion is called a celestial lord, a great ascension is called a venerable or supreme, and a tribulation transcendence has the title of false immortal. Having the word immortal attached means one has the strength to dominate a region. As for the desolate continent, a nearly non-existent province, because it has the immortal destiny secret realm, it has suddenly become famous far and wide in the eastern region. The blue-robed man said unhappily, Lucky bastards. Fortunately, the cultivators of the desolate continent are poor and weak. How could this kind of immortal destiny fall into their hands? The black-robed man next to him said, Isn't the desolate continent the most backward and desolate land? Yet an immortal destiny appeared, the man in the middle said. Let's hurry there together. If we wait for the Feather Transformation sect to arrive, we won't even get a sip of soup. Scene changed to the eastern region, where the mountains are majestic and clouds float around. In the eastern region, outside the desolate continent is the celestial secret realm. Countless people participate from the sects to exchange martial arts with each other. The white-haired man, seeing the situation before the exchange, said, This time, the secret realm appeared, and 4 of the 5 great sects have arrived. Only the Profound Heaven sect hasn't come. Could it be that they've given up? The man next to him said, Not necessarily. After swallowing the Wind and Thunder sect, They might be vying for the top spot among the 5 great sects. Old Su of the Myriad Mountain sect, Ouyang Feng at the Transformation God Realm, laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, this old man has been in seclusion for too long. The Profound Heaven sect, which was originally at the bottom, has stolen the attention of my Myriad Mountain sect. The long-haired man next to him exclaimed. What? Transformation. Transformation God Realm? The white-haired man thought, originally I thought the Profound Heaven sect, having 2 nascent soul cultivators, was already astonishing. Unexpectedly, our desolate continent actually has a Transformation God Cultivator. Everyone saw Ouyang Feng and respectfully greeted him. Welcome, old ancestor, out of seclusion, he said complacently. Unexpectedly, on the day I come out of seclusion, I would encounter the ancient secret realm appearing. It seems like it's heaven's will. Ouyang Feng's eyes shone brightly. He asked everyone fiercely, this time, our Myriad Mountain sect will enter the secret realm first. Does anyone here disagree? The white-haired man heard him and thought, Ouyang Feng is already at the Transformation God Realm. Today, he's the leader of this desolate continent, everyone replied loudly. We respectfully listen to Divine Lord's decree. Several bearded men behind Ouyang Feng cheered. Transformation God has appeared. Who dares to compete? Sect leader is mighty. Sect leader is mighty, he said happily. Good. Ha ha ha. The sky gradually turned dark, with thunder mixed with clouds. From that region of the sky, a void opened and a large ship appeared, accompanied by a loud shout, the Heavenly Martial Holy Palace is here. You desolate continent natives, retreat quickly. A voice from the ship echoed, the Illusion Mist sect is here. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Another person on the ship said, this ancient secret realm belongs to the Royal Extremity sect. Don't even think about competing for it. The Royal Succession Dynasty, Xin Nanwang, late-stage Transformation God Realm, appeared grandly, charging towards the crowd with great momentum. Xin Nanwang asked, in surprise, oh, in the desolate continent, there's actually a Transformation God. Old Qi Fu was visibly annoyed, thinking, Transformation God, there are hundreds of them for God's sake. This old man worked so hard to break through to the Transformation God, and was a well-known figure in the desolate continent for over 10 cycles of years. Yet outside the desolate continent, I'm not even worth mentioning. Ouyang Feng stepped forward and hurriedly introduced himself. Gentlemen, fellow cultivators, this humble one is the Myriad Mountain sect's old ancestor. Ouyang Feng, you can just call me Little Feng. The red-robed man angrily reprimanded him. Shameless old geezer, you're trying to get familiar with us? Get down and wait there. This isn't your place. The man next to him sneered, desolate continent natives, even if you break through to the Transformation God Realm, you're still just low-class commoners. Yet you dare to try to be on par with us. The man on the right shouted loudly, old geezer, get down! Don't get in people's way! Old Shifu explained. Gentlemen, fellow cultivators, the environment in this desolate continent is extremely difficult, but the living beings here are not low-class, he thought. We're both Transformation God cultivators. Why should I obediently let you step on my head? Old Shifu looked at those people and thought, my disciples are all counting on me. If I avoid the confrontation this time, and value life over everything else, what reputation will I have left in this desolate continent? He angrily shouted loudly. The desolate continent may be poor, but it's not afraid of fighting. If anyone disagrees, then stand before this old man. The blue-robed man shouted madly, arrogant, old Shifu, you're seeking death. The red-robed man behind him called out, let's charge together, kill this old dog. Zhen Nanwang called out, everyone, wait, he pointed at old Shifu and said, this old geezer is just a tiny, desolate continent cultivator. If we all charge together, won't we be laughed at by others? Zhen Nanwang said, let's do it this way. This prince may be lacking, but I'll just use one hand to suppress him. He fought with one hand and said, old dog, I'll let you know just how big the gap between you and me is. As soon as the words fell, the two sides quickly engaged in battle, and a powerful palm force was released. He used his sword to block his attack and shouted, kill! Boom! Their attacks collided head-on, evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Zhen Nanwang gritted his teeth in anger, saying, oh, you old geezer, seems I underestimated you. The two continued fighting, Lao Chi-Fu provoking, well, if that's how it is, then bring it on. His eyes flashed with hatred, not letting him go. Zhen Nanwang landed a blow from above on Lao Chi-Fu and said, you ignorant fool, old man. This king must kill you. Boom! His attack rushed towards him in an instant, the force so strong that it quickly struck him. Lao Chi-Fu was injured, blood spurting from his mouth. His whole body trembled, but he held firm, angrily shouting, "Breaking your word, you're a liar, truly bringing shame to the eastern region." Lao Chifu, drenched in sweat, helplessly roared, "Dying for honor is nothing. This old man just wants to tell you one thing. Desolate continent cultivators cannot be humiliated." Zhen Nanwang coldly replied, "Then this king will grant you your wish." In the tense situation, a radiant golden lotus flower suddenly appeared, and a voice said, "Amitabha, why is it so lively today?" The crowd below exclaimed in surprise, That is Master Jingchan of the Xuankong Temple of Buddha Continent." Behind Master Jingchan, they discovered, was the young master of the Xiang family, Xianxia, known as the #1 body cultivator family in Spirit Continent. The Grand Master stood on countless golden lotus flowers, his face benevolent, murmuring, "Amitabha." Lao Chifu was shocked to realize such terrifying power. They're already in the integration stage. Looking at the large ship flying over, he thought, the desolate continent, it simply can't win. Lao Chifu said, "The feather transformation sect of Qing Continent is also here. All the strongest sects of the eastern continent are here this time. Oh heavens." From the side of Chen Zhao's camp, the whispers below became even more lively, with some saying, "That must be Saint Chen Zhao of the Feather Transformation Sect. I've heard of him. He possesses the solar immortal physique, invincible in the same realm." Others said, "No doubt about it. He's the brightest rising star in the eastern region's future. After 100,000 years, legends will be written by him." The group belonging to the white-haired guy recognized him. "Chen Shao, isn't that the young sect leader of the Wind Thunder sect? He's one of us from the desolate continent." Hearing this, he thought contemptuously, "The desolate continent is the reason I faced discrimination when I first joined the Feather Transformation sect. It truly disgusts me." The white-haired guy, belonging to Chen Shao's faction, struck the group claiming kinship and shouted, "Our Feather Transformation sect saint is not someone you desolate continent. Ants can discuss. You lack all respect. Begone, you wretches. Die." A green ray of light flew towards the group of self-proclaimed relatives, leaving them no time to escape. Zhen Nanwang reported, "Saint Chen, these poor ghost cultivators from the desolate continent, how about letting me handle them so as not to dirty the saint's hands?" Chen Shao coldly crossed his arms and replied, "As you wish." Outside the desolate continent, white clouds floated everywhere. Shu Yunyan's group arrived outside. Observing the situation, he said, "I guessed right. This time, the secret realm appeared. Chen Laogu's son definitely came running. Luckily, the Profound Heaven sect hasn't shown up yet." Zhao Deju suggested, "Sect leader, while they're busy fighting for the secret realm, let's quickly leave the desolate continent and go into hiding for a while." Su Qianshu said, "We still need to see how Junior Brother Yi is doing. He's the hope of the Profound Heaven sect, but where are Junior Brother Yi and his disciple?" He gaped in surprise, realizing, wait a minute, that's... Zhu Yunyan said, "Junior Brother Yi and them actually went over there." He worriedly said, "Chen Shao is there. Going there now is just asking for death." Lao Chifu ran over to remind him, "Little Profound Heaven sect kid, don't be impulsive." Yi Junlin looked at him, puzzled. Lao Chifu, looking terrified, anxiously replied, "It's enough. Don't come over here." His face darkened, angrily thinking, motherfucker, being bullied and stepped on by these outsiders. Standing among the crowd, Yi Junlin said, "This desolate continent can't do without me. Everyone, stay put. Not a single one of you is allowed to move for me." Chen Shao glared at him, grinding his teeth. "Who's coming? Quickly announce your name." Yi Junlin, his eyes bloodshot, disdainfully replied, "Your daddy, Yi Junlin." With a cold face, he replied, "I'm Yi Junlin, his dad." The crowd below was shocked and began to murmur that Yi Junlin, isn't he the Piao Miao Peak Lord of the Xuanxian sect? But isn't he only at the nascent soul stage? Isn't this practically courting death? As for Chen Shao, his eyes flashed with a murderous glint, and he coldly said, "Xuantian sect, Yi Junlin." Standing high above, the main character spoke. "What's all the fuss about? You got a problem?" Chen Shao asked. "Did you kill the sect leader of the Fenglei sect?" Junlin chuckled and replied, Are you talking about that guy who's pushing up daisies?" "Yeah, I remember him. The old geezer kept bragging about how his son had the talent to become an immortal. So, what are you to him?" Chen Shao gritted his teeth and roared, "I'm his son." The main character exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap, so you're the son of that deadbeat." Chen Shao clenched his fists and yelled, "Ye Junlin, I want your life." The Zenan king rushed in front of Chen Shao, wielding his mace and looking furious. "Holy Son Chen, allow me to take care of this good-for-nothing and bring him back to you." "Brat, you dare disrespect the Holy Sun. You're dead meat this time." Just as he finished speaking, Hong Tianye flew forward and blocked his path. The Zen Nan King smiled and asked, "Oh, where did this beauty come from?" Without a word, Little Hong launched a palm strike towards the Zen Nan King, then shouted, "Die, blazing void lotus!" The Zen Nan King hurriedly raised his mace to defend himself. However, the flame unleashed by Little Hong incinerated the Zen Nan King. The crowd below looked up in shock and exclaimed, "A transformation god expert, dead just like that. Since when did Huangzhou have such a powerful expert?" Ouyang Feng also lamented, "Sigh, what a waste. I always thought I was the #1 in Huangzhou. Turns out, there's always someone better." After finishing the job, Little Hong flew to the main character's side and bowed respectfully. "Chifu!" Ouyang Feng exclaimed in shock. "That senior. Turns out he's Peak Lord Yi's disciple? No freaking way. Who was it earlier that said Peak Lord Yi was at the nascent soul stage? A nascent soul who managed to take a transformation god expert as a disciple? Step forward. I promise I won't beat you to death. Is the Xuantian sect really this strong?" Xu Jianian, Zhao Dezhu, and Su Kanshui hurriedly flew over. "Shun, your brother Yi. Do you know what you're doing? That's the Yu Hua sect over there. Junior brother, run while you still can. Let us buy you some time." Zhao Dezhu also said, "That's right. The Xuantian sect only needs you to have a chance to revive again. You can't afford to have anything happen to you here." The main character smiled and replied, "Sect leader, don't worry, I'm fine. Let me introduce my disciple to you." Zhao Linger appeared and knelt down. "Greetings, seniors." The main character continued, "I just finished dealing with the problems in Wei Kingdom and took in a very promising seed. She has a top-grade water spiritual root and is also the daughter of the Wei Emperor. I think she's perfect to be sent to Tianxiang Peak." Linger ran in front of Su Qianchu and clasped her hands. Zhao Linger greets Shifu. Su Qian giggled and replied, "This kid is really clever and adorable." On the ship above, Chen Xiao spoke, "Stop acting like you're all that. Yi Junlin and everyone from the Huantian sect, you will all pay for my father's life. Yi Junlin, come over here and meet your death." The main character smiled and replied, "You want to fight me? You're not even qualified to speak, Little Hong. Go teach him how to be a human." Little Hong thought angrily, "TCH, isn't this just like unleashing a dog from its cage?" Then Little Hong flew away like a fiery waterfall. Seeing this, Chen Xiao scoffed and said, "Ha! What a coward. You don't even dare to face the Holy Sun yourself?" Little Hong angrily shouted, "Dealing with trash like you doesn't require Shifu to take action." Chen Xiao smiled at Little Hong and asked, "You have both strength and beauty. Why stay in this small sect waiting to die? As long as you're willing to submit, the Holy Sun guarantees that the Yuhua sect will give you much better treatment." Little Hong replied, "Not interested." Chen Xiao was stunned by Little Hong's straightforward answer and asked, "This young lady, are you really not willing to reconsider?" Little Hong still charged forward and said, "Shifu, I didn't lie. Your dad's dead, and you'll be dead soon too." Chen Qiao threw his hand forward and shouted, all right, you don't appreciate a toast, but you want to drink a forfeit? Then die for me." Chen Qiao unleashed a palm strike, and a devil's face immediately descended. Below, Little Hong struck with her palm, and countless small fireballs soared up. Little Hong shouted, "Meteor flames!" Chen Qiao's devil's face was easily shattered by Little Hong. Chen Qiao exclaimed in surprise, how could my attack be so easily broken?" Little Hong said, "Is that all you've got?" Chen Qiao laughed, "Don't get cocky so soon. This is just the beginning." Then he tensed up and roared, his inner power erupting. Countless fists from behind him punched towards Little Hong. He shouted, "Solar God Fist!" The old men standing behind Chen Qiao stroked their beards and sighed. "The Holy Sun is indeed gifted with extraordinary talent. This Solar God Fist is already top-tier heaven grade. Combined with his solar immortal physique, don't even mention core formation, even a integration realm expert might suffer." Boom, boom, boom. The spot where Little Hong stood exploded. Smoke filled the air. Chen Qiao said, "HMPH, this is what you get for forcing my hand." The people of Huangzhou, standing below the cliff face, turned deathly pale, while Chen Qiao looked down, amused. Suddenly, Little Hong faintly appeared below. Little Hong was standing in a pink fire lotus that enveloped her body. Chen Qiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he shouted, Impossible? I don't believe it. I have the qualifications to become an immortal. I am an invincible being. Seeing Xianxia rush over, little Hong said, "A frog in a well." In her mind, little Hong thought, "This old lady has suffered so much grievance being by Yi Zhenlin's side. Now I can finally vent it all out. I must make you understand what humiliation truly means." Xianxia attacked with whatever move. Little Hong dodged it all. If she didn't dodge, she'd block, and if she was bored of blocking, she'd just slap him casually. After getting slapped, Xianxia thought bitterly, "Why are my attacks being so easily neutralized? It's like punching cotton, completely ineffective. Am I really not her match?" Xianxia wiped his mouth lightly, looked at little Hong cautiously, and said, "I have never seen anyone with this kind of combat experience and reflexes in the Feather Transformation sect. What merits does a small sect like the Profound Heaven sect have to possess such an outstanding disciple?" Little Hong replied coldly, "It's because you're too weak." The elders of the Feather Transformation sect on the ship spoke up. "Holy Son, don't doubt yourself. You are a top-tier prodigy selected by the Feather Transformation sect from tens of thousands of people. You are the person with the greatest potential to become an immortal." Xianxia gritted his teeth and muttered, "This Holy Son has the qualifications to become an immortal." Then he shouted, "I haven't lost yet. Solar Holy Body, 2 nascent stage, divine powers, solar eclipse, die." With those words, he fired a huge golden palm towards little Hong. Little Hong's left hand blazed with flames, and she said, "Childish, let this old lady open your eyes to what is truly called invincible, also in the same realm, and let you feel the difference between 7-colored wrathful flames." Boom, 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 the two forces collided again, erupting spectacularly in the air. The group of Ouyangfeng below exclaimed in surprise, "Is this kind of power really from a spirit transformation cultivator? This terrifying power is probably enough to blow up even a combination realm expert. I don't know who will win or lose now." From within the explosion, a battered figure was falling freely. Everyone exclaimed in horror, "That's the Holy Son of the Feather Transformation sect." Unexpectedly, the loser is the Feather Transformation sect. Little Hong still stood proudly in the air. She laughed disdainfully and said, "What, a tiny speck of light like a grain of rice wants to compete with the shining moon?" Standing on this side, Shu Yunyan said, "Yi Junior brother, your disciple is really strong." Xiao Deju also said, "Although she has defeated Chen Qiao, the Feather Transformation sect still has so many elders. Maybe you guys should hurry up and run away." The male lead smiled and replied, "Don't worry, there's no need to worry. Little Hong, you performed well today. Cook more rice for me tonight." Little Hong clasped her hands and bowed. "Thank you, master." One of the elders hurriedly flew over to catch Chen Shao. Chen Shao muttered in anguish, I lost. The elder quickly turned to encourage him. "Holy Son, don't be so discouraged." Chen Shao turned and said, "Elder Yan, I lost. I'm not invincible in the same realm. I've disgraced the Yuhua sect. To think a Holy Son would be defeated by a disciple from this barbaric land, my Dao heart is damaged. If this continues, the prestige of the Yuhua sect will be severely damaged." Helping Chen Shao onto the ship, Elder Yan continued, "Holy Son, don't overthink it. You still have a bright future. You are someone with the aptitude to become an immortal. You must stabilize your Dao heart first. Only by wiping out these barbarians in the barren province can we restore the absolute authority of our Yuhua sect." Then he turned to the other two and said, "Injuring our Yuhua sect's Holy Son, this matter cannot be settled lightly, men, who will go and exterminate all the savage barbarians in this barren province." One person stepped forward and replied, "I will." The crowd beside them was stunned. The inner workings of the Yuhua sect are truly deep and unfathomable. They actually brought 9 integration realm experts along on this trip. Although that female disciple defeated the Holy Son is only in the transformation god realm. Facing an integration realm expert is like hitting a stone with an egg, isn't it? Such amazing talent. Wasted. A pity. What a pity. Seeing that person rushing down, Little Hong quickly turned to call out to her master. The male lead slowly flew up and replied with a smile, "It's okay, Little Hong. Leave it to me." The crowd around Ouyangfeng exclaimed in surprise. "The Xuantian sect's Ye Fenglin is in the integration realm? Our barren province actually has a heavenly lord. Unprecedented in history. Haha. I thought Ye Fenglin's disciple was enough to shock me, who knew he was a heavenly lord, and here I was calling myself the #1 in the barren province. How ridiculous." The Yuhua sect elder slightly clasped his hands, shot out a palm towards below, and shouted, Integration realm, so what? You think you're worthy of facing me? Afterward, a red hand appeared. The elder released the hand and continued. Daring to be disrespectful to the Holy Sun, you savage barbarians of the barren province are doomed. The male lead pointed 2 fingers forward, flames erupted, and he said, "Oh, is that all you've got?" Suddenly, in an instant, Yi Junlin appeared in front of the elder, shocking him. Then, the male lead struck the elder in the chest, with a palm. Turning his palm upward, the male lead looked back at the Yuhua sect people and asked, "Is that all?" The male lead thought to himself, who knew that after grafting the supreme bone, my physical strength would be so strong, just using my physique is enough to crush people of the same level. Enraged, Elder Yan shouted, "Everyone, attack! Kill him!" Immediately, the remaining elders rushed down. The projection behind the male lead appeared again, the male lead shouted, "Human sovereign seal!" The projected hand struck out, and the crowd fell like flies. They cried out in pain, "Arg! What kind of divine power is this? This guy's strength is terrifying. Everyone quickly use your magic treasures to kill him. Azure Jade Sword Art. Kill." And then, each of them took out a magic treasure and attacked downward. Countless strange streams of power flew towards the male lead. Master Jingchan put his hands together and said, "Amitabha! Excellent! Excellent! This benefactor is likely to have more misfortune than fortune." Xie Tianyi cursed secretly behind him. This bald donkey is truly hypocritical. Pretending to be compassionate on the surface, but in reality, the things he does behind the scenes are so skillful that even I find them despicable. But then again, it's better for that kind of evildoer to die early, so they don't cause trouble. Below, the Xuan Tian sect people Shu Yunyan, with a panicked face, exclaimed, "We're doomed, junior brother Ye, Lin Wei. I told you to run from the start, but now even if you want to run, you can't." Only Su Quanchu still smiled and said, "What do you guys know?" As for Hong Tianye, he stood aside thoughtfully. After witnessing this guy's extraordinary nature in Wei Kingdom, I'm sure he's still hiding plenty of tricks. Let me see what else you're hiding that you haven't used yet. Back in the battle, the male lead calmly smiled and said, "If that's the case, then let you taste this move. A divine ability of the Supreme Bone." As soon as he finished speaking, countless sharp lightning bolts shot around, causing the Yuhua sect people to spurt blood. The Ouyang Feng crowd below exclaimed in surprise, "What just happened? What kind of energy is that?" The power from the male lead was like a waterfall, sweeping away the Yuhua sect people. The elders' magic treasures all went kaboom, and as their bodies tumbled down, they shrieked, "We're goners, Elder Yan! Save us!" For crying out loud, Elder Yan clasped his hands. Eyes glinting, he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn, never thought this punk would be such a tough cookie. The Holy Sun's already messed up bad. If even my fellow sect elders bite the dust here, how am I supposed to explain this back home?" Then, whoosh, he shot up from under the ship like a bat out of hell. The injured elders suddenly perked up. Freaking awesome. It's Elder Yan's 3rd grade spirit artifact, the Fudu Pagoda. That's the shiny toy that got him his elder status. We're saved. Elder Yan appeared behind our hero, Pagoda in his left hand, and roared, "This is your final stop. Go, crush him for me." Our hero turned back with a sly grin, thinking, about time you showed up. I was waiting just for you, old-timer." System notification popped up. Peak Integration Realm enemy detected attacking host. Activating passive skill. The tougher they are, the tougher I get. Host has now achieved perfected Integration Realm cultivation. That Elder Yan dude leaped up, gearing to bring the smackdown on our hero. But surprise, our hero just spun around, left hand shooting up to block. Elder Yan, totally bug-eyed, blurted out, You were hiding your cultivation level." He barely got the words out when, boom, another torrent of energy blasted right back at Elder Yan. Elder Yan, looking like he'd been through a ringer, clothes in tatters, blood everywhere, coughed out, "Senior, about today, yeah, we totally fold. The Yuhua sect will gladly bail on this whole secret realm fight." Our hero made a grabbing motion with his hand again, chuckling, K-H-A, "Think you can just pop in and out as you please. Dream on, all of you. Just die for me." Elder Yan, face paler than a ghost, shrieked, "You're pushing it this far. Aren't you scared the Yuhua sect will come after your head?" "Wait a sec, I get it now. That elder moved from the outer sect. He died by your hand, didn't he?" Our hero's descending palm didn't stop as he replied, "Spot on. Seeing as I've already royally pissed you guys off, why not just go all out and have some fun with it, huh?" Wham! The palm struck. Elder Yan sprayed a mouthful of blood, gurgling, "Ah, ah." The The crowd that was initially trash-talking Huang Province as some barbaric wasteland now had their jaws on the floor, exclaiming, "How the hell did this happen?" Some cultivator from Huang Province actually one-shotted an elder of the Yuhua sect. With one hand, Sui Tianyi frowned, deep in thought. All these elders wiped out here. Chen Zhao's Dao heart is probably shattered. The Yuhua sect's representative in power are going to take a serious nosedive. Still, this whole shebang means things in the Eastern Domain are about to get real interesting. Grab your popcorn, folks. On the ship, Chen Zhao gripped the railing so hard his knuckles were white, thinking in sheer terror. Even Elder Yan was no match for him. I never knew the monster who killed my father was this terrifyingly strong. Is getting revenge even a remote possibility for me anymore? The other goons on the ship were also freaking out, yelling, "Crap! The elders are done for. It's over. We gotta get the Holy Sun out of here now. Activate the Golden Spirit Arc. Stat. Give the order." High above, a hand of roaring flames blazed, and Little Hong piped up. "HMPH. Had your fun prancing around showing off? Thinking of running away now, are we?" With that, Little Hong lobbed her fireball straight at the ship, screaming, "All of you, just die for me." Another bunch of cultivators watching this mess muttered in disbelief. They already slaughtered all the Yuhua sect elders, and now they want to off the Holy Sun too. Are they trying to commit a freaking genocide here? This master-disciple pair is completely bonkers. Just as Little Hong's inferno was about to connect, Great Master Jing Chun suddenly appeared, throwing out a massive Buddha palm strike to block it, muttering, "Amitabha, female benefactor, this cycle of revenge, when will it ever cease? Why must you insist on such utter annihilation?" Little Hong exploded, "You bald donkey, don't you dare think this seat can't see through your Buddhist sect's pathetic little schemes. You just want the Yuhua sect to owe you a big one, right? Your kind of sickening hypocrisy makes this seat want to barf." Jingchan put his palms together, eyes crinkling into a smile, and replied, "Please, female benefactor, don't be so crass. Your prejudice against the Buddhist sect runs deep. You're teetering on the edge of the demonic path, you know. This old monk advises you, please, try to rein it in a little." Little Hong pulled back her hand, the flame still flickering in her palm, her face a mask of disgust as she said, "Back in the Central Plains, this seat despised sanctimonious cultivators like you the most. It's always for your own selfish gain, but you gotta dance around it, quoting righteousness like you're some grand strategist. Yeah, so what if I go demonic? This seat doesn't need a lecture from you." Jing Chan's eyes narrowed. He thought, hopeless, foolish, and unwilling to see the light. "Very well, then let this old monk enlighten you." Seeing Jing Chan lunge, Little Hong was stunned. This bald donkey, she thought, is radiating an insanely oppressive aura. He's actually at peak integration realm. Suddenly, Yi Yunlin appeared. Stepping in front of Little Hong, he looked at Jing Chan and asked, "Well, now, is someone trying to bully this seat's disciple while this seat isn't looking?" Jing Chan's expression remained unchanged. Palms still clasped, he said, "Peak Master, Yi, you misunderstand. This old monk merely wished to offer this junior some guidance." Our hero shot back, "Guidance. You think you're worthy. She's a true immortal recultivating from the very beginning. How is it your turn, a moldy old monk who's only at the integration realm, to offer guidance?" Hearing this, Hong Tianye quickly cupped her hands with a grin. "Many thanks for your support, Master. This disciple is a bit incompetent. I was going to stop that flying ship, but this bald donkey just had to interfere, letting them get clean away." Jing Chan turned and said with a smile, "Amitabha, well done, well done. This old monk only felt that this matter was excessive, so he took action to help you make amends. If your excellency insists on blaming me, then this old monk has nothing to say." Seeing Jing Chan about to leave, the male lead crossed his arms and shouted, "Hey, you think you can just show off and then disappear? Stay right there for me." Jing Chan turned his face and calmly asked, "Sex leader Ye, what do you mean by this?" In his mind, Jing Chan carefully thought, Xuankong Temple is the leading Buddhist force in the eastern region. You've just offended Yuhua sect. I'm sure you wouldn't dare to offend Xuankong Temple. Yi Junlin laughed heartily and replied, "Ha! You old monks are really weird. You get a huge favor for doing nothing, and dump all the blame on me to carry. You're so good at planning, why don't you calculate when you're going to die?" Jing Chan frowned, grinding his teeth, and said, "Sect leader Ye, you've gone too far." The male lead punched down and shouted, "What if I just like going too far?" Jing Chan summoned a golden bell around his body, saying, "Your golden bell shield. I thought it would be as hard as a tortoise shell." Turns out it can't withstand a single blow. The golden bell shield shattered, and Jing Chan's body flew backward. He staggered back towards his disciples. Holding his staff in his hand, he shouted, "This is too much. Do you think my Xuankang temple is a soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze? If Benefactor Yi started this trouble, then don't blame this old monk for being merciless. Om Mani Padme Hum." Immediately, an image of the Buddha sitting in meditation with his hands clasped appeared behind him. At this moment, his strength had reached the great perfection of the combination realm. The cultivators exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the divine power manifestation of Xuankang Temple? And even the third-grade spirit artifact, the 9-ring tin staff?" Although this Yi Junlin is also at the great perfection of the combination realm, he's not even worth mentioning in the face of this. Is this guy, Yi, a reincarnated pig? Why would he suddenly go offend Xuankang Temple? Does he think his life is too long? Jing Chan's eyes flashed brightly as he shouted, "Benefactor Yi, this old monk has given you a chance, but you are foolish and ignorant, so let this old monk save you." Destroy, immediately. A golden force shot out from the Buddha's manifestation towards the male lead. The male lead smiled and said, "Not bad." Raising his left hand, Yi Junlin shouted, "Guards!" Immediately, a coffin appeared. It was the burial sky coffin. The appearance of the coffin blocked the force from Jing Chan's side. Jing Chan exclaimed in horror, "That's the burial sky coffin." The coffin slowly opened, and a green force shot out. Seeing this, Junlin thought with emotion, even I didn't expect that this burial sky coffin would break through, along with my realm, upgrading from a 3rd-grade spirit artifact to a 6th-grade spirit artifact. The male lead said, "Is that all your divine power? Then come in here for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Chan's disciples were all sucked into the burial sky coffin. They cried out in fear, "What is this thing, Master? Save us." Jing Chan said in shock, "Evil object. How can you Xuantian sect have this evil object? Everyone, this person is a demonic cultivator. Quickly take action to kill him." The cultivators turned pale, not daring to even breathe or think. And who would dare to help at this moment? Little Hong looked at the male lead and thought to herself, this guy is still hiding something. Seeing the force of the burial sky coffin getting closer and closer, Jing Chan quickly put the staff in front of him to resist, saying, in a panic, "Benefactor Ye, Amitabha, you have become an enemy of Yuhua sect. Are you determined to oppose the largest Buddhist sect in the eastern region?" The male lead still decisively took action, shouting, "I hate hypocritical people like you the most. Stop talking nonsense, just go in here for me." Jing Chan was finally sucked into the burial sky coffin. Then, the coffin lid slammed shut, and one left hand supported the burial sky coffin. The male lead said coldly, "Anyone else?" In the square below, everyone was shocked and discussed. Damn, who would dare to go up? It's terrifying." Shu Yunian clenched his fist and exclaimed excitedly, "Awesome! Junior brother Ye is really awesome." Xiao Deju opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "God, please come down and see. I must be dreaming, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Deju was slapped by Su Chanshui. He covered his face and turned to ask, "Senior sister, why did you hit me?" Su Qianshu smiled and asked, "Does it hurt?" Xiao Deju replied, "Nonsense. Of course it hurts." Su Qianshu continued, "Then you're not dreaming." Standing below, Wu Yangfeng exclaimed excitedly, Huangzhou actually won. No, this is unbelievable. He actually overwhelmed everyone with his own strength. Immediately, the people from Huangzhou shouted, "Yi Junlin is invincible. Yi Junlin is mighty. Yi Junlin is a god." As for Shua Tinyi, he gritted his teeth and thought, how did it turn out like this? Is this still Huangzhou? Did we come to the wrong place? We initially thought that the guy named Ye was just courting death, who knew he'd not only smash the Yuhua sect, the strongest immortal sect in the eastern region, into smithereens, but even bury the monks from the Xuankang Temple of the Buddhist Holy Land in coffins. However, this time, he's offended both the Yuhua sect and the Xuankang Temple, so he'll probably face endless revenge from both sides. It would be great if he could stir up the forces in the entire eastern region. Then our Shu family can sit back and reap the benefits like a fisherman. Haha. At this moment, a vortex appeared in the sky, and a beam of light shot straight down. The cultivators below exclaimed joyfully, "Great! The secret realm is finally opening. This is the first time in my life I've seen a secret realm with such majestic aura. Will we still be able to participate?" The OP male lead was the first to fly up, then stopped, looked at the outside of the secret realm, and thought with amusement, "It's finally open. Now I just need to check in and complete the mission." Oh, right, I also need to deal with these guys outside first. So, the male lead looked down and said, any cultivator from our Huangzhou is qualified to enter the secret realm for exploration. As for the rest, scram. Shu Tianyi gnashed his teeth when he heard this. He angrily said, our Shu family never opposed the Xuantian sect in the first place. Why are you depriving us of our qualification to enter the secret realm? Too bad the ancestor isn't here. The person next to him hurriedly stopped him. Young master, the more smug he is now, the more miserable he'll be later. There's no need for us to go against someone who's about to die. Shu Tianyi replied, HMPH, you're right. If you want someone to be destroyed, you must first let them be arrogant. This guy is so domineering, he definitely won't live long. Let's go. Seeing the Shu family leaving, the cultivators from other starfields also muttered through gritted teeth. Even the strongest Shu family had to proactively leave. Looks like no one here dares to oppose this Yi Junlin. Sigh. We crossed the endless sea to get here, but it seems like all our efforts were in vain. Let them be proud for a bit. We'll wait and see how this drama unfolds. Yi Junlin led little Hong and looked at the people below, saying, let's go everyone, shift scenes to inside the Luotian secret realm. Looking around, Jun Shen exclaimed, wow, I didn't expect the scenery inside the secret realm to be like this. It's so beautiful. At this moment, the system notified, check-in detected at Luotian secret realm. Do you want to receive the check-in reward? The male lead replied, receive. The system displayed, congratulations to the host for successfully checking in and receiving the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma image. Heavenly Emperor's Dharma image, the user can directly summon the Dharma image. Your strength will be greatly increased, and you can also use a certain accompanying divine ability. Remembering the image of Jingchan's Dharma image earlier, the male lead thought, Dharma image, this reward is not bad. That Jingchan's Buddha statue was really difficult to deal with just now. If I hadn't used the Burial Heaven coffin, I would have had to fight a fierce battle to finish him. On the other side, the people of the Xuantian sect were busy picking spiritual herbs. As they picked, they exclaimed, Zen spirit herb, purple crystal vine, ginseng emperor, and even a 1,000-year-old blood spirit fungus. Good stuff, all good stuff. Everyone split up to search for precious spiritual herbs, but don't go too deep and remember to support each other. Seeing everyone so happy, the male lead thought, I initially came for the mission, but now that I see my brothers so excited, I suddenly want to explore a bit too. Let's go look. Over there. I'll go with you. Suddenly, something crawled out from the ground. It was a giant centipede. It opened its mouth to bite those in front of it. Someone shouted, the creatures inside the secret realm are extremely ferocious. Everyone be careful. There's one over here too. We're surrounded. Su Yunian panicked and shouted, everyone come back here immediately. There are Golden Core stage demon beasts in this secret realm. Don't underestimate them. Little Hong stood behind, with her arms crossed, and coldly said, HMPH, if you want to come here and take resources, you need to have the ability. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Demon beasts flying in the sky also appeared, gorillas and white apes in countless numbers. Shu Yunian exclaimed, everyone, prepare for battle. Immediately, Hong Tianye, Zhao Deju, and the others took action to fight back. On the other side, an ape opened its mouth, filled with saliva, looking down. It was holding a female cultivator's hand and pinning her down. The female cultivator shouted in fear, ah, save me! A group of other cultivators pointed their palms at it and shouted, let her go, you beast. You're not even as good as an animal. The white ape licked its tongue down. The female cultivator closed her eyes tightly and shouted, no, I don't want this! Save me! Suddenly, a flame erupted around the white ape. Then its body was lifted into the air, burning fiercely. Then it fell down as roasted monkey meat. Seeing Hong Tianye appear, that girl finally snapped out of it and said, I'm okay now. Thank you. Thank you, senior sister Hong. Shu Yunyan, fighting another monkey, shouted, Hong, my grand disciple, I'm relieved you're here. Please keep an eye on the other disciples. Hong Tianye crossed her arms, annoyed, and scoffed. Behind her, a bunch of other white monkeys were jumping down. Little Hong turned around, pointed at the monkeys, and flames erupted. Little Hong yelled, you guys want to die? Sizzle, sizzle, the monkeys in the air were roasted black. The disciples, seeing this, cheered. Senior Sister Hong is so awesome. Thanks to Senior Sister Hong, you're really the best, just like Yi Fenglin. Little Hong turned around, scowling, and shouted, all of you, shut your traps for me. In her heart, she wondered, where the heck is that bastard Yi Gaowu? The main character was wandering around somewhere else, asking the system, Hey, System, according to what you said, there's some kind of special energy wave here. Are you sure it's this way? The System replied. That's right, host, it's this way. There's a new mission ahead, and the rewards are even richer than just daily check-ins. Scene change. Deep inside the Luo Tian secret realm, a giant tree called the Great Luo Immortal Tree grew. Several figures were gathered around something on the top of the tree. In the center, a swirling red energy surrounded a small rat lying still. Someone exclaimed, "The Great Luo Immortal Fruit has finally formed." Turns out they were demons waiting to harvest the Great Luo Immortal Fruit. One of them said, "But because of this, the Great Luo secret realm has opened, and some humans have sneaked into our territory. We need to show our faces." That rock guy is the Stone Clan's patriarch, with complete body integration cultivation. This one with 2 fangs is the Beast Clan's patriarch, also complete body integration cultivation. The Beast Clan patriarch pointed at the glowing thing and said, "I think splitting the Great Luo Immortal Fruit is the most important thing. As long as we eat the Immortal Fruit, we'll get the Great Luo Immortal Body. By then, those humans won't be any different from ants we crush." That hot chick with lots of fur is the Feather Clan's patriarch, also complete body integration, she said. But the Great Luo Immortal Fruit has already been snatched by that white rat. We still can't eat it yet. The guy who looks like a goat is the Horn Clan's patriarch, with complete body integration cultivation, his eyes greedy. He frowned and said, "It's just that the timing of the Immortal Fruit ripening was too sudden. Even we couldn't react in time." The Scale Clan patriarch added, "What do we do now? It's already swallowed the Immortal Fruit, and the Great Luo Immortal Tree has acknowledged it. None of us are allowed to attack it right now, or we'll be attacked by the Immortal Tree." The Wood Clan's patriarch said, "Looks like we'll just have to wait for it to digest the Immortal Fruit before we can take action and catch it, then use a secret technique to refine it, and then share the meat equally." The Beast Clan patriarch replied, "HMPH, this old man swears that he'll make that cheap white rat pay a heavy price for its gluttony." Seeing the light surrounding the rat gradually dissipate, the demon said, "The glow is fading. That beast is almost done digesting." Inside the glow, the rat clenched its fist and raised its arm. When the glow completely disappeared, it laughed happily and said, "Yawn, squeak squeak. That was a good nap." Looking up, the rat saw several big-shot demon beast patriarchs, their eyes full of murderous intent, staring at it. The rat's face was covered in sweat, and it quickly asked, "Hello, big brothers. Is there anything Squeak Squeak can do for you? If not, can Squeak Squeak go first?" The Beast Clan patriarch roared angrily, "How is that rat so fast? The Great Luo Immortal Fruit is really something." Seeing the rat run away, the Wood Clan patriarch hurriedly stretched out his long arms to chase after it and shouted, "Don't just stand there, lamenting. Hurry after it, you little bastard, stop right there." The rat, while running, turned back and saw the Wood Clan guy's arm already reaching its butt. The rat frantically begged, "Squeak, big brothers. Let's talk about this slowly. Squeak. Squeak is a reasonable rat. Oh, save me, I know, Squeak." Suddenly, a pinkish-purple spatial barrier appeared in front of the rat. The rat exclaimed in surprise, "That's a spatial jump." The rat dove right into that barrier. The Wood Clan patriarch's hands almost grabbed the rat's tail. A second later, that barrier reappeared about 30 feet ahead, and the rat jumped out of it. Its eyes were dizzy, and it cried out, "Squeak, squeak!" So dizzy. Where did Squeak, squeak just go? Who's Squeak, squeak? Where's Squeak, squeak? The Feather Clan patriarch suddenly appeared in front. She flapped her wings, feathers flying from her body like blades towards the rat. The Feather Clan patriarch said, "I didn't expect it to have the power to teleport after only digesting the Immortal Fruit. If I let you escape and completely digest it and cultivate into a demon, who knows how strong you'll get. You better die here obediently for me. Man Tian Fei Wu." The feathers shot towards the rat. The rat flew backwards and cried out, "Ouch! Squeak! That hurts! Squeak Squeak doesn't want to be eaten. Squeak Squeak must live on." Suddenly a shadow flew over. The rat turned its face in panicked despair. "Squeak! Stop here!" The Stone Clan patriarch rushed over. He opened his large mouth and shouted loudly. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he looked down at the rat. Seeing this move, I can only think of the lion's roar. The rat was hit by that invisible force and its body flew backwards. Then the rat fell from the top of the tree, high above, to the ground below. The place where the rat landed created a small range of cracks. The Wu clan leader flew down, yelling, "You dare to covet the Deluo Immortal Fruit, you dead rat. Do you even know how precious that thing is? With your status, how could you possibly deserve it? The Beast Clan leader also jumped down, dagger in hand, face fierce, and shouted, "Running! Why aren't you running anymore?" "Ha ha ha! You think you can eat the immortal fruit and escape from our hands?" The little rat was injured. It turned around and cried out in pain, "Squeak, squeak." The little rat retorted, "You guys didn't write your names on it, so why can't Squeak eat it? Now you're blaming Squeak. Squeak is also very sad." The Stone Clan leader spoke up. "You need to know that the Deluo Immortal Tree is the pillar supporting the entire immortal realm. It takes countless years to bear a single Deluo Immortal fruit. Eating it grants you the Deluo Immortal Body, the #1 immortal physique in the Kunlun realm. Our clansmen have waited for hundreds of generations, and our wish was finally about to come true. Just as we saw the Deluo Immortal Fruit, you snatched it up. Tell me, shouldn't you atone with your death, so that the immortal fruit can return to where it belongs?" The little rat looked panicked and frightened, replying, "What? Turns out, Squeak, eating the fruit was such a big deal. What do I do? Squeak is really going to die. Please, is there any great hero who can save Squeak?" The Stone Clan leader's large stone hand reached out and he shouted, "Die!" Suddenly, a surge of azure power came from behind the Stone Clan leader. He turned around, his face astonished, and exclaimed, "Whose aura is this?" After ages of waiting, the male lead finally appears. The youth gave a slight smile, sending shivers down the Stone Clan's spine. The male lead's foot landed on the ground. Yi Junlin asked the system, "Hey system, is the energy wave you mentioned in the body of that white-furred rat?" The system displayed a notification in response. "That's right, this rat has just swallowed the Daluo Immortal Fruit, and a Daluo Immortal Body has formed in its body. It has extremely great potential for nurturing. Ding! Triggering the quest to accept a disciple. Successfully take the white-furred rat as a disciple to receive an extremely amazing reward." Looking at the little rat, the male lead muttered to himself, "Oh, a Daluo Immortal Body. Sounds interesting." The little rat saw Yi Junlin and quickly ran over. Its eyes were tearful, and it begged, "This great hero, please save Squeak. These bad guys want to eat Squeak." Hearing this, Yi Junlin chuckled to himself, thinking, "Damn, this scene is so familiar. Why is it that every time I accept a disciple, I'm saving someone? Am I Tang Sanzang now? Well, whatever, that Hong kid was rebellious anyway. This fat, round, white-furred rat looks like it'll listen. Accepting it as a disciple definitely won't be a mistake." Suddenly, the Beast Clan leader charged forward, swung his mace towards the male lead's head, and shouted, "Intruder, you dare ignore us, I'll make you pay dearly." Thud, no biggie. The male lead used his bare hand to block the beast. Clan leader's spiked mace, what a low level. The male lead's gaze turned cold as he looked through the gap in the mace, and he said, "This rat belongs to me. I'll spare you a path to survival. Get lost." The Stone Clan leader also charged from behind and shouted, "We're both at the perfected integration realm. What right do you have to say these words?" The Beast Clan leader agreed, yelling, "That's right, everyone, let's kill this bastard." The male lead coldly looked at the two and replied, "I don't have a mother." As the Beast Clan leader charged, Ye Zhenlin raised his right hand and delivered a powerful palm strike to the center of the Beast Clan leader's stomach. The mace slipped out of his hand, and the Beast Clan leader's body was sent flying backwards by the male lead's palm strike. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Gag, gag, his eyes widened, and he clutched his chest in shock, muttering, "This guy only threw a normal punch, yet it has such great power." The Wu Clan female leader also flew over. From mid-air, she fired countless feathers down at the male lead. The hot-tempered leader shouted, "Do you want to die?" The Wood Clan leader also stretched out his long hands to attack the male lead. The male lead spread his arms, looked down at the vines beneath his feet, and said, "If you insist on resisting, then I won't be polite." Yi Junlin flew into the sky, raised his left arm, and shouted, "Great Wilderness Heaven Burial Finger. One finger and you all can go to hell. Rumble, rumble, rumble." A surge of power descended from the sky. Rocks and earth shattered, flames blazed, and dust filled the air. The Stone Clan leader quickly ran over, raised his hands, and immediately a stone barrier appeared in front of the Beast and Wood Clan leaders. The Stone Clan leader exclaimed, "Don't push it too far." The Wood Clan leader retreated behind and increased his power, transferring it to the Stone Clan leader. The male lead smiled in surprise and said, "Oh, there's support too, huh? Interesting. Alright, I'll take this opportunity to test out this time's check-in reward." Oh snap, a huge projection appeared behind the male lead. This projection was different from the projections of the past. This time, it was called the Celestial Emperor Dharma form. The phantom wore an ancient crown on its head, and behind it radiated a pure white halo. as if it wanted to illuminate the entire world and dispel all endless darkness. This was the Celestial Emperor Dharma form. The faces of the 6 clan leaders changed drastically. Their entire bodies felt cold as if they had fallen into an abyss, and a feeling of insignificance arose in their hearts. They felt small and lowly when facing this enormous phantom, and even felt the urge to kneel. Their faces filled with horror, they exclaimed, This is the appearance of the Celestial Emperor Dharma form. The terrifying pressure surged across the heavens and earth like a raging tide. It seemed even space and time were frozen, and countless creatures in the primeval forest knelt to the ground in fear, their faces filled with dread. This transformation also attracted the attention of countless cultivators exploring the desolate continent. They exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, what is that thing?" They swallowed hard, their whole bodies trembling, scared stiff, their livers and gallbladders about to burst. Someone recognized it and exclaimed, This is a divine ability manifestation, a peerless great divine ability." Wu Yangfang was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, muttering, "Damn it all, who the hell is using this thing? Could it be Ye Zhenlin?" Not far away, Hong Tianye was also stunned on the spot. The little Hong's phoenix eyes, which had seen countless nights, flashed with doubt and astonishment. Could this be his trick? Even though he had witnessed countless earth-shattering scenes, he had never seen such a manifestation. The Buddhist manifestations he saw before were nothing but trash compared to this. Even when he was in the central domain, he had seen countless powerful figures displaying manifestations. Little Hong gritted his teeth and thought, "Oh my god, I wonder how many secrets this guy is hiding. How the hell am I supposed to catch up at this rate?" Standing before the Celestial Emperor's manifestation, everything else became commonplace, unworthy of comparison, only able to kneel at its feet. All things in heaven and earth became dull and faded. At this moment, Ye Zhenlin stood beneath the Celestial Emperor's manifestation, feeling the enormous changes in his body, and a sense of extreme satisfaction welled up in his heart. The protagonist's eyes swept over the 6 tribe leaders who were trembling with fear, and he sneered. "The Celestial Emperor has arrived, and you still dare to resist?" Ye Zhenlin lightly waved his sleeves, and a violent storm arose in the void. The Stone Tribe leader thought he was indestructible. He was the first to charge out from underground, flying up while shouting to the tribe leaders behind him, "Everyone, charge with me and beat this brat to death." The Beast and Scale tribe leaders were still bewildered by the Celestial Emperor's manifestation, scratching their ears in confusion. They stood there trembling, their eyes wide with fear, letting the Stone tribe leader charge ahead to his death. The Feather tribe leader wasn't much better. He was so arrogant just now, cursing and swearing at Ye Zhenlin while attacking. Looking down and seeing his comrades still standing there, the Stone tribe leader felt a mix of sadness and anger. He didn't know what to say, only able to bitterly curse, "Damn it, you guys. Ye Zhenlin coldly smiled, raised his hand and pointed, then lightly laughed. "Stone Chips, among you all, you're the most stubborn." Radiant golden light burst forth, space violently distorted, the divine ability belonging to the Celestial Emperor's manifestation. The protagonist shouted, severing Heaven Finger. The Stone tribe leader let out a miserable cry, his body crushed by the domineering finger energy. Even the remaining fragments turned to ashes, with no chance of resurrection. He exclaimed, "No, spare me, Senior, spare me." In the end, there was nothing left. So much for being as hard as a rock, huh? The Scale, Horn, Wood, Beast, and Feather tribe leaders were scared out of their minds, not daring to resist, and all knelt down to beg for forgiveness. "Sir, we admit we were blind and couldn't recognize Mount Tai. Let's end this meaningless battle. We don't need to fight to the point of mutual destruction." In the sky, the power of the Celestial Emperor's manifestation continued to erupt, the fluctuating power enough to evaporate any living being that passed through it in an instant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That power continued to fall to the ground where the remaining tribe leaders were. Ye Zhenlin didn't bother to care. He waved his hand, and each of them was slapped to death on the spot. Oops. But it created a deep pit, and the bodies of those young demon race tribe leaders were nowhere to be seen. Afterward, the atmosphere returned to silence. Ye Zhenlin withdrew the Celestial Emperor's manifestation, feeling that 8 parts of the magic power in his body had been consumed, and couldn't help but sigh. Using this thing is really satisfying, but it consumes a lot of magic power. Okay, it's time to take in a new disciple. The protagonist turned around and frowned when he didn't see the little mouse. Where's that mouse? That damn mouse was saying it was very obedient just now, but when I was fighting to protect it, it disappeared without a trace. All that's left is the fluffy white mouse that was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. which disappeared without a trace at some point. At the same time, a white shadow rushed away like a whirlwind, the surrounding scenery constantly changing with dizzying speed. Recalling the horrifying scene just now, the white-haired mouse couldn't help but tremble. A deep fear rose from the depths of its soul, so scary that two-legged beast scared Chi-Chi to death. In its eyes, the 6 tribe leaders who stood at the top of the secret realm's food chain were so easily wiped out by the opponent. If it didn't escape quickly, it was afraid that the end would be even more tragic. But, strangely, the wounds on its body were still there, but they had completely healed in a short time. The white-haired mouse ran away while hiding, its black eyes darting quickly, its nose sniffing around to find a way out. It muttered, "What's going on? Could it be because I ate that fruit? Oh, I don't care anymore. The important thing now is to stay away from that two-legged beast." Suddenly, it sensed that something was wrong, and a familiar aura was rapidly approaching. It wondered in confusion, "Oh no, the two-legged beast is chasing after me." The fur on the white mouse's body stood on end, and it frantically waved its 4 limbs, rushing like a hurricane through the trees. Swoosh! Ripples suddenly appeared in the void as if being torn apart. Yi Junlin used the Great Void art, crossing space to quickly shorten the distance with the target. The protagonist asked Little Tong, "System, is that mouse ahead?" The system's reminder sounded, "Ding! Yes, host, keep it up. You're about to catch up with it." Yi Junlin felt that the white mouse's escape attempt was quite interesting. He thought, "Is the reason this mouse can escape like this thanks to the great Luo immortal body? This mouse is really good at running. If it weren't for the system's help, I'm afraid I would have lost track of it." A wicked idea suddenly popped up in his mind, wanting to catch it and tease it a bit. The white mouse's heart was about to explode with despair. "I'm done for. Why can he catch up with me? How does that two-legged thing know where Chi-Chi is hiding?" It felt that its luck was at its worst, just passing by and conveniently gobbling up a fruit, but it was involved in a world-shaking chase. The white mouse felt that the whole world was unfair to it and exclaimed, "Chi-Chi just wants to live in peace. Why does everyone want to harm Chi-Chi?" A powerful wave suddenly came from the sky. A huge pressure enveloped its entire body. The white mouse immediately felt as if a mountain was pressing down on it, making it difficult to even breathe. Swoosh! Yi Junlin gently landed in front of it, observing the tiny white mouse with interest. Stared down by the silver-haired youth, the white mouse felt a chill run down its spine, convinced it was about to be eaten. A fiery magical hand swooped down, grabbed its tail, and hoisted it up. It frantically struggled, begging, "Please don't eat me, squeak, squeak." Yi Junlin frowned, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he asked, "Didn't you say you'd become my slave?" The mouse, its face dripping with sweat, looked up at the protagonist and hurriedly replied, "The Aura Master just unleashed, scared. Squeak, 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 squeak was worried Master would gobble up the whole squeak, squeak." Yi Junlin stroked his chin, breaking into a devilish grin. "Heh heh heh, I've eaten beef and horse meat before. Now that you mention it, I'm even more tempted to give it a try." The mouse was terrified, tears streaming down as it responded, "Squeak, squeak meat is sour and super-duper nasty. Please spare Squeak, squeak." He stepped closer, his face twisted in a wicked expression, as if he was about to pounce and devour it. The mouse's face was frozen with terror, witnessing the dude in front of its eyes intending to eat it. The white mouse's eyes widened like 2 beans, and then its pupils dilated, its head lolled to one side, and it fainted, foaming at the mouth, just squeaking out, "Squeak!" Yi Junlin was stunned, poked its face, and when he saw no reaction, his expression turned strange. He muttered, "Fainted. According to the system, this white mouse possesses a grand Luo immortal body, one of the strongest physiques. Who knew someone with such a powerful physique would be so chicken, unable to handle a little scare?" Yi Junlin pinched its cheeks and said with a smile, "Oh well, keeping you as a pet isn't so bad." Half an hour later, Yi Junlin was roasting meat, with a large pot of water bubbling beside him. The mouse was still snoring at the protagonist's feet. The white mouse's nose twitched, and it groggily shook its head awake. "Smells so good, the fragrant aroma in the air completely sobered it up. Squeak, squeak, still alive." It looked around, its round eyes shining with curiosity. Suddenly, it froze. Beside him was a large pot, and something was being cooked inside, the fragrant smell filling the space. Could it be? At this moment, seeing Yi Junlin still focused on roasting the meat, the white mouse suddenly had the idea of running away. It tiptoed cautiously, planning to sneak away. Just as it was about to make its escape, a calm voice rang out, as gentle as the breeze, but like thunder in the mouse's ears, making its whole body tremble. "Come here. Be good. Don't make me chase after you again. Senior, the white mouse swallowed, its heart pounding, and slowly approached Yi Junlin. Its eyes glanced involuntarily at the golden brown meat on the fire, and it couldn't help but drool, its stomach rumbling. Yi Junlin glanced at it and handed over a skewer of meat, his voice a little helpless. Look at your useless self. Here, have a piece. He casually tossed a piece of crispy roast meat towards it. The white mouse was overjoyed, catching the skewer with both hands and devouring it without hesitation. The meat was tender and crispy, delicious and rich, the sweet taste melting in its mouth. The white mouse's eyes immediately sparkled like stars, and it felt boundless happiness in its heart. The little tail behind it swayed as if it was about to fly into the sky, and it exclaimed as it ate, "What kind of meat is this? Squeak Squeak has never eaten anything so delicious." Seeing its silly expression, Yi Junlin burst out laughing and flicked its forehead. "Silly, it's rabbit meat, rabbit meat." The white mouse breathed a sigh of relief, licked its grease-covered lips, and muttered, "Rabbits are so pitiful, but it's so yummy." The protagonist threatened, smiling as he enjoyed himself, "If you don't want to eat rabbit meat, then we'll eat mouse meat." Seeing that, the white mouse swallowed hard, finally relaxing its guard. "Senior, Squeak Squeak believes you now." It cautiously looked up at him, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Senior, can Squeak Squeak have another piece of meat?" Hearing this, Yi Junlin smirked and said, "Maybe, but only if you become my disciple. Do you agree?" Become your disciple? The white mouse was stunned, so surprised it forgot to blink. He wants to take it as his disciple? Compared to being eaten, this was even more surprising. The white mouse hesitated and asked, "Master, how can I be worthy of being your disciple?" "Senior, is it dangerous to be your disciple?" It just wanted to live peacefully in the forest, carefree and unburdened. Yi Junlin coughed a few times and said seriously, "As my disciple, you can eat good food and drink well. If you encounter danger, there will be me, your teacher, to protect you. Such a good thing, don't you want it?" Hearing this, the white mouse's eyes lit up, and a raging fire seemed to ignite in its heart. It jumped for joy, its little tail wagging back and forth, looking utterly ridiculous, and exclaimed, "Want, want, want, Squeak. Squeak wants to be Senior's disciple." Yi Junlin stood up with a smile and held out his hand, saying sternly, "Then quickly pay your respects to your master." The white mouse knelt solemnly on the ground, its little hands clasped in front of its chest, looking extremely devout and excited. Disciple Bai Shao Qi pays his respects to master. Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he replied, Get up." Just then, the familiar reminder sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment mission. Rewards are on the way. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment mission. The reward is the supreme divine ability, the 5 extremes Reincarnation Grand Extermination Art. The system continued to announce, Ding! Detecting that the disciple's aptitude is special, the system is giving away a copy of the Grand Luo Dao scripture. Ding! Rewards have been distributed. May the host and disciple be happy and harmonious. Remember not to abuse small animals. Yi Junlin chuckled, nodding in satisfaction as he replied, Another ultimate move. Very good, very good. Then he complained softly, Little Tong, you really like to meddle in other people's business. With my noble character, how could I do such a thing? Seeing Yi Junlin muttering something, Bai Zhaoxi looked up at him in confusion and asked, Master, are you talking to Squeak Squeak? Yi Junlin held up 2 fingers and coughed a few times, then smiled and said, Ahem, now I will transmit a set of cultivation techniques to you. Remember to cherish it and practice diligently, and become a good disciple of mine in the future. With that, the protagonist gently waved his hand, and a beam of light flew into Bai Shaoxi's sea of consciousness. Boom! Bai Shaoxi's eyes widened, its small body trembling as if struck by lightning. The profound and boundless Grand Luo Dao scripture, infinitely mysterious, immediately gave it the feeling of having its heavenly eyes opened, all the mysteries of cultivation clear before it. At this moment, Bai Shaoxi realized that it had received a great fortune. It trembled with excitement, finally collapsing to the ground, and respectfully bowed, amazing beyond words. Disciple, thanks Master for bestowing the Dharma. Yi Junlin smiled slightly and casually scooped a bowl of hot rabbit meat soup and handed it to it. All right, Eat the meat, warm up your stomach. Bai Xiaoqi happily took the bowl, sniffed it, and immediately slurped it up, replying, "Thank you, master. It's so delicious." After drinking it, it felt warm and comfortable all over, its little tail swaying happily, its heart filled with happiness. The mouse secretly vowed in its heart, "Master treats Squeak so well. Being master's disciple is truly the happiest thing in the world. In the future, Squeak must repay master." Suddenly, the sky cracked like a broken mirror, and the entire Luotian secret realm shook violently. The azure sky, which was already illusory, began to crack into large pieces that could be seen with the naked eye. Yi Junlin immediately stood up, his face serious, wondering, "Dude, what the heck is going on?" System notification, ding, detected that the great Luo celestial tree has run out of life force and can no longer maintain the secret realm. The secret realm is now collapsing. Host, leave quickly. Fast feet survive, slow feet, well, go meet your ancestors and deal with it yourself. The main character turned to remind the little mouse. The Luotian secret realm is about to collapse. In the 36 stratagems, running is the best. Bai Zhaoqi also felt something was wrong. For some reason, she wasn't scared, but instead, a sorrow arose in her heart for no reason, and tears welled up in her red eyes. She was both scared and sad, blurting out, "Shizun, Choo-Choo feels so sad." Yi Junlin frowned, feeling that something was not right. The main character immediately cast the Great Void technique, taking Bai Xiaoqi, tearing through space and rushing towards the exit of the secret realm, then spoke up, "Let's go." At this moment, the most urgent thing was to leave the secret realm quickly. Along the way, the scenery was constantly changing. Mountains collapsed, and ancient trees fell in droves. The ground cracked open, and the sky was like a broken mirror, shattered into pieces. An ancient secret realm that had existed for who knows how many years was now coming to an end. Roar! From all directions came the tragic roars of countless ferocious beasts, who were also frantically looking for a way to escape. Retreat quickly! Retreat immediately! Everywhere, groups of cultivators fled in panic, using all means to find an exit. The peak lord of Kangjian Peak, Zhao Deju, his face as pale as a toad's butt, said, "Sect leader, I didn't expect something like this to happen." Shu Yunian said in a deep voice, "What we need to do is protect the disciples of the Xuan Tian sect and leave here safely, minimizing casualties as much as possible." The peak lord of Tianxiang Peak, Su Qianshui, asked worriedly, "Where's Shidiye? Should we wait for Shidiye before retreating together?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Junlin appeared in the void, his expression serious. "Everyone, the situation is critical. Leave here quickly. Shidiye." Everyone rejoiced at the same time. The peak lord of Kangjian Peak looked in shock at the white-furred mouse the size of a palm that Yi Junlin was carrying, its eyes red, its expression dazed, looking extremely pitiful, and exclaimed, "Ah, such a big Mao will." Yi Junlin smiled calmly and said, "This is my new disciple?" The crowd widened their eyes and asked blankly. Disciple Zhao Deju wondered curiously. The disciple that Yi Junlin took in before, although her spiritual energy was not good, was beautiful and captivating, with outstanding talent. But now, a small, ordinary white mouse, both silly and pitiful, how can she be so valued? Shu Yunyan suppressed the doubts in his heart and reminded sternly, "Okay, everyone, let's go quickly." Rumble, rumble, rumble. The world changed violently, the scene like the end of the world descending. Fortunately, the cultivators and creatures in the secret realm also quickly rushed towards the exit. A golden halo appeared in the sky, with rays of light shooting out from inside the halo. The main character and his companions had flown out. While they were in the secret realm, everyone looked panicked, but when they flew out, they struck a cool pose with their hands behind their backs, just to look cool, you know. When they finally escaped, the cultivators were still terrified. At this time, outside the damn secret realm, talk about bad luck. In the crowd, Wu Yangfeng was all smiles, his demeanor full of confidence. This time he entered the secret realm. He was lucky enough to find a great opportunity and gained a lot of treasures. He felt in his heart that he had become an extraordinary person. Sure enough, heaven has eyes. This old man will definitely soar like a kite. All thanks to Ye Tianjun that I was able to get such a harvest today. Cheers rang out everywhere. Everyone looked at Yi Junlin with worshipful eyes. Yi Tianjun is out. Yi Tianjun, little Hong, immediately moved in front of Yi Junlin and respectfully clasped his hands and said, Shizun. Yi Junlin nodded slightly, threw Bai Xiaoxi towards little Hong like he was throwing a toy, and said, "This is my new disciple. In the future, you two must love each other." Knowing what little Hong looked at the white mouse in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes, and it blurted out in his head. "What?" An uncomfortable feeling that was faint and invisible rose in his heart, but in this situation, he could only grit his teeth and nod. "Yes, Shizun." Bai Xiaoxi looked around with wide eyes, her expression curious and a little scared, mumbling, "Cheep, cheep, where am I?" Seeing the fresh scenery outside, she felt both strange and worried. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at the collapsing Luo Tian secret realm. Feeling sad in her heart, she whispered, "Chi-Chi's home is gone." Boom! At this moment, earth-shattering explosions rang out from within the secret realm. One by one, strange and powerful figures appeared, carrying a surging momentum like a storm sweeping across the entire space. Groups of demon clans, be they cows, snakes, centipedes, toads, frogs, all kinds of things were rushing out. On their faces, they looked around in horror. Is this the world outside the secret realm in the legends? A creature with horns on its head said in a deep voice, "Why is the spiritual energy here so poor?" A creature of the snake clan exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, are those two-legged things? The ones in the records? Their strength looks so weak." The two-horned rhinoceros frowned, showing a clear look of disgust. "Well, we've come to a new world, we have to adapt." Another powerful creature said in a deep voice, "I suggest we take over this world and redistribute the territory." Those two-legged things are the human race in the legends. Why are they so weak? HMPH. Then let's capture them all and make them slaves first. The creatures who escaped from the Luo Tian secret realm, under the pressure of the new environment, their wild instincts began to erupt strongly. Their eyes looked at the human cultivators, full of cravings and killing intent. Shu Yunyan's face was as pale as a toad's butt, and he exclaimed worriedly, "This is not good. They want to attack us." In the Jiulun realm, countless races of creatures coexist. Most of the creatures from the Luo Tian secret realm carry the bloodline of ancient times and have experienced a harsh cultivation environment, so their strength is terrifyingly strong. Especially now, in the creature team, there are countless how-to-stage auras, and there are as many as 60 combined powerhouses. In addition, the number of nascent soul and golden core powerhouses is countless. If these alien creatures unite, their power is enough to rival the top 10 cultivation forces in the eastern region. Zhao Deju panicked and turned to ask, "What should we do now? Can we negotiate with them? How can we resist them now?" Xu Yunyan replied, "I'm afraid not. They are barbarians, and we have just destroyed the secret realm where they lived, so they will definitely invade the barren continent. The barren continent is afraid that it will encounter a great disaster." The crowd behind exclaimed in panic, "Then what should we do now?" Oh Yang Feng raised a hand and shouted, his voice full of excitement and determination, "Everyone, don't be afraid. We have Ye Tianjun here, with Ye Junlin here. We can definitely resist them." Countless eyes filled with expectation and fanaticism immediately turned towards the silver-haired youth standing in the middle of the crowd, because among the cultivators present, only Ye Junlin was a combination realm powerhouse. Plus, he had just displayed invincible power in the secret realm, which everyone had witnessed firsthand. Hong Tianye glanced at Ye Junlin, thinking, "Can this guy handle it?" He saw that his master was still standing there, with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as calm as West Lake in Hanoi, as if everything was under control. So he thought to himself, "Looks like there's no problem." But while Ye Junlin appeared calm like a peerless master on the outside, his heart was like a herd of 10,000 horses galloping wildly on the inside. Ye Junlin never expected that as soon as he escaped the secret realm, such an earth-shattering crisis would come crashing down, he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, what the hell, motherfucker? Are you guys trying to rebel? My power is less than 10% right now. Couldn't you bulls have picked another time to cause trouble?" The system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding! New mission activated. Persuade 100,000 beings from the Luo Tian secret realm to join the Xuan Tian sect. The host will receive extremely attractive rewards. Yi Junlin was stunned, almost spitting out his soup right there, and yelled back at the system, "System, are you kidding me? You want me to recruit these 100,000 beings into the Xuan Tian sect? Did you get water in your head? So I can't kill them, and I have to recruit them to complete the mission, right?" Little Tong replied, "That's right, the host has to do this himself." Screw it. At this moment, a giant with silver wings on his back roared ferociously, his aura soaring to the sky. Yi Tianjun. Who the hell is Yi Tianjun? Are you the Yi Tianjun they're talking about? The strongest one here. The male lead turned and replied, dejectedly, that's me. In his head, the youth thought. There are so many of these bastards. Can the Xuan Tian sect even hold them all? Or will we have to butcher them and eat them slowly? Ye Zhenlin didn't say a word, took a step forward, and directly unleashed his full completion stage combination realm Cultivation. Without a doubt, this realm really terrified the alien races. After all, the completion stage combination realm was already the highest limit in the Luo Tian secret realm. A being in the combination realm shouted, "What are you panicking about? Isn't it just him alone?" More than 60 combination realm beings stepped out, releasing their oppressive auras at the same time, covering the entire sky. They replied in unison, "That's right. Let's charge together and sing a song. Let our brothers together go and find the good times." The funny thing was that when they saw a completion stage combination realm powerhouse appear, the alien races were still somewhat wary. The whole group of demons charged towards the male lead. The male lead raised one hand forward, and a shield appeared around him. Standing behind him, Little Mouse muttered as he watched the male lead fighting the demon race alone. Master is in a dilemma. Master gave Chi-Chi meat to eat, taught Chi-Chi martial arts. Chi-Chi can't abandon Master. Thinking as he did, Little Mouse immediately ran towards Ye Zhenlin, and Little Hong cried out in panic, "Little Mouse, what are you doing?" Little Mouse shouted as he ran, "Master, Chi-Chi is here to save you." Just as Ye Zhenlin was racking his brains trying to think, suddenly a light flashed in front of him. Ye Zhenlin exclaimed in panic, "Xianxia, what are you doing?" Rumble, an ancient and majestic sacred aura, erupted from its body. The eyes that were originally ruby-like turned into a radiant golden color, and an ancient mark appeared on its forehead, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. A terrifying power emanated from its whole body. In that instant, under the astonished gazes of countless people, the white-haired mouse floated in the air, its entire body as if enveloped in a dazzling golden light. Shu Yunyan and the others sighed in admiration. Our junior brother's new disciple is indeed not simple. Hong Tianyé's face changed, and he murmured in surprise, "What's wrong with this little mouse?" One after another, alien beings recognized it, their eyes revealing clear respect. They stuttered, This is the aura of the great Luo immortal tree. It should be known that the untouchable existence in a Luo Tian secret realm was the great Luo immortal tree, which maintained the existence of the entire secret realm. In the minds of the races, it was equivalent to the will of heaven, the supreme existence. They originally thought that the collapse of the secret realm meant that the great Luo immortal tree had also perished. But, unexpectedly, they now sensed that familiar and close aura from a white-haired mouse. Like a child returning to the arms of its mother, the sound echoed everywhere. "Woo-woo, the great Luo immortal tree hasn't abandoned us. Please, immortal tree, guide the future path for your people. Please, immortal tree, protect us." The 100,000 alien beings knelt down and kowtowed in unison. Even the combination realm powerhouses were no exception. All kneeling at Bai Shaoxi's feet, they were extremely moved, and tears fell like rain. Even Hong Tianyé, who was knowledgeable, was stunned by this scene, thinking, as expected, everything that happened was within his plan. Looking at the little mouse in front of him, Ye Zhenlin thought to himself, the great Luo immortal fruit was created by the great Luo immortal tree, and is basically another way for the great tree to revive. After Bai Shaoqi ate it, an immortal body was born in its body, and it also possessed a remnant will. Now the will of the great Luo immortal tree is revived, and it is about to take over Bai Shaoqi's body. Thinking of this, the male lead panicked and asked the little mouse, Bai Shaoqi, "Are you okay right now?" Ye Zhenlin hurriedly called the little mouse, feeling anxious in his heart. "Shaoqi, are you okay? Answer me quickly." Bai Shaoqi was floating in the air, its eyes cold and indifferent, but when the sound entered its mind, it stimulated its original spirit, causing its consciousness to fluctuate violently. It frowned and murmured, "Master is calling Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi can't sleep." Bai Xiaoxi's eyes gradually became lively, and its body trembled as if it had epilepsy. It shouted, then slapped its cheeks hard with both hands, and finally regained its original sanity. Bai Xiaoxi obediently landed beside Ye Zhenlin, clasped his hands, and said, "Master, thank you for waking Chi-Chi up." Ye Zhenlin's eyes showed satisfaction, and he gently rubbed its head and said, "It's good that you're okay." The 100,000 beings of the secret realm gaped, their self-esteem severely hit. They stuttered, What's going on? The great Luo immortal tree actually worships a human as its master. How can this be? How can a lowly human be the master of the immortal tree? Realizing something was up, Yi Junlin hit the gas and sent a voice transmission to Bai Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, listen to Shizun now and do as I say. Bai Xiaoqi, being the obedient type, nodded a little blankly. A moment later, Bai Xiaoqi coughed lightly, and then, with a calm voice, addressed the foreign races. This time, the collapse of the secret realm is due to the will of heaven. But you don't need to worry. You are all my people, and I will definitely not abandon you. Hearing this, the foreign races were as excited as if they'd found their spiritual anchor. At this moment, Yi Junlin spoke indifferently. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. If that's the case, let your people join the Xuantian sect and be protected under my name. Bai Xiaoqi immediately turned around, cupped his hands, and bowed his head, replying, "Thank you, Shizun." The demon beasts were dumbfounded, completely unprepared for this situation. They anxiously asked, "Immortal tree, you mean we're staying in human territory?" Bai Xiaoqi put his hands behind his back, his eyes flashed red, and he turned his face back to stare straight at the two-horned guy, asking, "Are you doubting me?" The previously arrogant two-horned demon beast immediately felt like he'd been doused with a bucket of ice water, and fearfully replied, "This humble one wouldn't dare." The other foreign races also fell silent, none daring to express their attitude. Deep in their hearts, their submission to the great Luo immortal tree was etched into their very marrow. If even the great Luo immortal tree submitted to Yi Junlin, what reason did they have to resist? Right then, Lil Tongzi informed the main character, Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the solar calendar. The system's voice rang in Yi Junlin's head, his eyes gleaming. In his heart, he thought, "Success! I really have to thank this newly accepted disciple this time. I didn't expect it to be so useful at a critical moment." As for the reward given by the system, Yi Junlin didn't seem too surprised or happy. The main character thought to himself, based on the description of the solar calendar's function, it's just a cultivation space with a time difference. It sounds like a heaven-defying treasure, cultivating in seclusion for 100 years while only one day passes in the outside world. But for someone like me, who has a cheat and gets stronger with challenges, the solar calendar is pretty useless. I transmigrated to this world to enjoy life. With the system's support, I can get stronger just by lying down. I rely on provoking others, or running into experts to increase my realm, so why should I go into the solar calendar and cultivate arduously? Yu Junlin glanced at Lil Hong below and continued thinking, but just because I don't need it doesn't mean others don't. Lil Hong seems quite suitable for cultivating the solar calendar. He has the talent and ability to break through realms quickly, so I'll let him cultivate in it later. But right now, he's still a clueless disciple, so I need to consider it. Below, Lil Hong also looked up and saw Yi Junlin looking at him, and he thought, why is he looking at me like that? Could it be that this guy is blaming me for not helping him earlier? Sect leader Shu Yunian was almost stunned by the unexpected happiness, his hands and feet trembling, tears welling up as he exclaimed, "Am I dreaming? These powerful beings really want to join the Xuantian sect?" Just the spirit transformation cultivators alone number over 1,000, and there are more than 60 integration stage cultivators, with nascent soul cultivators stacked layer upon layer, and golden core cultivators as numerous as rain. With this enormous scale, they're all joining the Xuantian sect today. One Peak Lord excitedly said, "Sect leader, from now on, our Xuantian sect will definitely become one of the 10 great immortal sects of the eastern region." The Xuantian sect disciples were overjoyed, as this meant that the sect would reach the peak of prosperity. Su Chanshui, with an admiring face, also spoke up. "It's all thanks to Peak Lord Yi." Ouyang Feng's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open, unable to stop his shock at the Xuantian sect's increase in strength. He muttered, "This is even possible." The cultivators from Huangzhou were completely prostrate, rejoicing and saying, "Too powerful." I knew Yi Tianjun would definitely resolve this crisis. Even the strong who these alien races listen to is just the apprentice of this Demia Tianjun. If you're not convinced, you're not being honest. Baishashi smiled and turned to send a voice transmission with an excited tone. Shizun, Chit-Chit did it. They actually listened to Chit-Chit. The main character grinned happily and replied, "Well done. As your teacher, I am very satisfied." After that, Yi Junlin continued to ask, "Tell me, does the will of the great Luo immortal tree still affect you now?" Bai Xiaoqi replied, "No, it doesn't." After Chit-Chit woke up, it stopped. Yi Junlin nodded. "That's good. It seems that inheriting a part of the will of the great Luo immortal tree isn't harmful to you." At least it has given you a strong influence over the foreign races. Bai Shaoxi replied, "Yes, Shifu." After that, everyone returned one after another and remembered what had happened today. The Xuantian sect also quickly made arrangements, stabilizing the housing for the newly joined alien races. Switching the scene to Qingzhou, a fiery golden spaceship flew straight into the Feather Transformation sect. Someone with trembling feet stepped down from the spaceship. On the spaceship, Chen Xiao, with a haggard look and exhausted spirit, was helped down by others. This scene couldn't help but shock the disciples in the sect. What kind of person was this new holy son in their impression? His spirit and style were like the rising sun, so how could he become so dispirited after just one trip to Huangzhou, with no spirit left? The enforcement elder hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Holy son, what's wrong with you?" He noticed that some important faces were missing from the returning group. An uneasy premonition flashed in his heart, and an improbable thought flashed through his mind. Chen Xiao weakly replied with pale lips, "I want to see Shizun." The enforcement elder said, reporting to the Holy Son, "Venerable Zhuyang is in closed-door cultivation." Then, he carefully continued to ask, "May I ask the Holy Son what exactly happened? Where are Elder Yan and the other fellow disciples?" Chen Xiao smiled miserably and did not answer. The person next to him, who was injured, shouted loudly, "They're dead! They're all dead!" Not only was the enforcement elder terrified, but the surrounding cultivators also changed their expressions simultaneously. They stammered in shock. What? Those were 9 intersect elders, all spirit integration stage experts. How could such a powerful force have all died in small Huangzhou? The enforcement elder anxiously asked, "Holy Son, who exactly took action? Tell me quickly so I can report it to the sect." Chen Xiao raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his expression ferocious as he gnashed his teeth. Xuantian sect, Ye Junlin. After the news was reported, the internal affairs of the Feather Transformation sect immediately exploded, angry roars echoing everywhere, and waves of shocking killing intent surged, stirring up endless clouds. How is that possible? Even Elder Yan and the others were killed. Damn it. Daring to harm the elders of the Feather Transformation sect and nearly causing our holy son to die, this is completely disregarding us. Declare war. We must publicly declare war, sweep away that barbaric place, and uproot all related sects. The Feather Transformation sect, an immortal sect that has stood for a long time, where countless cultivators of the eastern region pay tribute, burst out with a world-shattering aura at this moment. The creatures of Qingzhou were as if covered in ice, their eyes filled with fear. At the same time, the news spread quickly like a storm, shaking all the Dao provinces of the eastern region. After all, the cultivators who witnessed the event at the scene were as numerous as the stars in the sky, and when they returned, they naturally recounted what they saw. On the streets, people were talking excitedly, and children selling newspapers shouted, "Newspapers for sale! Hot news from the cultivation world of the eastern region! Only 2 low-grade spirit stones for 1 copy. Give me one. I want one too." In taverns and tea houses, the crowd read the newspaper with wide eyes, their mouths stuttering. The newspaper headline was extremely eye-catching, shocking. The holy son of the Feather Transformation sect was defeated by a mysterious red-clothed woman. The Feather Transformation sect lost 9 spirit integration stage experts, and the culprit is the Misty Peak Lord of the Xuantian sect. Revealed, the Xuantian sect is an ancient immortal sect hidden in Huangzhou. Shocking news, the Feather Transformation sect officially declares war on the Xuantian sect. They discussed. This event was huge, becoming a hot topic in the Eastern Domain's cultivation world. Backwater Desolate Continent was once considered the poorest and most backward place, but now, thanks to the Xuantian sect, its name is ringing throughout the domain. Holy crap, times are changing. I dare not call the people of Desolate Continent Hicks anymore. They dared to kill even experts of the Yuhua sect. Xuantian sect is indeed powerful, but facing the Yuhua sect, I am afraid they have no hope of winning. That's right, that is a top-notch cultivation force, a place where true immortals were born, an immortal holy land with terrifying foundations. Scene change to Buddha Continent, Xuankong Temple. The core monks are sitting cross-legged, emitting a magical and flexible aura. The Zen is at its grand completion. They are truly free and at ease. The abbot and his junior brother frowned as they spoke to each other. Amitabha, the Yuhua sect has launched a war. Our Xuankong Temple should also eliminate evil and promote good, making the Xuantian sect pay their blood debts. May Buddha have mercy. Soon after, the Xuankong Temple declared, directly calling the Xuantian sect a heretical cult, and even labeling Yu Junlin as the white-haired devil, calling on righteous people to rise up and destroy the demonic way. With the reputation of a top-tier Zen cultivation force in the Buddha continent, this call to action spread rapidly. Many Zen cultivators were furious, preparing to eliminate demons and prove their Dao. The entire eastern domain was filled with the flames of war, and countless cultivators were terrified. They were about to witness a grand battle that was rare to see even once every 10,000 years. Scene change to desolate continent. After the collapse of the Luotian secret realm, dense spiritual energy spread. Just like the saying, when a whale falls, all things thrive. This barren and impoverished land began to teem with life. Countless creatures benefited, their cultivation bases increasing rapidly. Dogs turning into cats, cats turning into chickens, chickens turning into toads, and so on and so forth. Previously, because of the lack of spiritual energy in desolate continent, the cultivators here had low cultivation bases, golden core was already rare, and nascent soul was like piglets sold at the market. But from now on, this would completely change. After the Xuantian sect took in 10,000 alien creatures, the sect's apparent strength skyrocketed, like someone who was malnourished suddenly becoming obese. Upon hearing the news that the Yuhua sect and Xuankong Temple had declared war, the elders and disciples were extremely worried. They were discussing, the Yuhua sect will arrive in just a few days, and those bald donkeys of the Xuankong Temple dare to call us a heretical cult, damn them. Strange, we haven't seen the sect leader and the peak lords for several days now. Where have they gone? I heard they are in closed-door cultivation. Many people sighed with emotion. Alas, even Peak Lord Yi, who is already so strong, is still striving to cultivate in seclusion. It is our Xuantian sect's luck that we have Peak Lord Yi. He is the luck of the Xuantian sect. Scene change to the floating cloud peak. Yi Junlin was wearing glasses like a delinquent pretending to be intellectual, lazily lying on a recliner, his long silver hair falling loosely, exuding a bizarre fusion of modern and ancient vibes. He gently closed his eyes and peacefully enjoyed the sunshine. Bai Xiaoxi happily held a cup of milk tea, running over with tiny steps, calling out, "Master, cheap, cheap, it's done. This is the supreme and invincible bobo milk tea that you wanted." Yi Junlin's eyes immediately widened, and he said with an excited expression, "Quick, quick, put the straw in." Bai Xiaoxi put the straw into the cup and happily handed it over, replying, "Take it." Yi Junlin took a sip and immediately let out a refreshing praise. "That's it, BP. This is the flavor." Earlier, when I completed the system's daily sign-in task, I received the complete milk tea making manual. This book contained 9,999 milk tea recipes of all kinds. If it were in my previous life, this would definitely be top-notch commercial secrets. Just launching it could immediately establish a world-class milk tea brand. Causing the major brands to bow down and give way, this made Yi Junlin overjoyed. Without hesitation, the young man immediately gave it to his second disciple, Bai Xiaoxi, to practice. Slurp, slurp. Yi Junlin continued to sip his milk tea, nodding his head. "Xiaoxi, you did very well. Your teacher allows you to make 50 more new types of milk tea. This time you can choose one to reward yourself." Bai Xiaoxi excitedly ran off to make new milk tea, then exclaimed, "Really? Cheap, cheap. Thank you, master." Seeing this scene, little Hong, who was grilling squid nearby, couldn't help but despise her in his heart. Yeah, this mouse is really naive. One day she will be sold and still happily count the money for the person. Yi Junlin glanced at Little Hong and teased, "Little Hong, seeing how enthusiastic Xiaoxi is, you're not even as good as a mouse anymore. Where's my spicy grilled squid skewer? Why haven't you brought it up yet?" A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Hong Tianyé's eyes, and he was very resentful in his heart, but he quickly replied, "Master, this disciple will bring it immediately." He carried the whole plate of spicy grilled squid skewers in front of Yi Junlin, then knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Please enjoy, master." Yi Junlin replied, then leisurely picked up a skewer, slowly taking bite after bite, making chewing noises. Seeing this scene, Hong Tianyé gritted his teeth in his heart, but he still maintained a smile on his face, asking, "Master, is the cooking time just right? Should I adjust the spiciness?" Yi Junlin said indifferently, "Keep it as it is." Hong Tianyé thought for a while, then cautiously proposed, "Master, can you grant this disciple the opportunity to enter the sundial to cultivate?" This is already the 5th time he has asked for permission. Ever since he learned of the powerful capabilities of the sundial, coupled with the fact that the sect leader and other peak lords had all entered the space inside to cultivate in seclusion, Hong Tianye was like sitting on pins and needles, eager to join. But every time he made a suggestion, he was rejected. Inside Hong Tianye's heart was screaming madly. Damn it, if it weren't for my inferior strength, I would have snatched it long ago, but now I can only continue to endure the humiliation and wait for an opportunity. Facing the great disciple's humble request, Yi Junlin took a sip of milk tea and lazily said, "Look at you, getting impatient again. Just be calm, you can't rush things." Hong Tianye hurriedly replied, "Master, this disciple wants to become stronger, so that I can protect the sect." Yi Junlin continued. "No need, the sect already has me." Little Hong continued to argue. "But this disciple also wants to become stronger to share the burden with Master." The male lead turned to asking sarcastically, "Can you?" Little Hong finally realized that his master was deliberately teasing him. Even those without any talent were allowed to enter the sundial, while he was being blocked. Hong Tianye secretly cursed in his head. "Damn it, I see you're afraid that this master will surpass you." Suddenly, Bai Shaozi's childish voice carrying the millstone flowing by rang out. "Master, if senior brother Hong wants to go so much, let him go. Cheap will do his part instead." Yi Junlin sighed. "Your teacher is afraid you can't handle it." The little mouse replied, "It's okay, just leave it to Cheap. Thinking for a moment, Ye Junlin had to cough a few times. "All right, your teacher allows you to enter the sundial to cultivate. You must thank your junior brother." Hong Tianye quickly clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, junior brother, for pleading for me." Yi Junlin walked away, then instructed, "You guys can eat freely. I'm going inside to rest." Little Hong looked up, secretly complacent in his heart. "Just wait. The day I come out of seclusion will be the day you, Yi Junlin, have to kneel at my feet." Little Hong raised a hand and flames burst forth, flying towards the sundial in the sky. Little Hong wanted to directly seize Ye Junlin's sundial. However, Little Hong didn't know that this sundial was granted by the system, and only Ye Junlin had the right to use it. Seeing this, the group of Shu Yunian was stunned, quickly reaching out and shouting, "Hong Tianye, what are you planning to do? Are you not afraid of being punished by junior brother Ye?" Little Hong turned around, then waved his hand, and immediately the three people, Shu Yunian, Zhao Dezu, and Su Changshu, were sent flying backward. Shu Yunian's face was full of solemnity, thinking in his heart, "I am currently in the early stage of integration, but when facing Hong Tianye, I have a feeling like a grasshopper trying to stop a chariot." In addition, Hong Tianye's unusual behavior and words make my heart feel uneasy. Hong Tianye turned his head to look at the group from the Xuantian sect, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, a sneer playing on his lips as he said, "A bunch of good-for-nothings." Suddenly, Lil Hong turned towards the sundial in the sky, his face froze, and he blurted out, "Why is it like this? The sundial isn't reacting at all." Shu Yunian's whole body crackled with terrifying lightning. Struggling to resist the pressure, he stood up little by little, his eyes filled with resentment. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Hong Tianye, you are Ye Shidi's disciple, also the most outstanding prodigy in the sect. The sect would definitely spare no effort to nurture you, so why would you do something so despicable?" Hong Tianye couldn't help but wave his sleeve and shouted, "Insolence, what are you? Daring to lecture me?" Boom. Hong Tianye turned around, emitting black energy, and struck Shu Yunian with a palm. Shu Yunian was sent flying more than 30 feet away, clutching his chest, kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with horror. Just a casual blow, and he was completely unable to resist. At this moment, Shu Yunian looked at the figure in front of him, his heart trembling. What realm is this? So terrifying. Compared to before entering the sundial, he is now unfathomable. The crowd of Xuantian sect members behind him cried out in worry, "Sect leader!" They never expected Ye Shidi's disciple to betray them at such a crucial moment. Hong Tianye's voice was icy cold, his eyes filled with disdain, his demeanor arrogant and puffed up like a toad, as if all living things before him were just dust. He said, "HMPH, a bunch of ants dares to wag their fingers at me. Not killing you just now was already my greatest benevolence, but at this moment, a shout filled with killing intent came from outside the sect. The great army of the Yu Ha sect has arrived. Where is the troublemaker? Ye Junlin, hurry up and come out to die." Hong Tianye coldly laughed and said, "The time to settle accounts with him has come." Whoosh! Lil Hong disappeared on the spot. "Sect leader, what should we do now?" Peak Lord Zheng Jianfeng hesitated, Shu Yunian was uneasy and immediately said, "Quickly follow and see what's going on." Scene changes to the Piao Miao Peak. A silver-haired young man rested his right hand on his head, lazily reclining on a long chair. A long straw was in his mouth, and with each sip the milk tea in his hand gradually emptied. His half-closed eyes exuded leisure. Yi Junlin yawned and sighed. Drinking milk tea freely is so damn good. Whoosh! No sooner said than done. A figure with a powerful aura flashed and appeared. Seeing Yi Yunlin's lazy appearance, Lil Hong couldn't hide his contempt. This guy is really embarrassing cultivators. With such a lazy attitude, what's the point of cultivating? And even talking about contending for the great Dao? Lil Hong thought to himself, indeed, he's just a lucky guy who encountered a great opportunity from some ruins, which allowed him to possess the coveted cultivation methods and heavenly treasures. But now, all of those things will belong to me, Hong Tianye. At this time, feeling Lil Hong's arrival, Yi Junlin still didn't bother to move, maintaining his reclining position, still sucking on the milk tea, and vaguely said, "Good disciple, your teacher misses you a lot." Hong Tianye tried to suppress the anger, about to explode, and coldly said, Miss your ass. They're about to attack and take your life, and you can still be so leisurely. Aren't you afraid of death?" Yi Junlin jumped up, his face blank. "What? They're attacking? How come I don't know anything?" Hong Tianye frowned. As if thinking of something, his face darkened, and he waved his hand to remove the soundproof barrier in the air. In an instant, the sound of war drums outside resounded, as if they were about to attack at any moment. Ye Junlin was stunned, and immediately released his divine sense when he saw the mighty fleet of warships. His expression became strange. Oh, so they're about to attack. Seeing that this guy wasn't panicked at all, Hong Tianye felt stifled and said in a cold voice, "You've seen the current situation, but as long as you hand over everything you have to me, I can consider making a move and saving your life." Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow and replied, HMPH, HMPH, don't play dumb in front of me. We're all smart people. Just say it straight, before he could finish speaking. Hong Tianye suddenly caught sight of a strange creature running over. Lil Hong's phoenix fire eyes widened, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell is that?" Before him was a creature with a small figure, wearing a white dress, revealing smooth skin like snow. Its white, tender arms were like lotus roots, and its slender, well-proportioned legs. But the strange thing was that on that beautiful neck grew a mouse's head. The creature trotted over, carrying a tray of food, and said excitedly, "Shizun, this is the spicy grilled chicken wings that Chi-Chi made for you. Hurry up and try it." Then it saw Hong Tianye and exclaimed happily, "Ah, Hong Shixiang, you came out of seclusion so quickly." Lil Hong felt his scalp tingle, took 2 steps back, and blurted out, You stay back." His mind was stunned, thinking, isn't this that white-haired mouse? How did it become like this? This is totally messed up. Could it be that? An idea flashed through his mind, and Lil Hong suddenly turned to look at Yi Junlin, his heart filled with disgust, thinking, damn it, I didn't expect you to have such a heavy taste. Yi Junlin was stunned. What's with that look? I'm upright and righteous, don't think nonsense. So malicious, so malicious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures landed, one after another, on the Piao Miao Peak. Shu Yunian and several peak lords said worriedly, "Rebellious disciple, what are you trying to do to your Shizun? Ye Shidi, be careful." But as soon as their eyes fell on that strange figure, everyone's eyes widened in shock, and they stammered, what is this?" Ba Shaoxi quickly explained, "Don't be afraid, everyone. It's me, it's Chi-Chi." Shu Yunian twitched his lips strangely. So it's Yeshidi's second disciple. The look is really dazzling. Several peak lords sighed. Yeshidi is not only exceptionally talented, but even his aesthetic taste is something we can't keep up with. He really knows how to play, too well to play. The more Yi Junlin listened, the more uneasy he felt, and he asked, "Are you guys mocking me?" Yi Junlin quickly changed the subject, fearing that if this continued, his reputation would be ruined, and asked, "Right, what do you all mean?" Everyone was worried. Shu Yunian pointed at Lil Hong and quickly said, "Yeshidi, your eldest disciple intends to rebel. He just tried to seize the sundial, and even attacked us." Yish Junlin looked at Hong Tianye with meaningful eyes and asked, "My good disciple, is what they said true?" Being stared at by silver-hair Lin, Hong Tianye couldn't help but shudder, but he quickly regained his composure, thinking, I'm different now. Why should I be afraid of this guy anymore? It's time to reverse the situation. Hong Tianye raised his head slightly, his tone almost commanding. So what if it's true? What can you do to me? Now that the army has arrived, you're about to die. Don't you understand the situation before you? Xu Yunian and the others were so angry that their whole bodies trembled, and they shouted, "Despicable! You ingrate! Yeshidi didn't treat you badly." For the sects, the most taboo thing is disciples betraying their shizun, because this can cause great instability within the sect. Hong Tianye said coldly, "What do you know?" In Lil Hong's heart, he still bitterly thought, "How noble is my status, yet I was bossed around by a junior, from massaging shoulders and backs to even washing feet." Just thinking about it makes Lil Hong feel deeply humiliated. Facing this situation, Yi Junlin felt deeply impacted, muttering absent-mindedly, "Karma. It's really karma." Suddenly, Yi Junlin seemed to be in pain as he hugged his face and said, "Don't blame him. It's my fault. It's because I didn't care about my disciples' feelings. It's all my fault. I really regret it so much." Ye Junlin's eyes turned red, his face pained, as he pounded his chest and stamped his feet, looking extremely self-reproachful and remorseful. Bai Shaoxi sniffled, took Ye Junlin's hand, her nose tingling, and called out in a choked voice, "Shizun." Xu Yunian and the others looked extremely surprised, never having seen their junior brother like this. Ye Shidi, Yu Hong Tianye, revealed a contemptuous expression and shouted, "Acting! Keep acting! If I hadn't lived with you for a while and seen through your true colors, I would have almost been fooled." Yi Junlin's face showed a pleading expression, his tone cautious and begging. "Little Hong, Hong, my beloved disciple. Shifu really knows his mistakes. Can you forgive me? After all, we have a master-disciple relationship. Please give me a chance to start over, okay?" Hong Tianye took a cold breath, goosebumps all over his body, thinking, how can someone be so shameless? Truly eye-opening. Hong Tianye said disgustedly, "Don't dream. You make this seat feel nauseous." Yi Junlin felt as if a burden had been lifted. His face immediately became calm, completely different from his previous expression, and he said, "Didn't expect anyone to fall for that." The system's voice rang in Ye Junlin's head. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission, receiving the Undying Overlord Body Art." Undying Overlord Body Art, a supreme cultivation technique combining strength and body, when cultivated to its peak, can create an undying body, shaking the ages. Yi Junlin thought secretly, "The reward isn't bad. My acting wasn't in vain. Just now I activated a temporary mission from the system. Now that the mission is complete, let's have some fun together." He. Yi Junlin lay sprawled on the chair, turned to ask, "Little Hong, do you know the saying that one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father, no matter what, I'm still your father? Oh no, you're Shifu." The main character thought to himself, "Ha, I'll tease you for a while. If you dare to resist, then I'll just give you a lesson." Bringing the milk tea to his mouth to continue drinking, Yi Junlin turned to call Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi replied, "Shizun, I'm here." Yi Junlin continued, "Come here and massage my shoulders." Bai Xiaoxi ran over, obediently massaged Yi Junlin's shoulders, and replied, "Yes." Seeing the main character's indifferent appearance, Zhao Deju said worriedly, "Everyone, could it be that Ye Shidi has been under too much pressure, and now faced with such a blow, he couldn't bear it?" Su Qianshu turned to scold, Pressure my ass, talking nonsense." And Little Hong thought puzzledly, what is he doing? Yi Junlin squinted his eyes in comfort, looked up at Little Hong, and said leisurely, "Little Hong, you've been in secluded cultivation in the time chamber for 200 years, and now you come out and think you're amazing?" Hearing this, Hong Tianye said sternly, "Stop talking nonsense. Hand over everything you obtained, and this seat will help you once. Otherwise, just sit here and wait to die. You must know that the cultivation world is inherently cruel, and killing to seize treasures is common." This Hong Tianye acknowledges himself as a demonic cultivator, and he's already being benevolent enough in this matter. As long as he gets what he wants, he'll fight off the enemies, then torment Yi Junlin to get back all the humiliations he suffered, and then sever ties. Zhao Deju turned to whisper to Xu Yunian and said softly, "Sect leader." Listening to what he said, it seems he still has a little conscience. After all, the war is coming. Everyone knows Hong Tianye's strength. If we can get his help, perhaps the Xuantian sect can really overcome this crisis. Xu Yunian coughed a few times, his heart wavering. This matter still depends on Ye Shidi's wishes. From the cultivation techniques, elixirs, and even the time chamber that can change the flow of time that Ye Zhenlin once possessed. Everyone had long determined that he possessed a great opportunity. However, out of fellow sect brotherhood, they had never asked in detail. Now Hong Tianye directly demands it in front of everyone, and even offers a condition, making everyone curious about what Ye Zhenlin will choose. Yet Zhenlin smiled, understanding Hong Tianye's intentions, but this was fundamentally impossible, because he was linked to the system. More importantly, Ye Zhenlin didn't take the current danger seriously at all. Ye Zhenlin smiled meaningfully and asked, "Are you sure you're stronger than me now?" Hong Tianye replied smugly, "Of course. Although you always suppress this seat, wasting my precious cultivation time, but this seat has been in secluded cultivation in the time chamber for 200 years. Whether it's realm or strength, this seat has far surpassed you." Then he said sternly, as if teaching, rebuking, "Ye Zhenlin, you fell into this situation because of your own indulgence. We cultivators must constantly strive for the great Tao. How can we be like you, lazy and idle all day long? Therefore, hand over all your opportunities so that this seat can make them shine brightly. This seat is the one who deserves to inherit all those things." At this moment, Ye Zhenlin looked at the former demonic sect leader with the eyes one would use to look at an idiot, thinking, "I have a system. Why bother cultivating so hard? Isn't it more comfortable to just chill and do nothing?" Bai Xiaoxi was trembling with fear, feeling like the man before her had become a stranger, calling out, "Senior Brother Hong, so scary." Xu Yunian and the others were worried, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads, exclaiming, "As expected, Hong Tianye wants to snatch Junior Brother's opportunity. Senior Brother, Ye, don't try to resist." Suddenly there was a loud explosion outside. Rumble. Just then, a terrifying energy cannonball pierced through the sky, carrying a breath of destruction, heading straight for Misty Peak. Hong Tianye shouted, waving his hand and sending out a palm strike, yelling, "Pathetic trick, go!" The terrifying energy cannonball was immediately deflected by a powerful force, changing direction and heading straight into the approaching enemy crowd. It shot straight into a warship in the air. A brilliant light erupted, and screams of pain echoed, "Who is it? Get out here and face your death!" Angry shouts echoed one after another, with at least dozens of divine senses probing. Hong Tianye soared into the sky like a star, hands clasped behind her back, with unfathomable aura, thinking, showing up to bother me at just the right time? Well, Ye Zhenlin is no match for me right now. Might as well deal with these gnats first. Then come back and take all of Ye Zhenlin's resources. Sounds good. Looking down with arrogant eyes, Hong coldly said, "I did it. What are you going to do about it?" An old voice echoed like a great bell. "For a mere woman to dare be so arrogant, let this old man teach you a lesson." An old man in the attire of an inner sect elder, a cruel smile on his face, rushed forward with ghostly speed, his sharp hand grabbing towards Hong Tianye. Hearing herself called a mere woman, veins popped on Hong Tianye's forehead, and she sneered, "How ignorant, you insignificant ant." A miserable scream echoed. "Ah!" The dry, skinny face of the old man revealed horror, and his body was quickly engulfed by a terrifying black flame, burning to ashes in midair. A late-stage integration realm powerhouse was wiped out just like that, unable to resist. The cultivators of the Feather Transformation sect turned pale, looking at the proud red figure with eyes filled with extreme fear, exclaiming, "What the actual fick is that?" Hong Tianye's hair fluttered, and her cold eyes looked at the crowd of cultivators, her voice brooking, no argument, "I'm giving you half an incense stick of time. Get out of Desolate Continent, or die." The icy voice resonated in everyone's minds like 10,000 years of frost. Some elders revealed looks of fear, but immediately those looks turned into murderous intent. Two other angry-faced elders of the Feather Transformation sect shouted, "You dare act alone!" Another one pointed from behind, yelling, "Even if we assume that the elder was unfortunately caught by your killing move, do you think you can withstand hundreds and thousands of elders at the integration realm alone?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! More than 60 integration realm elders attacked at the same time, some using spiritual weapons, some using talismans, and others using their signature divine abilities. Hong Tianye's eyes were as cold as ice, her hands forming a seal, and countless eerie green flames erupted from all directions, her mouth coldly saying, "Since that's the case, then I'll go on a killing spree." In an instant, sounds like devils wailing echoed, sending chills down people's spines. Then, a series of huge skulls appeared, each one the size of a millstone, emitting a sharp, chilling scream, rushing towards the integration realm elders. The scene was as grand as an army of Yin soldiers invading. "Aw, my hand, get out of the way, don't let them bite you, they're poisonous. Stop them now." The Integration Realm elders were being crushed in defeat one after another. In just one exchange, more than a third of them had died. But Hong Tianye was not satisfied, continuing to control the green fire skulls like a swarm of locusts, madly sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever they went, firelight filled the sky. Many large battleships burst into flames, and countless disciples were burned alive. Shouts and cries for help mixed together, creating a terrifying space. Suddenly, a gentle chanting of scriptures came from the distant horizon. A dazzling Buddha light shone down, making people feel like they wanted to believe in Buddhism. On ancient airships, countless monks clasped their hands together and chanted Buddha's name, Amitabha. A monk with a powerful aura, wearing a cassock, solemnly said, "Esteemed benefactors, the profound void temple has come to provide reinforcements." Hong Tianye said disdainfully, "HMPH. Just another bunch coming to offer up their lives." The monks immediately flew into the air, forming hand seals, unleashing Buddha's divine abilities, shouting, "Demonic woman, don't be too arrogant." Hong Tianye's face was gloomy, her hands forming a spell seal, shouting, "Damn baldy donkeys!" Whoosh! The remaining skulls immediately gathered together like a river flowing into the sea, quickly condensing into a giant skull. Whew! That skull was so large that it covered the sky, emitting a creepy laugh, making those facing it feel so small, an incredible pressure spreading out. Hong Tianye smiled coldly, waving her hand and saying, "Go play with them." Boom! The giant skull rushed forward like a mobile fortress, its whole body engulfed in green flames, the temperature unbearably high. Shrieks of terror rang out nonstop. "Amitabha, your ancestor, it's coming." Ironically, the Profound Void Temple's army suffered heavy losses. As soon as they appeared, tens of thousands of monks were swallowed by the skull, a visually shocking scene. The abbot of the protection hall, Master Huiji, was so angry that his eyes turned red, shouting, "Demonic woman, the Buddha will not forgive you." His integration realm, Great Perfection Cultivation, exploded, unleashing a brilliant Arhat palm, attacking this lawless and unbridled flame. Hong Tianye sneered, waving her hand to create a giant fire hand, saying, "Even if Buddha comes, I'll kill him for you to see." Boom! The powerful hand blocked the Arhat palm, and then turned into many ferocious fire dragons, madly rushing towards Master Huiji. Master Huiji roared, resisting with all his might, shouting, "Abomination, you dare!" Hong waved her hand, and a wave of fire curled up in front of her, blocking Master Huiji's attack. His eyes widened in horror as he saw the fiery hand reaching for him. In less than 2 breaths, his body was burned to ashes, completely vanishing. The monks of Shuangkong Temple cried out in anguish, "Abbot!" Little Hong snickered. "Didn't you know your limits when standing before me?" Su Yunyan wiped his cold sweat and said, "Ye Shidi, your disciple's talent is indeed terrifying. I fear our small Xuantian sect can't contain this great Buddha." The Kangjian Peak Lord remembered accidentally offending Hong Tianye and couldn't help but tremble. "Yeah, if not, just give him whatever he wants. Don't mess with him. Survival first." Bai Shaoxi waved his little fist, his rat-like face full of excited encouragement. "Hong Shixiang is awesome. Hong Shixiang, keep it up." Yi Junlin rubbed his chin, a smirk on his face, thinking, no wonder he's so arrogant, killing a late-stage integration cultivator like mowing grass. He sensed the aura erupting from Hong Tianye, not quite integration, not quite great ascension, like he's stuck somewhere in between. Yi Junlin's eyes flashed, staring intently at the powerful figure in the distance as a virtual information panel appeared before his eyes, activating his clairvoyance. The half-step Great Ascension text was displayed under the Cultivation level tab. Yi Junlin suddenly understood, bitterly smiling as he thought, half-step Great Ascension, no wonder with his already powerful foundation, plus the advantage in Cultivation level, Hong Tianye can easily sweep through the Cultivator army. Yi Junlin mused, "Heh, that's good too. If he turned around to deal with me, wouldn't I seize the opportunity to break through? The grass has grown nicely, such a waste to not cut it." Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just then, from deep within the sky, terrifying, majestic auras erupted, descending upon the battlefield. A rather large spatial rift seemed to appear in the sky, thunder rumbling inside. Whoosh! 18 powerful figures appeared, standing tall in the air, their entire bodies radiating dazzling light. Their breathing caused the spirit energy from tens of thousands of miles to converge, creating an extremely shocking scene. From afar, the 18 figures looked like 18 golden suns hanging in the sky, their blinding light shining across the world. The cultivators of the Yuhua sect looked up at the sky, their eyes as if they had found their savior, one person excitedly shouting, "Look, it's the core elders coming to help us!" The core elders were all pillars of the Yuhua sect, their status like mountains, worshipped by countless disciples. This time, to suppress the Guantian sect and show off the power of the #1 immortal sect of the eastern region, 18 core elders personally descended. The integration elders of the Yuhua sect, who were usually authoritative, now respectfully bowed their heads, their eyes full of reverence, welcoming the esteemed ones. On Misty Peak, Shu Union and the others turned pale, incredulously exclaiming, Reverends, you have to know, great ascension cultivators are called reverends, implying the supreme. A great ascension cultivator can live up to 50,000 years. In other sects, they are true old monsters. Integration compared to great ascension is like a firefly to the moon. Unexpectedly, the Yuhua sect sent 18 great ascensions. How terrifying is this foundation? No wonder they are the strongest immortal sect of the eastern region. While everyone was pale with fear, Yi Junlin's eyes lit up. He thought, as expected, the real deal. Compared to half-step great ascension, true great ascension is much more attractive. But suddenly, the reverends with great ascension cultivation from the Yuhua sect tore through space to support the trash there. A short, stocky old man with brown hair from the Yuhua sect slightly closed his eyes and angrily roared, "Trash! You are disgracing the Yuhua sect." His roar made the cultivators below dizzy. An old woman wearing a golden robe, holding a snake-headed staff, glared at Hong Tianye, coldly saying, "For the great army of the #1 immortal sect of the eastern region to be beaten to pieces by a girl, if we didn't personally supervise, wouldn't the world laugh at us?" But when she saw little Hong's flawless beauty, jealousy rose in her heart as she cursed inwardly, "Damn, even more beautiful than I was when I was young." Hong Tianye coldly retorted, her eyes sharp, "Where did these plastic pigs come from? Daring to be rude to this one." Her words were like a slap in their faces. 3 old men with white hair angrily glared and shouted, "What did you say?" A tall middle-aged man exuded a powerful aura, indifferently saying, "Venerable Jin Shi, no need to argue with a dying person." The 3 of them were the most respected core elders, and their strength was also the strongest among the 18. One core elder coldly said, "HMPH, Ye Zhenlin is indeed arrogant, only sending a disciple to deal with us. Isn't he looking down on the Yuhua sect?" Another one faintly smiled and replied, "Good, then let's kill his disciple first to see if he will painfully crawl out of his lair." Little Hong's voice was cold, her eyes like 10,000-year-old ice. "Scram, this one has nothing to do with him, Venerable Jin." She evilly sneered, "Haha, what a touching teacher-disciple relationship. After I catch her, I will destroy her face and cut off her tongue." Another elder eagerly stepped forward, wanting to take the opportunity to show off. He used his massive magical power, formed a hand seal, and shouted, "Let me!" Another one, holding a sword, rushed down, shouting, "Ha ha! Today I'll kill you to consecrate this sword of mine." This was the power of an early-stage Great Ascension expert wanting to crush Hong Tianye instantly. Little Hong only grinned coldly, saying, "Offering blood to consecrate a sword, I'll let you taste the real feeling of purgatory." Then little Hong raised her arm forward and gently formed a golden hand seal in front of her. While forming the seal, little Hong thought, "Yi Junin, let me deal with these plastic pigs, then I'll see if you have anything else you can hide from me." "Ha-ha, whoosh!" Hong Tianye coldly laughed and gently waved her sleeve. A series of purplish-black flames flew down, carrying terrifying power that shattered the giant hand in mid-air. Whoosh! Whoosh! The azure light was utterly defeated. The 3 elders were forced back, one of them shouting in horror, "No, he's only a half-step Great Ascension. My azure Luan palm has merged with an ancient devil soul. How could he easily break it like that?" The elder who attacked was stunned, his eyes terrified as he looked at Hong Tianye and exclaimed, "What? How could he break my move so easily? Could it be that she's not an integration cultivator?" The elders were sent flying backwards. The sword in one's hand shattered, and cries of horror rang out everywhere. "What? That devilish woman actually blocked the Venerable's attack?" The tall man said in a deep voice, using half-step Great Ascension to resist Great Ascension, unexpectedly. A remote place like desolate continent has such a rare genius. 3 families of dwarfs squinted his eyes and said, "Can you feel it? This person is half-step Great Ascension. Damn it. Absolutely can't let her survive. All of you, kill her for me." Hong Tianye stood tall between heaven and earth, her bright red robes fluttering, her hands waving. Dozens of fire dragons roared out, carrying destructive power, and shouted, "See what you can do to this one, rumble, rumble, rumble." The battle between the two sides caused the sun and moon to dim. Mountains shook. The core elders of the Yuhua sect unleashed a series of top-level, super VIP, awesome divine techniques, their faces filled with killing intent, determined to eliminate the opponent in front of them. Great Compassion Palm, shattering everything with one finger, Plucking Star's Hand, Subduing Dragon, and Slaying Fierce Technique, Soul Extinguishing Seal. Among those who took action were 9 early-stage Great Ascension Cultivators and 6 mid-stage Great Ascension Cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of fire dragons soared through the sky, their roars echoing. The overwhelming power summoned by little Hong unleashed. Hong swept her gaze coldly, seeing the crowd gradually closing in, frantically mobilizing the power in their bodies. Suddenly, the red flames around her transformed into jet-black flames like ink. Hong shouted, "Nirvana demonic flames." The black flames emitted eerie black smoke, and the strange and dangerous aura made everyone who looked at them feel uneasy. The Nirvana demonic flames can devour everything. Despite feeling apprehensive in the face of the eerie flames, the elders suppressed their discomfort and simultaneously unleashed a wave of attacks. Kill. Hong Tianye spread his arms wide, his long black hair flying wildly. The Nirvana demonic flames surrounding him suddenly surged, like a black hole devouring all the incoming spells. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An extremely chaotic energy wave shook the space, terrifying people. All 10 elders paled. Unable to believe it, a tall elder said gravely, "What? Resisting 15 honored ones with the strength of one person? Is this the power that a half-step Great Ascension can achieve?" The short, stout old man frowned. Such talent this old man has never witnessed in his life. The Golden Serpent Honored One angrily roared, his hand holding a staff, drawing a complex formation. "Are you all blind? This is clearly a demonic cultivation technique." The tall, bare-chested elder also spoke. "We must eliminate this demonic woman immediately, or the consequences will be endless." Immediately afterward, a beam of light pierced through the air, shooting straight into the black flames. The remaining 2 honored ones couldn't restrain themselves any longer, and immediately attacked. Move. 3 Great Ascension powerhouses attacked simultaneously, and the pressure on Hong Tianye increased exponentially. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Damn it! Although the Nirvana demonic flames have the ability to devour everything, the consumption of power is too great, causing little Hong's body to quickly run dry. If my power runs out, I won't be able to continue using magic, and my combat power will plummet. At that time, I will definitely be defeated. Hong Tianye cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's all because of Yi Junlin. If he had given the secret treasure to me sooner, how would things have come to this? Who knew that the Feather Transformation sect would go so overboard, sending 18 Great Ascensions just to deal with a small sect in this remote barren continent, truly using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? A thunderous roar echoed across the sky. "Break for me!" The tall man's body emitted a dazzling light, the light converging into his fist. Then he unleashed an earth-shattering punch, shouting, "Overlord Heaven Fist!" Boom! The punch pierced through the air, exploding into a huge ball of light, and a red figure was sent flying down from above, falling straight towards the misty peak. Rumble, 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 mushroom-shaped dust billowed up, and the entire mountain shook violently. Hong Tianye struggled to get up, his whole body covered in dust, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his face full of exhaustion, coughing a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Xiaoqi shouted anxiously, "Seeing your brother Hong, Ye Junlin," while taking a bite of grilled chicken wings, sighed. "My good disciple, didn't you say you could drive them all away? Why are you getting beaten so badly now?" Then the young man shrugged, his face full of disappointment. "As your master, I am really too disappointed in you." Hearing these mocking words, Hong Tianye was so angry that he almost exploded. His face burned as if he had been slapped, and he gritted his teeth. "You dare mock me. At least I can retreat unscathed. You just sit there and wait to die." With that, little Hong decided to use a secret technique to escape, thinking in his heart, "Anyway, the main target of the Feather Transformation sect is Yi Junlin. Those ants have nothing to do with him. Let them stay and die with this shameless bastard." Suddenly, An ancient bronze compass shone brightly, flying straight into the high sky, immediately releasing an unimaginable, mysterious energy. A voice sounded, "With this old man here, don't even dream of leaving this place." In an instant, the entire area was sealed off, and a thin layer of light faintly appeared. The short old man sneered, "Obediently await death. Don't waste your efforts." Looking up at the sky, where 18 great ascension experts stood tall, the hearts of the Xuantian sect cultivators were filled with despair. Xu Yunyan raised his face to the sky and sighed, his tone full of sorrow. "How can we fight this? Alas, a true pipe dream. I once thought that the Xuantian sect would rise from here, stepping onto the path of glory, but in the end, we still can't escape the fate of destruction." Some people's eyes were red as they angrily roared, "Sect leader, shall we fight them to the death?" Hong Tianyé's expression was very ugly. "Damn it. Do I have to be buried here with these ants? I am not reconciled." His eyes swept over the crowd, stopping on Yi Yunlin, who was leisurely eating grilled chicken wings, his heart filled with resentment. Eat, 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 still eating at a time like this. Clearly possessing enormous cultivation resources, yet he indulges in mundane pleasures all day long. If it were me, I would have been invincible long ago. To die with someone like this is a disgrace to me. Yi Yunlin was not worried at all, but turned to call Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi hurriedly ran over and replied, "Master, here I am. Cheap, cheap." Yi Junlin continued, "Next time, as your master, I want to try the honey flavor." Bai Xiaoxi was stunned, looked up at the 18 figures above, and showed a terrified expression. "Ah, master, will there be a next time for us?" Whoosh! Before countless surprised eyes, the silver-haired man took a step, appearing in the high sky, facing the 18 great ascension experts. The tall, middle-aged man's eyes were as sharp as knives, and he said in a deep voice, "Yi Junlin, you've finally shown your face." Yi Junlin puffed out his chest, his words full of righteousness. Only, in his tone, he carried an indescribable hint of sarcasm. "You guys beat my untalented disciple so badly like a dog. As his master, of course, I have to step forward and demand justice." The old man, always wearing a cruel smile, said coldly, "Humph, your end is already sealed. This old man will peel your skin, pull your tendons, and grind your bones into ashes to warn others." The golden serpent honored one spoke, his voice full of sinister intent. "Yi Junlin has appeared. Are you still not going to capture him?" This old fox is very cautious, even though he recognizes that Yi Junlin is only at the perfect body integration stage, but his disciple has reached the half-step Great Ascension. Who knows if he is deliberately hiding his cultivation or not? The other core elders, being urged, were filled with annoyance. They knew that they were being tested, being forced to take the lead, but the Golden Serpent Honored One had a higher cultivation and greater authority in the sect. Even if they were unhappy, they had to obey. Angry shouts rang out, and more than 10 core elders simultaneously took action, unleashing sharp killing intent. Whoosh! A stream of azure swordlight tore through the sky, slashing down fiercely at the top of Yi Junlin's head. Suddenly, in Yi Junlin's eyes, a strange Bagua circle flashed. Right on schedule, the little system chimed in again. Ding, host detected, being attacked by a Grand Ascension stage enemy, activating the passive skill, the stronger the enemy, the stronger I become, receiving Grand Ascension stage cultivation. In the blink of an eye, from the Great Integration stage, Yi Junlin's cultivation directly broke through to the Grand Ascension stage. Boom! A powerful aura surged straight into the heavens, shattering the clouds. That azure swordlight was easily dispersed with a wave of Yi Junlin's hand. At this moment, his long silver hair fluttered and his eyes gleamed. Yi Junlin mused, "So satisfying, so damn satisfying. This is what it feels like to instantly gain immense power. With this cheat system, who needs to cultivate painstakingly?" In an instant, the sudden change stunned everyone. Shu Yunians and the Peak Lords were dumbfounded, then exclaimed, "Junior Brother Ye is a Grand Ascension stage powerhouse. Is this a joke? So the Xuantian sect has had a venerable master all along?" Hong Tianye felt like his head was about to explode. He staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with shock. No way. Absolutely no way. This felt like studying hard, full of confidence, only to find out that the top student was someone who slept all day, didn't do homework, and just played around. Hong Tianye's eyes turned bloodshot, his fists clenched until they cracked, and he trembled with rage. feeling like his brain was being trampled on. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, how much are you still hiding? Who plays like this? Last time we met, you were nascent soul stage, now you're grand ascension stage. Each time, you hide a world of difference. The core elders roared furiously. Despicable. Grand ascension. So you were already grand ascension. Yi Junlin smiled faintly. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm not at the great integration stage. Mu Jia of the Yuhua sect shouted. Even if the information is wrong, his cultivation is only at the grand ascension stage. How can an ant stand against a forest? The 7 Yuhua sect elders lined up in the air, summoning a formation with 15 swords surrounding it. One of them shouted, Today, we'll let you taste the sword techniques of our Yuhua sect. Yi Junlin grinned coldly. Good, very good, haha. The 16 flying swords, simultaneously launched by the Yuhua sect elders, focused their attack on Yi Junlin. They controlled the 16 purple gold swords, trailing dazzling light as they shot toward Yi Junlin. Clang, clang, clang! Sparks flew from Yi Junlin's body. Although it was flesh and blood, it emitted the sound of metal colliding. An old geezer cried out in alarm. How is this possible? These 16 purple gold swords are all rank 6 spiritual artifacts. If they attack simultaneously, the force unleashed is terrifying. But unexpectedly, they couldn't break through his body at all. Shu Yunyan shouted in terrified shock. Why is junior brother Yi just standing there taking it? 16 flying swords launched at once. Even a grand ascension stage cultivator would have trouble withstanding that. Little Hong stood with her arms crossed, frowning as she pondered, What the hell is he doing? Yi, Junlin said calmly, his tone as if evaluating a dish. Not bad, a little painful. He thought to himself, Ever since cultivating the undying overlord body art, my body has undergone countless refinements. I was just testing its strength. An elder pointed and shouted, No, impossible. Even a grand ascension stage, great cultivator, would have difficulty withstanding 16 flying swords at once. How can someone at the grand ascension stage like you withstand it so easily with just your body? Little Hong gnashed her teeth and thought, as expected. This guy is still hiding too many secrets. I need to be careful. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yi Junlin appeared unexpectedly in front of the white-haired elder, who stammered in shock. You're definitely not at the grand ascension stage. What realm is your cultivation at? Boom! A golden fist aura as bright as the sun flashed. The white-browed elder's hair stood on end. Sensing that this terrifying power was enough to tear his body into pieces, Yi Junlin shouted, Can you talk after you're dead? Yi Junlin continued to rush towards another elder, his right hand ablaze with crimson flames, his eyes gleaming brightly, attacking the person in front of him. Wham! Yi Junlin attacked, turning rice into bran. The other guy was hit by Yi Junlin's palm, causing him to spew out a whole basin of essence blood. Yi Junlin was like a savage beast, baring his teeth in a grin, attacking madly. Looking at Yi Junlin's style at this moment sent shivers down everyone's spines. A heaven-shattering scene of slaughter unfolded in the sky. Yi Junlin was like a demonic lord, teleporting around, constantly knocking the elders down from the sky like flies. The remaining elders cried out in shock. This guy's realm is too weird. Great Elder, please help us. Yi Junlin still showed no signs of stopping. Flames still erupting around him, his fists flying forward. Boom, a deafening explosion, but the scene of flesh and blood flying did not appear. Ah! Yi Junlin frowned. In front of the white-browed elder, a tall figure had appeared. The elder breathed a sigh of relief, cupping his hands and saying, Thank you, Venerable Hongwu, for your intervention. It was the tall man. At this moment, Venerable Hongwu had his arms crossed in front of his chest, with an ancient beast-shaped mark on his hand, radiating a primitive wild aura. It was this mark that blocked Yi Junlin's punch. Yi Junlin smiled with interest and said, Interesting. You actually blocked one of my serious punches. Outwardly, Venerable Hongwu seemed calm, but inwardly, a storm was raging. He could clearly feel a mouthful of blood rising in his throat, but could only swallow it down silently. Venerable Hongwu doubted his existence, thinking, How can a body be cultivated to this extent? Body cultivation is my path of cultivation. Even with the addition of the beast soul mark, my defense was almost shattered by that one punch just now. This old woman will join in the fun. Venerable Jin Shi, holding a serpent-headed staff, had her golden robe fluttering even without wind. A terrifying energy gathered on the head of the staff, emitting a chilling aura. Suddenly, a giant serpent shadow appeared, with 6 jet-black eyes, a forked tongue hissing repeatedly, and large wings covering the sky. Whoosh! The giant serpent shadow, surrounded by a black mist filled with deadly poison, lunged forward. "The old woman! Venerable Jin!" she shouted. "I don't believe you can withstand the attacks of all three of us at once." Yi Junlin frowned slightly, looking at that old woman, Venerable Jin, she, thinking, "This damn old hag is acting even in her fake death, huh?" Then, the short elder waved his hand and attacked with his palm, shouting, "Attack! Are we three afraid of him alone?" Seeing his companions make a move, Venerable Hongwu raised his hand to form a hand seal, his body bursting with circles of dazzling light. Then, he swung his fist, the compressed power like a volcano erupting, carrying a destructive force that exploded outward, Overlord Heaven Fist. In an instant, the three late-stage Great Ascension powerhouses simultaneously made their moves, wanting to crush their target into dust. Facing the surging killing intent, Yi Junlin not only didn't retreat, but instead revealed a joyful smile. The system activated, displaying a notification. Ding! Detecting the host being attacked by late-stage Great Ascension powerhouses, the passive effect, Stronger when facing the strong, is activated, granting peak stage Great Ascension Cultivation. Boom! Yi Junlin's aura exploded again, much stronger than before. The three Feng Venerables' expressions changed, their eyes filled with disbelief. Not good. His cultivation. Golden Serpent. Venerable's face was unsightly as he gritted his teeth. Red Feather. Venerable angrily said, "The sex information was wrong. Yi Junlin is a peak stage Great Ascension powerhouse. Damn it, we've all been tricked." Yi Junlin coldly laughed, raising his hand and striking out with a palm, the palm emitting a brilliant blue light. Boom, 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 a massive halo exploded. Before the horrified gazes of countless people, three figures were blasted backward. They tried to steady themselves, but still spewed mouthfuls of fresh blood, their auras becoming weak. The three venerables wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, gritting their teeth. "At this point, we can only use the sect's secret technique. We must eliminate him at all costs. This battle must be won. This is the honor of the Yuhua sect." Hearing this, the core elders behind them immediately revealed fearful expressions. At this moment, Yi Junlin felt the power within his body suddenly increase by another level, and he couldn't help but happily think, "Looks like they're about to use that move." So it turned out that Red Feather Venerable wasn't able to trigger the Stronger when facing the strong effect earlier because the conditions weren't met. To activate it, the enemy had to actively attack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right now, the auras of Feng Venerable, Red Feather Venerable, and Golden Serpent Venerable were becoming strange, the energy exuding being much stronger than before. Silvery runes appeared on the skin of all three, spreading from their necks to their faces, eventually concentrating into an inverted triangular vertical eye on their foreheads. Dazzling silver light filled their entire bodies, their auras becoming sacred and inviolable. The army of cultivators stirred. Heavens, why have the three venerables transformed like this? Could it be they're using the Yuhua sect's legendary secret technique, the Yuhua Ascendancy Art? I know! It's said that only core elders with potential are allowed to cultivate this secret technique. This secret technique was created by the founding ancestor and is the foundation of the Yuhua sect. The user's battle prowess will increase by a whole level. This is the foundation that allows the Yuhua sect to endure for 10,000 years. Suddenly, Yi Junlin sensed something different, frowning as he looked at his opponents. Hong Tianyé's expression was serious, so profound. This secret technique is not inferior to those of the top great sects of the central region. The creator is truly a monster, Shu Yunyan exclaimed. "What's going on? Can Junior Brother Yi withstand this? Junior Brother Yi, please protect yourself." Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, three powerful figures stood tall across the heavens, the sacred silver light illuminating like they were about to ascend into immortals. Red Feather Venerable's eyes were filled with excitement. "This is the state. After using the secret technique, I feel my body is filled with boundless power," Feng Venerable said in a low voice. "Move quickly. You all know that the longer we maintain this, the greater the price we'll have to pay. There's no turning back." Golden Serpent Venerable screeched crazily. "As long as we can wipe out this sect, what does it matter if this old woman loses her foundation and her cultivation regresses?" The screaming pierced through the sky. "Kill!" They went all out, unleashing their divine abilities and techniques, their power 100 times stronger than before. With the assistance of the core elders, they formed an airtight encirclement. Boom, 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 explosions rang out incessantly. Yi Junlin used his fists and palms to fight, battling 9 Great Ascension powerhouses alone, mostly exchanging blows with the 3 strongest venerables. He felt the pressure had increased quite a bit. Feng Venerable, his entire body covered in interwoven silver runes, raised his hand and unleashed his most powerful killing move. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes. Finally, it's getting a little interesting. Now, Lin Biantai was truly starting to get serious. Boom! At this moment, an enormous pressure, like a vast ocean, emanated from behind Yi Junlin. A majestic sky-covering figure appeared, its overwhelming aura causing fear, only to see the figure wearing a king's crown, its eyes cold and emotionless, its hands clasped behind its back, standing silently as if presiding over the river of time. The Dharma idol lightly reached out its hand, and surging power poured out, shattering all killing moves, blasting away the core elders, causing them to retreat in a sorry state. Everyone's faces turned pale, and a feeling of wanting to kneel down and submit arose in their hearts. This is, Hong Tianye gasped, her phoenix eyes widening as she exclaimed in her heart, it's the Dharma idol that appeared in the secret realm that time. The heavenly emperor Dharma idol, standing behind Yi Junlin, immediately changed his aura, as if he had become a different person. Feng Venerable stammered, this is a Dharma idol, divine ability. Red Feather Venerable was still in shock, trembling as he said, but I've never seen this kind of Dharma idol before. Before this enormous Dharma idol, the people of the Yuhua sect were no different from ants, only wanting to prostrate themselves. Yi Junlin said casually, his tone gentle but carrying an indescribable majesty, watch carefully. The real show is about to begin. Golden Serpent Venerable gritted her teeth, suppressing the trembling in her heart, and shouted, who are you trying to scare? This old woman has seen countless earth-shattering scenes. Yi Junlin smiled faintly, slowly raising his hand, his index finger pointing directly at the center of his brow. Ha ha! Boom! The entire world suddenly became dark, leaving only the brilliant light from Yi Junlin's finger, the light containing the power of the great Tao. Golden Serpent Venerable felt an indescribable fear. In her eyes, the fingers seemed to be magnifying, carrying the aura of death pressing down. The scariest thing was that her body suddenly froze. The surrounding space seemed to be frozen. The spiritual energy also stopped flowing. Countless golden rays of light separated from the fingertip, like a divine sword tearing through the dome of the sky, creating distorted ripples in space, Yi Junlin shouted, severing heaven finger. Golden Serpent Venerable screamed miserably, desperately unleashing defensive techniques, but could not avoid the fate of being destroyed. Those who witnessed the scene all had their hair standing on end, so frightened that they couldn't speak. Immediately afterward, Yi Junlin again raised his fist and powerfully unleashed a punch, his fist's power unmatched. Boom! The fist imprint carried a vortex like a black hole, the successive attacks crushing down. The core elders wanted to scatter and flee, but they discovered in horror that they couldn't control their bodies, like moths drawn to a flame, rushing into the vortex. Miserable cries echoed throughout the sky, but soon they were crushed into ashes, their souls also annihilated, forever disappearing from the world. Save me! Save me! No. Feng Venerable and Red Feather Venerable were terrified to the extreme, glanced at each other, and then turned around and fled in different directions. The terrifying power that Yi Junlin displayed had completely shattered the fighting spirit of the two. Yi Junlin's voice, carrying a hint of mockery, echoed, want to escape. Feng Venerable and Red Feather Venerable were shocked to realize that, behind them, a radiant hand was reaching out, the hand as if crossing a distance of 10,000 miles, instantly gripping them tightly. Feng Venerable bled from all 7 orifices, struggling madly, but to no avail, shouting, you are a devil! The Yuhua sect will not spare you. Red Feather Venerable screamed in despair. A great devil has appeared in the barren province. Yi Junlin shook his head, clenching his fists. Seriously, need to go this far, squelch, squelch. The two instantly got crushed into a bloody mess. 2 booming explosions echoed in the air. Yi Junlin lightly wiped the sweat from his brow, clicking his tongue at the mana consumption of that move. No wonder it's called a supreme divine art. Then he glanced at Hong Tianye down below and muttered, time to deal with this rebellious disciple. After a moment of silence, the entire sect erupted in earth-shattering cheers. We won! We actually won! The entire desolate province shook, and the local cultivators prostrated themselves before Yi Junlin, marveling. Yi Zhenren single-handedly annihilated a huge army of cultivators. Who else in history has ever done that? Yi Zhenren's divine might is unfathomable. We are filled with admiration. Invincible. Yi Zhenren is invincible. Cheers echoed everywhere, and amidst the enthusiastic shouts, Yi Zhenlin returned to Misty Peak. The Peak Lord of Zhangjian Peak immediately rushed over, his eyes full of admiration. Grand Elder, are you missing any leg ornaments? The Peak Lord of Xianxia Peak shoved him aside, then shyly looked towards Yi Zhenlin, gently saying, HMPH. Yi Shidi doesn't need a crude man like you. Her eyes were full of affection, as if she wanted to transform into Yi Zhenlin's image. Yi Shidi, you've worked hard this time. Let Shiji massage your shoulders. Zhu Yannian bitterly smiled. This battle has shown us your true cultivation. How long were you planning to hide it from us, Yi Shidi, Yi Zhenren? The other Peak Lords excitedly chimed in. That's right, that's right. Seeing this, Yi Zhenlin lightly coughed a few times and said, Humble, one must be humble. Seeing Yi Zhenlin pay attention to him, Hong Tianye broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. Crap, I'm so screwed. Cheers echoed everywhere, and amidst the enthusiastic shouts, Yi Zhenlin returned to Misty Peak. The Peak Lord of Zhangjian Peak immediately rushed over, his eyes full of admiration. Grand Elder, are you missing any leg ornaments? HMPH, Ye Shidi doesn't need a crude man like you. The Peak Lord of Tiancheng Peak shoved him aside, then shyly looked towards Yi Zhenlin, gently saying, Ye Shidi, you've worked hard this time. Let Shiji massage your shoulders. Her eyes were full of affection, as if she wanted to transform into Ye Zhenlin's image. Shu Yunian bitterly smiled. This battle has shown us your true cultivation. How long were you planning to hide it from us, Ye Shidi, Yi Zhenren? The other Peak Lords excitedly chimed in. That's right, that's right. Seeing this, Yi Zhenlin lightly coughed a few times and said, Humble, one must be humble. With that, the MC sat down on a lounge chair, picked up a grilled chicken wing, and contentedly enjoyed it. At this time, Hong Tianye stood frozen in place, embarrassed and not knowing where to hide his face. He had thought about running away, but with the current situation, could he escape? After witnessing Ye Zhenlin's strength, Hong Tianye felt the distance between them widen even further, and even if he desperately resisted, he would never win. Moreover, his current state was terrible, not even worth one of the other's fingers. His thoughts were in a chaotic mess, and cold sweat poured down Hong Tianye's forehead. What should I do? What should I do? Damn it, this bastard is too cunning. He clearly has peak great vehicle stage cultivation, but he pretends to be a combination stage cultivator. I've never seen anyone so shameless in my entire life. When he thought about the consequences he was about to face, his whole body turned cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He hated himself for being so impulsive. Now his ambition had been exposed, his face torn off, and he had severely injured his fellow disciples. Don't even mention salvaging the master-disciple relationship. It was unknown whether he could even keep his life. After eating 6 grilled chicken wings, Yi Zhenlin picked up his milk tea and took a sip. The young man showed a satisfied expression, but his eyes suddenly noticed Hong Tianye, who was standing motionless like a log, and he raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, you're still here? Zhu Yangyan and the others were all stunned. It was obvious that Ye Zhenlin hadn't paid any attention to Hong Tianye's existence from the beginning. Hong Tianye was stunned. Could this matter just be dropped like that? But the next moment, his face turned pale, and his whole body went cold. Yi Yunlin said seriously, Zhao Shicheng, please chop him into minced meat now and use it to fertilize the paulownia trees in my courtyard. Thank you very much. Peak Lord Zhang Jianfeng was a little surprised, but quickly nodded. Oh, okay. Just as the sword was about to strike, a thud resounded. Hong Tianye didn't hesitate, kneeling down on the ground, and hastily cried out, Please, Master, spare this disciple's life. This disciple is willing to perform meritorious service to atone for his sins. I beg, Master, for forgiveness. Peak Lord Zhang Jianfeng stopped in his tracks, awkwardly looking towards Ye Zhenlin. Ye Zhenlin smiled, unable to hide his sarcasm. Weren't you very arrogant? Why are you cowering now? Hong Tianye felt his face burning, filled with shame, and just wanted to find a place to hide. He lowered his head and pleaded, Master, it was this disciple's arrogance this time. I beg Master to give this disciple a chance to correct his mistakes. Yi Zhenlin said indifferently, Slap yourself in the face. I'll tell you when to stop. Hong Tianye widened his eyes and looked up at Ye Zhenlin, partly because he felt lucky to have escaped death, and partly because he was surprised that he would let him off. However, there was still something unsettled in Hong Tianye's heart. He was very bitter. His face was covered in sweat, and his teeth were clenched. "Yes, master." Hong Tianye tremblingly raised his hand, gritted his teeth, and slapped himself in the face, blood spurting from the corners of his mouth, but he didn't care at all. Being able to survive made this nothing. Slap. The resounding sound of slap spread throughout the peak, causing people to shudder. Senior brother Hong Bai Shaoxi couldn't bear to watch the scene, and was about to step forward to support him, but was stopped by Ye Junlin's gaze. As the sect leader, Xu Yun valued Hong Tianye's potential, even though he knew his personality was headstrong. But as long as Ye Junlin restrained him, he could still go in the right direction in the future and harmonize with the sect. Xu Yanyan looked at the scene before him, his eyes constantly changing, and finally sighed and said, "Betraying the sect deserves punishment." But Hong Tianye took action to protect the Xuantian sect at the last moment, which can also be considered a meritorious service. I think he should be punished to face the wall at the back mountain and repent. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yi Junlin spoke. "In that case, the death penalty can be waived, but the living penalty is hard to escape. From now on, you will go to the back mountain to face the wall and reflect on yourself." Hong Tianye stopped his hand, his face swollen like a pig's head, looking extremely ridiculous. Seriously, he looked hilariously pathetic, bros. He forced himself to look up, clasped his hands, and hurriedly thanked him. "Disciple Hong Tianye, thanks master for his leniency." With that, he staggered away from Misty Peak. Shu Yunian shook his head and said, "Your disciple really makes people worry. Only Yishidi can deal with him here. Without you, we are no different from dust in his eyes." Peak Lord Zhang Jianfeng coldly snorted. Anyway, his talent was originally very high. Peak Lord Tian Xiangfeng covered her mouth and giggled. "Isn't it thanks to Yeshidi that we were able to keep someone like him?" Yi Junlin sighed. "It's all my fault for not managing him properly on a daily basis, causing him to become like this. Everyone, rest assured, I will continue to teach him." Lin Biantai loved to see Hong Tianye's aggrieved appearance, clearly extremely uncomfortable, but still having to force a smile. After a while, Lin Biantai lay back on the chair and turned to call the little mouse, "Xiaoxi!" Xiaoxi ran over with 2 large spoons in her hands and replied, "Yes, master." Yi Junlin continued, "I want to eat hot pot." The little mouse hurried away and replied, "Okay, I'll prepare it right away." Zhao Deju asked curiously, "Yi Shidi, hot pot, is that pot that uses fire? Can that be eaten?" The MC replied, "Heh, since you're all curious, why don't you stay and give it a try?" Scene changes to the back mountain of Xuantian sect. A fiery red figure stood quietly. Hong Tianye looked at his face swollen like a pig's head reflected in the water. His eyes were wet, and his body trembled slightly. His heart was filled with bitterness. He had never thought that the road to reversing the situation would be so difficult. Hong Tianye cursed in his heart. "I don't believe you can always be on top of the world. As long as I work hard to cultivate, I will sooner or later reach the Great Vehicle stage, or even surpass the Great Vehicle stage. Yi Junlin, you just wait." Not long after, news of the battle in Huang Province spread like wildfire across the other 13 provinces. Holy crap! Ye Junlin from the Xuantian sect is actually a Mahayana cultivator, and he wiped out all 18 venerables sent by the Yuhua sect? What? An army of tens of thousands of cultivators was annihilated? Damn it. My brother was among them. Sigh. Guess I gotta take care of his wife for him now. That white-haired maniac is gonna get struck by lightning for killing so many people. He's totally the #1 butcher of the eastern region. Everywhere in Buddha province you could see monks looking all sad and chanting scriptures to send the spirits of the dead far away. At first, the Shuangkong temple was showing off like crazy, but after hearing the news, the whole temple went silent. In a pavilion somewhere in Spirit province, a surprised shout echoed. "No way! A barbarian from Huang province is this strong? Could he be some immortal powerhouse reincarnated?" Xue Tianyi, who was enjoying himself, stopped in his tracks when he heard his subordinate's report, his sinister eyes showing horror. The guard miserably replied, "Young master, it's true." Xue Tianyi was actually scared, cold sweat pouring down his back, his spine stiff. Thinking back, it was lucky he didn't make a move that day, or even his father wouldn't have been able to save him. HMPH. Go find me some more female cultivators. This young master needs to chill out. You know. What are you still standing there for, you deaf? Go now, or I'll drag your mom here to replace them. Hearing that, the guard panicked and quickly retreated, secretly praying that his mother wouldn't catch the eye of this devil. Meanwhile, after receiving news of the defeat, the entire Yuhua sect was in shock. From disciples to elders, no one could believe it. It's been so long since the Yuhua sect lost an external battle. This was the first time ever. Especially losing 18 core elders shook the very foundation of the sect. You gotta know that each elder had the power of life and death over those below, their status high above, seen as gods within the sect, yet this time, none of them returned. Dong dong. The sound of funeral bells echoed across the sky, the atmosphere within the sect becoming oppressive, with the occasional sob. In the true inheritance hall, the holy son Chen Xiao, who was recovering from his injuries, suddenly felt like he'd been struck by lightning, staggering to his feet, his eyes full of horror. Are you telling me the truth? Mo Lao, his hair already turning white, his eyes red, softly said, Holy son, this old servant wouldn't dare lie. The news has already spread throughout the eastern region. This time, we lost big time. Chen Xiao stumbled and fell, sitting down in his chair, a pathetic smile on his face. Yi Junlin, you sneaky bastard, you were already at Mahayana, but you hid it on purpose? Were you trying to mess with this holy son? He once thought that as long as he diligently cultivated to the integration stage, he would be able to face Yi Junlin, but reality quickly slapped him in the face. That guy isn't integration, he's Mahayana. Mo Lao, seeing Chen Xiao lose his spirit, quickly encouraged him. Holy son, you must not lose heart. That white-haired old devil has lived for tens of thousands of years, or how else would his cultivation be so profound? You are still young, your future is bright. Mahayana is the end for him, but for you, it's just a stage to overcome. After all, you possess the aptitude to become an immortal. Chen Xiao's gloomy eyes regained their light. That's right, this holy son will transcend tribulation and become an immortal in the future. How can I give up? Mahayana stage is nothing. I'll reach it sooner or later. Mo Lao nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Suddenly, Chen Xiao seemed to have made up his mind. Grinding his teeth, he said, Mo Lao, please report it to the higher-ups. I've decided to refine that Xiang object in order to quickly raise my cultivation and power. Mo Lao was stunned, almost thinking he misheard. What? Holy son, you're talking about... That Xiang object is called the Solar True Fire, rumored to have fallen from the sky hundreds of thousands of years ago, leaving Qing province barren and the people miserable. At that time, countless powerhouses wanted to subdue it, but all were burned to ashes by the Solar True Fire. In the end, the founding ancestor of the Yuhua sect used divine powers to seal it in the deepest, forbidden area of the sect. It wasn't until Chen Xiao, who possessed the solar immortal body, appeared that the high-level elders remembered the Solar True Fire, thinking that this thing would suit him. However, due to its great power, even with a suitable physique, the elders only allowed him to refine it when he reached the Mahayana stage with his current cultivation. Refining the Solar True Fire would be extremely painful and arduous, but if successful, his power would explode. With a higher cultivation, refining would be easier, and the chances of success would also increase. However, if he failed, the backlash would certainly kill him. At this time, Chen Xiao had not yet reached the integration stage, but he was taking the initiative to refine the Solar True Fire, making Mo Lao very embarrassed. After all, Chen Xiao was the most outstanding talent and physique in the past million years of the Yuhua sect, the most promising candidate to prove the Tao and ascend to immortality. If anything happened, the loss would be irreparable. Mo Lao quickly advised, Holy son, this old servant understands your feelings, but please calm down, Mo Lao. Please believe in me. Chen Xiao's eyes were firm, each word spoken. I just want to become stronger. The Solar True Fire was prepared for me. This is fate's decree. This holy son wants to be reborn from the ashes. Infected by his strong determination, Mo Lao was a little shaken, his eyes showing respect. Sighing, he said, All right, this old servant will report the truth. Please, holy son, prepare yourself well. Watching Mo Lao's back as he left, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged on the futon again, his mind suddenly becoming clear, feeling like he had to break or stand, putting himself in a dead end to find a way to survive. In his mind, the red figure of his enemy flashed, causing Chen Xiao to feel humiliated. His face revealed resentment, coldly saying, Next time, this holy son will definitely take your life. To avenge the enemy who killed my father, first I must kill his disciple. Cut to a few months later, on Piamiao Peak, Xuantian sect, the sun shone brightly, birds chirping merrily. Yi Junlin, wearing sunglasses, comfortably lay on a lounge chair, holding a goblet made of millennium-old lapis lazuli, acting pretentious as he said, Hong, give me a glass of 82 Lafite. Hong Tianye seemed used to this scene, his face expressionless, hand placed in front of his chest, bowing respectfully, then taking out a bottle made of black winestone, gently pouring the red liquid into the glass. "Yes, mister, yay." The rich aroma of the red liquid filled the air, captivating the heart. This was grape wine brewed from 10,000-year-old blood grapes, extremely beneficial to the body of a cultivator. Yi Zhenlin took a sip, his face revealing a satisfied expression of appreciation. Very good. Hong Tianye maintained his calm expression, but in his heart he kept mumbling. Again, going crazy again. This guy is really sick. When will this miserable day end for me? He was really speechless at Yi Zhenlin's weird actions, but because he was afraid of his strength, he had to obediently cooperate. Yanin didn't care about Hong Tianye's eyes that looked at him like an idiot. He just gently swirled the wine glass, closed his eyes and hummed a melody, immersed in his own world. At this time, the system suddenly spoke. "Ding! The daily check-in count has been refreshed. Do you want to check in, host?" Yi Zhenlin thought to himself. Check in. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your luck has exploded. You have received a supreme mount. Clang! Yi Zhen dropped the glass in his hand. The glass fell to the ground. Red wine splattering everywhere. Hong Tianye was startled and panicked, reflexively bowing and apologizing, thinking that he had just done something to anger this silver-haired young man. Disciple knows his mistake. But at this time, Yi Zhenlin's mind was completely focused on the reward he had just received. He breathed rapidly, quickly asking, "Tungzi, explain it more clearly. What kind of mount is it?" Ding! It's a Kumpeng, currently only in the juvenile stage, but it has already reached the Mahayana stage. Please treat it well, host. The ancient divine beast, Kumpeng, has unlimited potential and is considered one of the strongest beings in the myriad realms. It can freely fly in the sky or leisurely swim in the vast ocean. Hearing this, Yi Zhenlin was extremely excited. How could a handsome cultivator like him go out without a splendid mount? Wouldn't it be too shabby to rely on himself to fly? Luckily, the system is still somewhat useful because it has given him an ancient divine beast Kunpeng as a mount. This is truly a treasure for both fighting battles and showing off. Hong Tianye raised his head, his face full of suspicion. Realizing that the other party seemed very happy, not angry at all, he felt annoyed in his heart. Damn it, what's there to smile about for no reason? Crazy. One moment. Suddenly, a creature with the head of a mouse and the body of a human ran over happily, holding a green invitation in her hand, calling, "Master!" She was wearing a yellow skirt, her skin as white as snow, smooth as jade, her petite figure exuding a lively and energetic air. Only the white-haired mouse head on her neck was a bit out of place, the mouse face showing a humanized smile. Yi Zhenlin curiously asked, "Xiaoxi, what's that in your hand?" Bai Xiaoxi waved the invitation in her hand. Tongzi excitedly said, "This is the invitation that the sect leader gave to Xiaoxi, asking me to pass it on to Master." Yi Zhenlin took the invitation, opened it, and his expression turned strange. Turns out, the old ancestor of the Shu family in Lingzhou, after a long period of closed-door cultivation, successfully broke through from the Great Ascension stage to the Tribulation Transcension stage, causing a stir in the eastern region. The Shu family was overjoyed and specially sent invitations everywhere, inviting prominent cultivators to participate in the banquet. The meaning is obvious, clearly wanting to take this opportunity to expand the Shu family's prestige. Everyone knows that a Great Ascension stage cultivator can be called a venerable, but once breaking through to the Tribulation Transcension stage, they are called a pseudo-immortal. Just hearing the word immortal is enough to understand how powerful this realm is, because just one more step, and it's the legendary true immortal. These are the true beings who transcend everything, standing at the peak of the cultivation world, a realm that countless cultivators dream of reaching. Little Hong said worriedly, "The old ancestor of the Shu family has reached the Tribulation Transcension stage, which can be called the true immortal realm. He invited the Xuantian sect, probably to intimidate us. With our current strength, we are not his match." At this time, Yi Zhenlin stroked his chin and said with interest, "Inviting the Xuantian sect to participate in the banquet at this time, it seems they want to scare the monkeys by killing the chicken, using this opportunity to enhance the Shui family's old ancestors' reputation. Are pseudo-immortals that strong? Want to bet the old man will go and freeload?" The system's voice rang. Ding! A random mission has been activated. The host brings their new mount to the Shui family banquet, stunning the entire audience, and will receive a special reward. Yi Junlin smirked. Tongzi, this mission came just in time. The urge to show off has already started to stir within me. If I don't go out and show off a little, wouldn't I be letting down my new mount? Bai Xiaoxi asked, Master, are we going? Yi Junlin secretly said. We're setting off right now. System. Immediately summon the supreme Kun Peng mount for me, Ding. Summoning for the host. Dark, dark, dark. From deep within the endless sky, a terrifying aura surged, and dazzling light like a galaxy descended. A gigantic figure gradually broke through the clouds, revealing a body tens of thousands of feet long. It was a colossal creature, resembling a deep-sea whale, yet possessing enormous wings flapping powerfully. The spiritual energy within 100 miles instantly became chaotic, and powerful gusts of wind filled the space. Rumble. The Xuantian sect shook violently, and all the spiritual beasts raised within the sect collapsed on the ground, feeling unprecedented bloodline pressure, trembling with fear, and even peeing on the spot. Countless disciples and elders looked up at the sky in horror, their bodies as cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What's going on? Is a demonic beast attacking the sect? Exclamations echoed everywhere, and an atmosphere of panic spread. Swoosh, swoosh, Su Yunian and the elders from the major peaks rushed out, looking at the gigantic creature in front of them, their eyes filled with shock. Sect leader, this is a Supreme Great Ascension stage demonic beast. How could it appear here? Could it be from the Yuhua Gate? The situation is critical. I think we should immediately activate the sect-protecting Grand Formation. Hurry, activate the Grand Formation. Boom! The sect-protecting Grand Formation, hidden within the Xuantian sect, was activated, and countless dazzling halos rose up, like thousands of stars suspended in the sky. The halos intertwined and wrapped around each other, forming a pure land, preparing to resist the gigantic creature that was getting closer. After Ye Junlin's improvement, the Xuantian sect's sect-protecting Grand Formation had undergone a major breakthrough, enough to block attacks from ordinary Great Ascension stage cultivators. But at this moment, in front of that terrifying creature, the Grand Formation trembled, seemingly unable to withstand its pressure. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaoxi was so scared that she hugged her head and squatted on the ground, her mouse-like face full of horror. Ah, a monster has come. Hong Tianye gasped for breath, his eyes revealing disbelief. Isn't this? Based on his knowledge, he naturally recognized what this gigantic creature was. This was one of the strongest ancient divine beasts in legend, the Kun Peng. Yi Junlin's eyes flashed, and he nodded in satisfaction, thinking, even though this Kun Peng is only in its juvenile stage, its power is already so astonishing. I'm afraid the previous 18 core elders would be easily torn to shreds by it. If it continues to grow, how terrifying will its strength be? At this moment, Hong Tianye took 2 steps back, seemingly preparing to run away, and thought to himself, are you kidding me? Such an ancient divine beast suddenly descended from the sky to attack the sect. If I get caught in it, I'll definitely lose my life. Hong Tianye glanced at the silver-haired youth and thought in his heart, look, this is your retribution. He absolutely didn't believe that Ye Junlin could deal with the Kun Peng. Even though they were both at the Great Ascension stage, it was the strongest ancient divine beast, and its combat power was undoubtedly amazing. Just as everyone was panicking, Ye Junlin suddenly soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and shooting towards the sky. A disciple exclaimed in surprise, look, Peak Lord Yi is going to make a move. Shu Yunian and the others shouted worriedly, Junior Brother Yi, be careful. At this time, the only person capable of resisting that demonic beast was the Peak Lord of Misty Peak, who was regarded as the trump card of the Xuantian sect. But no one expected that Yi Junlin, as soon as he flew up, immediately waved his hand, directly withdrawing the Grand Formation, and then stood still, waiting for the Kun Peng to arrive. The Kun Peng glided across the sky, the pressure emanating from its body like the aura of a king ruling over all living beings. When it saw Ye Junlin appear, its speed suddenly increased, and it rushed over with rolling airwaves. Whoosh, 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 seeing the distance between the Kun Peng and Ye Junlin getting closer and closer, many people couldn't help but be horrified. Hong Tianye muttered, does he want to die? But the next moment, a scene that made him widen. His eyes appeared, and he exclaimed, huh, what? No way, little Hong mumbled. He's planning to drag everyone down to die here. In everyone's shocked eyes, the Kun Peng, which had originally looked fierce and majestic when it appeared, now looked like a docile kitten. It gently rubbed its head against Yi Junlin, acting extremely affectionate, completely contrasting with its gigantic size. Yi Junlin smiled, raised his hand and patted it gently on the head. Good boy, very good, follow me from now on. The Kunpeng excitedly swayed its body, opened its mouth, and let out a resounding cry, looking extremely happy. Witnessing this scene, the entire Xuantian sect fell silent. Some people were dumbfounded, and others gaped. Heavens, what's going on? A disciple exclaimed in shock, his voice full of awe. I didn't see wrong! Peak Lord Yi subdued it, with just a wave of his hand. The Peak Lord of Sword Burial Peak looked bewildered. Sect leader, it seems that demonic beast knows junior brother Yi. Ah, senior sister Tai, what's wrong? A scream rang out, attracting everyone's attention. The Peak Lord of Heavenly Prosperity Peak reached out and hugged her full chest, her eyes full of surprise, staring intently at the gigantic creature in the sky, her eyes shining brightly. Everyone, this demonic beast is very similar to the ancient divine beast, Kunpeng, recorded in an ancient book that I once read. Upon hearing these two words, everyone's hearts seemed to be squeezed. Kunpeng, an ancient divine beast. Hearing senior sister Tai say that, I also remembered. According to the description in the book, a fully grown Kunpeng has a body so huge that you can't see the end of it, and can swallow entire planets, roaming through the myriad realms. But this Kunpeng is clearly different from what's in the legends. Xu Yunyan swallowed his saliva and said tremblingly, I think it's because this Kunpeng is still in its juvenile stage. Gasp. A sound of inhaling cold air rang out everywhere. Such a rare ancient divine beast actually appeared in the Xuantian sect, and even obediently submitted to junior brother Ye. What is going on? Yi Junlin turned around and smiled, introducing, Don't panic, this is my mount, Kunpeng. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused a shock everywhere. The group of peak lords from Sword Burial Peak gaped their mouths, their hearts filled with envy. Heavens, an ancient divine beast is willing to become junior brother Yi's mount? Xu Yunyan sighed. Junior brother Yi is indeed favored by the heavens. This is probably destiny. Meanwhile, Hong Tianye, who had a deeper understanding than others, suffered a heavy blow to his spirit. He was originally an immortal who had been in the center of the Kulum region and had come into contact with many secrets far beyond ordinary people. According to what he knew, divine beasts in this world had long been extinct, let alone the descendants of the ancient divine beast Kunpeng. But now, not only did a descendant of the Kunpeng appear, but it also voluntarily became Ye Junlin's mount. It's really too absurd. Thinking about what had happened, Hong Tianye almost held his breath, his heart surging, and his eyes looking at Ye Junlin completely changed. Thinking about the rumors, those who are blessed with great fortune will encounter unimaginable opportunities, and even divine beasts will come to them to acknowledge them as their master. Could this guy really be that kind of person? Possessing the rumored treasures of an ancient ruin, reaching the Great Ascension stage at a young age, and mastering various mysterious great divine powers. Now, even the descendant of the ancient divine beast Kunpeng has appeared to acknowledge him as its master. Isn't this the legendary person, blessed with great fortune? Thinking of the humiliations he had suffered, Hong Tianye felt extremely bitter and almost shed tears. The grief in his heart turned into a river of lamentation. Why? A lazy and extravagant guy who just eats and sleeps is favored by the heavens, while I, a demonic cultivator, who has suffered so much and wandered everywhere, has to have my dignity trampled on by him. Up in the air, Ye Junlin patted Kunpeng's head, laughing. From now on, I'll call you Kun. Hearing this affectionate name, Kunpeng excitedly swayed its massive body, creating fierce gusts of wind that staggered the cultivators below. Ye Junlin thought for a moment. Feeling like something was still missing, he raised his hand to form a seal and pointed in one direction. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under the control of his magic power, a magnificent palace burst from the mountainside, then slowly descended onto Kunpeng's back before the astonished eyes of countless people. Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, now I have a place to chill. The Sword Burial Peak Lord was completely dumbfounded. Looking at his mountain now bare, he held his head and screamed like a mole. Ah, that's my house! Pfuft! Seeing this, the other peak lords couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sect leader Xu Yunyan coughed a few times and said sternly, Zhao Shidi, I understand your feelings. Although Ye Shidi took your house, the sect will compensate you with a bigger one. The Sword Burial Peak Lord perked up, scratching his head and laughing. In that case, it's fine, no problem. Yi Junlin shouted, My dear disciples, hurry up here, your teacher is about to depart. Bai Shaoxi replied, Okay, coming right now. Squeak, squeak. Then Bai Shaoxi looked at Hong Tianye, who was bowing his head in silence, gently poked him with her small finger, and said cautiously, Hong Xiqiang, Shizun is calling us. Hong Tianye slowly raised his head, his expression indifferent, as he replied, Okay. He looked at Yi Zhenlin's figure, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, secretly thinking, HMPH. This deity admits that someone with great luck is indeed powerful, but this deity doesn't believe I'll always rely on others. As long as this deity endures long enough, sooner or later I'll seize your luck and turn it into mine. This thought was not without basis, because Hong Tianye was once a miserable beggar who relied on his strong will to climb to the position of demonic sect leader, making the whole world tremble in fear. In his eyes, as long as you don't give up, nothing is impossible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kunpeng flapped its giant wings, creating powerful air currents, soaring into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. Heavenly Fragrance Peak Lord worriedly asked, Will Ye Shidi's trip to the Shu family's banquet be dangerous? After all, the Shu family's old ancestor is a void immortal. Shu Yunyan put his hands behind his back and flashed a meaningful smile, rest assured. With an ancient divine beast by his side, what's a void immortal? As long as Ye Shidi doesn't cause trouble, I'll be thanking the heavens. The Su family wants to scare the tiger away from his mountain, but the tiger is coming to their door himself. I think this Su family will regret it. Cut to Lingzhou. In the sky tens of thousands of miles high, the clouds rolled, and suddenly floating islands appeared, of varying sizes, with houses densely packed on them. The islands were connected by cold, black, profound iron chains. In the center was a huge island, vast in area, surrounded by small islands, like stars surrounding the moon. This central island had the densest spiritual energy, and all the buildings on the island were magnificent and majestic. Looking closely, you could see that this place was brightly decorated, and everywhere was filled with a joyous and lively atmosphere. That's right, this was the Shu family's territory. All the floating islands belonged to the Shu family, where generations of Shu family descendants lived. And the largest and most imposing island was obviously the Shu family's main residence, where the noble main line lived. But today was different, because the Shu family's old ancestor had just come out of seclusion, and the Shu family was specially holding a banquet. On this occasion, even the collateral branches of the family were qualified to go to the main island to enjoy a bit of luck. In the sky, countless colorful streams of light streaked through space, heading towards the magnificent, huge island. Male and female cultivators in different clothing, some sitting on flying boats, some standing on flying swords, or riding flying demon beasts, were all guests from the major Dao provinces of the eastern region. You must know that the Zhu family's old ancestor breaking through to the Void Immortal meant that the Zhu family's status would rapidly increase. All the Zhu family members also benefited from this, from the main branch to the collateral branches, all rising like chickens and dogs to heaven. The Shu family was already known as the #1 cultivation family in Lingzhou, and now with this event, that position was even more consolidated. For various reasons, all major and minor forces did not dare to offend the Shu family, and all had to give some face to attend. At the Shu family's main residence, inside was crowded with guests, with people coming and going. The grand elder of a sect cupped his hands and congratulated, Congratulations, congratulations. The Shu family has produced a Void Immortal. With a Void Immortal protecting you in the future, we are truly envious. A crown prince flattered, Haha, that's not enough to say. Don't forget that he is now a Void Immortal, and who knows, in the future he will break through to True Immortal, and then wouldn't he be able to exist for hundreds of thousands of years? Young Master Shui, am I right? A well-known sword cultivator raised his glass, smiling. Young Master Shui is the eldest grandson of the Shui family, and his current status is even more formidable. Don't just talk about Lingzhou. I'm afraid that he can rampage throughout the entire eastern region. The surrounding guests also enthusiastically chatted, Yes, yes, please take care of us more in the future. The young man in brocade clothes, with a charming face and a smug smile on the corner of his mouth, waved his fan, looking extremely satisfied. Easy to say. Easy to say. We are all one family. The people who could come here were all well-known figures in the major Dao provinces of the eastern region. Now they were all flattering him. This made Shui Qiangyi's vanity extremely satisfied. Suddenly, a guest mentioned, That's right, I wonder if the Shui family sent an invitation to the Xuan Tian sect. The lively atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and curious eyes from all directions focused on Shui Tianyi. After the battle in the wasteland, the Xuantian sect's reputation is now the most resounding in the eastern region. Even the Yuhua Gate suffered heavy losses due to incorrect intelligence. With their cultivator army annihilated and many elders dying, only ghosts know that Xuantian sect is Ye Junlin was actually a venerable. If the Xuantian sect participates in this banquet, it will have extraordinary significance. Su Tianyi's eyes flickered, and he said with a cold smile, "Of course we did. But I don't know if the Xuantian sect dares to send someone here. Don't find some unknown nobody to deceive our Shu family, or they won't even be able to enter the door." A guest asked loudly, "What if Yi Junlin comes in person?" Hearing this name, Shui Tianyi remembered the black-robed figure, and his forehead slightly sweated, but his face still showed arrogance. He waved his fan and smiled, HMPH, then let that barbarian open his eyes and see what the Shui family of Lingzhou has to offer. A guest flattered, "Young Master Shu is truly domineering." Hearing this, the crowd enthusiastically raised their thumbs in praise. Although that Yi Junlin is a venerable, he still has to obediently offer wine to young Master Shu. After all, young Master Shu's old ancestor is a void immortal. No matter how strong a venerable is, he can't compare to a void immortal. Laughter broke out everywhere. "Ha ha ha, that's right." Being constantly praised by everyone, Sui Tianyi felt like he was floating on clouds, and thought to himself with satisfaction, "Yi Yunlin, so what if you have a great reputation?" In front of this young master, even a dragon has to obediently coil itself up. While other young masters rely on their fathers to show off, Shui Tianyi is different. He relies directly on his family's old ancestor. Just then, there were horrified shouts outside the residence. "Heavens, what is that?" Whoosh! 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 From the sky, a majestic pressure like a king swept out, covering all the Shu family's floating islands. The small islands began to shake, so violently that it could be seen with the naked eye. Countless people were frightened, their faces showing extreme horror. They widened their eyes to see a huge creature, tens of thousands of feet long, emerging from the sea of clouds, shaped like a giant whale, with huge wings flapping strongly, covering the sky. The flying boats and treasure ships nearby immediately avoided it. The cultivators above gaped, staring blankly at the giant creature. One person said in fear, "What kind of demon beast is this? I can feel the pressure of a venerable." In the crowd, an old man in green clothes was sitting on the back of a giant rock. When he saw this creature, he was struck by lightning and exclaimed in horror, This is a kunpeng." Many cultivators knowledgeable about mythical beasts revealed shocked expressions. Kunpeng, I've heard of it. It's an ancient mythical beast thought to be extinct. For a kunpeng to appear at a major event like the Shu family's banquet, could this be an auspicious sign? Someone suddenly shouted, "Wait, look closely. There's a palace on the kunpeng's back. This mythical beast has already been tamed." Immediately, gasps of astonishment echoed from all directions. Using a kunpeng as a mount? Just what kind of figure is this? Is there such a powerhouse in the eastern region? While everyone was discussing, the kunpeng, with its overwhelming presence, flew straight towards the Shui family's main residence on the massive island. On the island, from the elderly to the children, the entire Shu family was terrified by this powerful mythical beast. "Young Master Shu, quickly look." Guests exclaimed and speculated that a great figure riding a kunpeng had arrived at the banquet. Heavens, using a supreme-level mythical beast as a mount, the aura is truly unmatched. Just who is that person? Could it be related to the Shu family's old ancestor? Sui Tianyi was stunned, then coughed a few times, pretending to be deep in thought. "That's right. This guest once had a connection with my family's old ancestor. I remember my parents telling me that when I was born, he appeared and wanted to take me as his adopted son, but my parents were worried that the karma would be too great, so they tactfully declined. Thinking back on it now, it's truly something." Upon hearing these words, everyone's expressions changed, and their respect for the Shui family increased another level. Such a thing actually happened? Even a great figure who uses a kunpeng as a mount has a connection with the Shu family, and even wanted to take Shu Tianyi as his adopted son back then. The Shu family's strength is truly terrifying. A dignified voice like a great bell echoed from within the residence, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "May I ask which Taoist friend has traveled from afar to attend the banquet? I appreciate this kindness." A clear voice rang out, coming from a handsome young man with long silver hair, wearing a black robe embroidered with gold. "Xuantian sect, Ye Junlin." Yi Junlin, with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely stepped down, his expression calm. Boom! The atmosphere of the banquet instantly exploded. A person with a name, a tree with a shadow. The battle of desolate continent that shook the eastern region was led by this person. Now he has personally arrived, and what's more, he's riding on a supreme-level Kunpeng mythical beast. Completely overshadowing the Shui family, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "I heard that the Xuantian sect is an ancient sect. I used to be skeptical, but now I have no doubts. Even a Kunpeng is used as a mount, which shows how terrifying the sect's foundation is." The most surprised person was Shui Tianyi when he saw Ye Zhonglin stepping out from the Kunpeng's back. His mind almost exploded. This, an unprecedented sense of embarrassment and anger erupted in his heart. He had just boastfully fabricated a story about his close relationship with that great figure, but who knew that the great figure was actually Yi Junlin? Many guests looked at him with strange expressions, and some even tried to cover their mouths to stifle their laughter, but still made hissing sounds, showing how much they were trying to hold back. Young Master Shu, just now, Shu Tianyi's face flushed red as blood. Shu Tianyi took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "Did I say anything? I advise you all to think carefully." The crowd was startled and hurriedly shook their heads in denial. No, young Master Shu didn't say anything. We didn't hear anything either. Although they outwardly agreed, in their hearts they were secretly cursing. "Damn dog thing, you're so thick-skinned. HMPH. Sui Tianyi sneered, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked towards Ye Junlin. At this moment, when the Shui family's old ancestor heard the name Ye Junlin, he was stunned for a moment, and his eyes became gloomy. Combined with the recent rumors, he never expected that the person who could ride the Kunpeng would be a junior cultivator. If it weren't for his fear of the Xuantian sect and the mysterious origin of the Kunpeng, he would have taken it long ago. After all, this was a descendant of an ancient mythical beast with pure blood and great potential. But now that the other party had come to his doorstep, he had to show enough respect, while also taking the opportunity to learn more about this person. The Shu family's old ancestor smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. "So it is Venerable Yi who has graced us with his presence, truly bringing glory to our Shu family. Normally, a pseudo-immortal like him wouldn't need to lower himself before a venerable, but Yi Junlin was an exception, a person worth his lowering his stance for." The system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding a 50x increase in the automatic cultivation speed of all divine abilities and techniques." Yi Junlin sighed inwardly. Not bad. Having a mount isn't bad. He turned to the Shu family's old ancestor, cupped his hands politely. "I, Yi, on behalf of the Xuantian sect, congratulate you on your successful breakthrough." The Shu family's old ancestor nodded slightly and gestured to invite him in. Immediately afterwards, Ye Junlin and his disciples leisurely entered the Shu family's residence. The other guests followed them with respectful gazes, whispering among themselves. The Buddhist continent monks called him the white-haired old devil, but having seen him with my own eyes today, I think he's quite handsome, not as terrifying as the rumors say. Compared to that old devil name, I think white-haired killing god is more fitting. Too many people have died by his hands. Look at the red-clothed woman next to him. It's the eldest disciple, Hong Tianye, who outsiders call the Hong immortal fairy. Ah, so beautiful. Truly a peerless beauty. At first, everyone's attention was focused on Ye Junlin, but soon it shifted to Hong Tianye. Her striking red attire, aloof temperament, plus her exquisite and perfect face, made it hard for people to look away. As for Bai Xiaoxi, fearing being pointed at, she had specially worn a hat with a veil this time, hiding her rat head, only revealing her petite and lovely figure. Because she was always following behind Ye Junlin, she was mistaken by Lin Xiang as a page boy. Inside the veil, Bai Xiaoxi's dark eyes darted everywhere. When she discovered that the table was filled with rare fruits and desserts, she happily waved her small hand and cheered. Wow, so many delicious things. Senior brother Hong, quickly look. Hong Tianye grimaced, feeling helpless towards this carefree rat. Yi Junlin smiled and said, "Xiaoxi, if you want to eat, just help yourself." Bai Xiaoxi's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed to the table, happily exclaiming, "Really? Then chomp chomp. I won't stand on ceremony anymore." At this moment, Shui Tianyi narrowed his eyes, determined to take action to regain his lost face. He fanned himself with a fan and walked gracefully. With a gentle smile, "Brother Ye, long time no see." Yi Junlin turned his head to look at him. his expression strangely assessing him from head to toe, secretly thinking in his heart, "Who is this idiot? Is he very familiar?" Seeing that Yi Zhenlin didn't react, Yu Tianyi's smile stiffened. Shui Tianyi coughed a few times and added, "I am the young master of the Shui family, from the direct line of the Shui family's old ancestor." The meaning was very clear. "This young master's status is so noble. Aren't you going to quickly flatter me?" Yi Zhenlin raised his hand and picked his nose, nodding. "So, that's how it is." Shui Tianyi smiled, preparing to receive the next words of flattery. "It's okay. It's not too late to know now." Yi Zhenlin dropped the sentence, turned his head and walked away without looking back. "What does it have to do with me?" The smile on Sui Tianyi's face froze, his teeth clenched. He looked at Yi Zhenlin's back, his eyes bloodshot, screaming madly in his heart, "I am the young master of the Shu family, the future successor to the position of family head. My old ancestor is a pseudo-immortal. You devil dare to be rude to me." Unable to restrain himself, Sui Tianyi shouted, "How dare you!" The guests who witnessed this scene were stunned, truly too embarrassing. To save face at the banquet, Sui Tianyi had to suppress his anger, trying to regain his composure. His gaze shifted to Hong Tianyi, and the thought popped into his head. "It's her. You defeated the Holy Son of the Feather Transformation sect. Are Yi Zhenlin's eldest disciple, a peerless genius. This time, because he was at the banquet, he had time to slowly admire her. The more he looked, the faster his heart beat like a deer jumping around, so beautiful. This face, this temperament, was so different from the ordinary women he had been with before. He thought to himself, this handsome and unrestrained young master has made countless female cultivators unable to escape. As long as I make a move, relying on my charm, I will definitely be able to conquer her. He had played with countless women before, including those arrogant female cultivators. Now carrying the halo of the grandson of a pseudo-immortal, Shui Tianyi didn't believe that Hong Tianyi could maintain her composure. Moreover, he also had a wicked idea. If he could capture Yi Zhenlin's female disciple, wouldn't it be the same as having the pleasure of revenge? Thinking of the scene of pressing her under his body, he became even more excited. At this moment, Hong Tianyi was standing in front of an exquisite vase, frowning as she sensed a flower. The petals were glittering as if inlaid with stars. The light emitting made people feel relaxed and comfortable. A gentle voice rang out from behind. "Does immortal fairy Hong like flowers?" Shui Tianyi approached, looking dashing as he fanned himself, and said with refined grace, "This is a Yuta flower, a very rare species, perfect for viewing. My Sui family only managed to collect 6. As the saying goes, a precious sword for a hero, and beautiful flowers for a beauty. If the fairy likes it, please take it as a small token of my sincerity." He was extremely confident, because he had used this flower to conquer women before, and it was very successful. This flower is not only rare, but it can also stay fresh for thousands of years. Especially at night, its light becomes even more brilliant. Which woman could bear to refuse? Hong Tianyi, upon hearing this, showed an expression of disdain, placing the flower back in the vase. He thought to himself, "You dumb pig!" In Hong's little head, he was thinking, in the central domain, this flower is called a spirit essence flower, a top-grade ingredient for refining pills that enhance spiritual sense. Yet here, it's being put in a flower vase. Sure enough, you're all bumpkins. Seeing that Hong Tianyi didn't accept the flower, Shui Tianyi tried to probe Hong Fairy. Hong Tianyi couldn't take it anymore and said coldly, "Don't call me a fairy, this one is a man." Zhou Tianyi froze, then chuckled. "Hong Fairy is truly humorous, so beautiful and funny. I wonder if you would grace me with your presence in the guest room to discuss and debate the Tao." Upon hearing this, Hong Tianyi's face turned icy, his eyes blood red, and a chilling, murderous aura burst forth. "Get lost." Even so, Shui Tianyi didn't give up, forcing a smile. "Hong Fairy, I just want..." Hong Tianyi's eyes were cold, and at the same time, a terrifying pressure emanated. "If you dare disturb this one again, you'll die miserably." Sui Tianyi's soul nearly exploded. His eyes widened. Cold sweat poured down, soaking his forehead and back, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He seemed to see a blurry, blood-red figure standing amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his whole body shrouded in destructive demonic flames, bringing an immense pressure. Shui Tianyi's face was covered in sweat, and he thought in terror, "What the hell? Why does looking at her feel like seeing my ancestors from 18 generations coming to claim my life? Holy crap, this dude just peed his pants. Ha ha ha. Thump Shu Tianyi collapsed, his legs giving way, and knelt on the spot. The guests all exclaimed, "Heavens, young Master Su is really crazy," actually kneeling before Hong Fairy. A female cultivator covered her mouth in surprise. Is this a new pursuit method? An angry voice rang out, accompanied by the imposing figure of the Shu family's patriarch stepping forward. "You unfilial son, you've lost all the face of the Shu family." His face was as cold as ice, his eyes full of reprimand, and the sharp sound like thunder resounded in his ears, startling Shu Tianyi awake. He staggered to his feet, trembling, and said, "Father, slap!" A resounding slap landed directly on his face, and Shu Tianyi's left cheek immediately swelled up, burning like fire. The Shu family patriarch angrily scolded, his eyes full of disappointment. Worthless trash, only knowing how to disgrace the family. He was a great Ascension stage powerhouse. If he had really used his full strength, Shu Tianyi would have been killed on the spot. On the other side, Hong Tianyi stood, with his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his lips. The Shu family patriarch turned to look at Hong Tianyi, clasped his hands, and said sternly, "Hong Fairy, it's all my fault for not disciplining him properly." Hong Tianyi's smile disappeared, his cold eyes staring at the other party, emphasizing each word, "This one is a man." The Shu family patriarch watched Hong Tianyi's departing figure, frowned slightly, but ultimately said nothing more, thinking to himself, "Damn, those are some flat boobies. That waist, though, looks kind of feminine. That face is too pretty. It all looks delicious as hell, isn't it?" The Shu family patriarch was stunned, then forced to laugh. "Hong Fairy, you're so funny." Hong Tianyi tried to suppress his anger, took a deep breath, and decisively turned to leave. In his heart, he yearned to increase his strength, so that one day he could return to how he was in the central domain, living freely, without worrying about any rules or constraints, unlike now, where he felt restricted. Hong angrily turned his head. Bursting forth with killing intent, he roared, "Do you think I'm joking with you? You're all courting death?" A moment later, there were the sounds of Bai Shaoxi's running footsteps, as he rushed over and shouted, "Senior Brother Hong." Bai Shaoxi, with a gourd of wine balanced on his head, ran over and continued, "Senior Brother Hong, Master told me to bring this wine for you. Try it. It's delicious." Hong Tianyi tried to suppress his anger, took a deep breath, then sighed. He thought to himself, "I yearn to increase my strength, so that one day I can return to how I was in the central domain, living freely, without worrying about any rules or constraints, unlike now, where I feel restricted. Moreover, the old Su family ancestors' realm isn't one I can handle, so screw it, I'll just endure it for now." Next, Hong snatched the wine gourd from Bai Shaoxi's head, his face contorting with annoyance. Ugh! Hong angrily walked away, while Bai Shaoxi turned to the table next door, holding the wine gourd with both hands, drooling and muttering, "Hehe, Shaoxi also wants to try this wine." Without hesitation, Shaoxi lifted the wine gourd and chugged it down, causing his head covering to fall off. The surrounding crowd, seeing this, stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my god, what the heck is this? I never expected this to be the silver-haired devil's habit of collecting disciples. Looks uniquely bizarre." Ye Junlin walked over, picked up the hat for Shaoxi, then patted his head and said with a smile, "Shaoxi, be careful not to let your hat fall off. It easily makes people here have bad thoughts about your teacher." Bai Shaoxi's face flushed red, and he replied with a drunken smile, "Yes, master." Yi Junlin put the hat back on Bai Shaoxi and led him away, laughing and saying, "Come on, Shaoxi, let's go over there. There's a lot of good food." Shaoxi obediently followed and replied, "Yes, master." The two of them walked through the crowd, but there was a notable figure, namely the hatted man they had just passed. He looked cold and detached, and his left hand was firmly gripping the hilt of his sword. Shu Tianyi's face was twisted with shame and anger. Hearing the surrounding whispers of mockery, the anger in his heart burst forth, and his whole body trembled with rage. Damn it, the ancestor is a void immortal, and I'm a direct bloodline. Masters and disciples, what gives you the right to treat me like this? He roared in his heart, hating both Yi Zhenlin and Hong Tianyi. Unable to restrain his anger, fueled by alcohol, he roared at his subordinates, "Bring some women here for this young master." Right now, sensing the anger in his voice, the subordinates knew someone would be tortured to death again. They bowed their heads obsequiously and replied, "As you command." As he walked, Su Tianyi resentfully thought, Ye Junlin, you rode a rock to crush the reputation of my Shu family, humiliating me like an ant in front of everyone. And your disciple too, I won't let you off. I want you to witness your disciple being chopped into 1,000 pieces, and your Xuan Tian sect being burned to ashes. Shui Tianyi was drunk, staggering as he walked. Suddenly, a foot appeared and stood right behind Shui Tianyi. He stood watching Shui Tianyi and his subordinates walk into the distance. Hong stood silently on the side, observing and discovered the mysterious actions of this assassin. But Hong didn't say anything, and Hong's realm was higher than that of the assassin, so he was completely unable to detect Hong standing right behind him. Standing behind and watching the assassin, Hong thought in surprise, this guy's murderous aura is intense. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch. Hey, back at the mansion, sitting in the courtyard, Sui Tianyi, that son of a BTCH, was sitting at the table in the middle of the yard, furiously yelling, Why hasn't my woman arrived yet? The two maids standing in the yard were terrified and hurriedly replied, We apologize. Shu Tianyi continued to roar, You trash! How dare you make me wait this long? Suddenly, the assassin wearing a hat appeared, holding a blade in his right hand, leaping forward and slashing with all his might at Shu Tianyi's back. Shu Tianyi didn't have time to react. The wine cup in his hand almost flew out, and his face was filled with panic. He hurriedly raised his hands to cover his face, and suddenly a layer of blue shield appeared on his body. The assassin's blade was blocked by this shield. The blade was thus bounced backwards. The assassin didn't expect Shu Tianyi to have a secret treasure on him that could provide life-saving protection at a crucial moment. You have to know that he's a nascent soul-stage cultivator. Logically, killing a chi condensation cultivator is no different from crushing an ant. But not only did he fail to kill him, he was instead severely injured. Shu Tianyi, both frightened and angry, shouted, You're so bold, daring to assassinate this young master on Shui family's territory. This is Shui family's turf, where the Shushan ancestor is sitting guard. I can't believe there's a crazy person who dares to attack me, doesn't want to live anymore. At the same time, the commotion here has attracted the attention of the Zhu family guards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From all directions, countless divine senses converged, and powerful auras quickly approached. Angry shouts rang out one after another. Who dares to cause trouble here? The assassin gritted his teeth and thought, Damn it, I didn't expect to miss such a golden opportunity. I need to finish this quickly, before the Shu family guards arrive in greater numbers. Seeing the guard team approaching, Shu Tianyi laughed coldly a few times, about to say something, but suddenly felt goosebumps rise, and his whole body turned cold. The person wearing the hat in front of him suddenly radiated a more terrifying, murderous aura than ever before. A deep voice rang out as if from hell, revealing a will that disregarded life and death. As long as I can kill you, you beast, what does it matter if I can never be reborn? Boom! As if performing some kind of secret technique, his whole body was filled with blood energy, and holding the long blade, he charged straight towards Shui Tianyi. Shui Tianyi hurriedly raised the folding fan in his hand to defend, secretly exclaiming in his heart, This is bad. This fan is a rare spiritual item. In the hands of a chi condensation cultivator, it's already a magical treasure far exceeding the standard. For others in the same realm, their magical treasures at most only reach the level of treasure items. Whoosh! Green light flashed to meet the attack, but it was instantly shattered by the ink-colored blade aura. Several guards standing in front were also cut in half by the assassin's slash, feeling very sad. Splurt. A bloody arm flew into the air. Sui Tianyi's blood splattered everywhere, like rain. Sui Tianyi clutched his severed arm, screaming miserably, Ah! Someone! Save me! Sui Tianyi was so frightened that his soul almost left his body, he shouted loudly. The guard thought angrily, Damn it, most of the attacks are blocked by that shield. Just one more hit, and you're guaranteed a coffin, you piece of trash. Sui Tianyi. A large group of angry guards rushed up. Don't hurt the young master. Among them, several leaders who had reached the nascent soul stage used all their strength to stop the assassin. The hat-wearing man erupted with a violent aura, regardless of his injuries, frantically slashing and killing to clear a path of blood, shouting, Whoever blocks me dies. Although he was initially backlashed and severely injured, after activating the secret technique, his strength had recovered somewhat. Regardless of the tearing pain, he was determined to chop off Shu Tianyi's head, even if it cost him his life. Shouts echoed, the scene was chaotic. Shui Tianyi looked at the injured man in the wide-brimmed hat, covered in blood in several places, even revealing white bones, which was extremely terrifying. But his fierce and brutal eyes stared at Shui Tianyi. and holding the blade, he rushed forward, madly roaring, "You dog, dare to run! I will definitely kill you today." A cold, murderous aura enveloped him. Sui Tianyi's face turned pale, and his voice trembled as he said, "Hero, who are you? I haven't offended you. Why are you chasing after me? What do you want?" The man in the wide-brimmed hat said coldly, "Haha, the karma you've created you won't understand in your whole life. I swore to kill you. Luckily, heaven gave me this opportunity. Die, you piece of trash." The loud noise shook the entire Shu mansion, and the crowd was stunned and disgust. What's going on out there? Is someone fighting? Such an important event. How could someone be so reckless? Have you heard? Just now an assassin attacked the young master, and the Shuhi family guards are stopping him. Heavens, really? Hearing this news, the banquet became chaotic, and the guests rushed out, exclaiming, "Such a thing actually happened." Yi Junling stroked his chin and suddenly noticed Hong Tianyé's contemplative expression, and said with a profound smile, "Little Hong, did you discover something early on?" Hearing this, Hong Tianyé also touched his chin and frowned, replying, "Master, I'm just guessing." Haha. Yi Junlin smiled. Without elaborating, after all, this is someone else's banquet. He only came to have fun, but now that there's a good show to watch, he naturally wants to go see it for the excitement. Yi Junlin said casually, "Let's go take a look with junior sister Bai." Hong replied, "As you command." Then, Hong Tianyé raised his hand and led Bai Shaoxi behind him. Bai Shaoxi, drunk, mumbled, "Want to drink, still want to drink." Back to the Sui Tianyi dog-killing spree. Boom boom, a powerful and terrifying aura soared into the sky, and the entire sky suddenly darkened. The Sui family ancestor appeared and used his hand to block the assassin's blade, his eyes glaring brightly. He said in a murderous voice, "Who dares to cause trouble in my Shu family?" Next, the Shu family ancestor grabbed the assassin by the neck and slammed his body hard on the ground and asked, "Who sent you here?" The assassin didn't show any fear, but still grinned at the Shu family ancestor and said, "That piece of trash, Shu Tianyi, has done many evil deeds. It's a pity that you intervened and stopped me. Otherwise, I would have chopped his mouth dead." The Shui family ancestor glanced at Shui Tianyi behind him and asked, "Tianyi, do you know him?" Shui Tianyi, holding his injured right arm, exclaimed, "Ancestor, he's a madman. I don't even know him. His brain has a problem. He probably won't stop until he chops me to death." The man spat out a mouthful of blood and roared, "Listen carefully. My surname is Lei. My name is Wuji. What? You are Li Wuji?" The crowd instantly gasped in amazement. What? His name is Li Wujie, as in the Blade Devil, Li Wujie. The crowd gasped. One of the guests whispered, "It's him. It's really Blade Devil Li Wujie." That Li Wujie is pretty infamous in the eastern region. His blade skills are fast and precise, plus he does whatever the hell he wants. If he's annoyed, he'll just draw his blade and chop you down, no matter your background or status. He even went on a rampage in Yun province, challenging every expert he could find. Anyone he picked on was super unlucky, usually ending up completely ruined. For a long time, he terrified a lot of Yun province cultivators. They were scared of catching Li Wujie's eye. That's why he's called the Blade Devil. Master Shu's face darkened as he roared, "Damn it! How did that demonic cultivator get his hands on an invitation to the Shu family?" Li Wujie sneered. "Hey goons, don't go around saying I stole it." The Shui Tianyi said angrily, "I may have heard of you, but I've never met you, and we have no grudges, so why are you trying to assassinate me?" Li Wujie replied like a maniac. "No grudges, you say." Then he roared, "You killed my little sister." Shui Tianyi was stunned, sister. Li Wujie recounted, "My little sister's name was Li Xiaofei. We wandered the eastern region together. After she broke through to the Golden Core stage, she planned to travel to Ling province. I was busy cultivating, so I didn't go with her. A few months later, the jade token she left behind shattered. That's how I found out she had met with misfortune in Ling province." Li Wujie's eyes turned bloodshot. His voice filled with regret. "I rushed to Ling province to search for her. I finally found out that my sister had an argument with you at Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Anyang City, and then the Su family guards arrested her and she disappeared. Everyone in Anyang City knows that you, Su Tianyi, are a lecher. I heard you cultivate evil arts, and many innocent female cultivators have died because of your torture. My sister was a Golden Core cultivator. You must have captured her. I can't imagine how horrible her death must have been. It's all because of you, Shui Tianyi. From then on, I swore to take revenge. I cultivated even harder, sought out people to spar with, and finally broke through to the integration stage. Over 100 years ago, I began looking for an opportunity for revenge, but you were always protected by powerful guards. I could only hide and wait for this opportunity. The Shu family banquet was the best opportunity. Because the most dangerous place is the safest place, I wanted to strike when you were most careless, on the Shu family's own turf. But I never expected. Saying this, Li Wuji roared with resentment. Your life is too damn hard, too difficult to kill. I was so close. So close, Shui Tianyi regained his composure, frowned, and recalled drunken immortal restaurant Li Xiaofei. Then he looked at the injured Li Wuji and smirked. So that's it, I remember now. That little firecracker was your sister. That little firecracker was your sister. I remember her very clearly. Her figure was perfect, but unfortunately her personality was like fireworks, ready to explode at any moment. Hearing this, Li Wuji's eyes turned blood red with anger, but he couldn't do anything. Li Wuji recalled what his little sister used to say, "Senior brother, stop practicing the sword. Come spend time with me." Sui Tianyi licked his lips pervertedly and continued. But those kind of women, the more you punish them, the more stubborn they become. Shui Tianyi recounted. I still remember it clearly. Her figure was so hot, but her temper was like a firecracker. Just a little spark, and she would explode. It's exactly those kind of women, that when you tame them, you feel the most satisfied. I met her at Drunken Immortal restaurant back then. I planned to approach her and get to know her, but she didn't know what was good for her, so I ordered my subordinates to capture her and tie her to my bed. I still remember how angry she was at that time, cursing me non-stop. But in the end, what I did made her unable to bear it, crying and begging me to forgive her. Ah, her voice at that time, how sweet it sounded. Sui Tianyi seemed to be reminiscing. He clicked his tongue in admiration. That wild horse was indeed stubborn, but after passing through my hands, she finally had to obediently let me ride her freely. Li Wujie was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. Stop talking. Stop talking. Seeing the other party's desperate expression, Sui Tianyi became even more interested, his voice full of malice. I tortured her for 3 days and 3 nights, and then when she was exhausted and mentally blurred, I got bored and just reached out and snapped her neck. I gave her a very merciful death. Li Wuji, I treated your little sister so well, and you still want to kill me. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Haha, hearing these words, Li Wuji completely collapsed. He screamed in madness, tears streaming down his face. You're a beast that deserves to be cursed 10,000 times. Why is someone like you still alive? Why aren't you dead yet? I'm going to kill you. I have to kill you. That ancestor's eyes lit up and he shouted, Shut up, how dare you act up here? Following that, he pointed a finger, and Li Wuji was immediately blasted backward, splattering the tea from his clothes everywhere. Lai Wuges were bloodshot, his mouth wide open as he spat out blood. Patriarch Su stepped forward, loudly defending his son. HMPH, Li Wuji, a demonic cultivator like you, dares to act so presumptuously in my Su family. Let me tell you, you're just a demonic cultivator. Your little sister becoming a human cauldron for my son Tianyi can be considered atonement for your sins. Besides, her life was worthless anyway. You actually dared to plot to kill the Qilin son of the Shu family for her sake? You deserve to die. Li Wujie roared in fury. Get lost, comparing my sister to this animal. You're not worthy. You're just an old beast, a dog. Sui Tianyi shouted angrily, Shut your mouth! How dare you curse my father? It was your sister's blessing to die at my hands. And you, a demonic cultivator hunted by the world, dare to shout here. After saying that, he winked at his subordinates. Getting the hint, the subordinates immediately started yelling. Li Wuji, your sister was favored by our young master. Her death was well deserved. Don't act all high and mighty when you got lucky. How noble is our young master? A filthy demonic cultivator like you dares to slander him. You only lost a sister, but our young master lost an entire arm. The shouts echoed everywhere. Even some guests who wanted to curry favor with the Shui family started criticizing Li Wuji. See? It's clear who's right and who's wrong. The Shui father and son smirked coldly, while the Shui family ancestor remained expressionless, as if the whole thing wasn't even worth his attention. Li Wuji's eyes were crimson. He struggled to stand, yelling, You, all of you, but his body collapsed again, blood and internal organs spewing onto the ground. He was filled with hatred, hating how weak he was. Up in the air, Yi Junlin stood with his arms crossed, smirking coldly. One guy wants revenge for his sister who was branded a demonic cultivator, while some young master from a fancy family secretly does all sorts of dirty deeds but gets to wear the righteous hero label. How utterly ridiculous. Suddenly the system activated a notification. Ding! Congratulations on activating a choice mission. Option 1. Intervene to protect Li Wujie, take him as a disciple, and make the Shu family ancestor personally kill Xue Tianyi and still be grateful to you. Reward: Supreme Fist Art. Battle Saint Fist. Option 2. Remain silent in the face of injustice. Receive 10 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Junlin paused. What the? He wasn't just surprised because a choice mission suddenly popped up, but because even staying silent got him a reward of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Whoa, such a huge sum. I'll never spend it all. Never ever. He was being sarcastic. Tongzi, you mother, are you trying to shoo away a beggar with that? Of course, Ye Junlin utterly despised the second option. Only the first option was even worth considering. Stepping up to protect Li Wujie and taking him as a disciple seemed normal enough, but forcing the Shu family ancestor to personally kill his own grandson and then thank him for it, what kind of crazy stunt was that? Just then, Xue Tianyi, seeing his chance, flashed a wicked smile. Li Wujie, it's all over. Try to be smarter in your next life. He snatched a longsword from a guard and stalked towards Li Wujie, his eyes cold and brimming with killing intent. Many of the guests shook their heads inside. No strength, just a moth flying into a flame. A tragic smile appeared on Li Wujie's face as he thought sadly, "Little sister, I'm useless. I'll be down there with you soon." Just as Xu Tianyi swung his sword down for the killing blow, a black shadow flashed by like lightning. A finger flicked out Kang. The sword instantly snapped in two. Xu Tianyi stumbled back a few steps, stammering in shock. "You! What are you doing?" Everyone was stunned, staring blankly as they realized the one who'd intervened was Ye Junlin. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar, with non-stop chatter. "What's going on? Someone from Xuantian sect wants to meddle. They want to protect that saber demon, Li Wujie. But he's a demonic cultivator. That's not the main point. The main point is, this is Shu family territory. Doing this is like slapping the Shu family right in the face." Patriarch Su came over, his face stern as he yelled, "Venerable Ye, what is the meaning of this? Why are you stopping my son Tianyi from executing this demonic cultivator?" Yi Junlin flicked his fingers casually and replied coolly, "I find him interesting. Decided to take him as my disciple. Anyone who touches him, touches me." The moment those words were out, the entire Shu family residence practically exploded. The crowd couldn't believe their ears, thinking they'd misheard, and started whispering, "He's lost his mind. How could he dare say something like that?" Li Wujie stared at the back of the figure shielding him, his face full of astonishment. "Senior!" He was a cultivator from the eastern region, so of course Xue Tianyi knew of Ye Junlin's fame, a rising star shooting up like a rocket. But he never dreamed this guy would actually take a demonic cultivator like him as a disciple. Consequences be damned. The Su family ancestor's face grew darker and darker. His voice, dripping with menace, boomed out with a terrifying aura that seemed to make the sky itself tremble. A mere junior dares to openly provoke a void immortal expert to his face. "Yi Junlin, you better think carefully about the consequences. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened." All around, the surrounding cultivators were trembling, their faces pale, muttering, "Avoid a mortal's wrath. Not something just anyone can handle." Li Wujie pleaded in panic, "Senior, please, just go. I'll never forget your kindness. If there's a next life, I'll definitely work like an ox and horse to repay you." Hong Tianye, standing next to Ye Junlin, was also dumbstruck by this sudden turn of events. His perfect face showed clear disbelief. In Hong Tianye's eyes, risking your life out of compassion for a total stranger was an act of extreme stupidity. This guy's nuts. Does he think he's invincible, challenging a void immortal in broad daylight? Is he not afraid of death at all? Yi Junlin suddenly turned his head, giving Hong Tianye a meaningful smile. "Little Hong, what are you still standing there for? Get over here and protect your junior brother." Hong Tianye was screaming internally, "Damn it, if you want to be crazy, fine, but don't drag me down with you when you die." But under Yi Junlin's oppressive aura, he could only grit his teeth and reluctantly shuffle over to stand beside him. Yi Junlin nodded, satisfied. "Good boy. Kids these days are so teachable." Hong Tianye's mouth twitched. He felt like he was about to explode. The Shu family ancestor's eyes were like ice. His roar, like a clap of thunder, boomed across the space. "Do you really think my Shu family is that easy to bully?" The mighty aura pressed down like a mountain, making all living beings on the floating islands tremble. An enraged void immortal was no different from heavenly might itself. Hong Tianye felt the immense pressure crushing him, his spiritual power practically frozen in his body. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it, this is the difference in power. Bai Xiaoqi, scared sober from her drunken state, held up her trembling little hands and squeaked in an adorable mouse-like voice. Squeak, squeak, no more drinking. Squeak, squeak, no more drinking. Facing the pressure from the Shu family ancestor, Yi Zhenlin wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was thrilled, cheering internally. That's right, this is it. Come on, make your move. As long as the Shu family ancestor attacks, forget completing the mission or not, leveling up is a sure thing. Suddenly the sky darkened, and another terrifying aura filled the space. This new wave of pressure was so strong, it completely crushed the Shu family ancestor's aura. Forcing him back, the Shu family ancestor cried out in shock. Who is it? He thought to himself. The newcomer was clearly also a void immortal, but their aura was even stronger than his. A majestic, icy voice echoed from the sky, thick with killing intent. Where is Yi Zhenlin? Yi Zhenlin raised an eyebrow, sensing the intense hostility. Which mutt is barking now? Whoosh! A magnificent figure appeared in the sky, radiating a dazzling light like a brilliant sun. His whole body glowed, carrying an inviolable divine aura. In that instant, countless cultivators from all over the eastern region felt an overwhelming power, an involuntary urge to submit welling up from within. This pressure far surpassed that of the Shu family ancestor. The Shu family ancestor struggled to remain calm, but his eyes showed clear wariness. He spoke, feeling extremely annoyed. May I ask which Taoist friend has arrived? Then he thought bitterly. I just broke through to Void Immortal, was all set to be high and mighty, basking in everyone's admiration, and now someone even stronger shows up. What stung the most was that even though they both just entered the Void Immortal realm, this guy's aura was way stronger, making him look like a cheap knockoff. Yi Zhenlin muttered, pulling out a pair of custom-made sunglasses to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Damn it, which son of a bitch is showing off so damn much? Through the lenses, he could clearly see the figure in the light. A middle-aged man in a bright yellow robe. His shimmering golden hair was braided into small plaits that hung down his chest and back, and his entire being radiated a destructive killing intent. A majestic voice, like it came from the 9 heavens, resounded with an irresistible authority. This seat is from Yuhua sect. My Taoist title is Zhuyang. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed, and they started whispering, I know him. He's Venerable Zhuyang, considered the strongest expert in Yuhua sect, and he's also the master of Yuhua sect's holy son. Now we have to call him Zhuyang Void Immortal. He just broke through, and he's already this powerful. He came here personally. He must be after Yi Zhenlin. Looks like it'll be hard to escape this time. Finally, the Shui family ancestor understood, secretly sneering. Yi Zhenlin, you're asking for death. No need for me to act. You're definitely gonna bite the dust today. That's good too. If Yi Zhenlin dies at the hands of the Yuhua sect, the Shui family has nothing to do with it. Thinking this, the Sui family ancestor immediately put on a smile, cupping his hands to flatter Zhuyang. Congratulations, Taoist. On stepping into the Tribulation Transcendence stage, we are all fellow Void Immortals. Zhuyang Shushan didn't even bother to acknowledge him, coldly saying, I'm here only to find Yi Zhenlin. Heard he's attending this banquet. In his eyes, fellow Void Immortals were as different as heaven and earth. The Su family ancestor was just third-rate material. The Su family ancestor suppressed his annoyance, forcing a smile, replying, Yes, he is here. Please, Taoist, settle your personal matters. The guests whispered, glancing at Yi Zhenlin. Yi Zhenlin acted like he didn't care, still wearing his sunglasses. He raised his middle finger, arrogantly saying, This daddy is right here. Got a problem? The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. The crowd was startled, looking at him like he was crazy. This guy has a death wish. Instantly, the crowd scattered like birds startled by a bow, hastily avoiding Yi Zhenlin. Even Li Wuji, crawling on the ground, considered whether he should slither further away. He once thought he was crazy, but compared to this guy, he was just a small fry meeting a big shot. Hong Tianye stood frozen like a statue, muttering, It's over. A pillar of destructive light tore through the sky. A heavy pressure descended. Zhuyang Shujian, his wild golden hair like burning flames, his eyes shining like 2 small suns, roared with fury. Yi Zhenlin, The roar echoed in all directions, causing the entire archipelago to tremble violently. Many old men and children painfully clutched their heads, blood streaming from their ears, bodies rolling on the ground. Facing this rage, Yi Zhenlin only nonchalantly picked his ear, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "What are you barking about?" I'm asking. "What the hell are you barking about?" Xianxia Manhua completely lost control, instantly raising his hand, condensing a brilliant ball of light, shouting, "You bastard, die!" The glowing ball blazed brightly, like a miniature sun, carrying countless interwoven runes, shooting straight towards Yi Zhenlin. Whoosh! The ball of light grew larger and larger, the light suffocating, and a terrifying pressure spread for miles, engulfing the entire area like it was in a furnace. Standing before the dazzling light, Hong Tianye only felt his whole body turn cold. He wanted to retreat, but realized the space had been sealed, unable to escape, and inwardly cried out, "It's over. This is the power of a void, immortal." The Shu family ancestor was watching, his lips twitching, saying, "Taoist, if that ball falls, will the Shu family's residence even exist?" But now, he could only let the other party kill and vent his anger as he pleased. Rumble, rumble! The enormous ball of light blazed like a descending sun, illuminating the entire sky. Yi Zhenlin felt the blood in his body boiling, and just then, the system announced, "Ding! Detected that the host is being attacked by an enemy in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Activating the passive effect, the stronger the enemy, the stronger I become. Gaining mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence Cultivation." As the system's voice sounded, a wild energy burst from within Yi Zhenlin's body, and his aura changed. Yi Zhenlin's whole body glowed, his skin as white as jade, every line exuding nobility. His eyes shone as if containing galaxies, his long silver hair glistened like the Milky Way, his temperament ethereal like an immortal. Hong Tianye felt the terrifying aura from Yi Zhenlin, his mind struck by lightning, stammering, You are also a void immortal." Yi Zhenlin smirked coldly, lightly raising his hand, using only one finger to flick lightly towards the ball of light, coldly saying, "Common trick." Bang! An invisible force struck the huge ball of light, sending it flying backwards. Xianxia widened his eyes in stunned disbelief, muttering, "What?" Boom! The ball of light exploded in mid-air, the dazzling light as if wanting to incinerate the entire sky. The wild energy waves spread in all directions, tearing apart everything within range. The scene left everyone petrified, speechless. All turned to stone, standing dumbfounded, mouths agape in astonishment. The Shu family ancestor was horrified, his heart violently shaken. What? Mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence? This guy cultivated silently, and his cultivation is higher than mine. Xianxia, his fiery golden hair flying, his eyes fiercely staring at Yi Zhenlin, his facial muscles twitching. Isn't this treating me like a joke? Clearly reached mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence, yet pretending to be a great Ascension cultivator, deceiving the entire Yuha sect. Not long ago, after breaking through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm, Xianxia heard that the sect suffered great losses, so he wanted to take advantage of the Shu family's banquet this time, using thunderous means to eliminate the hidden danger in his heart. After all, a void immortal, eliminating a revered one, is as easy as turning over his hand. But who knew that things would exceed expectations? The opponent's true cultivation was even higher than his. He panicked. The more Xianxia thought about it, the angrier he became, furiously roaring, "Shameless! You're a void immortal, yet pretending, disgracing us cultivators." The fireball that Zhu Yang fired was already right in front of Yi Zhenlin's face. The young man did not flinch, but stood still, calmly looking at the fireball flying towards him. Yi Zhenlin felt the blood in his body boiling, and just then, the system announced, "Ding," detected that the host is being attacked by an enemy in the Tribulation Transcendence realm, activating the passive effect. The stronger the enemy, the stronger I become. Gaining mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence Cultivation, his aura changed. Yi Zhenlin's whole body glowed, his skin as white as jade, every line exuding nobility. Little Hong saw this and her eyes widened, her mouth agape, exclaiming, "What? He's also in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. This pressure looks even scarier than that ancient god barking in the deepest part of the goddamn demon realm. Damn it, this guy's cultivation is just too twisted." Yi Zhenlin smirked coldly, lightly raising his hand, using only one finger to flick lightly towards the ball of light, coldly saying, "Common trick." Bang! An invisible force struck the huge ball of light, sending it flying backwards. Xianxia widened his eyes in stunned disbelief. watching the ball being sent back, muttering, "What?" Boom! The ball of light exploded in midair, the dazzling light as if wanting to incinerate the entire sky. The wild energy waves spread in all directions, tearing apart everything within range. The scene left everyone petrified, speechless. All turned to stone, standing dumbfounded, mouths agape in astonishment. Shui Tianyi was horrified, his heart violently shaken. What? Mid-stage tribulation transcendence? His mood at this moment was like collapsing. He assumed that his status was higher than Ye Junlin's entirely because he relied on the Shu family ancestor, a void immortal expert. But he didn't expect Ye Junlin to be a real, damn it, immortal. The cultivators from the 4 regions of the Eastern Domain were all shocked by Ye Junlin's true cultivation, and at the same time, felt sorry for Zhuyang Shuxian, discussing, "No wonder he was so arrogant just now. It turns out he was confident in his strength. We were deceived. If it weren't for this banquet, how long would he have kept it hidden? In my opinion, the Yuha sect is definitely the most miserable." Swoosh! The light exploded and dissipated, a golden figure floating in the air. It was Zhuyang Shuxian, his fiery golden hair flying, his eyes fiercely staring at Ye Junlin, his facial muscles twitching, thinking, "Isn't this treating me like a joke?" Clearly reached mid-stage tribulation transcendence, yet pretending to be a great ascension cultivator, deceiving the entire Yuhua sect. Not long ago, after breaking through to the tribulation transcendence realm, Zhuyang Shuxian heard that the sect suffered great losses, so he wanted to take advantage of the Shu family's banquet this time. He used thunderous methods to eliminate the hidden danger in his heart. After all, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand for a void immortal to eliminate a venerable? But who knew things would exceed expectations? The opponent's true cultivation was even higher than mine. What the heck? The more Zhuyang Shuxian thought about it, the angrier he got, and he shouted furiously, "Shameless, you mangy dog! Pretending to be a void immortal? You're losing face for us cultivators." Ye Junlin put on an honest expression and said decisively, "Hey buddy, it's a misunderstanding. I just broke through. I was really a Grand Ascension Realm cultivator before, I swear to heaven." Zhuyang Shuxian was so angry he almost vomited blood. He had never heard such a clumsy lie and roared, You lying piece of she! You think I'm a kid, grr." At this time, Zhuyang Shuxian made a long sound like a mad dog, and countless dazzling rays of light burst out from his entire body. He gathered his strength and struck out a powerful golden palm print, carrying shocking energy waves. Swish, a palm print thousands of feet wide appeared in the sky, interwoven with countless dazzling golden runes. In the palm of the hand, there was also a huge ball of light floating, and the sweltering heat filled the air, making people feel dry and hot. But Ye Junlin just stood still, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. "Then let me prove it to you, hee-hee, boom boom!" Wild light burst out brilliantly, and the energy flow overturned the entire sky. The Shu family's ancestors sneered and muttered gleefully, "Die? Who told you to be arrogant? This time you're sure to die at Zhuyang's hands. Ha ha!" After a while, when the smoke cleared, Zhuyang's face changed as he looked at Ye Junlin and exclaimed in his mind, "How could this be possible? His body can actually withstand my attack." The Shu family's old ancestor broke out in a cold sweat thinking, "Oh crap, we're both early-stage tribulation transcenders. How can the difference between people be so great? If it were me taking that blow, I would definitely be seriously injured, and standing still to take the hit, I would definitely be evaporated on the spot. HMPH, thought you could be arrogant with your high cultivation, deserved to suffer under Zhuyang Daoist's hands." Ye Junlin flexed his arms, and the power around him radiated. The young man smiled and looked at Zhu Yang and said, "Damn dude, didn't you eat breakfast? Hit harder. My pecs are harder than the Yuhua sect's sect protection formation." Zhuyang Shuxian was both horrified and angry. He hadn't held back at all in his previous move, but he was met head-on by the opponent's body. He blurted out, "You! How could you withstand this palm of mine?" Immediately, Zhuyang's evaluation of Ye Junlin's strength increased a level. Then he shouted, "Sun Radiance Wheel!" Zhuyang Shuxian raised his hand, and a metal ring, red and gold all over, appeared. When it was infused with surging magic power, it emitted a bright light like the sun. A little note for you guys. This is a rare Xuan weapon. Even if it's only a first-grade Xuan weapon, its value far exceeds 10,000 ninth-grade spirit weapons combined. You must know that the evolution of spirit weapons into Xuan weapons is the difference between a loach and a dragon. completely not on the same level. Zhu Shuqian grinned, fully motivating the Sun Radiance Wheel, and said, "This Xuan weapon that the sect worked hard to create, even late-stage tribulation transcending cultivators have to treat it carefully. Let me see if you are harder or my Xuan weapon is harder." Whoosh! The Sun Radiance Wheel flashed and emitted endless divine light, tearing through space and slashing straight at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin sneered, "Ha!" Then he secretly circulated the Undying Overlord body technique. Boom! The momentum around his body suddenly soared like a mountain, and layers of white, rushing chi surged like waves straight into the sky. Clang! Clang, clang. Deafening sounds rang out. The Sun Radiance Wheel spun at a dizzying speed, but it was all blocked by Yi Junlin's raised hands. Large patches of fire fell, burning the ground ablaze, lasting for 3 days and 3 nights. The scene was extremely magnificent, making people dizzy. Zhu Zuxian roared, "Damn it, I don't believe you can be so hard." Whoosh! The Sun Radiance Wheel flared up, its light dazzling. Its power greatly increased, carrying an indestructible force to chop off Yi Junlin's head. The scorching hot wind howled, and the sharp blades seemed to tear through space. Sensing the danger, Yi Junlin's eyes flickered, more serious. He raised his hands like a pair of steel tongs, forcefully holding the Sun Radiance Wheel that was spinning rapidly, sparks flying everywhere. This scene stunned all the cultivators present, murmuring, Is this a human? Bare hands to receive a Xuan weapon." Old ancestor Sui Jia was sweating profusely, muttering, "Could this guy be an ancient ferocious beast in human form? With such terrifying defensive power, if it were me, I would have been crushed into mincemeat by the Sun Radiance Wheel long ago." Zhu Suqian's face was pale, and he exclaimed, "Impossible!" Yi Junlin said triumphantly, and in his heart he had a clear assessment of the strength of his body and thought triumphantly, "My hardness, you wouldn't want it, even if you asked." Boom! The male lead accumulated strength and threw a powerful punch, hitting the Sun Radiance Wheel back into Zhu Shuqian's hand. Seeing his Xuan weapon easily knocked away, Zhu Shuqian was shocked and thought, "The Sun Radiance Wheel is powerful, second only to immortal artifacts, made specifically to deal with tribulation transcending cultivators, but it was resisted by the opponent's body. This is something that has never happened before." Yi Junlin shook his head and sighed. "Considering you helped me break through, I'll give you one more chance to risk your life." Hearing this, Zhu Shuqian felt humiliated, his self-esteem trampled on, and the murderous aura on his body erupted violently. His eyes were bloodshot, full of madness and rage as he roared, "Yi Junlin, I will never rest until you are dead." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Silver patterns began to appear on his skin, glittering with silver light, and the aura around his body became sacred, as if he was about to ascend on the spot. Yi Junlin laughed sarcastically. I know this move. It seems to be called Ascending Rooster Technique. Damn, the young man is strong and also a trash talker. But I like you." Zhu Shuqian roared, his eyes as if they wanted to spit fire. "Shut up! Don't slander the Yuhua sect's secret technique." At this time, a reverse triangular pattern appeared on Zhu Yang's forehead, and his pupils shot out dazzling silver light, and the momentum around his body was many times stronger than before. A shout resounded through the sky. Killed the Sun Radiance Wheel emitted 10,000 rays of light, spinning extremely fast, splitting into thousands of illusory images covering Yi Junlin. In this instant, Yi Junlin truly felt pressure. The young man circulated the majestic magic power in his body, raised his hand to form the Human King's seal, and shattered the series of illusory images of the Sun Radiance Wheel. Then, the male lead unhesitatingly aimed directly at Zhu Zuxian and pressed his hand down. Zhu Zuxian roared madly, using all his strength to resist this seal. His entire body shone brightly, and every pore sprayed out, dazzling golden light as he shouted, "You can't." Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the Human King seal was dissolved. Zhu Zuxian, covered in blood, with a distorted expression of madness, continued to shout, "9 suns burning the sky." He desperately circulated the Ascension transformation art. His skin, covered in patterns, began to crack, but the unleashed power became even more terrifying. Whoosh! Golden suns materialized in the sky, and in an instant, 9 great suns appeared, filling the heavens. Terrifying heat poured down. Golden light enveloped the earth, a scene of indescribable horror. On the island, countless people were enveloped in smoke, screaming in agony. Many party guests were terrified, hastily taking out magical treasures to resist the intense heat, exclaiming, Xianxia is really going all out. Yi Junlin smiled faintly, slowly raising his hand above his head, and said, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly." A dazzling mass of five-colored light condensed, then expanded at an unimaginable speed. Boom! A boundless, magnificent, five-colored divine sun appeared. Its five-colored light illuminating heaven and earth like eternal immortality, Yi Junlin shouted. Five extremes, samsara, grand annihilation art. Zhu Yang, void immortal, was terrified, but was instantly consumed by a berserk killing intent. Green veins bulged all over his face, his blood practically boiling in his body. He roared, "Today, it's either you die or I die." As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 golden light balls covering the sky simultaneously pressed down. Yi Junlin smiled faintly and threw the 5-colored ball in his hand. "You think you're worthy with just that?" The 5-colored light ball carried overwhelming power, a million rays of dazzling divine light, colliding fiercely with the 9 golden suns. Boom, 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 boom. The 5-colored divine light was like a vast ocean, engulfing the golden suns one by one, boundless energy spreading towards Xianxia. Zhu Yang watched his powers being devoured by Yi Junlin's, and Yi Junlin just stood there nonchalantly like it's nothing. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was stunned, then madly pulled his hair, laughing like a crazy person. "It's fake, it's all fake." Little Hong frowned, wondering who could have expected a newly advanced void immortal to be driven to insanity. Quickly, before the horrified eyes of countless people, Xianxia's figure was enveloped by the 5-colored divine light. Yi Junlin put on his sunglasses, his eyes full of meaning as he looked at the middle-aged man. "Ah, finally it's less blinding." Looking at this appearance, "Isn't Yi Junlin kinda handsome?" "Ha ha ha!" Old Ancestor Shu was still immersed in shock, suddenly noticed Yi Junlin's gaze, scared so his face turned pale as paper, hurriedly shouted, "Yi Zushan's divine powers are vast. I am utterly admire." Whoosh! Yi Junlin rushed to old Ancestor Shu's side, patted his shoulder, and said, "Little Shu, you don't have any objections to me seeking revenge for my disciple, right?" Old Ancestor Shu heard this and didn't dare to resist. Sweat pouring like rain, he forced a bitter smile and replied, "Yi Shuxian, how dare I? He's yours to take." HMPH. HMPH. Yi Junlin's hand tightened slightly, the sound of bones cracking on old Ancestor Su's shoulder. Intense pain surged. Old Ancestor Su grimaced in pain, his heart filled with fear, exclaiming, "Ah, Yi Zhuxian, please spare me." "Yi Zuxian," Yi Junlin said indifferently. "My disciple Li Wuji was miserably oppressed by your Shu family. As his master, I naturally have to seek justice. Do you think that's reasonable?" Old Ancestor Shu immediately knelt down and trembled, asking, "Reasonable, very reasonable. Just don't know what Yi Zuxian plans to do." Helpless old Ancestor Shu was now like clay, only to be kneaded at will. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes, his voice as cold as ice. The killing intent radiating made the temperature suddenly drop. Said, "I want you to personally kill all the Shui family members here." Old Ancestor Sue was struck by lightning, blurting out, "What?" Yi Junlin asked nonchalantly, "Is this request excessive?" Old Ancestor Su's face was extremely ugly. He looked up at Yi Junlin and thought to himself, "This request is not only excessive, it's fundamentally cruel beyond imagination. There are at least several 100 million Zhu family members on this archipelago, asking me to personally kill them all. How can I accept that?" Old Ancestor Su bowed his head and pleaded, "Yi Shuxian, can you lower the request?" "Many Shu family members are innocent." Yi Junlin was indignant. Raising his left hand and clenching it, said, "Yeah, you only lose clansmen, but my disciple lost his little sister. Don't you have any sympathy, old man?" Old Ancestor Su trembled, but felt something was strange, replied, You're right." Yi Junlin continued to threaten. "Think about it. Now that you have broken through to Void Immortal, your lifespan is extended to 10,000 years. Isn't it enough for you to remarry and have more grandsons, rebuild your family?" Old Ancestor Su pleaded bitterly, "If I do that, I will definitely be disturbed by inner demons. What cultivation will I have from now on? Please, Yi Shuxian, be merciful. Little Shu really can't do it." Yi Junlin looked at him for a long time, finally sighed, as if he had made a decision, looked up at the sky, and lamented, "All right then, who asked me to be a reasonable person? If that's the case, you only need to deal with the ringleaders, the Shu family head and the young man Sui Tianyi were stunned. The Shui family head blurted out, "What? Old ancestor. At most we can only fight him to our mutual destruction." But life is not as one wishes. Hearing this, old ancestor Sui was stunned, then overjoyed, hastily cupping his hands to thank you, Yi Suxian. In his heart, he thought, from having to exterminate the entire Su clan to only needing to kill one person to atone for his sins, this is indeed the best possible outcome. Immediately afterwards, old ancestor Su's cold gaze turned towards the Shui family head, his rebellious descendants behind him. The Shui family head's face turned pale. A sense of unease surged. Old ancestor Sui did not hesitate. Waving his hand and slapping a palm towards the Shu family head, this palm pierced through him. Old ancestor Shu said coldly, "Die." The Shui family members exclaimed in shock. Family head! Shui Qiani was stunned for a few seconds, then roared, "Father!" He never expected that the old ancestor would suddenly kill his father on the spot. Shui Tianyi angrily questioned, "Why, old ancestor, why did you do that?" Old ancestor Shu didn't bother to pay attention to him, only cautiously turned to Ye Junlin, carefully asking, "Ye Zhuqian, are you satisfied now?" Ye Junlin glared, "Satisfied, my ass. Are you a pig? I told you to kill that idiot. Why did you kill his father?" The Zhu family's ancestor was dumbfounded, looking wronged. "You said the ringleader, I thought. Like father, like son. Shouldn't the responsibility fall on his father?" Yi Junlin waved his hand impatiently. "All right, while you're at it, take care of that little bastard Shu Tianyi too, and clean everything up for me." The Shu family's ancestor hurriedly cupped his hands, bowing his head. "Yes, I'll do it right away. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." After he finished speaking, the Shu family's ancestor glared angrily, turning to face Shu Xianyi. The Sui family's ancestor roared hatefully, clenching his fist. "Worthless thing. You dragged the entire family down the path of destruction. Die for me." Bang! Aha! An invisible hand grabbed Supul Tianyi's neck, lifting him into the air. Supul Tianyi was like a dog being choked, struggling in pain. His body creaked. His internal organs felt like they were burning. His face turned as red as pig liver. His eyes bulged, and he looked at the ancestor in horror. "Why? Why? Ancestor. You again?" The Shu family's ancestor roared with murderous intent. "You must die for the things you've done." The invisible hand tightened even more. Shu Tianyi's cheeks puffed up as if they were about to explode. His eyes rolled back, and blood sprayed out like rain. And then his body was crushed into a pile of bones and blood in midair by the Shu family's ancestor. The scene before their eyes left everyone around dumbfounded, unable to believe what they saw. Yi Yunlin nodded. "All right, the old matter is considered settled." The Zhui family's ancestor breathed a sigh of relief, cupping his hands and bowing deeply. "Thank you, Yi Shuxian. On behalf of the entire Shu family, I thank you for your great kindness and virtue." At this time, Li Wujie, drenched in blood, finally resolved the knot in his heart after many years. He raised his face to the sky and laughed loudly, tears falling like rain. "Ha ha, little sister, can you see? That beast has finally received his retribution." Whoosh! Ye Junlin appeared in front of Li Wuji, his expression serious. "Li Wuji, now that your great revenge has been taken, are you willing to become my disciple?" Li Wuji stared blankly at the silver-haired youth before him, tears streaming down his face. Then he knelt down on both knees with a thud. Perhaps because he was too emotional, his voice trembled as he shouted, "I, Li Wujie, am willing to enter your sect. From today on, this humble life is yours. Whatever you want me to do, just order me. Even if I have to die, I won't refuse. If I betray the sect, may Li Wujie die without a burial place." The firm oath echoed, the tone full of determination. Under the witnessing eyes of many, Li Wuji struggled to kneel down, slamming his hands hard on the ground, shouting with all his strength, "Disciple Li Wuji, greets master." Ye Junlin smiled and hummed. Just then, the system appeared again. Ding! The system announces, "Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, receiving the Peerless Fist Art, the Fighting Saint Fist." Ding! Detecting the aptitude of the host's disciple, the system provides a free upgrade service package. Ding! Rewarding a Supreme Saber technique, the Chaos Heaven Saber Art. Ding! Rewarding a Qian Yuan Burning Blood Pill, activating the potential Mad Demon bloodline in the host's disciple's body. The Mad Demon bloodline is an extremely rare physique in the Myriad realms. Those who possess it can greatly increase their combat power in a short period, but their minds will fall into chaos, like a madman. If the situation is serious, they may lose their original heart, constantly creating killing until their life is exhausted. Yi Junlin exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, I didn't expect to actually pick up a treasure." It seems that Lai Wuji's reckless and uninhibited behavior is because he already possessed the potential Mad Demon bloodline. If this bloodline is activated, his strength can skyrocket in a short period, but the consequence is that it cannot be sustained for long. Otherwise, his spirit will be seriously affected, turning him into a destruction machine that only knows how to kill. After a moment of thought, Yi Junlin reached out his hand and said softly, "Li Wujie, I will now pass on a new saber technique to you." Hearing this, Li Wuji held his breath for a moment, then thought with confidence, "Currently I cultivate a low-grade sovereign saber technique, which is a legacy left by a senior of the Great Ascension stage. My newly accepted master is a Tribulation Transcension Cultivator. I wonder what level of saber technique he will impart." In fact, Li Wuji was a little worried. In his eyes, Ye Junlin was not a Dao cultivator, and he was afraid that his understanding of the saber Dao was limited, leading to a lack of common understanding. But the next second, Li Wuji realized he was wrong. A scroll shimmering with golden light appeared in his sea of consciousness. The sabers of the surrounding cultivators suddenly vibrated violently, surprising their owners. As if by agreement, shouts of shock rang out. "My saber, my sword!" The sabers of the cultivators flew out of their scabbards one after another, soaring into the air. There was a ring of light around Li Wuji, and above the ring of light were layers upon layers of swords floating in the air. Li Wuji's body trembled, and he silently read the Chaos Heaven Saber art in his heart. Because he was too excited, his face turned red, as if it was about to bleed, and his breathing was rapid. What level of saber technique is this? It's too powerful! A lifetime dedicated to the saber Dao, Li Wuji, after witnessing the Chaos Heaven Saber art, immediately immersed himself wholeheartedly in it. He used to think that he had achieved something in the saber Dao, but now he only felt that he was unbearably crude and laughably naive. Li Wuji shed tears of emotion and kowtowed again. Disciple Li Wuji, thanks master for bestowing the technique. For a saber Dao fanatic like Li Wuji, a good saber technique was more important than his life. The Shu family's ancestor wondered in surprise. This kid was like a stray dog just now, but now he makes me feel worried and oppressed. Yi Junlin, what kind of evil secret technique did he impart to Li Wuji? The girl Hong, standing there, also frowned and thought, "Damn it, how can he be so strong? If I'm not careful, this guy's strength will be stronger than mine in the future. Damn it, how can I lose to him?" Cough, cough. Suddenly, Li Wuji vomited a mouthful of dark red blood. His aura weakened to the extreme, but thinking of something, he looked bitter. Before that, because he risked his life, he spared no expense in using a secret technique that nearly disintegrated his body, and his foundation was severely damaged. Even if he was lucky enough to save his life later, his cultivation path would definitely be hindered. Li Wuji sighed. Sadly, "Master, I'm afraid I will disappoint your expectations," Yi Junlin laughed. "What foolish words are you saying? First, swallow this pill. It'll have a transformation you won't believe." With that, he pulled out a box containing a medicinal pill and handed it over. Li Wuji carefully took it, excitedly opening it, his eyes instantly revealing a look of shock. The pill looked ugly, pitch black, and emitted a strong, foul odor, looking no different from a piece of dog poop. If brought to any auction, he'd definitely be accused of joking around and be kicked out immediately. Li Wuji's lips twitched as he asked, This is for me to eat?" Yi Junlin was also stunned on the spot. He didn't expect the system-granted pill to have such a poor appearance and be mixed with such a foul odor. Yi Junlin secretly asked, "Tongzi, you're not fooling me, are you? Can this really help my disciple activate the demonic bloodline?" A coquettish voice rang in his head, like a little girl being bullied and sobbing. "Ah, is Master doubting the system's level again? The system is really heartbroken. Wah! Seems like after installing the little girl voice pack, even the style of speaking has changed," Yi Junlin said helplessly. "All right, I believe you." Then he looked towards Li Wuji, who was feeling awkward, and said sternly, "What's this about? You don't trust your teacher? Where's the vow you just made?" Hearing this, Li Wuji felt extremely ashamed. How could he doubt his master? As long as it was his master's order, even if it really was dog poop, what was there to fear? He blurted out, "Master, your disciple was wrong. Your disciple will immediately eat this dog poop. This medicinal pill." Li Wuji suppressed his discomfort, stuffed the pill into his mouth, and swallowed it. In an instant, the medicinal power erupted in his body, turning into a torrent of heat flowing throughout his limbs and hundreds of meridians. Suddenly, Li Wuji exclaimed, "Ugh, ah, master, it hurts!" Li Wuji felt his entire body burning up, his skin like red-hot iron, the wounds all over his body rapidly healing, his eyes gradually turning blood red, his face twisted hideously, and his white teeth dripping with saliva, looking no different from a wild beast that had lost its mind. Gao! A heaven-shaking roar rang out, causing countless people to cover their ears, their faces revealing pain. Everyone was terrified, their hair standing on end as they exclaimed, "Heavens, what's wrong with Dao Ma Li Wujie? I can feel a strange aura from him, and I'm naturally terrified. Everyone be careful. His condition is very abnormal." Li Wujie's entire body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. He tore at his hair and roared madly, his bloodshot eyes seeming to have completely lost their minds. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Is this the activation of the demonic bloodline?" The system explained, "Ding, that's right, but the activator will fall into a berserk state for a short time, unless there's a tremendous force to suppress him. Die! Everyone must die." Li Wujie's cultivation level continuously soared, directly breaking through from the early integration stage to the perfection stage, just a short step away from the Mahayana stage. Right then, his eyes shot out a terrifying blood-red light as he let out a ferocious roar. Boom! His entire body erupted with a heaven-shaking, terrifying aura, as violent waves of energy swirled madly in all directions. Many cultivators were forced to back up again and again, their faces etched with pure terror. The Shu family's old ancestor's expression changed as he turned to ask Yi Zuxian. This, he thought to himself, to think that the other party is only a cultivator at the early stage of the fusion realm, yet he actually makes me feel afraid, as if the one standing before me isn't a human, but a being that exists only to kill. Standing right behind the male lead, Hong Tianye felt unbelievable. He had never seen such a strange state of enhancement. He thought to himself, what did that shameless bastard feed him? How did he suddenly become like this? Li Wujie's angry shout echoed, "Kill!" Li Wujie's face was mad. He instinctively grabbed his long saber and directly used the basic Dao technique of the Chaos Heavenly Dao art. Instantly, boundless saber chi pierced straight into the sky, the domineering power unstoppable, carrying an aura as if it wanted to shatter even the Heavenly Dao. The terrified cultivators exclaimed, "Heavens! How can someone with the cultivation of the fusion realm unleash power to this extent? Even if I, whose cultivation is one level higher than his, use all my strength, I wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand." Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Activating the bloodline, it's truly like a tiger growing wings. Suddenly, a strong wind rushed towards his face. He saw Li Wujie with blood-red eyes. Li Wujie, gripping his long saber tightly, aimed straight for the top of Yi Junlin's head and slashed down with a fatal blow. Kang, a metallic sound, echoed throughout the heavens, transparent ripples spreading out endlessly, causing the surrounding buildings to crack. Yi Junlin smiled slightly, saying coldly, "Good, let me test the strength of my new disciple." The long saber, swung with all of Li Wujie's strength, was flicked away by Yi Junlin with just one finger. Gao! Li Wujie retreated several jung, roaring angrily, and immediately gathered his saber momentum, preparing to attack again. Boom! From the void, a huge, brightly lit hand appeared, its texture as clear as a painting, covered in divine light, like the Five Fingers Mountain pressing down on Sun Wukong, directly suppressing the raging Li Wujie to the ground. The ground shook, dust billowed, and Li Wujie roared wildly, struggling desperately to escape the giant hand, but his strength was insignificant before Yi Junlin. The male lead's eyes looked at Li Wujie, then he said, thinking, "Not bad, not bad. You have just reached the cultivation base of the fit environment, but you can block my Wujie-shan attack. Do not underestimate the strength of this new disciple." Next, Yi Junlin smiled and said, "But it should be the end? I'm afraid my disciple's body can't stand it anymore." Yi Junlin looked serious, and his voice contained great magic power directly into the opponent's ear. "Li Wujie, I order you to wake up immediately." "Ugh," Li Wujie hesitated. The expression on his face began to change crazily. The strong, murderous spirit around his body gradually dissipated, and the red light in his eyes slowly faded away, revealing his confusion. Li Wujie gasped for breath and spat out murderous aura. His face was sweaty and panicked in his heart. Li Wujie vaguely remembered that he was, like, crazy. The knife cut at the silver-haired youth in front of him, and he asked, "Master, what did I just do?" At that moment, he seemed to have lost himself, and his mind was full of killing thoughts, even ignoring the confrontation with the whole world. Ye Junlin patted Li Wuji on the shoulder to comfort him, then said calmly, "It's okay, I don't blame you. Carefully check your body for any differences from before." Hearing this, Li Wuji hurriedly checked his body and replied, "Yes, master." After a while, Li Wuji looked at the palm of his left hand and showed a look of joy and shouted, "My realm has broken through to the perfect fit, but that's not all. The hidden dangers in my body, including the damaged foundation, have been resolved and even become much stronger, as if reborn again." Li Wuji was extremely excited and understood that it was all thanks to his respect, then immediately knelt down and thanked him. "Thank you, master, disciple." Yi Junlin nodded slightly and transmitted secretly, "Li Wujie, you have the blood of a demon. Once activated, this blood will bring unimaginable power, but it cannot be maintained for long. You must know how to restrain yourself and be moderate." Li Wuji trembled. Recalling his crazy state just now, his face revealed understanding, and immediately replied, "This disciple remembers the master's teachings." Witnessing this scene, the cultivators present showed clear admiration. They all knew that Daoma Li Wuji had just received a great opportunity bestowed by Ye Junlin. Old Ancestor Shu laughed warmly and enthusiastically stepped forward to curry favor. "Haha, congratulations to Yi Shuxian for taking in a good disciple. Today is a day of great joy. Why not come inside and drink a few cups?" Yi Junlin glanced at him indifferently and said, "Isn't that turning the guest into the host? After all, this banquet is organized by the Q family, mainly to celebrate your breakthrough." Old Ancestor Shu smiled shamelessly, his eyes full of goodwill looking at Li Wuji, and said affectionately, "It doesn't matter. The more happy events, the better. Little friend Lai, what do you think?" Looking at the Zhu family ancestor's attitude, everyone couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Who would have thought this guy would personally kill two of his descendants just moments ago? Seems like this white-haired demon will cause even more trouble in the eastern region. Little Hong stood with his arms crossed, gazing at Yi Junlin and pondering. Indeed, the strong are always respected in this world. He can make the Shu family ancestor kill his own family, and still be thanked. I must become stronger, or else I'll always be under his thumb. Yi Junlin turned to leave, saying, "All right, everything's been taken care of. No point in staying any longer. Shi family, continue with your celebration. Remember to prepare a funeral. Let's go." Li Wuji chuckled coldly a few times, too lazy to pay attention to this old geezer. He hated the Shu family to the core, especially since they had intervened and stopped him from killing Shu Tianyi. Yi Junlin added, "Little Hong, take your junior sister with you. We're preparing to set off." Little Hong immediately dragged Bai Shaoqi, who was still blissfully dozing, and replied, "Yes, master." The surrounding guests respectfully cupped their hands in salute, seeing Ye Shuxian off. Boom! Receiving the summons, the Kunping flew out from a distant mountain range, carrying Ye Junlin and the others straight into the sky, soaring through the universe. The Su family ancestor gave a radiant smile. "Ye Shuxian, please visit again when you have time. The Su family's doors are always open to welcome you." Watching the group leave, the smile on the Shu family ancestor's face gradually disappeared. Thinking of the events that had transpired today, his complexion turned ashen, and his originally joyous mood was completely ruined. A voice filled with excitement came from afar. Family head, we finally found the young master's arm." A guard, holding up a severed arm with both hands, excitedly ran over. The others tried to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed. The guard was stunned, feeling the atmosphere was a bit strange. "Where's the family head?" The Zhu family ancestor, his face turning purple with anger, roared, "Throw that bastard's arm into the backyard for the dogs to eat." The guard trembled, not understanding why the ancestor was so angry, and replied, "Understood." The guests chuckled when they saw this, but no one dared to laugh out loud. A Su family elder cautiously asked, "Ancestor, what about the banquet?" The Su family ancestor almost lost control, furiously yelling, "Disband it immediately. Get out of here." The guests were covered in cold sweat, hurriedly fleeing the Shu family as if escaping. This extravagant and grand banquet ultimately ended in a hasty and chaotic manner. Damn it. The events of today will quickly spread through the mouths of cultivators, causing a major shock in many eastern region provinces. In the clear blue sky, clouds drifted, and the gigantic Kunpeng beast was traversing the void, carrying Ye Junlin and the others. Li Wujie stood on the Kunpeng's back, feeling like everything that had happened today was a dream, thinking to himself, "So This is what it feels like to ride on an ancient behemoth. It feels like I'm dreaming. Behind him was Ye Zhenlin lounging in a sunbathing chair, and on the ground was Bai Xiaoqi playing. Li Wuji's eyes suddenly landed on a fiery red figure, which was Hong Tianye. Li Wuji has secretly sighed. A person with delicate features, graceful eyebrows, and phoenix eyes, so beautiful that she doesn't seem like a mortal. With skin as white as snow, pure and smooth, just standing there, she exudes a captivating aura. Li Wuji sighed inwardly. Hong Xianxia is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say, enchanting. Currently, outside of the Tianquan sect, the most talked about person besides Ye Zhenlin is Hong Tianye's disciple. Rumor has it that she suffers from a loathing of men and doesn't bother being polite to any unfamiliar man who tries to strike up a conversation. Some also say that she's too picky, and only an unparalleled and unique man is worthy of her. After hesitating for a moment, Li Wuji made up his mind to greet her. After all, they were fellow disciples, and would see each other often in the future, so they couldn't be cold to each other. Ahem. Li Wuji cleared his throat a few times, put on a smile, walked over, and said, "Seeing your sister Hong is not only gifted, but also has unparalleled beauty. In the future, on the path of cultivation, please give junior brother some guidance." Hong Tianye indifferently glanced at him. Ever since witnessing Ye Zhenlin kill the Zhuyang Zouxian, little Hong's mood had been off, because the distance between him and his master had grown even wider. Now Ye Zhenlin had even taken in another junior brother with a special physique, causing a vague sense of crisis to rise in little Hong's heart. HMPH. Hong Tianye snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, turned his head and left, leaving Li Wuji standing there. The corners of Li Wuji's mouth twitched. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he didn't expect her to be so arrogant, thinking to himself, "Damn it, what did I say wrong? Praising you for being beautiful isn't good enough? Women are as hard to figure out as finding a needle in the ocean." Suddenly, a cute, childish voice rang out. "Hello, new junior brother." Li Wuji turned his head to look down, and found a tiny creature with a mouse head and lolly body smiling and greeting him. Li Wuji knew the identity of this creature, and respectfully cupped his hands in salute. "Greetings, senior sister Bai." Being called senior sister made Bai Xiaoqi very happy, her furry mouse face revealing a shy expression, and her two small hands intertwined awkwardly as she said, "Ah, you don't need to be so polite with me." Li Wuji said in a deep voice, "Senior sister Bai, etiquette is still necessary." Bai Xiaoqi nodded seriously, then continued, "Well, actually, Chi-Chi is here to remind you that Master's eldest disciple is actually a man. You must call him Senior Brother Hong, otherwise he'll be angry." Hearing these words, Li Wuji felt like he had been struck by lightning, feeling numb inside and out, his expression full of shock, his mouth wide open and unable to close as he blurted out, "What?" If it hadn't been Bai Xiaoqi herself who said it, he would have drawn his sword and chopped, thinking he had been seriously insulted. The famous Hong Xianxia, it turns out, is a man. Is this news reliable? Li Wuji turned back and cupped his hands, forcing a smile. So that's how it is. No wonder he's so cold to the men who try to get close to him. So he's actually a man, so those words I just said were bootlicking the wrong person. After clarifying the truth, Li Wuji had to accept one thing. Hong Tianye was actually a man. Bai Xiaoqi raised a finger and said with a smile, "It's better to know this later. This is a taboo. Don't provoke senior brother Hong." Li Wuji said with a smile, "As expected, Master is surrounded by extraordinary people, a handsome man, and a lovely Chi-Chi senior sister." Bai Xiaoqi sighed and replied, "No way, actually. Chi-Chi wants to become like the other disciples, but I don't know why I'm stuck in a half-human, half-mouse state, and that's why I occasionally cause trouble for Master." Li Wuji scratched his head and said with a smile, "So senior sister isn't intentionally maintaining this appearance. I think you look quite cute and adorable." The young man then took out a book and said with a smile, "Ah, that's right. Speaking of transformation methods, I once received a secret manual on disguise techniques when I was traveling in the eastern region. Maybe it can help you fully restore your human form. If you don't mind, please accept it." Bai Xiaoqi happily took it and replied, "That's really great. If I succeed, Chi-Chi will never cause trouble for Master again." Bai Xiaoqi held the secret manual and ran to Ye Zhenlin, happily saying, "Master, Chi-Chi may be able to completely transform into human form and no longer cause trouble for Master." Ye Zhenlin picked his nose and looked over, replying, "Oh, is there such a good thing? But Master will also miss your furry and cute mouse head." Bai Xiaoqi said with a smile, "Don't worry, Master, from now on I can change my mouse head at will. Little Ji will become anything Master wants." "Oh, Master, Are we going back to the sect now? Yi Junlin raised a hand excitedly and replied, Return to the family? Of course not. My mount is so beautiful, I have to show it off everywhere. A kun, go! As the Kunpeng flew for several months, news of the events at the Sui family's banquet spread throughout the eastern region, shocking many cultivators who heard it. Not only that, when the Zhuyang honored one of the Yuha sect was going through his tribulation, he intentionally sought out Yi Junlin, but was turned into gold on the spot. As for the tribulation-passing cultivation that the male protagonist revealed, many people began to boldly speculate that it was just the tip of the iceberg. Scene changed to Kangzhou, a place where spiritual energy is abundant and resources are plentiful. In the Great Zhou dynasty, Qingbanshi is facing an unprecedented crisis. The drums of war resound like thunder, and the roars of killing shake the heavens and the earth. 10,000 soldiers, clad in metal armor, riding on strange beasts that looked like cheetahs, raising large sabers in their hands, charged like a meteor shower. In an instant, murderous aura filled the air. This wasn't an ordinary mortal army, but the famous Hubao Kai of the Great Zhou dynasty. Each soldier among them had a gold core stage cultivation, belonging to the most elite of the elite. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cheetahs they rode sped like lightning. When in formation, they could connect their magic power to each other, creating terrifying saber energies with enhanced resonance effect. The Hubao Kai were so strictly trained that even nascent soul cultivators had to avoid them, fearing that once they were in battle, they would not be able to escape with their lives. Currently, their opponents were not the armies of other dynasties, but a group of strangely shaped creatures bearing heavy yin energy, and someone exclaimed, "These are devils." A group of ugly devils with various skin colors, roaring and charging straight at the Hubao Kai, shouting, "Kill! Kill all these humans!" The fierce battle began, and after only a short time, more than half of the 10,000 Hubao Kai had been lost. Meanwhile, the devils, even when seriously injured, could rely on the black mist spreading behind them to gradually recover. This battle caused blood to flow like rivers and corpses to pile up like mountains. A heavily wounded soldier, raising his long blade, slashed at the demonic creatures, roaring, "Hold the Boulder City, kill his comrades with bloodshot eyes," charged forward fearlessly. In their minds, there was only one thought: protect Boulder City behind them. Boulder City was gripped by fear. Women hugged their children, weeping, while the young men were filled with indignation. High above, tens of thousands of meters in the sky, a Kunpeng happened to fly over this land. Li Wuji flew over and respectfully reported, "Master, there are demons attacking the city below," a loud shout echoed. "Eat you!" Yi Junlin picked up a cannon piece on the chessboard and slammed it down on his opponent's general. Hong Tianye, sitting opposite him, twitched uncontrollably. Never in his life had he seen someone so shameless. Who ever heard of a cannon crossing the river and ignoring all obstacles to take the general in one move? Lately, besides cultivating, Hong Tianye had to entertain Yi Junlin with all sorts of weird games. Like this chess game, he thought he could crush his opponent with his superior skills, but he never expected this guy to break the rules repeatedly and shamelessly capture his general. Hong Tianye cursed inwardly. "This is so shameless, what's the point of playing?" Yi Junlin put down the chess piece, crossed his arms and sighed. "Little Hong, you're really too weak. Your teacher only used less than 10% of his power, and you're already wiped out." Hong Tianye suppressed his anger and forced a smile. "Master, a cannon needs a platform to move, and the distance is limited. Even a 3-year-old knows that." Yi Junlin glared and said sternly, "Mine is a mortar, okay?" Little Hong cursed inwardly. "Mortar, my ass!" "Wait, what's a mortar?" Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow, his voice full of warning. "Judging by your expression, you're clearly not convinced. Are you questioning your teacher's chess skills?" Hong Tianye was so scared that he quickly lowered his head. Disciple wouldn't dare. Although he had recently broken through to the Great Ascension stage and considered himself invincible in this realm, he knew he was still too weak before this man. Bai Xiaoxi had already transformed into a rather pretty and adorable little girl. Bros. Yi Junlin turned to Xiaoxi, who was standing behind him with an innocent look, and asked, "Xiaoxi, what do you think of your teacher's chess skills?" Bai Xiaoxi was seriously massaging Yi Junlin's shoulders. Seeing this scene, without thinking, she nodded immediately, chirping that her master was the most awesome person ever. Hong Tianye saw this scene and cursed inwardly. "That damn rat is so good at flattering." Yi Junlin revealed a satisfied expression. "Ah, Xiaoxi understands my level the best." Then, he turned his gaze to the middle-aged man with a stubbly beard and asked, "Little Lai, what were you saying just now?" Li Wuji replied, This disciple was saying that not far ahead, a group of demons are attacking a human city. The situation is very critical. Yi Junlin searched his memory and immediately recalled the relevant information, asking curiously, demons. The demons are one of the major races of the dark races, originating from an ancient forbidden area in the eastern region called the Underworld Abyss, the gathering place of the ancestors of countless dark races. Legend has it that in ancient times, the creatures of the Underworld Abyss once attempted to invade the outside world, forcing human cultivators to join forces to deal with them, triggering a large-scale war. Afterwards, the Underworld Abyss was defeated and forced to retreat, maintaining a state of non-interference ever since. Unexpectedly, a demon army has now appeared, attacking a human city. Could the balance that has been maintained for tens of thousands of years be broken? Yi Junlin ordered, "In that case, let's go take a look. Akun, go help out." That demon, covered in blue flames, killed a general of the Great Zhou with a single move. The soldiers at the city gate, watching from afar, were terrified. They muttered in horror, "He killed our general with one blow. We really can't win." Beneath the ground, smoke and dust filled the air, and the sounds of battle cries shook the heavens. The battlefield was filled with devastation. The demon leader rode a white bone horse engulfed in blue flames, wielding an ancient spear covered in runes, his aura powerful and oppressive. He sneered, "Ha ha ha! Stop with your futile resistance. Occupying this city is just the beginning. Your other fortresses will also be attacked by my demons, and your entire dynasty will soon collapse." Suddenly, a surge of spear energy slashed through, sending the heads of several demons flying into the air. The general, riding a golden tiger, roared, wielding his golden spear as he charged forward on his beast. "Shut up! You will never achieve your goals." With his nascent soul cultivation and the power amplification from the battlefield, his strength was no weaker than the favored disciples of the major sects, and he charged straight towards the demon leader on the hill. As he charged, the general shouted, "Kill!" The demon leader pointed his spear downwards, and a stream of blue light shot out. The demon leader shouted, "Die, die, die! Clang, clang, clang!" The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously, and violent airwaves spread everywhere. Swish! The demon leader concentrated his power into the spear, dragging a stream of evil black energy, piercing through the void, and stabbing straight into the chest of the middle-aged general. Not good. He hurriedly swung his blade to block the blow, but the force of the impact was too strong, causing him to be knocked off his mount. Spewing out a mouthful of blood, the remaining soldiers, with bloodshot eyes, rushed to protect Wang Difa, but were all stopped by the demonic creatures, who said with a terrifying smile, "General Wang." Wang Difa, holding his black long blade, struggled to stand up. Looking at the terrifying figure riding the white bone horse getting closer and closer, he heard the angry roars of his comrades in his ears, but he felt only powerlessness in his heart. If things continued like this, not only would all his brothers sacrifice themselves, but Boulder City would also fall. Moreover, if what the demon leader said was true, and this was only the beginning, the Great Zhou dynasty would definitely be in grave danger this time. The arrogant demon leader shouted, "Lowly humans, kneel before this general." Wang Difa's gaze was as firm as iron, and he shouted angrily, "I am the commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, personally appointed by the Emperor of Great Zhou, representing the dignity of Great Zhou. How can I kneel before a beast like you? If you want to kill or chop, just do it." The devil leader laughed in anger, focusing all his power into his long spear. His mighty aura shattered the sky as he aimed straight at Wang Difa, wanting to pin him to the city wall, saying, "Very well, this general will grant you your wish." Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed from above, and a terrifying kingly pressure shook the entire battlefield, petrifying all the soldiers and demonic creatures, rendering them unable to move. Everyone fearfully looked up at the sky, where a colossal figure pierced through the clouds, leaving everyone utterly horrified. The devil leader exclaimed in a lost voice, "What? What is that?" At this moment, an unbelievable suction force erupted from the Kunpeng's mouth. All the demonic creatures on the battlefield were horrified to realize they couldn't resist. Being sucked toward the Kunpeng's gigantic, abyss-like mouth, the devil leader tried to escape but couldn't, shouting, "No!" A series of panicked screams echoed, and in just a moment, all the demonic creatures were swallowed whole by the Kunpeng. It waved its body triumphantly, then casually let out a sky-shattering burp. The soldiers of Banshi City were so astonished their mouths hung open. nearly unable to believe their eyes. Wang Difa forgot the pain on his body, muttering, Is this a divine beast descended from the heavens to protect our great Zhou? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Kunpeng rode on a surge of vast energy and flew over. The defending soldiers immediately dropped their weapons and kneeled to worship in unison. The resounding shouts echoed like mountains collapsing and seas roaring, thanking the divine beast for protecting the people of Great Zhou. Wang Defa thought to himself, now that the devils are invading, it appeared at just this moment. Could this be the auspicious beast of my Great Zhou? While Wang Defa was still speculating about the Kunpeng's origins, a clear voice came from its body. Someone come up here and explain the situation. Instantly, the boiling cheers suddenly subsided. The defending soldiers looked at each other in confusion, their eyes filled with astonishment. Wang Defa startled, but immediately reacted, realizing that this was a human race great expert who happened to pass by and lend a hand. He muttered, So this divine beast has an owner. Yi Junlin, holding a glass of water, spoke up. Xuan Tiansect, Yi Junlin, among you who is in command here. Wang Defa and the soldiers immediately knelt down and replied, I am Wang Defa, commander of the cavalry. It is an honor to meet you, immortals. In Wang Defa's mind, he thought, Ye Junlin, so he's the one who's become famous recently. It's said he just crushed the faces of the top sects in the eastern region. I didn't expect him to take action to protect Great Zhou like this. Yi Junlin, along with Li Wuji and Hong Tianye, flew down. Yi Junlin asked, Answer me, which dynasty does this place belong to? Why is this noble army attacking you? Wang Defa's gaze immediately became serious. He knew that the one sitting there must be the highest ranking of the four. This aura, this demeanor, he's definitely a big shot. Wang Defa hurriedly replied, Reporting to you, senior. This place is the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. This humble one doesn't know why the devils are attacking Great Zhou, but according to news from a dead devil general, Great Zhou will soon be completely attacked by the devils. Hearing this, Yi Junlin frowned and said, If so, then it will definitely be a great war. The creatures from the underworld acting recklessly and attacking the nations of the human race like this, are they not afraid of being counterattacked by all the human cultivators? After all, the devils are a major clan in the underworld. If they dare to do something so blatant, perhaps other dark races are also brewing similar intentions. Li Wuji pondered, the devils like dark and humid environments. What benefits do they get from occupying Great Zhou? Hong Tianye said indifferently, Why think so much? Just wipe them out when they come. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope unconsciously rose in Wang Defa's heart. Looking towards the red-clothed figure like a fairy, he cupped his hands and tentatively asked, Immortal, are you planning to help Great Zhou overcome this tribulation? This humble one, on behalf of the people of Great Zhou, thanks you for your kindness. HMPH. Hong Tianye coldly snorted, glancing away, looking rather annoyed. Standing beside him, Li Wuji sweated, thinking, Oh crap, senior brother Hong is being mistaken for a woman again. Luckily Master is here, or else we'd be screwed. Ye Junlin stroked his chin, vaguely feeling that there was something hidden behind this. At this moment, the familiar voice of the system rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the mission. Defeat the Devil Legion invading the Great Zhou dynasty. Complete it, and you will receive a high-value reward. In his heart, he decided, Alright, then I'll just temporarily make this place my foothold and see if I can find any clues from the devils. Yi Junlin coughed softly, straightened his back, and said in a deep voice, Foreign races are causing chaos, killing the innocent. I am a human race great expert. How can I stand idly by? Pass the message down. Say that I will take action. Wang Defa had initially felt hopeless, but these words made his eyes light up, and he excitedly knelt on one knee, cupping his fist and saying, Senior, Great Zhou will forever remember your great kindness. He felt that the situation had turned around dramatically. Even a supreme-level divine beast was a mount. Just how powerful was its master? With this person taking action, the world will surely be at peace. Li Wujie praised his master inwardly. In fact, he really wanted to stay and help Great Zhou, because he was originally a cultivator born in the eastern region, and had long hated the invasion of the underworld creatures. Hong Tianye pouted, thinking, He's such a busybody. Then the main character spoke up. Let's go. Take me to meet your emperor, Wang Defa hurriedly replied. Yes, rumble, rumble, rumble. The Kunpeng flew over Banshi City, And below, the people kneeled down in unison, chanting words of gratitude to the divine beast for protecting them. About 1,000 miles away from the Great Zhou imperial city, there were stationed 600,000 of Great Zhou's most elite soldiers. Under the ground, rows and rows of bronze war golems stood closely packed. On the back of each was an armored warrior radiating silver light, tightly gripping a cold, sharp, long spear. Currently, the Great Zhou army had deployed their troops and set up their formation, ready to welcome the Devil Legion that was about to arrive. Inside the military tent, in front of a map densely marked with red dots, several Great Zhou generals wearing heavy armor were discussing strategies. Just now, several devil armies have broken through our defense lines. They are following the closest routes, intending to advance straight to the Great Zhou imperial city. Clearly, they want a quick victory. According to battle reports from all over, many devil generals suspected of reaching the combination realm have appeared, and we can't even rule out the possibility of a Great Ascension Devil Marshal being in command. Hearing this, the faces of the generals all showed solemn expressions. After a moment, a general hesitantly spoke up. This time, the devils suddenly launched a large-scale campaign, determined to occupy the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. Could it be that there is some treasure in the Imperial Palace that they crave? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the other generals immediately changed, their eyes secretly glancing towards a dignified man wearing golden armor and a red cloak. That was the Crown Prince, the heir to the throne of Great Zhou. The Crown Prince pondered for a moment, then said, "This prince understands what you mean. But unfortunately, even I don't know if there is any treasure in the palace worth their taking action." The general who had spoken hurriedly cupped his hands and apologized. "Your Highness, this subordinate misspoke. Please forgive me." The Crown Prince waved his hand but replied with dignity, "It's all right. This time, the devils are invading on a large scale. What we need to do is to resist with all our might. If we can't stop them, protect as many people as possible and lead them out of the territory. As long as people are alive, there is still hope." The general sighed. The Crown Prince cares about the people. It is truly the blessing of Great Zhou. The Crown Prince sighed. This was only the worst-case scenario, hoping that, at that time, other forces in Kangzhou could show consideration for being of the same human race and lend a hand to help Great Zhou resist the devils. At this moment, a commotion suddenly sounded outside the military tent. A general suddenly changed his expression, saying in shock, "How strange. Could it be that the devils are attacking?" As soon as these words were spoken, a vice-general hurriedly ran into the main tent, his voice urgent, reporting to Your Highness, "There is a new situation outside. Please come and see." Could it be that the devils are playing some trick? The Crown Prince pondered slightly, then immediately led the generals out of the main tent when they saw a strange, colossal creature appearing on the horizon, manipulating majestic air currents as it plunged down. Their faces changed drastically, their eyes filled with disbelief. A general trembled, hastily shouting, What kind of strange beast is this? Why did this kind of monster appear in our Great Zhou? Quickly order the entire army to prepare for battle. Stop it!" The Crown Prince sternly shouted, his eyes filled with respect as he looked towards the colossal creature. "Don't act rashly. This is the divine beast, Kunpeng." As the Kunpeng landed atop the main tent, Wang Defa immediately jumped to the ground, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully said, "Tiger Leopard Cavalry Commander, greets His Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince hastily asked, "Commander Wang, what's going on? Could this divine beast have something to do with our Great Zhou?" Wang Defa replied in a deep voice, "Your Highness, this divine beast has an owner, and that person has agreed to help Great Zhou." Gasp. Everyone simultaneously inhaled sharply, riding a Kunpeng as a mount. Who in the entire eastern region is capable of such a feat? The Crown Prince was also extremely shocked, but what shook him the most was the information Wang Defa had just revealed. He quickly asked, "Commander Wang, is this true? Is that senior really willing to help Great Zhou overcome this crisis?" Wang Defa replied, "This is absolutely true." The Crown Prince was overjoyed. With such powerful assistance, he suddenly felt that Great Zhou had hope. He then asked, "What is that senior's title? After everything is successful, Great Zhou will definitely repay them." Wang Defa hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, that senior is named Ye Junlin." Hearing this, the Crown Prince paused slightly. His heart skipped a beat, and he asked tentatively, Ye Junlin, the white-haired god of slaughter from the Xuantian sect?" Wang Defa was startled, and quickly lowered his voice to remind him, "Your Highness, please be careful of your words. Venerable Yi is actually very amiable, not at all the cruel devil that people say." Gulp. He felt a lump in his throat. This amiable didn't seem to fit Venerable Yi at all. The Feather Transformation sect lost an army of tens of thousands of cultivators because of him, including 18 core elders at the Great Vehicle stage. This was 100% true. The Crown Prince took a deep breath, stepped forward a few paces, and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "The Crown Prince of Great Shu greets Venerable Yi." He dared not be negligent in the slightest. If this person was displeased, he feared that he could level the capital in the blink of an eye. His 600,000-strong army probably wouldn't even qualify as a warm-up. Suddenly, from the distant horizon, a dense black mist like rolling waves surged forth. Sinister laughter echoed in the sky. "Heh, you humans better surrender obediently and become sacrifices for our demon race." The Crown Prince was enraged and about to speak when he heard Yi Gunlin order Hong Tianye and Li Wuji. "How annoying. You two go take care of them." Li Wuji and Hong Tianye replied, "As you command, master." Whoosh. Immediately afterward, Hong Tianye and Li Wuji shot off, transforming into two streams of light flying straight towards the surging demon army. Behind the demon army, 10 demon marshals radiating terrifying auras hid in the black mist, secretly observing and transmitting their thoughts. "It's laughable that we need to mobilize such a large force to conquer a small human kingdom. You all must not be careless." It's said that this kind of dynasty is different from sects, often blessed by national fortune. The Demon King is being cautious and wants to probe the strength of the Chu Emperor first. In any case, 800,000 against 600,000, the advantage is still ours. Most importantly, the myriad races of the Dark Abyss are emerging together this time. Our demon race must seize the initiative. This concerns the rise and fall of our entire race. That's right, this world collapsing is only a matter of time anyway. When the rulers of the eastern region change, we will also gain a certain voice based on our contributions. At this moment, Hong Tianye and Li Wujie landed not far from the demon army. Seeing waves of demon creatures surging below, the demons exclaimed, "Look, those are 2 humans. Shh, lower your voices so you don't scare the prey. We'll slowly approach them." Li Wuji looked ahead, the corners of his mouth curving up madly. The killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed, as he said, "Senior brother Hong, my junior brother's saber technique is clumsy. Please allow me to show off my poor skills." His right hand gripped the hilt of his saber, abruptly drawing out a pitch-black long saber. Whoosh! In that instant, Li Wuji's aura instantly changed. From a carefree swordsman, he transformed into a devil, as if wanting to slaughter the entire world. His cold voice echoed in all directions. Chop! The ink-black saber shadow swept across, transforming into a giant abyss, swallowing everything, chopping off the heads of a large number of demon creatures. Miserable screams echoed to the heavens. Many demon creatures were so frightened that their souls scattered. They exclaimed in horror, "Which human powerhouse has attacked?" Li Wujie heavily exhaled, recalling the move he had just used in his mind, feeling as if it was still a bit imperfect. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura, like an erupting volcano, suddenly burst forth from the side. The surrounding temperature soared, scorching to the point that people's mouths became dry. Hong Tianye circulated the surging spiritual power in his body, his long black hair fluttering wildly, his powerful aura overwhelming. He raised one hand and formed a seal, lightly pointing 2 fingers towards the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Fiery red flames spread, causing ripples in the void. Any demon creatures within the range of the flames emitted miserable screams, being burned to ashes. Dozens of Harmony Integration stage demon generals shouted in horror, their bodies radiating surging demonic energy, joining forces to unleash their power to resist, hoping to salvage the situation. Not good. Stop it quickly. But their struggles were completely futile. In just a moment, they were swallowed by the flames one by one. Half of the massive demon army was lost in an instant, a scene that was truly terrifying to the extreme. Li Wujie exclaimed, "Senior brother Hong is indeed powerful. Junior brother admires you. HMPH. The corners of Hong Tianye's mouth slightly lifted, feeling a bit smug in his heart. Even if that shameless master accepted a monster as a disciple, Hong Tianye was still the strongest senior brother. Hong Tianye said indifferently, "We must quickly resolve this, to avoid being ridiculed." Whoosh! Immediately afterward, his entire body was enveloped in soaring flames, carrying terrifying power, charging straight ahead. Along the way, everything turned to ashes, a majestic and terrifying scene. He gripped his long saber tightly, flying straight into the middle of the demon army, unleashing his saber techniques and beginning a mass slaughter. Under the attacks of the two, the demon army died tragically without end, their numbers decreasing at an alarming rate. If this continued, the entire demon army would soon be wiped clean. Seeing this brutal scene, all the great Chu soldiers' faces turned pale, their hands and feet trembling with exhaustion. Several generals swallowed their saliva, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. Too strong, too strong. The crown prince felt his scalp tingle even more, his facial muscles twitching, thinking in his heart, as expected of the disciples of the white-haired god of slaughter, their style is indeed the same. I originally thought it would be a fierce battle, but I didn't expect it to be resolved so neatly. In the black mist at the rear, the 10 demon marshals muttered in shock and anger. Damn it! Who are those two humans? What just happened before our eyes? Makes it impossible for us to sit still. Their sudden appearance at this moment must mean they are powerhouses invited by the Great Chu dynasty. We must take action to eliminate them, no matter who they are. They must not be allowed to obstruct our demon race's plan. Attack. At the same time, Hong Tianye was floating in the air, easily obliterating tens of thousands of demon creatures with one hand. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a majestic claw radiating surging demonic energy appeared in the sky. Suddenly sensing something, he looked towards the source, a cold smile forming on the corners of his mouth. How interesting. Their bodies were clad in ancient battle armor engraved with runes, holding various weapons such as sabers, swords, staffs, and halberds. The crown prince and the generals exclaimed in horror. Such powerful auras, these are great vehicle stage demon marshals. The weakest among them is also at the middle stage of the great vehicle realm, and the strongest is at the peak of the great vehicle realm. A purple-haired demon marshal, with a middle stage great vehicle realm cultivation, charged forward first, holding a pitch-black halberd and thrusting it forward, shouting, "You two humans, die!" Li Wujie was visibly excited, wanting to test his limits, and immediately unleashed a saber strike, laughing coldly, "Ha-ha, just right for me to practice." Whoosh! The saber light tore through the void, carrying the momentum to cleave the heavens. Splurt! The green-haired demon marshal was extremely horrified, watching in disbelief as the halberd in his hand snapped, a large wound appearing on his chest, green blood spurting out. He thought in shock, since when did a harmony integration stage human cultivator have such terrifying strength? Combat power surpassing a major realm, even the Dark Abyss hasn't had many like this in the past 10,000 years. Feeling embarrassed, Li Wujie exerted all his strength to swing his long saber a second time and said, "Oh, one strike wasn't enough to kill you, then have another." Whoosh! The light of destruction swept across. Boom! The purple-haired demon marshal didn't even have time to scream before he was completely obliterated by the terrifying saber light. The remaining 9 demon marshals were struck by lightning, stammering in shock. How is this possible? The crown prince and the generals were gaping, muttering, "Are all the disciples of Venerable Yi this terrifying?" Li Wujie laughed loudly, holding his long saber and continuing to charge towards the other demon marshals. "Haha, this is absolutely exhilarating." The purple-haired devil general took the lead, roaring loudly as he wielded his trident, a chilling aura swirling around it. "Kill this one for me," he screamed. At the same time, the other devil generals unleashed their ultimate moves in unison. A terrifying murderous aura erupted, threatening to blot out the sky. The horrifying pressure sent shivers down your spine. Seriously, dude. Facing the 9 malicious attacks, Li Wujie's expression changed. He realized he'd been way too reckless. He thought to himself, grinding his teeth, his eyes starting to turn a fiery red. Should he try activating that sealed bloodline? Just then, an immense heat swept across the area, filling every direction. Countless jade-green flames, carrying a divine aura, appeared, illuminating the battlefield. Hong Tianye waved his sleeve forcefully, and the rolling green flames surged out, forcefully cutting off the devil general's attacks. "Azure jade-glazed fire," he uttered. Arg! 6 mid-stage Mahayana devil generals screamed in agony, their bodies engulfed in the green flames. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. The purple-haired devil general roared furiously, raising his trident high to unleash a massive amount of energy. "You despicable human, I want you to pay with your life." From the trident, a violent killing intent shot straight into the sky, darkening the heavens as if some terrifying calamity was about to descend. As a peak Mahayana Devil General, if he unleashed his full power, almost no one in Great Zhou could stand against him. Li Wujie was sweating buckets, quickly retreating and looking at the purple-haired Devil General with pity. The two late-stage Mahayana Devil Generals, standing next to the purple-haired Devil General, sneered, thinking the situation was about to turn around. "Ha ha, it's too late to be scared now. You and that slut are both going to die." Is. Hearing this, Li Wujie inhaled sharply again, retreating several hundred more feet. Sure enough, an even more terrifying aura erupted, and the entire space seemed to tremble. Hong Tianyé's long hair fluttered, his face as cold as frost, his eyes radiating a fierce killing intent, his voice echoing with icy resolve. "All of you, die." With a wave of his hand, an endless sea of black fire suddenly appeared in the void, carrying a force that devoured everything as it rushed toward the Devil Generals. No. The two late-stage Mahayana Devil Generals panicked, instantly engulfed and incinerated by the black flames. The purple-haired Devil General was horrified, desperately controlling his trident and stabbing forward with all his might. What is this? Zap! The trident unleashed countless black-purple lightning bolts, each containing an astonishing destructive force. But something terrifying happened. When the black lightning bolts touched the black flames, they were not only unharmed, but were devoured completely. The purple-haired Devil General panicked, his fighting spirit fading. He turned and ran, exclaiming, "Impossible!" But it was too late. The black flames enveloped his body. His flesh, blood, and soul were all burned up and absorbed. Arg. His agonized screams echoed everywhere, and in just a few seconds, the purple-haired demon general had completely vanished. The remaining demonic creatures couldn't escape either. One by one, they were swallowed by the black flames, turning the battlefield into a desolate wasteland. A cold wind whistled through the deathly space. The great Zhu soldiers stared blankly, their eyes focused on the figure of Hong Tianyé, blazing with sky-high flames, filled with deep reverence and awe. The crown prince trembled, barely managing to utter a sentence. Immortal Hong truly has the demeanor of a celestial being. One general whispered, "I think she's more like a she-devil." He was immediately elbowed by his comrade, signaling him to shut up. At this moment, Hong Tianyé gradually regained his composure, a cold smile playing on his lips, a bunch of ants who don't know their own limits. He turned his head to glance at Li Wujie, who was hiding far away, said nothing, and turned back to report the mission. Li Wujie sighed in admiration. After going berserk, Senior Brother Hong is truly invincible at the same cultivation level, worthy of being the senior disciple of our master. Immediately afterward, as if he had thought of something, he clenched the hilt of his knife in his right hand. His lips curled up in excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Ha, that's great. If I get the chance to spar with him, I'll go all out." Hong Tianyé felt uneasy, his back chilled, and turned around to see Li Wujie had quietly followed him. He frowned in confusion. "Shenxi, was that just my imagination?" The two landed on the back of the Kunpeng and bowed in unison. "Master, all 800,000 demonic creatures have been dealt with, but there's no response from the front." Li Wujie was flustered. "Crap. Is Master not satisfied?" Hong Tianyé raised his head to take a peek and almost got pissed. Before their eyes was a handsome youth, lying back on a recliner, his eyes covered with a blue blindfold, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, sound asleep as if nothing in the world mattered. A completely calm demeanor, as if the sky falling couldn't move him, completely detached from the chaos outside. Bai Shaoqi gently called in his ear, "Master, please wake up." Yi Junlin slowly woke up, took off the light blue blindfold, and asked lazily, "Is it over?" Hong Tianyé suppressed the urge to rush up and beat him up, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Yes, the enemy has been eliminated." Yi Junlin smiled casually and stepped between the two, his tone like a leader praising his subordinates. "Well done, keep up the good work." Then he straightened up and walked away leisurely, his demeanor like the wind. Li Wujie was so excited that his eyes lit up. "Thank you for your praise, Master." Hong Tianyé pouted, complaining inwardly. Says he's the one who took action, but sends us to do the work. Below the battlefield, the Crown Prince and the generals were all tense, their hearts filled with anxiety. Just then, they saw a black-robed youth walk over, his long, silvery white hair flowing over his shoulders, each strand sparkling like crystal, his face handsome, and his aura transcendent, like an immortal descending to earth. The Crown Prince was shocked, and quickly cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, Venerable Yi." Everyone else also bowed in unison, chanting, "Greetings, Venerable Yi." Yi Junlin smiled faintly. "Now that the crisis is over, aren't you, Great Zhou, going to treat me well?" The Crown Prince respectfully replied, "Venerable Yi, you are our most honored guest. Great Zhou will definitely treat you with the utmost care." Yi Junlin nodded slightly. He intentionally came down to experience the ordinary life in this mortal realm. Cut to the Great Zhou dynasty. When they saw a silver-haired youth accompanying the Crown Prince, everyone immediately understood his identity. They bowed their heads in respect, welcoming Venerable Yi. This was the man who single-handedly annihilated the cultivators of the Feather Transformation sect. Aside from the Zhou Emperor, no one in this dynasty dared to oppose him. The Crown Prince said in a deep voice, "Venerable Yi, my imperial father is waiting for you inside." Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow, chuckling inwardly. This old geezer's got some attitude, just sitting there waiting for me to come. Just then, a steady voice tinged with apology rang out. "Venerable Yi, please forgive me for not being able to greet you from afar. My body is truly unwell." Yi Junlin stepped into the main hall. His eyes momentarily paused. In front of him was a middle-aged man draped in a dragon robe, wearing a crown, his face stern as he sat upright on the throne, his entire body radiating a brilliant white light, an invisible energy enveloping him, seemingly to heal his wounds or adjust his condition. This was none other than the current Zhao Emperor of Great Zhou. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he thought, "Zhou Emperor, what's this?" According to his memories, the imperial dynasties differed from sects and aristocratic families in that they possessed a mysterious power called national luck as a trump card. The effect of national luck was incredibly miraculous. It could assist in cultivation, heal the body, and even enhance strength. And the myriad beings of the world were the foundation for forming national luck. The ruler wanted to receive blessings from the national luck and needed to be recognized by the common people of the world. Therefore, there was a mutually beneficial relationship between them and the common people. That's why there's the saying, "Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it." But the Zhou Emperor's current situation didn't seem too good. He was borrowing the national luck of Great Zhou to heal his injuries, like a bird startled by a bent twig, always in a state of vigilance. The Zhou Emperor gave a bitter smile. "I've made Venerable Yi laugh." This was the first time he had met Yi Junlin, and he was somewhat surprised by the latter's youthful appearance. According to the rumors, the Zhou Emperor thought he would be an old man with white hair, looking conservative and rigid. More importantly, the Zhou Emperor discovered that, with his own perfected great vehicle cultivation, he couldn't see through Yi Junlin's true realm. The Zhou Emperor couldn't help but wonder, had this person used some kind of technique to conceal his cultivation? Even so, after the battle in Desolate Province, the Zhou Emperor still greatly respected Yi Junlin. Because other than the Junlin, who bore the national luck, no one in Great Zhou could threaten Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin asked, "Zhou Emperor, can you explain exactly what happened?" The Zhou Emperor hurriedly replied, "The Ghost Clan from Dark Abyss suddenly launched an attack on my Great Zhou. This was beyond the court's expectations. The ministers all speculate that there is a treasure in the imperial palace that the Ghost Clan craves, which led to this great disturbance." The Zhou Emperor sighed helplessly. "But the problem is that even I, the head of Great Zhou, don't know what that treasure is." Yi Junlin was speechless. "So, you yourself are in the dark? Then where did your injuries come from? Who in Great Zhou is capable of harming a perfected great vehicle cultivator, especially one who bears the national luck, like the Zhou Emperor?" The Zhou Emperor replied, "Venerable Yi asks a very good question. Before the Ghost Clan officially attacked Great Zhou, my ancestral mausoleum was infiltrated by a mysterious person. I immediately went to the scene and used the national luck to push him back." When he mentioned this, the Zhou Emperor's face was full of fear. What was strange was that he could clearly feel that the mysterious person was very strong. He was no match, but the person seemed wary and retreated. Not long after that, the Ghost Clan began to attack Great Zhou. A glint flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes. It seemed the problem lay in the ancestral mausoleum. According to Zhou Emperor, the Ghost Clan seemed to be acting under the instructions of the mysterious person, launching an attack to seize the ancestral mausoleum. There must be some significant benefits involved, otherwise they would definitely not do something so wasteful. But what was puzzling was that, if the mysterious person was strong enough to overwhelm the Zhou Emperor, Why did he suddenly retreat? What exactly was hidden in the ancestral mausoleum that was worth investigating? What layers of mystery? The more Yi Junlin thought about it, the more interested he became. He was originally someone who transmigrated to this cultivation world, and he had a cheat-like golden finger, able to become stronger without needing to cultivate. So he only embraced the mentality of touring the world and enjoying himself. He thought life would just go on like this, but unexpectedly he discovered this mystery, making him feel even more interested. Li Wuji frowned. There are such strange things? Beside him, Hong Tianye narrowed his eyes slightly. A sharp glint flashed in his gaze, recalling a rumor from the central region many years ago. Yi Junlin said bluntly, "Zhao Emperor, if you don't find it offensive, could you take me to the ancestral mausoleum to have a look?" The Zhao Emperor sat on the dragon throne, lost in thought. This request was indeed too presumptuous. After all, for a monarch, the ancestral mausoleum was a sacred place, the resting place of his ancestors. How could he allow outsiders to enter at will? The crown prince recognized his imperial father's dilemma. He then said politely, "Venerable Yi, the ancestral tomb is a sacred place where our ancestors rest. If you enter, I'm afraid you'll be tainted by unfavorable influences." Afterward, he switched to a respectful tone, saying, "Venerable Yi has graced Great Zhou with his presence this time, and helped us repel the demonic army. We should give you a grand reception befitting of Great Zhou. The Imperial Cuisine Chamber has prepared a state banquet. Why don't we move to the Heavenly Union Hall to dine first?" The Zhou Emperor also spoke up at this moment. "Venerable Yi, please forgive me, but the ancestral tomb of the great Zhou royal family is not a place that can be opened casually. However, you are the most honored guest of Great Zhou. I will present you with the most precious treasures from the national treasury, for you to choose from as you wish." It was clear that the Zhou Emperor was still being very sincere. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "I have a system to rely on. I can become ridiculously rich just by checking in daily. How could I possibly lack a few items from your national treasury?" Although Great Zhou was one of the immortal dynasties in the eastern region, and its national treasury, accumulated over the years, surely contained treasures that would drive outside cultivators crazy, they held no appeal in Yi Junlin's eyes. He was simply curious about the purpose of the mysterious intruder who entered the ancestral tomb. If the other party didn't want to open the ancestral tomb, he wouldn't force the issue. After all, Yi Junlin was a capricious person. He waved it off. "All right then." The crown prince secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming as he said, "I knew Venerable Yi was a reasonable person. Everyone, please." Immediately after, everyone headed towards the state banquet. At this moment, on a gloomy mountain outside the Great Zhou territory, even though it was a bright sunny day, the sunlight did not shine here. Deep within the mountain was a palace, built from piles of white bones. On the table were various large and small plates filled with treated flesh and blood, human organs, and eyeballs, with clearly defined whites and blacks. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air. A demonic creature with grayish-white skin and a single horn on its forehead was sitting on the throne. The one-horned Devil King grabbed a cup, drained it in one gulp, and then tossed the cup away, satisfying. The blood of children under the age of 1 is freaking awesome. He was excited to be able to lead his people out of the underworld, to conquer the outside world, and to escape the boring and dark life of the past. The one-horned Devil King stroked his chin and smiled coldly. After so many years, this king has finally waited for this opportunity. I must seize the moment to perform well. If I successfully seize the Great Zhou dynasty, this king's prestige in the demon race will soar. Most importantly, as long as he receives recognition from those few figures, his future. Just at this moment, a cluster of eerie black bones floated into the main hall. A figure wearing black robes, with a hood covering his face, stepped out, and a hoarse, low voice containing an uncontrollable rage came from under the hood. "Waste, what are you still doing here?" Hearing this, the one-horned Devil King not only did not get angry, but also showed a look of horror. He immediately crawled down from the throne, knelt on the ground, and trembled as he said, "This lowly one greets the envoy, my lord." Faced with the mysterious man's scolding, the one-horned Devil King was filled with fear and dared not have the slightest resentment. Because this person in front of him was one of the figures behind the scenes, a being that all the creatures of the underworld had to rely on. The future of all the races was in the hands of these figures. The mysterious man in black robes said coldly, "Right now, all the races of the underworld are acting for the Holy War, and you, a dignified Devil King, are hiding in the rear, enjoying yourself. Should I understand that your demon race has given up already? The one-horned Devil King was horrified and hurriedly explained, "It's a complete injustice. This lowly one has already sent troops to attack the great Zhou dynasty. I believe that the Zhou emperor will soon be forced to take action, and then all his secrets will be exposed. At that time, this lowly one will be even more certain of dealing with him." If a misunderstanding occurred, and the important affairs of the demon race were delayed, the other Devil Kings would definitely join forces to tear him apart to vent their anger. The black-robed envoy laughed coldly in anger. "Fool, the army you sent has just been completely annihilated outside the capital city. Don't even talk about affecting the Zhou emperor. They couldn't even step into the city gates." The one-horned Devil King felt his head buzzing, his face filled with shock. How is that possible? The army not only had dozens of Qi unification stage demon generals, but also 10 Mahayana demon marshals guarding it. If the Zhou emperor didn't show up, they could completely turn Great Zhou upside down. In the end, they didn't even attack the capital city, and the entire army was wiped out. The one-horned Devil King's expression was extremely ugly. Is the Great Zhou dynasty that powerful? The black-robed envoy said coldly, "It wasn't Great Zhou that annihilated your 10,000-strong army, but a cultivator who happened to pass by Great Zhou. The people in the city all call him Venerable." Yi, the one-horned Devil King, was stunned, his mind exclaiming, "Venerable. A Mahayana cultivator from elsewhere dares to disrupt my plans. He's really tired of living." Although he was surprised by the other party's strength, with his tribulation transcending cultivation, he didn't care about a Mahayana cultivator at all. The black-robed envoy's voice was as cold as ice. "To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, this is a Mingyuan pill. You must destroy Great Zhou for me. I will not allow you to fail again." A purple pill, filled with mysterious patterns, floated in front of the one-horned Devil King. The one-horned Devil King understood that this was his last chance. He immediately made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "This lowly one will definitely complete the mission as you wish, my lord." "HMPH!" The black-robed envoy sneered. His entire body transformed into a stream of eerie black bones and disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Phew! The one-horned Devil King exhaled and reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Thinking about how his plan had almost been ruined this time, a fire of anger blazed in his heart. Boom! A terrifying killing intent erupted, causing the entire mountain to shake. And then he soared into the sky, roaring like thunder across the 4 directions. "All soldiers, follow this king on the expedition." The soldiers responded, "As you command." Immediately after, countless demonic shadows, hidden in the black mist, followed the one-horned Devil King and marched towards Great Zhou with a ferocious momentum. In the Heavenly Union Hall, several beautiful palace maids, their faces covered with thin silk, danced gracefully to the melodious music played by the musicians. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. At this time, Ye Junlin and the others were enjoying the most luxurious banquet of Great Zhou. The ingredients used for cooking were all rare spirit beasts or natural treasures. Each dish was worth 1,000 gold. Even for ordinary cultivators, just eating it could immediately break through their cultivation realm. Li Wuji held a jar of wine, tilted his head back, and gulped it down, his face flushed as he praised, "What delicious wine!" Bai Shaoxi was munching on a chunk of meat, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. "So delicious!" Li Wuji kept chugging wine, one jar after another. Hong Tianye only tasted a few bites, then put down his chopsticks, not touching it anymore. Seeing this, the crown prince, feeling uneasy, cautiously asked, "Immortal Hong, is there something about this dish that doesn't suit your taste?" Hong Tianye crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest, simply having no interest in these delicacies. Seeing this, the crown prince was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Yi Junlin laughed and said, "Don't mind him, he's on a diet." The crown prince breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "So that's it, Immortal Hong is indeed very disciplined." Hong Tianye's eyes twitched. Trying to suppress his anger, he had no choice but to pretend not to hear and retort in his mind, "Diet my ass." The crown prince raised his wine glass, stood up to toast Yi Junlin, and said heroically, "Venerable Yi, it is my honor to represent Great Zhou. In entertaining you, I toast you a cup, please." After finishing speaking, he drained the cup of wine. Yi Junlin nodded. "It's nothing." Clap, clap! Suddenly, the crown prince clapped his hands, and all the palace maids retreated out. An old man in gray robes, with a calm expression and carrying an ancient zither on his back, slowly walked into the main hall. The Crown Prince introduced this year's Master Nangang, the top musician in all of Great Zhou. His reputation is legendary across Cheng Prefecture. His tunes aren't just drop-dead gorgeous, they're packed with deep Tao insights. A real treat for us cultivators. I heard about this one nascent soul cultivator. Dude was almost kicking the bucket from old age. Trekked 1,000 miles just to hear his music. And bam! Instant enlightenment. Broke right through to the spirit transformation realm on the spot. Nangang Changfeng sat there cross-legged on the floor, plonked his guqin on his knees, and his fingers just danced on those strings. The music just filled the whole place. Felt like it could wash your very soul clean. Ding! The melody was smooth, graceful, spreading out everywhere, like it was taking your mind on a trip to a whole other world. Meanwhile, Li Wuji looked pretty moved, leaning in to catch every note. Bai Xiaoqi was totally lost in the music, her body swaying a bit with the tune. Hong Tianye, though, poker face, didn't even bother to open his eyes, and Ye Zhenlin, halfway through, just lets out this massive yawn, props his head on his hand, looking like he's about 5 seconds from snooze land. Nangang Changfeng saw all this, and his face got darker and darker. What's this supposed to mean? You dare look down on my music? You have no idea how many cultivators have been moved to tears, treating my music like a priceless treasure, and this guy uses it as a friggin' lullaby. Nangang Changfeng felt like his pride just got sucker punched. Hard. He grumpily finished the piece, stood up, and said icily, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, if this is how it's going to be next time, don't even bother inviting me. I can't take this kind of insult." The Crown Prince coughed a couple of times, quickly asking, "Master Nangang, what are you saying?" Nangang Changfeng furiously pointed right at Ye Zhenlin, who was chilling in the main seat. Ask him. A bone-chilling killing intent just exploded outwards. Li Wuji's eyes flashed cold, his hand tight on the saber at his hip. He shot up, ready to dice Nangang Changfeng at any second, and roared, "Old man, you got a death wish or something." Just one word from his master, and this old geezer was toast. The Crown Prince was sweating bullets, regretting everything. How did it all go so wrong? If he'd known, he'd never have invited Nangang Changfeng to play. Talk about shooting himself in the foot, Nangang Changfeng fumed. He's just some thug who only knows how to fight and kill. How could he possibly get the subtleties in my music? The Crown Prince was practically bathing in sweat, thinking, "Welp, this has gone completely sideways. We're so screwed." Li Wuji angrily shot a look at Ye Zhenlin. Master, Ye Zhenlin, parked on the main seat, looked totally lost for words. He was just about to say something when, boom, the system's voice popped up. "Ding! Congrats, host. You've triggered a choice mission. Option 1. Get mad. Order Nangang Changfeng's execution. Reward, 10 high-grade spirit stones. Option 2. Personally play a piece so awesome, it makes Nangang Changfeng die of shame. Reward, 10 bags of super top-quality pet food, milk flavor. This pet food's the good stuff. The more they eat, the faster they grow. Sweet, a choice mission, right now." Ye Zhenlin raised an eyebrow. Option 1 was easy peasy. But the reward? Lame. He was already blowing tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones on every meal, so what was a measly 10 stones? Plus, ordering Nangang Changfeng's head on a platter would make everyone think he was a petty, hot-headed dude. Bad for the perfect image, you know? Option 2, though, playing a tune to shame Nangang Changfeng, came with 10 bags of primo pet food. That'd definitely speed up his spirit beast's growth. With that thought, Ye Zhenlin looked at Nangang Changfeng, who was glaring like he was ready to fight to the death, slowly rolled up his sleeves and said with a grin, "Playing the Chen? Pafed. Anyone with hands can do it." His chill voice echoed through the hall, leaving everyone stunned. Nangang Changfeng's face went beet red, and he sputtered, "Anyone with hands can do it? That's the most arrogant thing I've ever heard. I started training with a master as a kid, slaved away for thousands of years. I might not be the best kin master ever, but in this eastern region, I'm a rare find." The Crown Prince thought Ye Zhenlin was really pushing it this time. Anyone with hands can do it. Man, that's bold. Just straight up punishing Nangang Changfeng would have been fine. He's got the status, got the power. But saying that kinda makes him look bad. Li Wuji, though, puffed out his chest, all proud. Master's right. Anyone with hands can do it. He had no clue why he should be proud, but hey, Master said it, and a disciple's job is to cheerlead. Nangang Changfeng was so mad he actually laughed, his voice tight. "All right then, you give it a shot. I'll even lend you my Fuyao Tian. Let's see what kind of mind-blowing, earth-shattering tune you can squeeze out of it. What's up? Scared?" Haha, knew you were all talk and no trousers. If you can actually play something decent, then pigs can fly. A killer like you. What do you know about music, huh? The crown prince just hung his head, sweat pouring down, thinking, I just wanted a nice, chill party. How did it turn into this dumpster fire? He snuck a peek at Ye Junlin, scared the guy would flip out and just massacre everyone in the hall. But, shocker, Ye Junlin wasn't mad at all, just smiling. Okay, guess I'll give it a whirl. Nangong Chengfeng practically threw the quin at Ye Junlin, scoffing, HMPH, take it then. Ye Junlin remembered he'd gotten some kind of instrument learning XP pack from the system once. No practice needed, just a click to level up. Thud. Ye Junlin reached out, gently set the keen on the table, his fingers lightly brushing the strings. The system gave a friendly little ding. Host's Qindao's skill is currently at the peak of perfection level. Skills were ranked, you see, preliminary entry, entering the hall, outstanding, supernatural transformation, and the tippy top, peak of perfection, Nangong Changfeng, after a lifetime of hardcore practice, had barely scraped into the entering the hall level. But even that was enough to make him famous in Chang Prefecture, with cultivators fawning all over him. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin had silently hit peak of perfection, seriously scary stuff. Nangong Changfeng stood there, waved his hand like a big shot, and said smugly, well, get on with it. Show us your amazing talent. The Crown Prince saw this and mumbled awkwardly, looks like Venerable Yi's about to get into it. Should I, step in? Maybe I can save Nangong Changfeng's neck if I do. Then, his fingers flew across the strings. Ding ding! The chins sang out. The melody was fierce, decisive, and packed a punch like a tidal wave of killing intent. Hidden inside was this epic, proud vibe, the kind of aura that screamed, I alone rule this world. Shwa! His whole body lit up like a piece of see-through jade. Everyone suddenly had this crazy illusion, like they were watching some primeval god king playing a tune for the ages. Hong Tianye was floored. He could feel the meaning of the great Tao in the music. Mixing that with all his years kicking butt in the central region, he suddenly got all these new insights. He was thinking, totally stunned. Music, this divine. How can he even play it? This skill level, even in the central region, this is top tier. No one would dare challenge him. Nangong Changfeng's jaw hit the floor, his eyes bugging out in sheer terror, his mind screaming, no way, this melody, it's Li Wujiu, was frozen like a statue, also zapped into a state of sudden enlightenment. He stared at Ye Junlin, his eyes blazing with an almost crazy passion, fists clenched. The meaning in these notes, I can actually feel the unbelievably profound mystery of the Quinn. Holy crap, this is insane. My heart feels like it's gonna beat right out of my chest. Ye Junlin's fingers were a total blur now, the music getting faster and more intense. The dude was playing that Qin like he was dropping beats at a Vina House rave. Boom! Hong Tianye's aura just kept skyrocketing. Early Mahayana, mid-Mahayana, late Mahayana, peak, and finally, full-on perfection. He was just a hair's breadth away from the Tribulation Transcendent stage, a bottleneck shattered, someone's cultivation realm blasted through from the integration stage straight to the Mahayana stage. An aura 100 times stronger than before exploded from their body, their black hair whipping around, their eyes shooting out cold, red sparks. Boom! Just then, a terrifying aura erupted from Ye Junlin himself. The Crown Prince shrieked in terror. Mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence, Your Excellency. You're actually a void immortal, with that kind of cultivation backing him up, plus those god-tier Qindao skills. Ye Junlin was like a deity had possessed him. The Kun song thundered with the absolute power to rule the world. Thump, 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 strange ripples spread out, resonating with the Grand Tao, the sound echoing across 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The common people living on this land were all bathed in the purification of the music. Those who had been bedridden with serious illnesses for many years completely recovered their spirits, their ailments vanished, and they excitedly ran outside, healthy as ever, jumping and rejoicing. The generals and soldiers of Great Zhao, including cultivators from various sects, all had epiphanies at the same time, and their cultivation levels broke through one after another. Everyone was moved to tears, shouting in unison, "This is a miracle! A miracle! Heaven blesses our Great Zhou!" Buzz, buzz, buzz. Invisibly, Great Zhou's national fortune soared wildly. In the Xuanzheng Hall, Zhou Huang was enveloped in white light and suddenly sensed something. Relying on the national fortune and years of accumulation, he directly shattered the shackles that had long bound him. From today on, Zhou Huang officially entered the Tribulation Transcendent stage, becoming the only loose immortal monarch in Kangjia's immortal dynasties. At the same time, a demonic army led by the Dokaku Devil King invaded the territory of Great Zhou, their momentum aggressive as they wanted to march straight into the imperial city. Several inexperienced young devils, still cocky, stood outside with their weapons and said to each other, "Today, we devils will massacre the Great Zhou human race." The Dokaku Devil King raised his arm and shouted, "Kill them all!" But unexpectedly, the situation suddenly changed. The heroic music resounded everywhere, containing extremely mysterious power. For the human race, the music played by Yi Junlin brought countless benefits. But for the creatures of the Nether Abyss, it was a fatal attack. "Ah!" wails echoed from the black mist that blotted out the sky. Many demonic creatures erupted in white smoke, their flesh and blood rapidly disintegrating, and even channeling their magical power to resist was useless. This kind of damage was like a curse. Subordinates wailed in pain, crying and begging, "Great King, save us, save us!" The Dokaku Devil King was both shocked and enraged, his entire body emitting a stormy killing intent. He raised his head to the sky and roared, "Who is attacking? Get out here!" "Hiding in the shadows, is that all you've got?" His roar caused mountains to collapse, and the sky nearly shattered. Too bad, the music continued to resound, not interrupted at all. In just a few breaths, the vast demonic army turned to ashes. From 20,000, there were fewer than 10 creatures left alive. Several devil commanders tried to resist. Their entire bodies almost melted away, transmitting their last message through their faint consciousness. "King, retreat. The human race has a powerhouse." Then, one by one, they vanished into nothingness. "No!" The Dokaku Devil King's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a cry full of grief and indignation. His entire body was covered in wounds, looking extremely shocking. But he was barely hanging on with the support of his early-stage Tribulation Transcendence cultivation. But for the Dokaku Devil King, this entire process was truly an excruciating torment. The Dokaku Devil King roared, but he did not choose to retreat. Who is it? Who is it really? Instead, the raging fury within his heart made him determined to move forward, regardless of the consequences. He knew that he no longer had a way out. He led an army of millions to attack Great Zhou, and the result was annihilation. If he didn't do something to salvage the situation, he would only face severe punishment upon returning. Soon, wisps of white smoke rose from the Dokaku Devil King's body, accompanied by a terrifying sizzling sound. The pain was tearing at his guts, reaching the marrow of his bones, and even his soul trembled. Gritting his teeth, the Dokaku Devil King conjured a purple pill in his hand, radiating an ominous aura. No. If this continues, that's the Nether Origin pill that the envoy bestowed. Without hesitation, the Dokaku Devil King put the pill in his mouth and chewed it like grass. He swallowed the Nether Origin pill, raised his head to the sky and roared, his eyes spewing out 2 thick beams of purple divine light that pierced through space. "It's come to this. All I can do is swallow it. No matter the cost. This king must find out who's behind this." He only felt an immense power raging within his body. His cultivation soared from the early-stage Tribulation Transcendence to the late-stage Tribulation Transcendence. Rumble, rumble, rumble! The Dokaku Devil King's aura became extremely terrifying. His entire body was covered in a purple-black light, like a demonic shooting star hurtling forward. Along the way, the people below were horrified, no one daring to look directly at him. The Dokaku Devil King felt that, along with the increase in his cultivation, the influence of the music on him had lessened. It was all thanks to the Nether Origin pill. But he also understood that this was only temporary, and that he would probably suffer unimaginable consequences later. But now, there was no turning back. The mission assigned by the envoy had to be completed, his eyes bloodshot, his face full of killing intent. The Dokaku Devil King roared, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Even if he had only one breath left, he would definitely rush into the capital and massacre everyone. Clearly, this had become an indelible obsession in his heart. Tung 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 tung. At this moment, the music suddenly entered a climax, and the mysterious power became even more intense. Everywhere in Great Zhou, strange phenomena appeared one after another, astonishing the world. The great sea reflected a bright moon. The picturesque rivers and mountains map manifested, and the stars shone brightly in the sky. The sun and moon shone together. The dragon and phoenix danced in harmony. The entire Great Zhou boiled over, and cheers resounded through the heavens and earth. I've never seen such a scene in my life. Is this the legendary sight of the sun and moon shining together? Are the dragon and phoenix flying into the shining stars in the sky? The gods are blessing our Great Zhou. Poof! A beam of golden light shot straight out of the Great Joe Palace, piercing right through the Dokaku Devil King. Before the young devil could even get close, he was sent straight to hell with one hit. The Dokaku Devil King was extremely panicked, as if struck by a heavy blow, his body falling straight down, billowing dust rising up. What? Ah! He screamed in pain, looking like a wild boar stuck in the mud, struggling non-stop, his life essence rapidly dissipating, revealing a stark white skeleton, and even the bones were covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as if they could shatter at any moment. The Dokaku Devil King roared in despair, only wanting to see the one playing the zither once, not wanting to die in such a confused manner. Who is attacking? Who is it? If you have the guts, show yourself before this king. Too bad. Even this wish became a luxury. The Dokaku Devil King muttered, his face full of fear. Thinking that the human race had a great terror, he was unwilling, utterly unwilling, to think that he was a tribulation transcendence king of the devils, and yet he didn't even know who killed him when he died. It was truly a humiliating death. Finally, in utter despair, the Dokaku Devil King's entire body turned to dust, and his consciousness was forever plunged into darkness. Goodbye forever, world. In the Tianhe Palace, Ye Zhenlin's fingers lightly stroked the zither strings, his technique no longer as intense as before, and the aura on his body gradually subsided. After a moment, the dominion over the world song officially ended. The surrounding space became silent, utterly silent. Ye Zhenlin let out a long breath, raised his hand in front of him, and smiled slightly, saying, "What did everyone think of my dominion over the world song? Just now, it was really too exhilarating, to the point that I reached a state of self-forgetfulness as expected. The dominion over the world song is truly powerful." A playful voice of the system echoed in his head. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for annihilating the demon army. Rewarded with 5 elements, spiritual roots of immortal grade. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth." Ye Zhenlin thought in surprise. What the heck? What did I do? From beginning to end, besides playing music, I didn't see a single demon. Where did the demon army annihilation come from? Ye Zhenlin smiled faintly. Tongzi, are you glitching or something? The system seriously explained. Ding! The demon army that invaded Great Joe just now was annihilated by the host's zither music. I am a very professional system, please don't doubt me, or the system will cry. Wah! Ye Zhenlin suddenly realized, nodding. Oh, so that's how it is. Immediately he felt the changes in his body. A rare 5 elements spiritual root of immortal grade. With this spiritual root, all 5 elements related Tao techniques would be easily mastered, and the power of casting them would be even more terrifying. Taking the 5 extremes Reincarnation Grand Destruction art as an example, if Ye Zhenlin continued to cast this move, all the damage would increase significantly. Once unleashed, it would be like a natural disaster descending. Bai Xiaoxi was the first to wake up, excitedly exclaiming, "That sounds amazing! Master is so awesome!" Ye Zhenlin deliberately coughed a few times, nonchalantly replying, "I told you, you just need hands." Nangong Changfeng was kneeling on the ground, crying his eyes out. At this moment, Nangong Changfeng's whole body trembled, his eyes were red, and tears of regret flowed down his face. He muttered, "This is an unparalleled divine melody, absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful." He felt that his whole body, inside and out, was cleansed. His soul seemed to be upgraded, becoming ethereal. Compared to this divine zither art, his level was not worth mentioning. Nangong Changfeng was extremely ashamed, kneeling on the ground, hugging his zither, sobbing, his crying filled with sorrow. "How pitiful I am, self-satisfied. Calling myself a Zither Dao Grandmaster, praised by everyone, it turns out I'm just a frog in a well." The Crown Prince was stunned. Grandmaster Nangong Changfeng screamed miserably, "No, I don't deserve to be called a Grandmaster. Senior is the true Grandmaster. I'm just a clown, a ridiculous fool." The system's notification sounded. Ye Zhenlin knew his goal had been achieved. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the selection task, rewarded with 10 bags of top-grade pet food. The Crown Prince became even more respectful after learning that Ye Zhenlin was a Tribulation Transcension stage powerhouse, cautiously asking, Yi Shuxin, how do you plan to deal with him?" Ye Zhenlin waved his hand. "Let him step down, after all. I've taught him a lesson. I don't want to haggle further." Hearing this, the Crown Prince was even more convinced, bowing and saying, "Yi Zuxin is truly generous. I admire you." Then, the Crown Prince looked at the lost-souled old man, sighing. Someone, take Nangong Cheng Feng away. Li Wuji snorted coldly. Consider this old geezer lucky, otherwise I would definitely have chopped him to death. Next, he excitedly looked at Yi Junlin, respectfully saying, Master, thanks to your music, your disciple has broken through to the Great Ascension stage. Yi Junlin nodded in response. His gaze swept over Hong Tianye, discovering that this person had reached the Great Ascension perfection. Yi Junlin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of someone who once became an immortal, the speed of breakthrough is really different, so quickly he's about to enter the Tribulation Transcension stage. Hong Tianye tried to maintain a calm demeanor, but his heart was surging, thinking, I didn't expect Yi Junlin to have such abilities. Just one piece of music has spared me 1,000 years of hard cultivation. Wait, isn't this a good opportunity? I can use him to quickly restore my cultivation. Hong Tianye regained his confidence after thinking about it, secretly thinking, Yi Junlin, just you wait, I will quickly surpass you. Someone like you, who is lazy and indulgent all day long, doesn't deserve to enjoy this great luck. The humiliation you brought to me, I will repay it 100-fold. At this moment, Hong Tianye had thought of countless ways to torture Yi Junlin, such as making him wash his feet for him and then drinking all the foot-washing water, and then he would have to thank him and squeal. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure in a dragon robe appeared in the hall. Emitting the terrifying aura of the Tribulation Transcension realm, the Crown Prince happily said, Father Emperor, you've broken through. In his mind, he thought, with a true Void Immortal level powerhouse guarding, the position of Great Zhou in Changzhou is even more stable. And with the overwhelming national fortune, how many people, in the eyes of the Tribulation Transcension realm, are opponents of the Emperor? Zhao Huang stood silently, not saying anything, his face pensive as he looked in one direction. Unexpectedly, Zhou Huang looked towards the silver-haired youth sitting solemnly, without hesitation kneeling down, loudly paying respects. I am here on behalf of the people of Great Zhou, thanking Yi Shushin for playing the divine melody, benefiting all the people. The Crown Prince was stunned, glancing at Yi Junlin behind him and thinking, the dignified Mu Kingdom King, a Tribulation Transcension realm powerhouse, is lowering himself to this extent, so how strong is this profound heaven sect? Yi Junlin waved his hand. Stand up. Being able to break through Tribulation Transcension is your own ability. Zhou Huang stood up, his tone full of respect. Yi Zhuxian is joking, thanks to you playing the divine melody. The national fortune of Great Zhou has reached an unprecedented peak, and I also took this opportunity to break through. Before, his realm was Great Ascension perfection. He was a little wary of Yi Junlin, but that was all. He felt that no matter how strong the other party was, with the support of national fortune, he could still suppress him. After all, this was Great Zhou, his territory, not a remote place like Huangzhou. But now, through the complete zither music containing the great Dao sound, Zhou Huang's vision suddenly broadened after the breakthrough of his cultivation, and finally saw the horror of the floating mist peak belonging to the profound heaven sect. Before, he only saw the tip of the iceberg. The difference in strength between him and the other party could absolutely not be made up for by national fortune alone. Realizing this, Zhou Huang immediately came forward to show his support, forgetting all the face of a king, lowering his stance to the lowest level. First, hug the thigh. Yi Junlin seemed to have a thought. It seems you are sincerely grateful to me. Zhou Huang replied, yes, as long as Yi Shushin gives the word, Great Zhou will absolutely cooperate to the best of our ability. Yi Junlin said, okay, then take me to visit the ancestral mausoleum. Zhou Huang replied, please, I will lead the way for you, the Crown Prince spoke up. The ancestral mausoleum is the most heavily guarded place in the entire imperial palace, and it is also the burial place of the kings of Great Zhou throughout the ages. Zhao Huang waved his hand to remove the restrictions and then led Yi Junlin into the ancestral mausoleum. Inside the ancestral mausoleum, there was a very large space filled with an ancient aura, Zhou Huang said helplessly. In fact, in the ancestral mausoleum, apart from the burial objects that may interest tomb robbers, there is nothing special about other places. Even I don't understand why we are targeted by such existences, and even incited the demon race to send troops to attack Great Zhou just to occupy this place. Li Wuji shook his head, thinking, this era is indeed full of strange things. Until a few people walked to the end of the corridor, Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows and said, really didn't find anything unusual. Let's go back. When Yi Junlin shook his head, preparing to leave this boring place, Hong Tianye, standing behind, narrowed his eyes, using one hand to cast a Dao technique forward. Rumble! A sound like a millstone came from the void. Gradually, a vast ancient door named Stargate appeared, exuding an unpredictable and mysterious aura. Huh, this is... Zhou Huang's eyes widened, completely unprepared for this situation. How could there be this thing in the ancestral mausoleum of the Zhou family? He, as Zhou Huang, didn't even know. Ye Junlin turned his head to look at Hong Tianye, discovering that his expression was also full of surprise. Bai Zixi's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Wow, this door is so beautiful." Then, she curiously circled around the Stargate. When she reached out her small hand to touch it, she discovered that her hand passed through, as if she was only seeing an illusion. This Stargate didn't exist at all. But Ye Junlin knew. This Stargate absolutely existed. It was just that it hadn't yet manifested in the real world. To completely activate it, perhaps a price had to be paid. Ye Junlin asked, "Zhou Huang, how long has this dynasty existed?" Zhou Huang, with a somewhat proud expression, reported, "Ye Shushin, Great Zhou has existed for over 100 million years, a cultivation force, regardless of the form it exists in. As long as it can maintain itself for over 100 million years, it has the qualifications to be called an immortal Dao tradition. Because this means that each generation has a great ascension sitting guard, and it must be great ascensions through generations. If you lose the great ascension, you may be excluded from the immortal Dao tradition." And Zhou Huang, as a tribulation transcension realm powerhouse, is also one of the immortal great powers in Qingzhou, the only one with void immortal level strength in this great Zhou. Ye Junlin continued to ask, "Are there any other countries?" Zhou Huang was taken aback, honestly saying, "According to the available records, there are at least several dozen countries, and even some that are no longer possible to study for billions of years. As endless as Great Zhou. An immortal dynasty that exists for millions of years is actually just a drop in the ocean." Ye Junlin frowned, thinking, so this Stargate must go back to a more ancient period. Perhaps there were previous records related to this Stargate, but after many changes, they have long been buried in the dust of history. And the ancestral mausoleum happened to be built in this location. Even the rulers of Great Zhou throughout the ages were unaware, simply feeling that this place had better feng shui. Looking at his eldest disciple, whose face was changing, Ye Junlin said in a meaningful tone, "Little Hong, tell Master, do you know anything?" Whoosh. All eyes immediately focused on Hong Tianye. Hong Tianye was stunned for a moment, then spoke up. "Regarding the origin of this Stargate, this disciple has only heard rumors. There is no concrete evidence." Ye Junlin waved his hand encouragingly. "It's okay. Just say it, and let's hear it." Hong Tianye nodded and slowly recounted. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Kunlun realm had many teleportation gates that led directly to the Great Thousand Worlds. Countless cultivators of the Kunlun realm could freely traverse the universe and travel everywhere. However, for unknown reasons, these teleportation gates were later sealed by the seniors and never reopened. Hearing this, everyone was astonished, their eyes simultaneously focusing on the Stargate hovering before them. Is this thing really that capable? Legend says that the Kunlun realm is a massive cultivation star, and there are many similar stars scattered throughout the vast universe. In the past, cultivators at the Transformation God realm and above could fly out of the Kunlun realm and travel in the infinite universe. But since who knows when, an invisible force has restricted Kunlun realm cultivators, preventing them from leaving this world, forcing them to live and die here. The only way to break that limit is to undergo tribulation and become a true immortal, then follow the rules and ascend to the immortal realm, and only through the immortal realm will you be qualified to go to other stars in the universe. But undergoing tribulation to become an immortal is no easy feat. So for cultivators in this lifetime, they can only hang around in the Kunlun realm. And this Stargate can now nullify that restriction, easily connecting to other stars in the universe. If this news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge shock, the Crown Prince exclaimed excitedly. "Father, in that case, our Great Chu can expand its territory outwards. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity." In his mind, the universe must contain countless precious resources. If Great Chu can take the lead in expanding to the outside world, its national power will definitely increase rapidly, and it will cultivate countless powerhouses. The Chu Emperor replied, "That's right, the Chu Emperor was also moved." This was a huge temptation that any ruler would find hard to resist. Ye Junlin coldly laughed. "You guys are really just daydreaming." Hearing this, the faces of the Chu Emperor and the Crown Prince turned pale, and they awkwardly asked, "Ye Immortal Lord, what do you mean by that?" Ye Junlin's successive rebukes were like cold water splashed on the faces of the Chu Emperor and the Crown Prince, immediately extinguishing their fledgling delusions. Are you sure Great Chu has enough ability to expand outwards? Or will you be invaded by those foreign races out there instead? If it's really beneficial to the Kunlun realm, then why were stargates like these sealed by the seniors in ancient times? Moreover, why would that mysterious person go to great lengths to send the demon race to occupy this place? Use your brains a little. Recalling the recent storms, the Chu Emperor and the Crown Prince couldn't help but shudder when they thought of the deeper meanings from before. Many cultivators in the Kunlun realm always thought that this world was a lifelong cage, never being able to see the outside world, but looking back now, perhaps it was a disguised protection. Yi Junlin snorted coldly, his eyes full of contempt. Furthermore, do you even know how to open this stargate? The Chu Emperor and his son awkwardly shook their heads, feeling their faces burning, extremely ashamed. That's right, they don't even know how to open the stargate, yet they dream of expanding their territory. How ridiculous. Yi Junlin spoke. All right, you guys can continue to work hard. I'm afraid that as long as this stargate exists, Great Chu will have many difficult days ahead. Afterwards, the male lead waved his sleeve and turned to leave the ancestral tomb. Initially, he just wanted to explore to satisfy his curiosity, but now that he has understood some things, he naturally has no interest in staying any longer. The Chu Emperor forced a smile. Hi, we have to be more careful, realizing that the future of Great Chu would be extremely bumpy. Fortunately, he has now reached the Tribulation Transcension realm, relying on the power of the massive national fortune. Even if the demon race were to invade again, he would be able to defeat them. In any case, Great Chu is currently in its most prosperous period of national power. The Chu Emperor is still very confident about this. Li Wuji gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and said coldly, Master, if what you say is true, then those underworld abyss creatures are truly damned. They dare to betray the Kunlun realm, willingly acting as lackeys for foreign races from the outside. Yi Junlin pondered. What interests me most at this moment is what exactly happened in the Kunlun realm in the past. Perhaps the answer can only be found in the immortal realm. After all, only by ascending to the immortal realm will one be qualified to traverse the universe. From this, it can be seen that this is definitely related to the great figures in the immortal realm. Li Wuji thought with admiration. That is the place that countless cultivators yearn for day and night. It is rumored that the spiritual energy in the immortal realm is so abundant that even throwing a dirty stone from the toilet into it, over time, it can also awaken its intelligence and embark on the path of cultivation. A sharp glint flashed in Hong Tianyé's eyes, and he secretly sneered. The immortal realm is just a place where the big fish eat the small fish, even more cruel than the lower realm by 1,000-fold. That year, when he underwent tribulation and became an immortal, he didn't choose to ascend to the immortal realm at the first opportunity, but continued to stay in the central region to temper himself, precisely because he heard that the immortal realm has a very strict hierarchy, and one can even lose their freedom. In this era, being able to undergo tribulation and become an immortal, who isn't a top genius in the Kunlun realm, commanding wind and rain, revered by countless cultivators, finally painstakingly ascending to the immortal realm, only to be able to start from the lowest level and climb up. How many people can endure this feeling of falling from heaven to earth? There is a saying that it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. If one has a background in the immortal realm that's good, then there will be seniors to guide them. But if not, the situation will be even more difficult. And Hong Tianyé is self-made, completely relying on himself to painstakingly crawl and become a true immortal level big shot. Because he has caused too much enmity with hostile forces in the central region, if Hong Tianyé ascends to the immortal realm, he is afraid that he will be hunted to death by people up there. Staying in the central region, at least he can protect his life. After all, immortals in the immortal realm cannot descend at will, leading to true immortals descending to the lower realm only being regarded as the maximum power. It's a pity that the cultivation environment in the lower realm is too poor, making it very difficult to support true immortals in breaking through their cultivation. It can only be said to be detrimental and useless. So that's also why some cultivators who successfully undergo tribulation and become immortals mostly choose to stay in the lower realm, unless their lifespan is running out, forced, and there is no other way. Then they ascend to the immortal realm. Next, everyone controlled the Kunpeng to leave Great Chu, welcoming the bright sunshine. Yi Junlin, holding a cup of milk tea, leaned back on the chair, relaxed, and thought about the things he had encountered in Great Chu. Thinking in his mind, others can see that the underworld abyss, suddenly launching a war against the outside world, must have a secret force pushing it. The main purpose is to occupy the Stargate, with the inside cooperating with the outside to allow foreign races to invade the eastern region, and the other 4 major regions will sooner or later face a similar situation. A crisis aimed at the Kunlun realm is quietly approaching. Regarding this, Yi Junlin felt nothing in his heart, because he was originally a transmigrator and possessed a powerful system. If something threatens him and the friends around him, he can eliminate it with a single move. The principle that Yi Junlin pursues is that if he needs to lie down, he just lies down. If he needs to show off, he just shows off. There's no need to have extra urgency, no need to put pressure on himself. A person must live according to their own wishes. Yi Junlin thought of something. Oh right, almost forgot this. From within the system, he took out a bag of pet food. When opened, a fragrant milky aroma wafted out. That's right, this is high-end pet food. Bai Xiaoqi sniffed her nose and said, "Wow, smells delicious." When she saw the bag of food in Yi Junlin's hand, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly ran over and said, "Master, Squeak can have a taste?" Not looking at Bai Xiaoqi with a face about to drool, Yi Junlin couldn't help but laugh. This is for pets to eat. Bai Xiaoqi transformed back into her original form, a white-furred mouse. It tilted its head, pet, but Squeak is a pet species. Hearing this, staring at the furry mouse head in front of him, Yi Junlin couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had almost forgotten that his disciple's original form was a small white mouse. At first, he adopted it as a pet, perfectly fitting the concept of a pet. Yi Junlin said, "All right, I'll give you this bag as a snack." Bai Xiaoqi took the food with both hands, like a child joyfully shouting, "Yes, thank you, master." From afar, Hong Tianye sat cross-legged in his heart, despising her. This silly mouse doesn't cultivate all day, only knows how to eat, just like that, Yi-head. Hong Tianye saw that Bai Xiaoqi's physique seemed to be very strong, but since becoming his disciple, she hasn't done any serious work all day, willingly becoming Yi Junlin's #1 lackey, and has only remained in the early stage of the divine realm. In his opinion, this act of wasting talent is wasting a lifetime. Bai Xiaoqi reached out and grabbed a large handful. Each food pellet was like a milky jade, emitting a white light, and then began to put it in her mouth and chew. Her eyes narrowed into slits in enjoyment. So delicious. Bai Xiaoqi ate very happily, becoming more and more addicted, unable to stop at all. Very quickly, her body emitted a radiant light, and pure essence spurted out of every pore of her body. In an instant, the energy in her body exploded, and Bai Xiaoqi's cultivation quickly soared, breaking through the fusion realm. Not yet finished, as Bai Xiaoqi ate more, her cultivation continued to climb. When she finished the entire bag, her realm directly broke through the Great Ascension. Hong Tianye was horrified, and blurted out in his mind, this. He stood there dumbfounded. His inherent understanding was shattered by this scene, and he suddenly realized that he didn't understand this world at all anymore. It was way beyond his imagination, like, seriously. Xiaoqi chirped, "The snacks Shizun gave me are so yummy." Her voice even trailed off in a cute way. Bai Xiaoqi was totally lost in the delicious flavor, and when she finally snapped out of it, she realized her cultivation had jumped levels. She had no idea when or how it happened. Bai Xiaoqi's eyes widened, and her little squirrel face was blank. Eek! Eek! Did I just break through? Yi Junlin was totally surprised. Like, a bag of high-end pet food did that? From chi refining early stage, straight to nascent soul early stage. If she ate a few more bags, would she just ascend to immortality, or what? Li Wujie, who was busy studying his blade techniques, dropped his sword when he saw this. Senior Sister Bai, W.H. what? Hong Tianye's eyes shone with a crazy light. He stared at the packaging Bai Xiaoqi was holding, his heart going wild. It had to be that snack bag. He was so curious. What kind of treasure trove did Yi Junlin have that he could keep pulling out such amazing stuff? Hong Tianye was filled with desire. If he didn't think he couldn't beat Yi Junlin, he would have snatched a bag already. Yi Junlin asked, "Xiaoqi, do you want more?" Bai Xiaoqi's eyes lit up like Christmas trees. She nodded like a chicken pecking rice. So yummy, so yummy. Eek, eek. Want more. Yi Junlin took out another 4 bags of pet food. He wanted to see if Bai Xiaoqi could keep breaking through. Seeing the 4 full bags, Bai Xiaoqi was overjoyed. She quickly grabbed them, opened a bag, sniffed it with her nose, and her face lit up with happiness. Then, Bai Xiaoqi started stuffing the snacks into her mouth and chewing, her cheeks bulging. So cute. After that, Yi Junlin took out another bag of high-end pet food and called out to the huge beast at his feet, "Akun, you've been working hard lately. Here's a snack for you." Whoosh! The bag of high-end pet food flew into the air, emitting a brilliant light. and went right in front of the kunpeng. The kunpeng happily opened its big mouth and swallowed it. Normally, such a small amount wouldn't even fill its teeth, but this system-rewarded food was super special and packed a punch of energy, like exactly what it needed. After eating the high-end pet food, the kunpeng glowed with a sparkling blue light, probably because of its pure divine beast bloodline. Its cultivation went from nascent soul early stage straight to perfection. The kunpeng let out a happy cry, sending waves of joy to Yi Junlin, happy as a kid getting a treat from their parents. Li Wujie almost lost his mind, his eyes widening so much they nearly popped out. Heavens! Just eating this stuff and their cultivation levels jump like crazy. Shizun is truly unfathomable. Li Wujie sighed and looked at the silver-haired youth, his eyes filled with even more respect. Hong Tianye was stunned at first. Then his face turned angry. He thought, is this a joke to those who work hard to cultivate? I must strongly condemn this on moral grounds. Most importantly, this stuff definitely works. Even if someone begged me to eat it, I wouldn't. Yi Junlin secretly watched Bai Xiaoqi and noticed that after eating the third bag, her cultivation only jumped to body integration stage. Yi Junlin now understood that eating a lot in a row reduced the effect a lot. It got harder and harder, and eventually you had to accumulate quantity to improve. But Yi Junlin didn't care. To him, it was just pet food after all. Even though Hong Tianye thought that, his eyes were still glued to the snack bag in Bai Xiaoxi's hand. Hong Tianye stealthily moved behind a maple tree near the palace and whispered, Xiaoxi, come here for a second. Bai Xiaoxi was surprised and looked in the direction of the sound. She saw Hong Tianye looking at her. Bai Xiaoxi took short steps and excitedly ran over. Senior brother Hong, did you need something from Eek Eek? Hong Tianye looked at Bai Xiaoxi's cute, dumb face and snickered inwardly. What a silly squirrel. He cleared his throat a few times and said seriously, I want to tell you, the stuff Shizun gave you is poisonous. Bai Xiaoxi was stunned, then shook her head wildly. No way, Shizun wouldn't hurt Eek Eek. Plus, my cultivation jumped like crazy after eating it. Hong Tianye put on a teaching the young tone and said, HMPH, everything has two sides. Even pills for cultivation leave drug residue in the body, and you need to refine the leftovers, or it will affect your foundation. Bai Xiaoxi's head was spinning, and the chewing in her mouth stopped. She swallowed with difficulty and said weakly, but Shizun gave it to Eek Eek, so it must be okay. Hong Tianye kept scaring her. That's why most cultivators who rely on pills have very weak foundations. What you're eating might seem to help you break through, but it's just forcing the seedling to grow too fast. There's definitely accumulated toxins in your body. Eating more is like slowly committing suicide. Xiaoxi exclaimed, Senior brother Hong, are you misunderstanding? Plus, I don't feel anything. My body doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. Hearing that, Hong Tianye frowned and put his hand on Bai Xiaoxi's head, closing his eyes to check inside her. All the meridians are perfect. The foundation is extremely solid. There's even pure immortal qi, and there's no accumulated toxins at all. Hong Tianye thought in surprise. There really are no side effects. This is even more effective than using medicine. Not hearing Hong Tianye say anything, Bai Xiaoxi giggled. Senior brother Hong, am I okay? If there's nothing wrong, I'll go first, okay? In that moment, all his previous understandings were overturned. Hong Tianye stared at the snack bag in Bai Xiaoxi's hand, his eyes flashing with unconcealed greed. Feeling his gaze, Bai Xiaoxi felt uncomfortable all over and carefully said, Senior brother Hong, if you don't need anything, Eek Eek will go first. Hong Tianye stared straight into Bai Xiaoxi's eyes with overwhelming force and said, Leave the snacks behind. Bai Xiaoxi looked at the snack bag in her hand, unwilling to part with it, and said softly, Senior brother Hong, Eek Eek hasn't eaten enough yet. Hong Tianye urged. Hurry up, I'm your senior brother, you have to listen to me. Bai Xiaoxi replied, but Shizun gave it to Eek Eek. Seeing that this squirrel was resisting his orders, and driven by his desire to raise his cultivation, anger rose in Hong Tianye's heart. He smiled maliciously, reached out and snatched the snack bag, shouting, Give it to me. Bai Xiaoxi stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the stolen bag of snacks, clear tears welling up in her eyes. Hong Tianye held the snack bag in his hand, then looked seriously at Bai Xiaoxi with a pitiful expression and shouted, What are you crying about? Shut your mouth. And you can't tell Shizun about this, got it? Hong Tianye's powerful aura made Bai Xiaoxi shrink back and weakly respond. Seeing this stupid squirrel just irritated him, Hong Tianye said impatiently, What are you still doing here? Get out of my sight. Bai Xiaoxi tried to hold back her tears. turned around and ran away, crying, "Big brother stole Eek Eek's food. Eek Eek's heart hurts so much." Watching the panicked figure running away, Hong Tianye revealed a contemptuous smile and muttered in his mind, "Xiaoxi, this one can easily take advantage of you." Hong Tianye looked down at the snack bag in his hand, his eyes flashing with clarity. Heh, next is the moment to break through the tribulation stage. Afraid that another accident will happen, without another word, Hong Tianye immediately poured the whole bag of snacks into his mouth. The sweet, milky, and delicious flavor melted as soon as it entered his mouth. It was really good. After eating, Hong Tianye frowned, a trace of doubt appearing in his eyes. He thought, "What's going on? Why does my stomach feel so bloated and uncomfortable?" Hong Tianye didn't know that this was pet food made, especially for pets. If humans ate it, it would cause a rejection reaction and wouldn't help with cultivation at all. At this moment, streams of pure energy were raging throughout Hong Tianye's stomach. Hong Tianye's expression changed. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he thought, "This is bad. If this continues and I let this energy run wild, my body will be ruined. I have to quickly find a way to resolve it." While thinking, Hong Tianye immediately circulated his energy to guide the energy in his stomach. His pale face gradually turned as red as an apple. Beads of sweat as big as beans poured down, and his breathing became rapid. A fart sounded, and a powerful stream of energy exploded out. At this time, on the Kunpeng's back, besides the palace that Ye Zhonglin had moved, there were also pavilions and terraces, small bridges in the sandy courtyard, and plants. From a distance, it looked like a small resort island. The sound from the fart was like a bomb exploding, causing sand and dust to fly into the air and the trees to rustle. Hong Tianye only felt an invisible force explode under his butt, lifting his body into the air. "Yi," Zhonglin asked in surprise. "Huh, what's that? Why is little Hong flying up there?" Li Wuji, standing beside him, also looked up and said, "Why does the wind smell like sweet milk?" "Dude, these two are seriously inhaling Hong Tianye's farts and calling them fragrant." Haha, Ye Junling glanced at Bai Xiaoxi, who was standing behind him looking gloomy and sad, and asked in surprise, "Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you?" Bai Xiaoxi sadly replied, Since the food was snatched away, Bai Xiaoxi has always felt down. Usually, this Xiaoxi never knows sadness, and is always full of energy. Why is she so sluggish now?" Thinking of this, Ya Zhonglin seemed to understand what the problem was, and Bai Xiaoxi wanted to speak up, but thinking of the consequences of doing so, she had to swallow her words. She felt really sad inside, but she didn't say it out loud. Bai Xiaoxi felt that if she told Shizun, Shizun would definitely punish Hong Dage, and then he would definitely hate her even more. Yi Junlin angrily gritted his teeth and looked at Hong Tianye in the distance, muttering, "So that's how it is, Hong Tianye?" Yi Junlin raised his hand, emitting a terrifying suction force, directly pulling the opponent from thousands of meters away. Whoosh! Hong Tianye staggered and fell to the ground, his exquisite and flawless face flushed as if it was about to bleed. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. To think that he, the leader of the demonic sect, had just farted, and it was a huge, thunderous one. Hong Tianye hugged his stomach, his face covered in sweat, and coughed a few times. Ye Zhonglin coughed a few times and looked at Hong Tianye seriously, asking, "Little Hong, tell me, what exactly is going on?" Ye Zhonglin stood sternly, looking at Hong Tianye at his feet, waiting for him to answer. But he stood there for a long time, without Hong Tianye saying anything. This time, Hong Tianye probably shat his pants, haha, in front of this silver-haired youth. Hong Tianye, who was full of momentum just now, had vanished, replaced by anxiety and unease, stammering and unable to speak. Yi Zhonglin's eyes flashed like lightning, and a powerful aura exploded like heavenly might descending. "Are you mute, I'm asking you?" Hong Tianye's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He unconsciously knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and shouted, "This disciple knows his mistake. Please forgive me, Shizun." He knew that the person in front of him usually loved that stupid mouse the most. If the food snatching was discovered, he would not die, but he would be skinned alive. Yi Zhonglin angrily shouted, "Tell me, why did you steal little Shi's food, you little rascal?" Bai Xiaoxi scratched her head beside him and said with a smile, "That's right, squeak squeak for senior brother. He said he wanted to try it too." "Ha ha!" Ye Zhonglin sneered. He immediately guessed that Hong Tianye must have seen that the pet food was top grade, so he had bad intentions and snatched it directly from Bai Xiaoxi's hands. As a result, the pet food was only for animals and not suitable for humans, so it created the current situation. Moreover, stealing from his junior sister was a bit odd. It seemed he needed to be taught a lesson. Yi Zhenlin raised his hand and said, "I know you will do everything you can to improve your cultivation, but Xiaoxi is your junior sister?" Hong Tianye was terrified and blurted out, "Shifu, this disciple is guilty. Please spare my life." But just as Hong Tianye finished speaking, oh dear, the feeling was strange again, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Hong Tianye shot straight into the sky like a rocket from a launch pad. With dust flying everywhere on the ground, Yi Zhenlin waved his hand and shouted, "Remember to come back and take your punishment after you fart." At this time, Hong Tianye gritted his teeth while suppressing the energy in his stomach. From behind, he was constantly releasing bursts of gas to help him fly over mountains and seas, chasing after the direction the Kunpeng disappeared. Hong Tianye had an uncomfortable face and was full of regret. Fortunately, this scene was not seen by his old enemies, otherwise he would really have no face to live in this world. In a village not far away called Jiba Village, the villagers all looked up and saw Hong Tianye flying overhead, cheerfully shouting, "Wow! Look quickly, a beautiful fairy!" There was a strange sound, and a person perked up his ears and heard the foot sounds, his eyes widening in surprise. A cowherd boy said in surprise, "Why do I feel like this sound is like farting?" The old village chief hit the cowherd boy on the head with his cane and scolded, "How could that be? How could such a beautiful fairy fart?" Immediately afterward, he looked at the beautiful figure in red on the horizon, and excitedly shouted, "This is a fairy descending, bringing good fortune to us villagers." Everyone quickly absorbed the spirit qi. Quickly absorbed the spirit qi. It turned out to be spirit qi. No wonder it smells so fragrant. Quickly absorbed the spirit qi. The entire Jiba village was boiling, and they ran one after another in the direction of Hong Tianye, sniffing with their noses, their faces full of excitement, as if inhaling more meant greater benefits. This matter would later become a legend in this village. Legend has it that on a sunny morning, a beautiful fairy in red accidentally passed through Jiba village. Seeing the people here were simple and kind, she specially descended good spirit qi, and from then on, the people here all benefited. Everyone walked with a strong spring in their step. Who knows how long it had been, but Hong Tianye finished farting. Ha. He flew down onto the back of the Kunpeng and knelt in front of Yi Zhenlin, sighing, "Shizun, this disciple has purged the energy in his body. Please forgive this disciple." Yi Zhenlin stood with his hands behind his back and replied, "I know you have a very high self-esteem, but in this case, you must prioritize Bai Shaoxi. For the next 3 months, you must do everything Shaoxi tells you to do to atone for your mistake." Did you hear me clearly? Hearing this, Hong Tianye thought to himself, "I never thought that I would become a servant to this damn mouse." Then little Hong spoke up and replied, "This disciple has heard. Thank you for Shizun's grace." 3 months later, the sun was shining brightly, and the clouds were rolling. A luxurious treasure ship was controlling the air currents and flying towards a certain place. On top, it looked like a large resort, and many cultivators from all directions were inside. Some were drinking and discussing Tao, some were discussing trivial matters, some were flaunting their status, and some were eating and drinking happily. I really want to get to Wuzhou quickly. I heard that the Medicine King Valley is about to open, and I don't want to miss this rare opportunity. Oh, it will definitely be very competitive then. Look, the entire ship is going to Wuzhou. That's right, I heard that the VIP rooms all over the place are full of Huashen experts sitting inside. We, like little Foundation establishment fish, can only stand outside and watch the wind. That's nothing. I heard that in the more upscale VIP areas, there are more than a dozen heavenly lords from the immortal Daotong. Those heavenly lords are the big shots of the integration realm. Medicine King Valley has always been full of mystical colors. This place in the eastern region is a magical place full of opportunities. Legend has it that Medicine King Valley was originally created by a divine physician called Medicine Sovereign. He had extremely superb medical skills in the ancient period. He was praised by all cultivators. He planted all kinds of famous medicines in the Medicine King Valley, and there was a super large spirit gathering formation inside. He directly absorbed the spiritual energy of half of Wuzhou to cultivate any kind of precious medicine. throwing out an ordinary precious medicine could cause a storm. Places like this should have been stared at by forces, but Medicine King Valley can be independent, not only because Medicine Sovereign knows how to treat diseases and save people, and made many friends, but the most important thing is that his strength is also terrifying. His cultivation is profound and unpredictable. Later, Medicine Sovereign used medicine to prove the Tao and overcome tribulation to become an immortal. He used great divine powers to transform Medicine King Valley, setting up various formations. After completion, he flew up freely, leaving countless legends to the human world. Since then, Medicine King Valley has opened once every 100,000 years, and the opening time is limited, and the number of people entering is also limited. Moreover, anyone who causes trouble in the Medicine King Valley or harms the scenery will be destroyed by the power left by Medicine Sovereign. Medicine Sovereign did this on one hand to bring good fortune to all living beings and give future generations a chance to change their fate, and on the other hand, to maintain the normal operation of the Medicine King Valley, so as not to waste the precious medicines inside. In these past few days, it just so happens that the Medicine King Valley is opening up again, so countless cultivators, hearing the news, have rushed to Wuzhou, eagerly awaiting the opening. For ordinary cultivators, this is definitely a chance to change their fate. As for those big-shot figures, naturally, they want to take their cultivation one step further. A constant clamor arose from the treasure ship. Just then, a cold, aged voice suddenly boomed out, carrying an undeniable dominance. "The ship ahead! Halt for this old man!" Immediately, a man in a long robe, with a jade-like judgmental face, shouted loudly, his eyes filled with killing intent. "What in the world is going on? Why have we stopped?" Even a fool has his limits when provoked, let alone cultivators like them who could call the wind and summon the rain. Now, the treasure ship being blocked out of nowhere has made a lot of people unhappy, and they're looking for somewhere to vent their anger. From the front, the aged voice continued to ring out. "Fellow Taoists, hand over those precious things you're holding on to. Don't force this old man to make a move." A commotion instantly broke out inside the treasure ship. What? Highway robbery? The shiplord went to the bow of the ship, tentatively asking, with a respectful tone, as if confirming his suspicion. "May I ask, what is your esteemed name?" From afar, a person in a black robe embroidered with gold, their messy white hair stood on end, stood with one hand behind their back and the other stroking his beard. Their eyes, like lightning, quietly spoke. "Xuan Tiansek's Yi Junlin." Beside him stood three figures, a tall, statuesque girl in a red dress, her skin as white as jade. She folded her arms in front of her chest, her ample bosom, and she had a very arrogant posture, a tall person wearing a straw hat, holding the handle of a broadsword at his waist, eyes gleaming, face full of meat as if he'd draw his sword and chop you if you said the wrong thing, and a small figure, who looks like a man but dressed in a pink chungangsum, wearing a silver bowl-cut wig, and his appearance can't be seen clearly. These figures looked exactly like the four famous people in the legend. Holy crap, it's a fake squad, bros! Ha ha ha. Next chapter's gonna be fun to watch. Remember to subscribe to the channel and stay tuned for the next episode. Especially that old white-haired guy. When he publicly stated his identity, it scared the shiplord into a stupor. As soon as the words came out, the killing intent of the angry customers was instantly like ice water poured on them. They couldn't help but shudder, their whole bodies trembling, their eyes looking forward full of fear. As for the treasure ship, the premium rooms, even the VIP suites, immediately retracted their killing intent, as if nothing had happened. Everyone was trembling and regretting their words just now. That person is the famous white-haired murder god who's known throughout the eastern region. He's dirtied his hands with the blood of tens of thousands of cultivators and stomped on the face of the Feather Transformation sect. Even at the Xia family's party, before Xia broke through the tribulations, the giant Sun Void immortal, Xu Yang, who came looking for trouble, was immediately killed by him on the spot. It was also at that time that many people knew that Yi Junlin of the Xuantian sect wasn't just a venerable, but actually a true immortal. And now this guy dares to block the road and rob people in broad daylight. The crowd there immediately stirred. Is that really him? I feel like someone of his stature wouldn't do something like this. It must be a fake. Are you blind or what? Don't you see those people next to him? They're exactly like they are in the legends. That woman is the Hong Fairy. That man is the Blade Devil Li Wuji, and that shortest one is the guard beside the Bai Fa Sha Shen. With this lineup, you still think it's fake? I really admire you for your intelligence. If you want to die, Don't drag us down with you. Seeing this scene, the old white-haired man gave a meaningful smile, coughed a few times, and said with an act of seriousness, "Li Wujie." The man in the straw hat respectfully replied, "Master, your disciple is here." Yi Junlin continued, "Hurry and accept the good intentions of these fellow friends." Li Wujie replied, "Yes, master." Then, he turned around with a sinister smile, pulled out his broadsword, and rushed towards the treasure ship like a vicious robber, roaring, "If you know what's good for you, quickly hand over all your valuables. Don't force this old man to chop you up." The cultivators on the deck only dared to be angry and dared not speak. Each of them only knew to take out their storage rings. Li Wuji paced leisurely with his broadsword, his eyes extremely vicious, and no one on the road dared to look him straight in the eye. It is said that the demon sword Li Wuji had chased and chopped the young master of the Xia family at the Xia family's party, and he could be said to be extremely reckless and without any rules. At this moment, seeing the man in the straw hat with an arrogant aura, everyone in their hearts became more and more certain. This is real. Li Wuji accepted their storage rings and then went to each place and brandished his broadsword, shouting, "Damn it, are you dead in there? Everyone, get out here for this old man." Soon, a group of transformation god cultivators came out of the celestial-styled compartments, and more than a dozen integration realm cultivators came out of the Dao-style compartments. Their faces were ugly, and they obediently took out their valuable properties. Li Wuji collected them easily. Again, on the boat, Mu Jin's room was still silent, and no movement made Li Wuji even more angry. Arriving at the most luxurious room on the ship, just as he raised his foot to kick the door, seeing this scene, the captain hurriedly ran over, smiled, and said, "Sir, you absolutely can't. Inside, there are 2 guests from Gongzhou. Those are big shots." "You see," Li Wuji said with a fierce face, "no matter how big of a shot they are, they have to give my master face. If they don't know what's good for them, then obediently get out. Otherwise, when my master makes a move, you will all die." Hearing these words, the captain was so frightened that his face turned pale. Suddenly, a steady voice rang out. "This fellow Taoist, we are from the Gongzhou Asking Dao sect. May we be able to give us face and let this matter pass, and we will personally go to the Xuanxian sect to pay our respects and ask questions later." Li Wujie was startled, his heart pounding. That is one of the top 10 immortal sects in the eastern region. It is rumored that there have been several immortals since ancient times. Li Wujie thought to himself, "Oh my god, this time I've really hit a brick wall. But wait, what am I afraid of? Now I am the blade demon Li Wuji, a disciple of the white-haired murder god. Yi Junlin, so what if the Asking Dao sect is amazing?" At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and inside there was a middle-aged man wearing black and white clothes, with a goatee, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding the aura of the Great Ascension. Beside him was a woman with skin as white as jade and a soft figure wearing a yellow dress. At this time, her eyes were wide open, and her beautiful face was full of anger. Li Wuji stood there in place, thinking in shock. There is actually a true venerable here. After his brain experienced a brief blank, Li Wuji quickly regained his composure, raised his broadsword, pointed at the middle-aged man, and said fiercely, "You want to make a move, right? Do you believe that my master will kill you?" Bang! The yellow-faced woman really had the temper of a young lady. She stood up and slammed the table, looking angrily as if she wanted to make a move. Behind her, the illusion of stars appeared, wanting to illuminate the space. Terrible, evil energy swirled throughout the entire room. Even though she was young, she had already cultivated to the integration realm, and moreover, she also possessed a special physique, and her future was limitless. Li Wuji was shocked in his heart, and almost turned around and ran. Thanks to his superb acting skills, he managed to maintain his composure, pretending to be calm and sneering, "Damn brat, are you planning to resist this old man?" The woman in yellow was angry, clenched her fist, and accumulated dazzling starlight, preparing to rush towards Li Wuji, shouting, "Who are you calling a damn brat?" At this moment, Fan Dezhang seemed to have made a decision. With a painful expression, he took out a storage ring, squeezed out a reluctant smile, and said, "This is the storage ring I have with me. Inside, there are about 100 million top-grade spirit stones and a few spiritual weapons that can be considered valuable. I hope fellow Taoist will accept them, and tell ye Void Immortal that this is a little bit of the intention of our Asking Dao sect." The ring glowed brightly and flew towards Li Wuji, falling into his hand. Taking a deep breath, his heart was filled with excitement. "I'm rich, I'm really rich." And Miaoyi stamped her feet angrily, feeling that this matter was really shameful, and asked, "Uncle, how could you do this?" Fan Dezhang sighed and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, Are you satisfied? Li Wuji pretended to be calm and took the storage ring, snorted coldly. You know what's good for you? I'll go back and report to my master. After saying that, he put his broadsword on his shoulder and swaggered out of the room. Yi Junlin was dressed in a black robe. His aura was solemn and majestic. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he said slowly, "Well, it seems that there are still people who give my Yi Junlin face." "Let's go," Li Wuji replied. "Yes, master." Whoosh whoosh, about the same as a group of people riding cranes flying away, gradually disappearing into the rolling clouds. In the deluxe room on the upper floor, An Miaoyi was cold, her beautiful face full of anger and blame. "Uncle, you have really disappointed me." Fan Dezing frowned slightly and sighed. "Miss, I am doing this just to protect your safety. If we don't give in, with Yi Junlin's cruel and bloodthirsty nature, he will not hesitate to kill us all. Moreover, you have also seen that his disciple doesn't care about the Asking Dao sect at all. If something happens to you, I will become a sinner of the Asking Dao sect." And Miaoyi was still angry, pouting her lips, and said, "It's true that the superiors are not upright and the subordinates are in chaos. This Yi Junlin is really too much. On what basis can he be so lawless and run amok in the eastern region?" Fan Dezheng could only smile bitterly, not knowing what to say. Fan Dezheng shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Who told him that his cultivation is so unfathomable? Just now, he killed a void immortal from the Feather Transformation sect. You should know that that person's title is Giant Sun, and he is the master of the Feather Transformation sect's Holy Sun. Alas, what a pity. He ran so far, thinking that he could kill Yi Junlin single-handedly, who knew that that guy deliberately hid his cultivation, and in the end, Giant Sun was killed instead. Moreover, according to rumors, Yi Junlin is extremely protective of his subordinates. After taking that demonic blade freak, Li Wubi, as a disciple, and even forcing the Shu family's old man to personally off his own wicked second son, how could I not be scared? Someone as unpredictable as him might just decide to go on a looting spree. This grand elder from the literary sect, who's usually revered in the sect and holds a high position, can't help but sound terrified when mentioning Yi Junlin's actions. Sheesh! And Miaoyi was so pissed her chest was going up and down like a bouncy castle. She paced back and forth, grinding her teeth. Ugh, why do such evil people exist? Fan Dezheng glanced at the furious girl in yellow, seeming to want to say something. He said solemnly, "Young miss, focus on cultivating. With your talent, you'll surpass the tribulation stage, and even achieve immortality someday. Don't forget, you possess the spiritual immortal physique. This kind of physique is no less impressive than the solar immortal physique of the Yuhua sect's Holy Sun." Hearing this, An Miaoyi's eyes filled with determination. "Don't worry, Uncle Fan. I'll train hard. When I'm strong enough, I'll eliminate evil and uphold justice. I'll definitely destroy this kind of villain myself." Cut to a remote mountain peak, where a few figures sat cross-legged, dividing their spoils. Haha, Yi Junlin's name is really useful. These past few days, our robberies have all been successful, without exception. A short, dwarfish figure took off his hat, revealing a cunning grin. Hee hee, what a rush! I was so scared I almost blew our cover. Luckily, that venerable from the literary sect valued Yi Junlin's reputation so much that he obediently submitted. Li Wujifai said excitedly, "That's a venerable who's usually high and mighty. I never thought he'd show me respect. Ha ha, this feeling is awesome." A red-clad woman with a fiery figure rolled her eyes in mockery. "Pervert, take a look at yourself. You think he respects you. He respects the demonic blade. Li Wuji, who are you? Just some small fry." Li Wujifai glared angrily at the woman. "Who are you calling that? Aren't you just a public ride? How long were you at Phoenix Spring Brothel? Do you still think you're Hong Xianzi? I spit on you!" The red-clad woman stood up in fury, her chest heaving. "I'll tear your mouth apart!" Li Wujifai drew his blade, full of bluster. "Come on! I'll chop you down, you chicken!" At this moment, an old man with silver hair and cold eyes shouted, "Shut your mouths!" The old man released a perfected God transformation aura, forcefully suppressing everyone present. Compared to these useless fools, the silver-haired old man's strength was undeniable. Moreover, this was a team he'd built from scratch. Most importantly, the old man possessed a technique to hide his cultivation. Thanks to this, they could always give their targets the impression of unfathomable strength. The silver-haired old man chuckled coldly. "Ha ha, you all think you're something special, huh? You don't even know your own weight. Let me tell you, you're not irreplaceable. I could just kill two of you. Find suitable replacements. Those who know what's good for them better watch out. Liu Jifai and the others felt respect and fear toward this scheming, bold figure falling silent like quails. The silver-haired old man retracted his aura, a smirk on his lips. The saying goes, the strong live, the weak die. Cultivation isn't just about talent and effort, but also requires massive cultivation resources as support. As a loose cultivator, he'd faced many difficulties, but remained stuck at the perfected god transformation stage for years. To break through, he had to do something. And this trip to the Medicine King Valley was a good opportunity. Taking advantage of the upcoming opening of the Medicine King Valley, impersonating Ye Junlin was the perfect opportunity to cut grass and eliminate roots. Because during this time, traffic was at its peak, and it was the most profitable time to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Luckily, Ye Junlin had a fearsome reputation, and with his team, all the targets directly abandoned resistance, obediently forking over money for peace, earning them a tidy sum. This made this silver-haired old man secretly sigh at his own cleverness. As for whether doing this would negatively affect Ye Junlin, he didn't have the slightest regret. After all, this robbery was no different from a mosquito biting a horse compared to wiping out an army of million cultivators. The old man's eyes lit up and he laughed coldly. After this last score, everyone will disband. We'll play even bigger next time. Rumble. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in from the horizon, and a massive body, tens of thousands of meters long, soared past, creating a powerful airstream. Even from afar, the terrifying pressure made people's hearts pound. The silver-haired old man felt his scalp tingle, his whole body as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. His eyes revealed utter horror. What is that so scary? What kind of demonic beast is that? It was Tem Ye Junlin Heng Yu's Kun Peng just flew past. Lucky for them, they weren't discovered. Otherwise, they'd all be screwed. Li Wujifai swallowed hard, his face pale. The red-clad woman trembled, so frightened she nearly lost control of her bowels. When the massive figure disappeared, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief, their backs soaked with cold sweat. At the same time, inside the Kunpeng's massive magical barrier, there was a miniature mountain stream, pavilions, and beautiful scenery, like a floating island, so relaxing. Ye Junlin lay on a chair, enjoying the peace and quiet. Beside him, Hong Tianye sat holding Bai Xiaoqi and gently scratching its head. Ye Junlin spoke. Little Hong, your punishment period is almost over. Your master will give you a wonderful gift. Little Shi, go get the chocolate ice cream that your master has carefully prepared. Bai Xiaoqi took the finished product and ran over excitedly. Senior brother, here's the swirl ice cream you wanted. The chocolate flavor, Ye Junlin replied. Just leave it there. At this moment, Hong Tianye stood up and looked at the ice cream that Xiaoxi had brought. The corner of his mouth lifted into a slight smile. Hong Tianye shrugged, picked up the ice cream made by Bai Xiaoxi, looked down at expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone, and thought, wow, this shape looks like a pile of dung, and it's black too. Hong Tianye looked at the item that looked like an exam, his expression like he was constipated. Is this food? Seeing Hong Tianye pondering while looking at it, Ye Junlin asked, Little Hong, are you not satisfied with the reward your master gave you? Finally, Hong Tianye tried to restrain his discomfort, and secretly used his fingers to scoop a piece and put it into his mouth. At that moment, Hong Tianye's eyes lit up, and he no longer resisted. As before, the coolness melted away. Hong Tianye's face beamed, and he blurted out in his head, This is ice cream. It's delicious, master. Li Wuji ran over excitedly to report, Master, we've arrived at Wuzhou. I heard that the Medicine King Valley will open in a few days. Li Wuji's eyes immediately shifted to Hong Tianye, who was eating black ice cream next to him. His expression was strange as he thought, oh, Senior Brother Hong looks like he's eating. It's really hard for Senior Brother Hong to pretend to enjoy eating like that. At this time, Ye Junlin raised his eyebrows and asked Li Wuji, What is this Medicine King Valley? Li Wuji replied, It is a land of many natural treasures, with all kinds of natural treasures and precious spirit medicines. At this moment, the system sound rang in Ye Junlin's head. Ding! Discovered that the host has entered Wuzhou, specially refreshing the check-in location. Please complete the check-in at Medicine King Valley to receive great benefits. The system's notification sound rang in his head. Ye Junlin said, Since we're here, let's take a trip to Medicine King Valley anyway. If there are benefits, let's go. Cut to Heavenly Spirit City. Heavenly Spirit City has gathered many monks recently because Medicine King Valley is about to open. Inns and restaurants from all directions are packed. It is common to see a foundation establishment cultivator every 5 steps, and a golden core cultivator every 10 steps. Although monks occasionally have conflicts, they quickly subsided because there are many bosses hidden here, fearing that they will accidentally bump into someone and die on the road. The Dragon Gate Inn was crowded with people, extremely lively. 4 figures in cloaks stood in front of the inn looking at the sign. Li Wuji said respectfully, "Master, this is the largest inn within 100 miles. We can stay here for a few days and wait until Medicine King Valley officially opens before going in." The leader was tall, with thick silver hair hidden under his hat, and under the brim was a handsome face, his eyes like sparkling stars. Yi Junlin nodded. "Okay, let's stay at this inn. Although we can stay on the Kunpeng, it's a bit boring after staying there for a long time. If we move into this inn, we can experience the local customs and hear about interesting things recently." When the 4 of them walked in, the waiter stretched out his hand to greet them. "Please come inside, esteemed guests." Yi Junlin and the others walked into the inn. Because they were wearing hoods covering their faces, the surrounding guests didn't pay much attention. The reason for doing this was to avoid affecting the surrounding order. After all, Yi Junlin's 4 people are too famous throughout the entire eastern region of the cultivation world. Gathering together easily attracts attention. Hong Tianye followed behind, hesitating for a long time before daring to open his mouth. "Master, why do we have to hide like this?" In the eyes of this demon sect leader, they all possessed strength, and there was absolutely no need to worry about the eyes of outsiders. Anyone who dared to talk nonsense would be killed. Yi Junlin sighed and said, "Oh, my reputation is so great now, there will definitely be many die-hard fans. If I reveal my identity, they will flock to me to ask for autographs, which will make me very miserable." Hearing that, Hong Tianye choked, his facial muscles twitching. He'd thought of countless reasons along the way, but never considered this. Sure enough, you shouldn't use a normal person's way of thinking to guess what he's thinking. Hong Tianye took a deep breath, his face full of self-blame, mentally preparing himself again. "It's my fault. Very wrong." Yi Junlin picked a spot on the 2nd floor, gently tapping the table and asked, "Hey, waiter, anything worth trying here?" The waiter quickly rushed over, smiling. "You've come to the right person, sir. I'll recommend some of our restaurant specialties. I guarantee the flavor is amazing." Saying that, he opened the menu and introduced, "Take this, braised lion's head meat. The lion's head meat here is taken from a nascent soul realm rampaging lion. The chef chops off its head, roasts it over and over. The outer layer is crispy, and the inside is fresh, tender, and fatty. And this sweet and sour carp, this isn't your average carp. It contains a trace of true dragon bloodline in its body. It's absolutely amazing to eat, incredibly delicious. And this spicy stir-fried beef, the ingredients are taken from a transformation god realm azure skyox. Eating it will fill you with energy and strengthen your chi and blood." The waiter introduced these specialties while secretly observing Yi Junlin's expression, because these dishes are quite expensive. Although there have been a lot of customers these days, basically no cultivator can afford the prices on the menu and are scared away. But this time, it seems a bit different. Yi Junlin wasn't fazed by the prices on the menu. He's seen it all. Anyway, back in Great Zhou, everything was worth thousands of gold, even scrambled eggs with tomatoes, used eggs from the Prajna Rock. The dishes the waiter introduced are just a bit novel, but not too exaggerated. At this time, Bai Xiaoxi pointed to a dish on the menu called Jade-like Snow. "What about this one? Chirp chirp. This one looks interesting." Looking puzzled, the waiter smiled. "You have a good eye, sir. The ingredients for this dish are taken from Arctic ice rats. Arctic ice rats live in the frigid north. They like to burrow into the ice and snow. After our chef's professional handling, the meat is very fatty. Each piece of meat is as transparent as snow, so it's named like that. I recommend you prepare a hot pot to dip the meat in." Bai Xiaoxi still had some appetite, but hearing such cruel descriptions, she almost fainted. The waiter tentatively asked, "Sir, would you like this dish?" Xiaoxi shook her head repeatedly, her voice with a sob. "No, chirp chirp, no more." The waiter's face was strange, thinking, why is this little girl's reaction so big? Wait, does she look like a furry rat? Yi Junlin took out a storage ring with abundant wealth and slammed it on the table. "Besides that snowflower jade meat, I want everything you just mentioned." The waiter was startled. His divine sense probed into the space, seeing it full of high-grade spirit stones. His mouth was dry, his tongue parched, his heart pounding, thinking in his head, "Wow, what a big spender." The waiter stuttered and quickly left the scene. Yes, this guest, please wait a moment. I will inform the kitchen to prepare immediately. Bai Shaoqi hugged her head, tears streaming down, feeling sad for the fate of her own kind. Oh, Shaoqi is so cute. Why have to eat Shaoqi? Yi Junlin stroked her head, finding it funny. Li Wuji, with his rich experience, commented, echoing his disciple's opinion. That chef's skill is excellent. The dishes come out fast, powerful, and accurate. But just now, the aura was a bit unstable, probably due to being too rushed. He is a culinary cultivator, and very passionate about it. Hong Tianye's eyes narrowed slightly. Shh, listen, it sounds like people are talking about us. Yi Junlin pretended to be calm, but actually raised his ears to listen. I usually have a lot of fans. Murmurs echoed in the inn, focusing on a topic. It's so pathetic. I ran into that annoying Yi Junlin before. All the spirit stones I painstakingly saved were robbed by him. What? Me too. Not just spirit stones, but also 6 7th grade treasures, 30 profound grade talismans, 5 top grade elixirs. All were robbed by that beast. Oh, it seems like you all have been robbed. I thought I was the only unlucky one who was caught by that fake dog. Oh, seeing that you fellow Taoists have suffered, I feel much better in my heart. Intense discussions filled the entire Dragon Gate Inn, with 8 out of 10 victims standing up to condemn Yi Junlin as shameless and a despicable villain. Like a major protest, everyone unanimously cursed Yi Junlin. It could be said they were fiercely angry. They acted as if the Yi Junlin in their mouths was an unforgivable criminal, worthy of being punished by heaven, ground to dust, and pushed into the 18 layers of hell, never to be reincarnated. Hong Tianye lowered his head, his shoulders shaking, as if trying to hold back laughter. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, this demonic sect leader was extremely satisfied in his heart, hearing the guests cursing and condemning Yi Junlin. He felt that heaven had eyes, retribution was not wrong, every pore was opening, and even his soul wanted to escape. When Hong Tianye heard these people angrily cursing Yi Junlin, he felt a sense of empathy from the bottom of his heart. A true expression. So refreshing and comfortable. Haha, the heroes cursed well, saying all the words in my heart. Yi Junlin, you also have a time when you are cursed by 10,000 people. See, this is the will of the people. Even a person suffers. Li Wujie was completely astonished, never expecting the situation. In his impression, his master wasn't someone who would do these things. Immediately, killing intent replaced the look on Li Wujie's face. His right hand clenched the hilt of his blade, getting up, ready to draw it and slaughter, insulting my master. Die! At this time, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder, forcefully holding Li Wujie back. Surprise flashed in Li Wujie's eyes. Master! Master! You! Yi Junlin shook his head. Don't be agitated. Listening to them, it's clear that someone is impersonating me to scam others, who wouldn't be upset being cursed for no reason. It's really like sitting at home and getting hit by trouble from the sky. Yi Junlin tried to remain calm, his expression somewhat unsightly. He saw his eldest disciple next to him bowing his head. He said meaningfully, Little Hong, if you want to laugh, just laugh, don't hold it in. Hearing this sentence, Hong Tianye suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Next, he quickly adjusted his state. When he looked up again, his face was full of anger. His eyes were about to spew fire, angrily gritting his teeth and saying, Damn it, these insects are really despicable. Master, as long as you give the order, this disciple will immediately take action, leaving no one alive. Haha. Yi Junlin knew that with Hong Tianye's scheming personality, when he saw him being cursed, he must be secretly laughing in his heart, just not showing it on the outside. Otherwise, he would probably jump in and join the fun because he was too excited. Another person said, It is rumored that Hong Tianye has a nation-toppling appearance, a cold and unparalleled temperament that makes countless men admire. But when I saw her with my own eyes, she wasn't what was rumored at all. Although her appearance is quite decent, somehow there is a scent that seems to be from a courtesan. You are right, with my many years of experience playing around, Hong Tianye only deserves a fair ranking. I don't understand why the rumors are so exaggerated outside. Hearing is not as good as seeing. Another man chimed in, his face full of lust. Fellow Taoist is too objective. To tell the truth, the first time I saw Hong Tianye, I almost drooled. That place is really vast and boundless, making me want to reach out and squeeze it. Ha 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 ha. The whole group burst out laughing. The anger from before vanished. and the atmosphere became much more lively. Although the male cultivators didn't say it, their exchanged glances showed that they all understood each other's intentions. Hearing this, Hong Tianyé's face stiffened. The smile just now disappeared instantly, replaced by a raging anger like a sea of fire. His whole body trembled with anger. His teeth gnashed. His eyes wanted to devour them all alive. You? Sitting next to him, Li Wuji heard those lewd comments. His expression became strange, and his eyes inadvertently glanced at Hong Tianyé's flat chest. This small gesture immediately hit Hong Tianyé's sensitive nerve, causing the anger in his heart to erupt violently. Intentionally or unintentionally glanced at his senior brother's flat chest. This small act struck Hong Tianyé's sensitive nerve, causing his anger to almost erupt. Hong Tianyé smiled, a smile so terrifying that people couldn't help but shiver. Junior brother Li, what are you looking at? Li Wujie, the hair on Li Wuji's body stood on end, feeling like he was being stared at by a great devil. Li Wujie rubbed his eyes, pretending not to see anything, putting on a clumsy act and making up an excuse that made Hong Tianyé feel insulted to his intelligence. Hong, senior brother Hong, actually, there was a grain of sand that flew into my eye, don't misunderstand. When Hong Tianyé continued to press, Yi Junlin pretended to cough a few times, his tone teasing, "Little Hong, be generous, plus they are talking about a female imposter." "Are you a woman? Why are you so agitated if you're a man?" Hong Tianyé seemed to have swallowed something. His face was unsightly, and the corners of his eyes twitched violently. Even if he had 10,000 words he wanted to retort, he couldn't resist the harsh reality. Logically, these people were cursing a female imposter. What did that have to do with him as a man? It had nothing to do with it. Yi Junlin spoke up and asked, "Hong Tianyé, have you accepted the title of Hong Fairy? Why are you reacting so violently?" Hong Tianyé's face stiffened, and he quickly shook his head to affirm, "I didn't," Yi Junlin asked again. "Really didn't." Hong Tianyé was so anxious that he was about to jump up, vehemently denying, "I really didn't." At the same time, the waiter brought the food in and said, "Esteemed guests, here is your food." The waiter smiled wryly. Then, a table full of delicious dishes was served, smelling fragrant. It attracted Bai Xiaoqi, who wasn't hungry, but seeing this scene, her nose twitched, her eyes lit up, and she said, "Wow, so fragrant." She grabbed her chopsticks, quickly picked up the food, and ate until her face was beaming. The waiter stepped back and said, "Honored guests, please enjoy your meal. I will leave now. If you need anything, please call." Yi Junlin urged everyone, "Let's eat, and the imposters will gradually reveal themselves." On the way out, the waiter walked and looked into Yi Junlin's room, muttering, "Why do these people look so familiar?" On the other side of the corridor, two people were sitting and eating. A woman in yellow with a slender figure sneered, "Uncle Pa, did you hear that? Everyone is cursing Yi Junlin. The people's hearts are there." Fan Dezheng sighed. "Miss, they are just talking. With those powerful figures, they won't be swayed by rumors. What if 1,000 people criticize him?" A Diao stomped her feet angrily. "Uncle, why do you always defend that jerk?" Fan Dezheng smiled bitterly. Okay, I won't say any more. If the room is missing anything, I'll tell the owner to buy more." So, a hearty meal was quickly devoured, leaving Bai Xiaoxi super satisfied. While the other three unhappily waddled out of the dining hall, Yi Junlin and the gang happened to stroll past Fan Dezheng and An Miaoyi. Fan Dezheng watched their backs as they walked away, feeling inexplicably uneasy. And Miaoyi Mina looked up and asked, "Papa Fan, what are you looking at?" Fan Dezheng, his face serious, said in a low voice, "I sense that those people have profound martial arts skills, especially the one in the lead. He gives me a feeling of utter helplessness." And Miaoyi's eyes widened, looking incredulous. "No way! You should know that you are the Grand Elder of the Wen Dao sect, with a cultivation base that has reached the great perfection of the Mahayana realm, and you possess several ancient secret techniques of the sect. Your strength is terrifying, yet even you are wary of them. Those guys, especially the one in the lead, make you feel helpless. How strong could that person possibly be?" An Miaoyi swallowed hard and asked, "Could he be a loose immortal?" Fan Dezheng gave a bitter laugh. "Miss, be careful when you go out. The Yawang Valley is about to open, and this inn is sure to be filled with powerful cultivators. It's normal for some to be stronger than me." Scene change. Outside the inn, several oddly shaped figures appeared. Then, on the other side, in a dark corner of the Longmen Inn, more than 10 bizarre figures of the demon race emerged. Their black pupils narrowed, snake tongues darting out, and an evil aura filled their gazes as they stared at the inn with murderous intent. A subordinate respectfully asked, "Honorable High Priest, is it time to act now?" Jialugu wore a silver-mouthed hat and a magnificent robe symbolizing earth, holding a jade scepter inlaid with emeralds that emitted a mysterious green light in the night. He flicked his tongue, his eyes cruelly sinister. His voice, cold and deep as if from hell, weakened the resistance of the human race. "Tonight I will begin the great massacre plan from this inn. All for the holy war of Mingyuan." Jialugu coldly said, "The illusory dream grand formation is an extremely ancient formation. There are almost no records of it in the outside world, but the snake demons have preserved it perfectly. This formation can make people fall into a deep sleep and enter a dreamland created by desire, until their spirits are destroyed, leaving only a sandy soul. This process cannot be interrupted, or it will fail." Swish, swish, swish. More than 10 snake demons scattered to occupy various positions in the Longmen Inn. They cut their hands with knives, and purple blood flowed out, drawing on the ground. Ancient dark veins gradually took shape, emitting a demonic aura, flashing with a strange purple light. A mysterious and peculiar invisible force enveloped the Longmen Inn. The 10 or so snake demons maintained the formation with utmost care, afraid of making mistakes, because any mistake would create a loophole, awaken the sleeping cultivators, and ruin the entire plan. Jialugu's magical power surged violently, frantically pouring into the emerald scepter, which emitted a dazzling soul-stirring light. Jialugu believed that with his Mahayana cultivation, plus the full deployment of the illusory dream grand formation by more than 10 core formation members of the clan, it would be enough to trap all creatures below the tribulation transcension realm. Many cultivators in the inn began to fall asleep unknowingly. Some lay sprawled on the table, drool escaping their mouths. Some maintained a sitting posture, but their minds had sunk into a dream. The 3 bros, Hongtianye, Bai Shaoxi, and Li Wuji, were now fast asleep, lost in a beautiful dream. Many cultivators in the inn began to fall asleep without realizing it. Some were slumped over tables, drool trickling from the corners of their mouths, while others remained seated, but their minds had already drifted into dreams. The 3 young men, Hongtianye, Bai Shaoxi, and Li Wuji, were sleeping soundly, completely high on dreams. At this moment, they were having beautiful dreams, fulfilling their long-awaited wishes on a desolate battlefield. The cultivators of the Loon Realm watched in despair as the demon army rampaged, the scene as cruel as the apocalypse descending. A white-haired old man cried out miserably, "Ah, heaven wants to destroy our Loon army." The demon army was like locusts, bringing death and destruction wherever they went, leaving behind mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Just then, a heaven-defying blade aura descended like divine punishment, striking the middle of the demon army, creating destructive power. Countless demons screamed, their nascent souls annihilated. A demon general exclaimed in fear, "Which powerhouse has made a move?" A majestic voice echoed across the heavens and earth. "It is I." In the high sky stood a majestic figure with disheveled hair, instantly emitting a cold light, holding a 40-foot-long greatsword, his posture extremely domineering. Countless people cried tears of joy. "It's him! It's him! Blade God Li Wuji, the savior of the Jiyu Lun realm, has appeared." The demon general was so shocked he almost screamed himself hoarse, "Blade God! You are the Blade God! You are known as the strongest blade cultivator in the Jiyu Lun realm, the #1 person in the history of the blade path." HMPH. Li Wuji's eyes were like lightning, his voice resolute. "Anyone who invades the Loon army shall die." With that, Li Wuji swung his 40-foot-long greatsword, cleaving the entire sky and earth, plunging the universe into darkness. Even the great Dao was destroyed. "Ah!" the demons screamed as they were buried by the earth-shattering blade aura and turned into nothingness. The Jiyu Lun realm resounded with cheers, and everyone knelt on the ground in worship, moved to tears. "Blade God Li Wuji, you are our hero." Li Wuji, his face serious, raised his 40-foot-long greatsword and uttered the most powerful words, "Jiyu Lun realm, I will protect you." In another illusion, on a high and mighty throne sat a slender figure, his eyes haughty. All the strong under heaven knelt on the ground like slaves, not daring to speak. Hongtianye raised his chin, a wicked smile blooming on his lips. "Now the enemies of the past have been destroyed. No one in this world is my match. I declare, the era of the Bai Huo demonic sect has arrived." His harsh voice echoed throughout the Jiyu Lun realm like a god. his voice lasting forever. Millions of fanatical believers shouted wildly, their voices shaking the earth. The sect leader's magical power is boundless. Ha ha ha. Hong Tianye, sitting on the highest throne, threw his head back and laughed with satisfaction. Another development. This is a dreamlike world full of real sweets. The water flowing down the mountain streams is not water but delicious, sweet butter. Each blooming flower represents a different kind of fruit candy. The earth is chocolate, and the rocks inside are actually cakes. Roasted chickens fly, tapioca balls jump, and the flying birds and running beasts are all ready-made food. With just a wave of the hand, they will obediently come for people to enjoy. Many small, colorful elves hold hands and laugh joyfully and cleverly. There is no killing here, no deceit, no bloody fights, and everywhere is filled with an atmosphere of peace and harmony. Bai Xiaoxi contentedly enjoyed the delicacies, traveling all over the rivers, mountains, and fields. Whenever he got tired, he would change dishes, each time discovering new and strange foods suddenly sprouting from the ground. Bai Xiaoxi fell onto a soft cloud that was extremely comfortable. Bai Xiaoxi smiled sweetly. It's nice to eat well and sleep soundly in a dream. It's so comfortable lying on it. It's so good here. Inside the inn, murmurs whispered as everyone was immersed in their own dreamscapes, unable to restrain themselves, but only one person was an exception. At this moment, Yi Zhenlin looked at the bright moon outside the window, remembering how he had been slandered for no reason, and felt uncomfortable. Initially, he had gained a glorious reputation in Wuzhou thanks to his appearance and strength, and had countless fans. Unexpectedly, they were all anti-fans, and there were villains causing trouble, using his name to harm and deceive. Blackening his brilliant, divine, righteous, and perfect image, Yi Zhenlin sighed. Man, times are really messed up, people have changed. The system's notification then chimed in. Ding! System detects that host hasn't checked in for 2 months. Would you like to complete your check-in? Yi Zhenlin replied, Yep. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a top-grade Spirit Stone mine. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 5 Sovereign Tier Flame Guard talismans. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 10 bags of top-grade pet food. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the Eternal Life Flute of Myriad Realms. All check-in rewards have been automatically stored in the system space. Yi Zhenlin raised an eyebrow. Eternal Life Flute? Tongzi, what level is this thing? The system replied, Ding! It doesn't have a level. The flute's power entirely depends on the host's flute-playing skills and cultivation base. Yi Zhenlin suddenly remembered that his flute-playing skills seemed to be at the highest level. Feeling the long night and recalling the turmoil of the day, Yi Zhenlin wanted to play a tune to ease his sorrows. Swish! A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a green flute, its entire body radiating an ancient, mysterious emerald glow. It was, indeed, the Eternal Life Flute. Yi Zhenlin held the flute to his lips, and a clear, melodious tune, full of mystical agility, poured forth. Yi Zhenlin didn't use his cultivation. He simply relied on his feeling for playing the flute. Yet, it still emitted wondrous ripples that resonated with heaven and earth. Whoosh, 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 the wind picked up in the room. Yi Zhenlin's snow-white hair fluttered, his pupils shone brightly, and his temperament became ethereal, like a 9 heavens immortal playing the flute. More than a dozen members of the Evil Serpent Clan's expressions changed. What's that sound? They worried that someone was breaking the formation. The weird thing was, they weren't injured or anything. It was just a simple piece of music, especially soothing. Ayo! One clansman stuck out his tongue and started wriggling and dancing to the music uncontrollably. This music is so amazing. It reminds me of my childhood back in the tribe. Jia Lugu discovered the anomaly and roared, You idiot, what are you doing? But the clansmen ignored him, still dancing to the flute music. Maybe it was the nature of snakes, their bodies were very flexible. Not only that, but the Evil Serpent clansmen one by one gave up on maintaining the illusion formation, immersing themselves in their own worlds, forgetting everything, swaying and shaking their butts. A truly repulsive scene. Jia Lugu was stunned. He'd never seen such a bizarre sight. Immediately, Jia Lugu realized it was all due to that damn flute music. The flute music stimulated the snake's nature, causing them to dance. Jia Lugu's face turned fierce, his sharp fangs flashing. Who the hell is doing this? Show yourself! The flute music became more and more influential and melodious. With a stronger emphasis, gloomy spreads around. Suddenly his pupils lost focus. His hands closed into a flower shape above his head. imagining himself as a sunflower, his body swaying in the wind, a tipsy smile on his lips. Damn, seeing these water snakes like this is hilarious, bros. As they danced, the illusion formation stopped working. Inside the Longmen Inn, Fan Dezheng startled awake, suddenly feeling terrified. I was just caught in an illusion. Fan Dezheng was clearly a high-level cultivator. He wouldn't fall into a dreamscape for no reason. There must be a mastermind behind it. Fan Dezheng thought of something and exclaimed, "Not good." His figure vanished, infiltrating the room next door. Before him, Adiyao sat cross-legged, her expression calm, her eyes closed and still asleep, a faint smile on her lips, clearly having a sweet dream. Fan Dezheng chanted an incantation, shooting a stream of light into the golden-clothed woman's forehead. "Miss, wake up." And Yao's body trembled, her eyelashes fluttered, and her beautiful eyes opened, revealing a look of bewilderment. "Uncle Fan." "Sir," Fan Dezheng said gravely, "we've fallen into a trap." And Yao wrinkled her nose, seeming to think of something, her heart racing. "A trap." Fan Dezheng's face darkened. "No wonder. I felt like I didn't want to wake up, and the more I indulged, the more tired I became. If I'm not mistaken, the enemy set up an illusion formation. It's one of those ancient and malicious formations from legends, one that can make people unknowingly fall asleep until they die in their dreams." Thinking of this, Fan Dezheng felt a chill down his spine, secretly rejoicing. Even a great Ascension completion powerhouse like him had difficulty restraining himself. If this continued, he'd lose his life here, without any signs of battle, dying silently. Andiao didn't believe it. How vicious. "What do they want to do? Kill and rob us," Fan Dezheng said in a low voice. "Miss, don't wander around. I'll go out and check the situation." Whoosh! His figure flashed, disappearing instantly, then flying from inside the room to the outside. He arrived on the roof of the inn. Fan Dezheng's pupils constricted as the nether abyss creatures, along with Jialugu and the others, stopped dancing. Because the flute music had suddenly stopped, they regained their senses, their expressions uncertain and suspicious. One clansman's scalp tingled, very worried. "High Priest, about that strange phenomenon just now. Can this plan still continue?" Jialugu's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said coldly, "Although it was interrupted just now, most of the human cultivators will choose to continue sleeping soundly because of the beautiful dreamscape. As long as we provide timely treatment, there's still a chance." An angry shout rang out. "Stop!" Fan Dezheng's figure flickered, his eyes like lightning bolts as he angrily shouted, "Hey, Nether Abyss fiends! How dare you attack our human race?" Jialugu's eyes revealed disdain as he coldly replied, "So what? My Nether Abyss army will definitely sweep through the eastern region. Killing you and these cultivators first is no big deal." Fan Dezheng waved his hand, and a demonic sword appeared, its sword energy glittering, radiating the aura of a great ascension stage. "You're too arrogant. This is our race's territory." Jialugu, although 2 minor stages weaker, was still very powerful, and not afraid at all. "Human race, don't think I'm scared of you." "Scared my ass. This time, I'll hack you all to death, not leaving a single one, then soak you in wine for the Eastern Region brothers to replenish their strength." From afar, Li Wuji's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, and he appeared aggressively, wielding a long saber. Who did you think you are? Turns out it's a Nether Abyss weirdo." At that moment, an icy voice rang out. "For dirty and lowly creatures like you to dare to plot against me." Hong Tianye appeared with her hands clasped behind her back. This demonic sect leader had flawless beauty, but her face was covered in murderous intent, her phoenix eyes radiating golden light as if wanting to incinerate everything, her imposing aura soaring, along with 2 more great ascension stages. Jialugu and his subordinates broke out in cold sweats. Fan Dezheng's eyes twitched. These 2 Dao friends, both the middle-aged man wielding the saber and the woman in red, gave him immense pressure. More importantly, why did he have an inexplicable feeling of familiarity? Where did he feel he'd met these 2 before? Hong Tianye and Li Wujie had obviously also realized they'd been tricked by the formation and had escaped the illusion. They were extremely angry, both hating the opponent for using this method and regretting their sweet dreams being destroyed, returning to the cruel reality. Therefore, they poured all their blame onto Jialugu the High Priest. The subordinates trembled. The other side had 3 great ascension stages. Jialugu initially panicked, but quickly calmed down, saying in a low voice, "Everyone, transfer all your power to me. Quick." The subordinates immediately complied, following his orders. A torrent of power poured into Jialugu. Boom! Jialugu's eyes nearly burst, his whole body radiating dense, murderous intent, raising his staff high. The emerald on top of the staff trembled violently, then cracked open, and a giant dark green ball of light shot out, engulfing Jialugu and his subordinates. Jialugu was in excruciating pain, knowing that his most precious weapon had been destroyed, but it was worth it if it could be exchanged for a chance to survive. Fan Dezhang's expression changed, and he attacked with his sword. Not good, they want to escape. Bang bang. Hong Tianye and Li Wuji blocked the way. Jialugu said smugly, "It's useless. This staff was bestowed by the clan leader. Even someone at the Tribulation Transcension stage would have difficulty stopping me, let alone you guys." The dark green ball of light was about to disappear into the void, and at that critical moment, the flute music rang out again. But this time, the melodious rhythm contained a kind of irresistible principle. Hong Tianye and the others couldn't help but stop their hands, their expressions astonished. Jialugu realized something. His smug smile disappeared, replaced by despair. No, Li Wuji touched his nose, feeling uneasy. Why does this flute music make me want to dance? As for Jialugu, he frowned, instinctively thinking of the source of the flute music, and his eyes turned towards the front. He seemed to see some kind of scene, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Yo, what the heck is going on here? Just then, the glowing green orb dissipated, revealing over a dozen beautiful figures. These half-human, half-snake creatures were writhing their bodies, swaying their waists, and flicking their forked tongues like they were drunk. Amidst this wild revelry, Jialugu went even further, planting his staff into the ground, and then dancing like a maniac. He'd spin, he'd do some crazy moves, as if he were holding a steel rod instead of a staff. Li Wujie looked disgusted, gripping his blade tighter. Damn it, are they, provoking us? Hong Tianye got goosebumps watching the dancing snakes. He felt like he needed to wash his eyes out ASAP. Fan Dezhang was stunned, then realized, it's a flute. His heart trembled. The melodious flute resonated with the Great Tao and contained profound artistic concepts, making it hard to break free once you listened. The scariest part was that it didn't require any cultivation. It relied solely on secret sonic symbols to communicate with all things. Who could do this? Their skill must have reached an unmatched level, worthy of being revered by all musicians in the eastern region. Fan Dezhang knew that without this senior, the cultivators at the Longmen Inn were doomed. Fan Dezhang sighed. As expected, this inn was full of hidden masters. Inside her room, Anyaoyi's eyes lit up as she tilted her head, listening intently, and said in surprise, "Who's playing the flute here?" The flute music was melodious and leisurely, very gentle. The more Anyaoyi listened, the more she liked it, feeling that the person playing this tune must be very interesting. Over there, Yi Junlin stopped playing the flute midway to switch techniques, adjust his mood, and think to himself, not bad. Playing the flute is relaxing, soothing both body and mind. As for the things happening outside, Yi Junlin knew, but he was too lazy to care. He had 2 disciples to handle it. A moment later, Yi Junlin finished playing the flute, seemingly sensing something. Stepping outside and opening the door, he saw a beautiful woman in yellow, with fair skin and a captivating appearance. Anyaoyi, who was immersed in the flute music, took a few steps back when the door opened, her hands trembling. Her big, bright eyes reflected the figure of a silver-haired young man, exuding an otherworldly aura like a fallen immortal. And Miaoyi's heart raced. She didn't expect the musician to be so handsome. She stammered, all flustered. "See, Senior, I'm sorry for disturbing you. I actually wanted to." Seeing Miaoyi open the door and come in, Yi Junlin thought curiously, I wonder if my identity has been exposed. How else would someone seek me out, all the way here for an autograph? Yi Junlin's eyes lit up. He immediately pulled her in and closed the door. The two looked at each other. Yi Junlin urged, "Hey, hurry up and show me the painting." And Miaoyi wondered if she had misheard. Her mind went blank. Yi Junlin looked anxious, reaching out as if to grab something. "Can you hurry up, and give it to me?" And Miaoyi's beautiful face flushed red, her mind dizzy. As the daughter of the sect leader of the Shen Wen Dao sect, she had been sought after by countless talented young men using all sorts of schemes and tricks, but she only found them superficially amusing. But this kind of straightforward, no-nonsense man like tonight was something An Miaoyi had never seen. Even though she was drawn to Yi Zhenlin's flute music and somewhat swayed by his handsome appearance, to make such a request right after meeting was just too much, and Miaoyi felt it was too brash, even losing all goodwill. Lost in thought, and Miaoyi pushed away the silver-haired youth in front of her, shaking her head and saying, "This young master, please show some respect. I am not that kind of woman." This time it was Yi Zhenlin's turn to stare blankly as he asked, "What do you mean? I just need a pen to sign my name." "Do you have to be so serious, miss? You don't want my autograph, do you?" And Miaoyi was stunned, her mind quickly processing things, and she finally realized she had misunderstood. Immediately, her face turned even redder, like a ripe red apple. But quickly, An Miaoyi adjusted her expression, asking suspiciously, "Why would I need your autograph? Are you very famous in the eastern region?" Yi Zhenlin was speechless, thinking, "So this girl doesn't know who I am." And Miaoyi explained, "Your flute music is very good. You're obviously a famous musician in your hometown, but I've never met you before. I was just drawn by the flute music and dared to come and ask." Yi Zhenlin was slightly embarrassed. "I see. It was impetuous of me. It's fate that we met." And Miaoyi generously clasped her hands politely. "This one is An Miaoyi, a local of Guangzhou. May I ask for your honorable name, young master?" Yi Zhenlin paused for a moment, then said, "Miss An, my name is Ye Fan, and I come from Huangzhou." Yi Zhenlin had a premonition that this time, the Medicine King Valley would gather heroes from all over the world, and that fake name would definitely take this opportunity to stir up a storm, so he thought it best to hide his real identity to avoid trouble and prevent anyone from leaking information early. And Miaoyi widened her beautiful eyes, covering her soft lips slightly and saying, "You're from Huangzhou." And Miaoyi elaborated, "Young Master Ye, actually, I used to have a very bad impression of Huangzhou. The elders all said it was a poor, backward land, the poorest region in the eastern region. It would be too difficult for even a transformation god to appear there." Ye Zhenlin wasn't angry, nodding slightly. Indeed, in Huangzhou, before nascent soul cultivators could roam freely, let alone transformation gods, An Miaoyi said. "But now the appearance of the Xuantian sect has changed my perception of Huangzhou. I suddenly realized it's a place that's been severely underestimated." Yi Zhenlin smiled and said, "So now you have a better impression of Huangzhou?" And Miaoyi put her hands on her hips, saying angrily, "No, it's worse." Hearing this, Yi Zhenlin was stunned, blurting out, "What?" And Miaoyi continued, "The elusive peak master of the Xuantian sect, Yi Zhenlin, relies on his high cultivation to do evil. Recently, he even led his disciples to Wuzhou to rob cultivators from all over, and even I and Father Ba were victims. Avoid immortal crossing tribulation stage person doing such despicable things is a disgrace to the cultivation world of the eastern region." "Cough, cough!" Yi Zhenlin coughed a few times, saying solemnly, "Miss An, I think there must be some misunderstanding. In the eyes of us Huangzhou people, Yi Zhenlin is a perfect man, almost non-existent. Not only is he strong and virtuous, but he's also so handsome that he could blow up the world. Even I, as a man, was almost bewitched by him. Tell me, how could such an excellent man do such shameful things?" Hearing this, and Miaoyi looked strange, staring at the silver-haired youth in front of her and replying, "Impossible. If she hadn't seen Yi Zhenlin before with her own eyes, she might have actually been swayed. As for being strong, she definitely believed it, but she didn't believe at all that he was virtuous and handsome." And Miaoyi's beautiful eyes sparkled, her voice sincere. "Young master, Yi, there's no one else here. You can tell me the truth. You don't have to worry about speaking out and being retaliated against by that old white-haired woman." Yi Zhenlin's mouth twitched, sighing. "Miss An, your imagination is very rich." And Miaoyi continued. Looking at young Master Ye's expression, it was enough to prove how many crimes that old white-haired man had committed. He used cruel methods to oppress the people of Huangzhou. "You're lying. In truth, you're terrified of that old white-haired man to the bone, and you live a very miserable life, right?" An Miaoyi clenched her fist, looking full of indignation. "Don't be afraid. Justice will eventually triumph over evil. I will try to cultivate stronger, and then go kill that old white-haired man, saving the suffering people of Huangzhou." Yi Zhenlin could see that this woman hated Yi Zhenlin and sympathized with him. And Miaoyi frowned, "Young master." "Yi, am I wrong?" Yi Zhenlin raised his left finger, replying, Right, go for it. I have high hopes for you. Defeat Yi Zhenlin." And Miaoyi nodded vigorously, not hearing anything unusual in these words. And Miao Yi continued, "That's right, young Master Yi, you have to be careful of this inn." And Miao Yi didn't finish her sentence before sensing something. Decisively opening the door and walking out, saying, "Father Ba, I'm here," Bai Fan Dezheng appeared, saying, "Seriously, miss, why did you come here? Didn't I tell you to wait in the room?" And Miao Yi touched her cheek, replying somewhat shyly, "I heard the flute music just now and thought it was very nice, so I went to find the source." Fan Dezheng's eyes lit up, continuing, "Wait, you said you found the flute player. This is a real big shot who can solve all the inn's crises." And Miao Yi pulled Ye Junlin over to make introductions. "Oh yeah, this guy here, he's Ye Fan, young Master Yi." Fan Dezheng's face changed. He clasped his hands and said, "I'm truly in awe of your methods, sir." For some reason, upon seeing Ye Junlin, an involuntary shiver went down his spine. Ye Junlin chuckled. "It's nothing, really, just a few of my signature moves. Seeing Uncle Fan laying on the flattery so thick." And Miao Yi found it a tad strange. Just then, Hong Tianye and Li Wuji descended beside Ye Junlin. Fan Dezheng wouldn't dare be rude to these two fellow Taoists. After all, he'd seen their mind-blowing strength with his own eyes. Hong Tianye was about to call him master, but suddenly heard a secret voice transmission, so he swallowed his words. With a weird look on his face, he said, "Brother Yi, everything outside is sorted, all good." Ye Junlin smiled and nodded, and Miao Yi's eyes went wide. Her eyes seemed glued to Hong Tianye, marveling at how this person was as beautiful as a fairy, with such an amazing aura. "These two are," Ye Junlin started to explain frankly. "The one in red is named Wang Kuiwa, and the one with the saber is Li Tiedan." Hong Tianye's eyes bulged in disbelief. "What kind of bull is this bastard cooking up now? Wang Kuiwa? This venerable one ain't got no name like that." But when he met Ye Junlin's deep, meaningful gaze, the once glorious demonic sect leader felt like he'd been zapped by lightning. He hung his head and stammered out, That's me. Name's Wang Tuiwang." Uttering that name, Hong Tianyi suddenly felt a wave of shame, and his resentment towards Ye Junlin leveled up. Li Wuji scratched his head. "Yup, I'm Li Tidan." Li Wuji was totally fine with it. As long as it was an order from his master, he'd follow it to the letter, no complaints whatsoever. And Miao Yi nodded. "A pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoists." She was especially surprised by Hong Tianye, thinking, "So gorgeous, but Wang Kuihua, what a pity." After that, the group exchanged some polite chit-chat for a bit, and then An Miao Yi got dragged off by Fan Dezheng. Li Wuji asked tentatively, "Master, just now, you?" Ye Junlin, with one hand behind his back and the other holding his flute in front of him, cleared his throat a couple of times and said gravely, "This master believes that fake is still lurking around. Best not to spill any beans, you know, lest we alert the hidden threat." Li Wuji immediately chimed in with flattery, "Master, you're a genius." Hong Tianye grumbled to himself, Yeah, whatever you say, but why the hell did I have to be Wang Kuiwa? Are you some kind of name-ruining demon, or what?" Over on the other side, Fan Dezheng exclaimed with awe, "This young Master Yi is really something else. He didn't even show up tonight, yet he used his flute music to take down enemies, neutralize the danger, and had those 7 Mingyuan characters dancing in the palm of his hand. Wow! Just wow!" And Miao Yi, surprised, said, "Uncle Fan, you're not exaggerating just a teensy bit, are you? Plus, I've noticed those other two always kind of secretly call him Master, or something super respectful. That just makes me even more sure that young Master Yi is incredibly powerful." Fan Dezheng's eyes grew even deeper. "I can't quite put my finger on it, but this group, they give me a strange sense of deja vu." An Miao Yi said, "Uncle Fan, you're overthinking things. Young Master Yi and his friends are good people. When Medicine King Valley opens, we can totally travel with them." Fan Dezheng replied sternly, "Young miss, you can see their faces, but not their hearts. You've been cooped up in the Wen Dao sect for too long. You don't realize how nasty the world out there can be. Listen, if you ask me, those guys are a bit fishy. We better watch our backs." Early the next morning, people in the inn started waking up, totally oblivious to last night's events. Some even remarked on how unusually good their dreams were. Right at that moment, 100 miles away from Tianling City, a mountain valley shielded by a mysterious magical array suddenly let out a huge roar. Boom! Rumble! Blinding rays of light rocketed skywards. Zillions of tadpole-like glowing symbols danced in the air, and the whole misty valley pulsed with an overwhelming pressure. Right away, Every cultivator who'd been keeping tabs on things like this had their jaws drop, their eyes shining with shocked excitement. Shouts of amazement ripped through the air. Medicine King Valley's open. Medicine King Valley's open. The news shot like a rocket to Tianling City. Suddenly, Tianling City was buzzing like a kicked beehive. From the main drags to the dusty alleys, in every inn, tavern, and even the brothels, you could see cultivators scrambling to get a move on, hopping on their flying swords and zipping away. Whoosh! Swish! Swoosh! The sky was filled with the piercing sound of wind being torn apart as zillions of cultivators zoomed towards Medicine King Valley, leaving a bazillion weirdly colored light trails in their wake, and Miao Yi goggled at the gazillion cultivator silhouettes streaking across the sky, stuck her tongue out and said, "Whoa, this isn't when we thought it would open. It's popped open so unexpectedly this time." Fan de Zhang, looking dead serious, grabbed in Miao Yi and poof, they vanished. An instant later, they were already 10,000 meters away. Huang Tianye and Li Wujie popped up, their voices low. "Master, we should head out." Ye Junlin, cool as a cucumber, finished his bowl of kanji, took Bai Xiaoxi by the hand, strolled out of the room, and made his way to Medicine King Valley. Medicine King Valley was still wrapped in a mysterious fog, but oh man, the sweet smell of herbs was everywhere, like it was soaking right into your bones. Tons of cultivators were standing around with dazed looks, sniffing the air like crazy, as if a couple more whiffs would send their cultivation levels through the roof. "Ha ha ha, I can sense it. There are gazillions of heavenly treasures and rare herbs just waiting for me in there," one guy yelled. "If I snag a supreme grade treasure herb, I'm totally hitting the Great Ascension realm. I'll be a venerable one, live for 50,000 years, and do whatever the heck I want." A top-tier heaven and earth treasure herb? Man, that fellow Taoist sure is ambitious. Someone else chimed in. "Me? I'd be happy just to find a decent precious herb." "Hey, but hey, this is the world-renowned Medicine King Valley," another one added. "It's not just packed with rare herbs. There's gotta be a Medicine King herb in there somewhere, right? Get one of those, and sailing through Tribulation Transcendence would be a breeze." Psst! A Medicine King, you say? That insanely rare, almost mythical kind of spirit herb? Dude, even those Tribulation Transcendence realm bigwigs would probably wage a bloody war over that thing. How could small fries like us even fantasize about it? The crowd was a chaotic mess of noise, non-stop chatter. All around the entrance to Medicine King Valley, it was a total zoo, crammed with people on the ground and hovering in the air. Cultivators from every corner of the map were buzzing with excitement, all thinking about one thing: hitting the jackpot and scoring the biggest fortunate encounter of their lives. And Miao Yi glanced around, amazed. "Uncle Fan, Medicine King Valley only lets a set number of people in at a time, right? That means the competition inside is going to be absolutely brutal. The records say there are limits on how many can enter and for how long. Plus, if any cultivator is about to kick the bucket, the valley's formation will just yeet them out." Fan de Zheng, hands clasped behind his back, looked deeply moved, full of respect for how the ancient sages set things up. Generally speaking, the way the medicine sovereigns set things up back in the day was incredibly considerate. We juniors are so lucky to benefit from this kindness. It's a debt we can hardly repay. And Miao Yi giggled. Grandpa Medicine Sovereign must have been a super nice guy. Gosh, Medicine King Valley only cracks open once every 100,000 years. 100,000 years. That's like forever. Even for those cultivators who practically live forever, that's a mind-bogglingly long time. Heck, even those big shot Great Ascension realm experts, the so-called Supremes, only get 50,000 years on the clock. So if they miss one opening, they're definitely not sticking around for the next one. That's why, for loads of cultivators, just getting to witness this opening is a massive stroke of luck. In the massive crowd, you could tell plenty of folks were indulging in some seriously wishful thinking, dreaming of bagging a ton of precious herbs. Some were even aiming for the legendary Medicine King itself. As everyone knew, medicinal herbs came in all sorts of categories: spirit herbs, treasure herbs, medicine kings, great medicines, and royal immortal medicines, roughly in that order. And within each category you had different grades, from low grade all the way up to supreme grade. In the cultivation world, most folks dealt with spirit herbs. But once you got to treasure herb level, you were talking stuff that big factions would go to war for at auctions. Just one of those casually thrown out would have people emptying their entire savings. Medicine kings, those were almost mythical. In the entire eastern region, you hadn't heard a peep about one for tens of thousands of years. For that kind of famous grade spirit herb, forget about Great Ascension experts. Even Tribulation Transcendence Masters would kill for a sniff. All of a sudden, Fan Dezheng's senses went on high alert. He quickly scanned the massive crowd, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. And Miaoyi, curious, asked, "Uncle Fan, what's up?" Fan Deng said grimly, "Young miss, you hit the nail on the head. The competition this time is going to be insane. Once we're inside, don't go wandering off on your own, you hear? Stick close to me." He just picked up on at least a dozen super strong auras, none of them weaker than his own peak Great Ascension stage. And get this, some of them were even Tribulation Transcendence big shots hiding in the woodwork. All you could say was, Medicine King Valley was just too darn tempting this time around. Just then, a group of monks in saffron robes were chanting sutras under a tree, their bodies glowing with a golden Buddhist light that filled the air with a peaceful, harmonious vibe. At their head was a scrawny old monk, his white hair and beard long enough to nearly touch his collar. His hands were clasped, eyes shut, deep in meditation like a stone statue. Unlike the others, the Buddhist light around him was super simple, almost unnoticeable. Yet the monks behind him were treating him with extreme respect, because they knew his cultivation was crazy deep, totally unfathomable, and that he was one of the top dogs, an eminent monk with super high status from Xuankang Temple. A portly monk chirped, "Amitabha Buddha." With Great Master Ran Deng leading the charge this time, we're bound to snag a boatload of precious spirit herbs. His buddy next to him added with awe, "You bet." Word around Xuankang Temple was that 100,000 years back, Great Master Ran Deng himself waltzed into Medicine King Valley solo, scored some epic lucky break, and his power level went through the freaking roof. The group of monks grinned at each other. Sweet! With Great Master Deng on the case, Medicine King Valley's goodies are practically in the bag for Xuankang Temple. These monks were all whispering to each other using secret voice transmissions, clearly trying to keep the old master out of the loop. Suddenly, Great Master Ran Deng slowly opened his eyes. A hint of helplessness flashed in their depths, and a faint, almost imperceptible bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everyone at Xuankang Temple knew that he had entered the Herb King Valley 10,000 years ago, and after coming out, he immediately went into seclusion, breaking through his cultivation. Everyone thought he had obtained a great opportunity inside, but that wasn't the case. Herb King Valley wasn't as simple as it seemed, and it concealed unimaginable secrets. Back then, many cultivators nearly had their Tao hearts collapse after coming out, living in a state between life and death, refusing to reveal what they had encountered. They tacitly understood each other, keeping the truth inside the Herb King Valley hidden. Among them, some were kind-hearted. As time passed, they couldn't bear to reveal their experiences, to warn future generations to be cautious. As a result, those who knew the truth were hunted down and killed. Clearly, this was a case of, I've suffered, so others must suffer too. Swish, 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 several figures transformed into streaks of light and landed. Li Wujie excitedly exclaimed, "Master, this is the Herb King Valley. I've heard that the valley is filled with countless natural treasures, and rare herbs that are unseen outside are abundant here. If we can refine a few precious herbs, breaking through our realms will be much easier." Hong Tianyé's eyes flashed, showing great interest in this Herb King Valley. Interesting. According to the descriptions, even in the central region, this area would cause fierce competition among the immortal sects. After all, no cultivation power would refuse more cultivation resources for themselves. Yi Junlin shrugged. He was only here to complete the system's check-in mission. Even the rarest medicinal herbs were worthless to him because he didn't need to rely on these things to enhance his strength or break through realms. Just then, an anomaly appeared at the entrance to Herb King Valley. A massive vortex quickly condensed and began to expand continuously. The crowd of cultivators rushed into the vortex like crazy people. "Hurry! Get in! Charge!" Fan Dezheng pulled An Miaoyi along, his great vehicle realm aura erupting and sweeping away many cultivators who were blocking the way, then fearlessly charged inside. "Miss, let's go." Great Master Ran Deng sighed. This was the nightmare he could hardly forget, but now he had to face it again. If he didn't fail this time, he would surely achieve enlightenment and become an immortal in the future. Great Master Ran Deng finished his arrangements and led his people into Herb King Valley. "A few of you stay behind to provide support. The rest will follow this old monk inside." The remaining people responded, understood. On the other side, Yi Zhenlin calmly entered the vortex with a few disciples. In the blink of an eye, he felt the world spinning, and countless strange runes flashed around him. Soon, They appeared on an open space, flowers bloomed, birds sang. It was like spring all year round. The sunlight was bright, the vegetation was lush, and the spiritual energy was unbelievably rich. Yi Junlin and the others stood on the top of the hillside, looking into the distance. The rolling mountains looked like a sleeping dragon, shrouded in mist resembling a fairyland. The Herb King Valley was indeed magnificent inside. Hong Tianye initially looked up and frowned. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "What's going on, my realm?" He was shocked to find that his perfected great vehicle cultivation had somehow dropped to the most basic qi refining realm, and he was stuck at the 9th level of qi refining. Li Wuji reacted in horror. Me too. For a great vehicle realm expert, falling to the qi refining realm was unacceptable, like a wealthy merchant suddenly becoming penniless, no different from a beggar on the street. Yi Junlin couldn't believe that his mid-tribulation transcendent cultivation had also dropped to the 9th level of qi refining. This was the result of so many years of hard work. Admitting that it was a bit exaggerated, Yi Junlin's expression quickly returned to normal, and he didn't feel heartbroken at all. For him, the realm was just a number. As long as he faced a tribulation transcendent expert, his cultivation could be restored immediately. Moreover, the decrease in cultivation must be related to the Herb King Valley. Yi Junlin stroked his chin and said, "This is interesting. It seems that old Herb Sovereign is playing tricks." Yi Junlin looked around and said, "He wants to forcibly suppress our cultivation and then let us fight in this valley. It's just that the destructive power of the 9th level of qi refining is quite small, and even if everyone fights desperately, it won't affect the valley. But going from big shots to pecking at each other like chickens will inevitably feel uncomfortable. Herb Sovereign is a righteous person, and he must be doing this fairly. Now that everyone is at the 9th level of qi refining, there is no difference in cultivation or magic treasures to suppress each other." Li Wuji shook his head and sighed. "Alas, but I can't use my sword, because the difference in realms is too great, and I can't wield it. My sword is a 9th grade spiritual weapon. I simply can't use it with the qi refining realm." A rusty-looking broadsword appeared in Li Wuji's hand, but from the faint ripples of spiritual energy, one could see that it was a magic tool. Li Wuji was secretly pleased. "Luckily, I still have this." Yi Junlin was curious. "You've kept this most ordinary magic tool until now?" Magic tools were the lowest level of magic treasures, followed by treasured artifacts, spiritual weapons, mystic artifacts, and immortal artifacts. Li Wuji said embarrassedly, "Master, I won't hide it from you. This is the first magic tool I obtained when I embarked on the path of cultivation. This sword has been with me since I was at my weakest until now, and I still keep it." Li Wuji reached out and gently stroked the old broadsword, his eyes full of nostalgia as he muttered, "Old partner, I didn't expect that we could fight together again. How can a sword cultivator be without a sword? Having a weapon in hand is the only way to unleash one's strength. Without a sword, it's like cutting off one's own hand." Yi Junlin nodded. "That's the reason." The system notification rang. "Ding!" Detected that the host has arrived at Herb King Valley. "Do you want to check in?" Yi Junlin thought to himself. "Check in?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a bottle of Supreme Enlightenment Tea, which can be brewed and drunk during leisure time. Supreme Enlightenment Tea, when consumed by cultivators, their cultivation and techniques will increase sharply. Yi Junlin shook his head. "It was useless to him, forget it, it's good to take it out to quench my thirst." At this moment, Hong Tianye narrowed his eyes and stared at the silver-haired youth, secretly channeling his inner strength in his sleeves. In the past, he had to be wary of the other party's cultivation, but now everyone was at the 9th level of qi refining, which was fair. As long as he found the opportunity to strike with all his strength, how could he not defeat him? Hong Tianye had already thought of ways to torture this person, such as tying him to a tree and flogging him, burning his lips with fire, but Li Wuji's next sentence ruined Hong Tianye's plan. "That's right, I heard that if cultivators fighting in Herb King Valley are in danger of losing their lives, they will be automatically teleported out." Li Wuji held the sword, his face full of satisfaction. "So we don't need to worry, we can just fight with all our strength." Hong Tianye's mouth twitched. If that was the case, he would definitely be settled scores with. After going out after the painful lesson before, he didn't dare to risk exposing himself without absolute certainty. Yi Junlin glanced at him and saw that the senior disciple seemed unusual. He sneered in his heart, knowing what he was thinking, and let him continue to calculate. Suddenly, there was a small noise in the grass. Bai Shaoqi discovered it. raised his hand, and said with a surprised expression, "Ah, look!" Myriad, lively medicinal herbs grew in the grass. There were leaves that reflected the light of the Milky Way, and tangled roots crawled everywhere. There were flowers like sunflowers that shone brightly with a compelling pressure, and there were foxtails that swayed gently. They all contained the essence of medicinal power, enough to prove that they were the purest treasures. One should know that spiritual wings with spirituality are relatively common medicinal materials, while treasures that have opened their minds can think for themselves and even move freely. Li Wuji laughed loudly. "Haha, heaven is helping me. So many treasures are coming to my door." Hong Tianye frowned. "Well, these low-grade treasures. We are all at the 9th level of qi refining, and the qi refining realm has 10 levels. They don't feel strange to the treasure's cultivation. Treasures that have opened their minds naturally also cultivate, but even so, their natural combat power is weaker than that of human cultivators because medicinal materials are not suitable for fighting. Their advantage is their long lifespans. As long as they hide, they can slowly cook to death those cultivators who covet them. That's also an important reason why collecting treasures is difficult." Seeing this, Li Wujie and Hong Tianye rushed forward. Li Wujie spoke, "My dear T, luckily I can suck up spiritual herbs again." Hong Tianye flew right behind him, quickly reminding, "Don't be careless. These spiritual herbs have opened their minds, and our cultivations have been suppressed. We can't be careless at all." Several mushrooms revealed sinister smiles, their laughter eerie and strange. "I want to strip them naked and make them run around the valley, ha-ha!" Another foxtail trembled excitedly. "What's so good about that? I want to make them run backward, so that these human races can taste the humiliation in Herb King Valley." These arrogant words startled Yi Junlin and the others. Li Wujie's expression was strange. What treasures dared to be so arrogant? Normally they hide, afraid of being captured and refined by human cultivators. How can they be so arrogant? Hong Tianye sneered. HMPH, they really don't know how to live or die. He casually waved his hand and a purple ball of fire flew out, dragging a dazzling aura. The white foxtail bent down, shooting out countless sharp wind blades. Boom! The wind blades and fire collided, creating a strong energy wave. Hong Tianye was a little surprised, and a thought flashed through his mind. What? For fear of burning these treasures to ashes, he only used 40% of his strength, but the power was still strong enough to suppress most qi refining cultivators, yet it was blocked by a foxtail. Li Wuji was shocked and exclaimed in surprise, "This." Li Wuji almost thought he was hallucinating. Even he had to try his best to receive it, but the move was easily resolved. These treasures in Herb King Valley are not simple. The foxtail angrily conveyed its thoughts. You stinky woman, dare to attack me. I will strip you naked and hang you on a tree to beat." Hearing that, Hong Tianye's forehead bulged with veins as he said in a cold voice, "You want to die? Just a single piece of treasured herb, and you dare to act presumptuously before me. It's a joke for the world." This time, Hong Tianye used his magic power to unleash a powerful red flame, its might terrifying. The dogtail grass swayed madly, shooting out countless sharp wind blades that tore the ground apart, yelling, "I let the women go, but you came. I won't be gentle with you." Boom, boom! The scene was extremely horrifying. It was hard to believe this was a battle between cultivators in the 9th level of qi refining. Hong Tianye felt ridiculous to actually be wrestling with a treasured herb. He attacked even more fiercely. The dogtail grass couldn't withstand it, retreating continuously, burning in the flames, crying out, "What are you guys spacing out for? Save me! I'm about to be burned to death by this bitch." A dozen other treasured herbs giggled as if watching a play, but they couldn't just watch their own side die, so they attacked Hong Tianye together. Swish, swish, swish. Several powerful streams of energy shot over, and the powerful flame was immediately blocked. Hong Tianye's face was ugly. His current low realm meant many techniques were unusable, weakening his advantage. Li Wuji wielded his saber, performing the Chaos Heaven Saber art, and exclaimed, "Senior Brother Hong, I'll help you." Although the power was weak, Li Wujie was still very strong at the qi refining realm. The situation of the battle changed. With Li Wujie joining, Hong Tianye could attack freely, continuously unleashing fire attribute spells to suppress the treasured herbs. Bai Xiaoqi cheered. "Senior Brother Hong, keep it up. Junior Brother Li, keep it up." Ye Junlin sighed in amusement. The Medicine King Valley is indeed not ordinary. He knew that with Hong Tianye and Li Wuji's aptitude, even if their cultivation base was reduced to the 9th level of G refining. Joining forces to sweep away Foundation Establishment cultivators would be very easy, but they couldn't immediately subdue these treasured herbs, not because their strength was weak, but because the treasured herbs were strange. Each of these treasured herbs were heavenly treasures, capable of crushing most human race cultivators, and just their attacks were terrifying. This was too unbelievable. Herbs were naturally not good at fighting, only able to run away, but now they were showing extraordinary fighting aptitude. Yi Zhenlin suddenly thought of something. Could it be? He raised his head to look at the Medicine King Valley and saw a faint golden ripple flashing, and thought, if I'm not mistaken, the treasured herbs can exert such strength thanks to a formation, and the person who set up the formation is the Medicine Sovereign. The truth was clear. It was all the old geezer's trick. Yi Zhenlin stroked his chin. The Medicine Sovereign suppresses our cultivation, while increasing the strength of the medicinal herbs. What exactly does he want to do? Suppressing everyone's cultivation to make the competition fair was understandable, but increasing the strength of the medicinal herbs so they could run rampant over the cultivators was too much. This was some childish behavior. Yi Zhenlin began to understand that the Medicine Sovereign opened the Medicine King Valley for 10,000 years, attracting a group of people so the medicinal herbs could abuse them. What was strange was that no one had ever revealed the truth, seemingly tacitly agreeing to harm those who came later. It turned out that because they had suffered, they also wanted others to suffer. At that moment, the battle was about to end. A dozen treasured herbs were beaten to pieces, each of them losing their minds, collapsing raggedly on the ground. The dogtail grass was charred black by the fire. A strong medicinal smell filled the air, and urgent pleas replaced its previous arrogance. Don't burn, fairy sister, please spare me." Hearing that, the murderous intent on Hong Tianyé's face grew even stronger, his palm spitting out a blazing flame, burning the dogtail grass into ashes. Witnessing that scene, the dogtail grass screamed, "Old man, you'll get your retribution." Hong Tianyé laughed in anger. A terrifying firework appeared in his palm. He rushed forward and swung his hand down fiercely. The sunflower shot out a dazzling golden beam, powerful enough to tear the earth and pierce mountains, but it still couldn't withstand Hong Tianyé. "Ah!" the sunflower shrieked miserably. Its body was smashed into pieces, scattered throughout the forest. Li Wuji's footwork was nimble. His saber spun like lightning, chopping the treasured herbs into neat and clean sections very quickly. Yi Zhenlin said, "It's all over. Clean it up, and we'll cook it into soup later." Li Wuji replied, "Yes, Master Baishao," she exclaimed. "Ah, this one is still alive." Then she squatted down to look at a severed dry vine that was still wriggling like a snake. She poked it with a branch, and the dry vine seemed to understand its despair, using the last of its strength to bloom a small flower, then released a dazzling silver light ball. Boom! With a loud explosion, the silver light ball exploded in the sky, revealing an image of a pure white axe. After that, the dry vine helplessly fell down, no longer moving. Li Wuji frowned, seeing the image of the pure white axe. Yi Zhenlin revealed a strange expression. Could this be a distress signal from the Axe Gang? He realized that the treasured herbs had gained intelligence, and having lived in the Medicine King Valley for many years, they also knew how to form gangs. The dry vine just now was clearly asking for help. In other words, they were about to face an encirclement by a pile of treasured herbs. Hong Tianyé sneered, "Is this a good thing or a bad thing? No matter how many come, I'll burn them all to ashes." Li Wuji coughed a few times. "Senior brother Hong, restrain yourself a little. These are all treasured herbs. I think cooking them is the way to go. HMPH. Hong Tianyé turned his face away and said, "Whatever." Yi Zhenlin smiled. "You guys must have noticed something during the battle." The two nodded. "Master, these are not ordinary herbs. Following this trend, they will become even stronger in the future. Most cultivators who enter the Medicine King Valley, I'm afraid." Li Wuji paused, but the meaning was clear. Even they had to spend a lot of effort to suppress them. Let's see how many cultivators can handle it. I bet a ton of them are going to get screwed over, humiliated by these spirit herbs. Hong Tianyé's like, "I suspect Yezun did this on purpose. How is this the work of a sage?" Hong Tianyé scoffs at Yezun's methods, obviously favoring these spirit herbs in the Medicine King Valley. He opens it once every 10,000 years to seem generous, but it's just a scam. He's still an immortal. Li Wuji frowns. No way. Rumor has it that Yazun does good deeds, and his medical skills are superb. In ancient times, he could bring the dead back to life. He's renowned as a great figure praised in the eastern region. I don't think he'd go so far as to set a trap. He's probably just favoring them to protect them. Hong Tianye shoots back, "Haha, do you even hear yourself? If he really wanted to protect them, why open the Medicine King Valley at all? Just keep it closed forever. This whole thing is a total sham." Li Wuji couldn't argue, because his explanation didn't hold water at all. He waves his hand. "All right, let's just take it one step at a time." Yi Junlin wasn't feeling danger at all. Instead, he was curious. Now that we're here, let's see how strong these spirit herbs in the Medicine King Valley really are. Scene change. Deep inside the Medicine King Valley, on a throne made of vines, there's this ginseng-looking creature, about the size of a hand, with a golden body radiating crazy vitality. That's the golden ginseng, something way beyond ordinary spirit herbs. It's a true medicine king. Even completion tribulation cultivators would kill for it, because it's super helpful for them. Right now, the golden ginseng's all high and mighty, saying in a majestic voice, "Did someone just send out a distress signal?" One of its underlings reporting Ginseng King. Yes, the golden ginseng coldly says, "HMPH, who dares provoke my gang? Could it be forces from outside the Medicine King Valley? No way, it's been peaceful for years. Who would suddenly attack us?" A spirit herb that looks like a cotton boll wonders, could it be the human race? It just so happens that the Medicine King Valley is open today. No way, how could those weak humans threaten our noble medicine clan? Yeah, every time they come in, we beat them to a pulp. They even try to eat us, the fools? The other spirit herbs chime in, all thinking the humans are too weak to be a threat. A surge of intense spiritual energy sweeps through. Silence for the king. The spirit herbs shut up. The golden ginseng stirs, its roots straightening like legs. Since the Medicine King Valley is open anyway, let's grab a few humans on the way. I want to see who dares mess with the herbal gang. It pulls out a silver axe, clearly a cultivator's magic weapon, raises it high and yells, "Let's roll." Meanwhile, the cultivators who entered the Medicine King Valley are going from excited hope to existential crisis to total despair. In just half a day, they found out their cultivation was suppressed to chi refining stage 9, and even worse, the herbs here are insanely OP. Bang! 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 A willow tree spirit is whacking cultivators lying on the ground with its branches, leaving them covered in wounds, pushing them back as they try to advance. A huge gourd-like spirit herb emits a chi-refining aura. The spirit gourd smashes the middle-aged man into the ground, forcing him to crawl like a dog. The middle-aged man is completely humiliated. He used to be a transformation god cultivator. Some pretty female cultivators have been stripped naked, crying miserably among the excited spirit herbs. Everywhere you look, it's a bizarre and absurd scene. Everything's flipped upside down. The human race is a powerful force outside, but in the Medicine King Valley, they're the weaklings, getting humiliated left and right. "Please," cries and groans echo throughout the Medicine King Valley. "Stop hitting me, I beg you. Run. The Medicine King Valley is a conspiracy. A huge conspiracy. Why didn't any of the seniors tell us the truth about the Medicine King Valley? How strong these spirit herbs really are. I used to be a top 10 genius in my sect, but now I can't even beat a plant. Is that normal?" This experience is definitely going to leave them with some serious trauma. Amidst the chaos, a group of monks from the Xuankang Monastery are surprisingly calm and collected in the Medicine King Valley. Thump! A deep bell sound resonates as a large, golden bell appears, covered in intricate patterns, radiating an unshakable aura of defense. Grandmaster Randang is using the golden bell shield to easily block the spirit herb's attacks, then lightly raises his hand like it's made of glass, instantly closing the distance and striking several spirit herbs in quick succession. Boom, 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 boom. The spirit herbs are struck by lightning, falling to the ground, silent. A disciple hurries over, excitedly picking up the fallen spirit herbs and stuffing them into his storage pouch, saying, "Grandmaster Randang is truly amazing. With you leading us, we're sure to return victorious." The Xuankang Monastery monks are thrilled, looking at Grandmaster Randang with admiration, seeing him as a god. When they first entered the Medicine King Valley, everyone was terrified and uneasy, because they discovered their cultivation realms had been reduced to chi refining stage 9, while the spirit herbs were surprisingly strong, easily defeating them. But very quickly, the venerable elder of Xuankang Monastery used his immense power to dispel their fears. In just a short time, he subdued at least dozens of spirit herbs and stuffed them into his pouch. The Xuankang Monastery monks are overjoyed. Usually, it's super hard to find even one spirit herb, but here, they've had such a massive haul in such a short time. This makes them even more excited about the adventure ahead. At this rate, won't all the spirit herbs in the Medicine King Valley belong to them? Maybe they'll even have a shot at conquering the Medicine King. The monks are happily chatting and laughing. Yeah, it's all thanks to Grandmaster Randang. When we get back to Shuangkong Monastery, we're definitely getting rewarded big time. This trip was worth it. Amitabha. Grandmaster Randang puts his hands together in prayer, chanting Buddha's name, but his eyes gleam with cunning. It's hard to miss the smug look on his face, that all the preparations he's made are worthwhile. Last time, his cultivation was suppressed, revealing a lot of weaknesses, and he was miserably tormented by these little demons, but this time, he can finally breathe freely and hold his head high. After that, Grandmaster Randang's group continues forward. They witness scenes of cultivators being bullied and mistreated by the spirit herbs. Among them are royalty, sect elders, heads of cultivation clans, people of all sorts of high and mighty positions. Around them, more spirit herbs charge in. Filled with murderous intent, they all unleash their martial arts and shout, "You dare touch our spirit herb clan, this old monk will regret it." Slash! Slash! Swoosh! Energy fluctuates violently, stirring up dust and dirt. Grandmaster Randang sneers, bravely meeting the attack. Good! Let this old monk see what you're made of. In the next second, he's already engaged in combat with the spirit herbs. Grandmaster Randang relies on his golden bell shield to steadfastly withstand the strange attacks, while unleashing powerful fist techniques, knocking down spirit herbs left and right. The herbs cried out, "This old monk is really tough, don't give up, focus your attacks. In this Medicine King Valley, we are the overlords. Right, charge, quickly." The golden bell shield is full of cracks, and finally shattered. Seeing this, the herbs grew even more excited, and attacked even more vigorously. They thought the old monk was about to suffer. Strangely enough, Grandmaster Randang was not discouraged at all. Instead, a deep smile crept on the corner of his mouth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Inside, the light exploded, and a thin figure still stood there steadily. The surrounding herbs were extremely surprised. How could this be? This was beyond their comprehension. All they saw was Grandmaster Randang covered in a layer of golden light, and his skin also glowed, as if it was born naturally, and no external force could hurt it. In the smoke and dust, an old voice rang out in a low voice. "In order to deal with you, over the long years, this old monk has worked hard to practice martial arts, supplementing my weaknesses, traveling all over famous mountains and great rivers, using all means, and spending countless resources to train my body. To this day, this old monk's indomitable Vajra body has reached the perfection realm, only one step away from the legendary realm. So what if my cultivation is suppressed to the chi refining realm? This old monk relies on his strong body, and you can't do anything about it." Old monk Randang put his hands together in front of his chest, stepped out of the smoke and dust, his eyes shining brightly, and then relied on his indomitable Vajra body. He blocked the attack of the spirit herbs, and counterattacked. Gradually, most of the spirit herbs were suppressed, and only a few ran away in all directions. The rescued cultivators jumped up and cheered. Many people were so happy that they shed tears, knelt down and kowtowed. "Thank you, Grandmaster, for saving our lives. We will remember your kindness forever. We don't know how to repay your great kindness and great virtue. Grandmaster saved us from danger. You are truly a living Buddha." On the other side, two figures were running away with difficulty. The majestic middle-aged man was gone, replaced by a dusty figure with torn clothes, completely losing the appearance of a great elder of the Wen Dao sect. The fair-skinned woman in yellow, with her beautiful face and originally strong personality, was now as frightened as a white rabbit, and her brows and eyes were full of confusion. That's right, it was Fan Dezheng and An Miaoyi. Fan Dezheng really didn't expect the Medicine King Valley to hide such secrets. No matter what the previous cultivation level was, it would be suppressed to the 9th level of chi refining, which made no sense. It was a pity that he, a complete Great Ascension realm powerhouse, now had his strength plummeting to the level of chi refining, which felt like a tiger going down the mountain and becoming a cat. Even so, Fan Dezheng, who had experienced ups and downs, could still accept this sudden change, because he believed that even if his cultivation was in the chi refining realm, as the former top genius of the Wen Dao sect, he could still sweep across all directions. After all, which genius nowadays doesn't challenge beyond their level? Fan Dezheng's eyes were red as he blamed himself. "Young miss, I'm sorry. This old Fan is useless, needing to be rescued again, and even dragging you down. I'm just a burden." It was hard to imagine that this was the same Grand Elder respected by the Wen Dao sect, now looking so haggard. and Yao Yi felt a pang of heartache. It's okay. No need to blame yourself, Uncle Fan. Besides, you led the sex group this time, so of course, I have to protect you when we encounter trouble. It's my duty as a junior. Fan Dezheng was moved, his eyes turning watery. Young miss, it's all because of this damn place. The medicinal herbs here are all so strong, it's clearly abnormal. And Yao Yi angrily punched the air, complaining, Heavens, I used to think that old man Yao Zun was a good person, but now it seems he's just a sinister old geezer. Just as the two were running away, a vine like a giant serpent stirred up dust as it wound around, then stretched towards Ang Yaoyi, quickly wrapping around her ankle like lightning. Ouch! Caught off guard, and Yaoyi didn't have time to prepare. She raised her jade-white hand, her palm shimmering with light, and forcefully struck out a beam of light, wanting to break the vine wrapped around her ankle. As a result, blue lightning flashed on the surface of the vine, not only blocking her attack, but also causing her entire body to go numb with the electrical current. And Yao Yi was electrocuted all over, her hair standing on end. She had no power to resist and was dragged away by the vine. Fan Dezheng exclaimed in horror, Young miss. Then he chanted an incantation, condensing several sharp sword energies, and slashed them at the vine all at once. But they didn't cause any damage. Fan Dezheng was anxious as fire, wanting to continue attacking. But another blue vine wrapped around his chest, lightning erupted, and he flew backward, falling to the ground covered in dust. And Yao Yi regained her senses and cried out in fear for help. Uncle Fan, save me, hurry, save me. Fan Dezheng struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth and chasing after her. Damn it, which medicinal herb is attacking? In an instant, the scene before him stunned him. It was a giant tree with lush foliage, with over a dozen intertwined blue vines coiling around its trunk. The entire vine emitted a turquoise light, and upon closer inspection, one could see mysterious patterns, making it look incredibly mysterious. Fan Dezheng was stunned, cold sweat running down his back. Could this be the Juji Lei Tang, because this was clearly a middle-grade herb king. Its cultivation level was already at the middle stage of foundation establishment, according to the Herb King Valley standards. This meant its power far surpassed that of ordinary precious herbs. Fan Dezheng's spirit collapsed. He could only deal with ordinary precious herbs. How could he deal with this kind of herb king? On the other side, En Yao Yi shouted in fear, Let me go! Let me go! And Yao Yi's face was pale, terrified, and she found that some snake-like vines were tightening around her. Next was a sound of thunder, and Yao Yi in pain on her face. Fan Dezheng was disheveled and struggling. Although he was extremely angry in his heart, he was currently powerless. He could only beg for forgiveness. This herb king, please be merciful and spare us, or release this child and I am willing to take her place. And Yao Yi gradually woke up and, seeing this scene, choked with sobs. Uncle Fan Juji Lei Tang continued to attack. Haha. It wasn't easy to catch you guys. You think I'll let you go? You humans, why are you so naive? Look, this woman is enjoying my electricity so much. Seeing this scene, Fan Dezheng was so angry that he spat out fresh blood, his angry eyes staring at the Juji Lei Tang. The Juji Lei Tang played around without getting tired, and it controlled several other vines to shoot out lightning, saying, Looks like you're not convinced. The Juji Lei Tang was extremely arrogant, and it was very skilled, because in the long years, it had played with many people like this. And Yao Yi was electrocuted again, screaming miserably, her heart filled with pain and despair. Fan Dezheng was trembling with anger. He had never been humiliated like this before, and he gritted his teeth and said, You! The Juji Lei Tang was extremely excited. Fun! So much fun! Humans are the best toys. Just at this moment, several figures approached, and Bai Xiaoxi's voice was heard. Shifu, I heard a woman scream. No doubt she's being tortured by medicinal herbs. Inside there's a little older sister tied up, and she looks very painful. Yi Junlin heard the voice and looked over, stunned on the spot. Heavens, what kind of picture was this? In Yi Junlin's eyes, An Yaoyi was tightly bound by the vines, her soft figure even more prominent, and her expression was embarrassingly indescribable. Occasionally, the vines would release electricity, accompanied by screams, making people shudder. Fan Dezheng noticed someone had arrived, turned his head, and the light of hopelessness suddenly turned into hope, as if he had seen a savior. He didn't know why he felt these people were very reliable, and he quickly cried out for help. Fellow Taoists, please help us. Once this matter is over, our Wen Dao sect will definitely repay you. Hong Tianye's eyes lit up. Hey, This is a Juji Lei Tang, a good item. This is a middle-grade herb king. Li Wuji gripped his saber tightly, his eyes burning with ambition. Whether to save people or not, they wanted to seize this herb king, because the benefits were too great. Yi Junlin was indifferent, but since it had come to this, he might as well let these two test the Juji Lei Tang's strength. Yi Junlin's expression was serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Miss An, you have a connection with me. How can I bear to stand by and watch? Go, Wang Kuiwa and Li Tieden." This sentence had the commanding tone of someone summoning a pet. Hong Tianyé's eyes twitched, and he cursed inwardly. This guy, does his entire family need face? Who orders people around like that? Li Wujie seemed very familiar with it. He waved his saber and rushed forward, tossing back a sentence before leaving. "Wang Kuihua, remember to help me." Hong Tianyé's eyes widened in disbelief. You, this dog, still has strength. Taking a deep breath, he tried to raise his voice and shout, "Li Tiedan, I'm coming to help you." Two white figures turned into a beam of light rushing away. The Juji Lei Tang saw the cultivators coming to save them, and not only did it not get angry, but it was happy. Ha, this is bringing new toys for this daddy. Hong Tianyé's eyes were full of murderous intent. Wait till you're burnt to a crisp, and let's see if you can still laugh. Then, his right hand chanted a incantation, shooting out a brilliant flame. With the power to penetrate the hardest metal, swish, a blue vine tore through the air, carrying extremely terrifying blue lightning. The vine smoked black, charred a patch. The Juji Lei Tang felt pain, and flew into a rage. Ah, damn humans, dare to hurt this daddy. It controlled several other vines to attack at the same time. Each vine exuded a clear lightning, as if heaven's thunder was guiding it, and its power was extraordinary. HMPH! Li Wuji cast his saber technique, and the saber light was dazzling as he fought with several vines. Hong Tianyé found the right time, and continued to chant an incantation in the void. Several blue fireballs flew out, falling on the vines, forming a thick layer of ice, slowing down the speed and causing more damage from the cold. The Juji Lei Tang was forced to get angry, releasing the vines that were binding An Yaoyi. Clearly, this herb king was going to fight to the death. In the chaos, Fan Dezheng pulled An Yaoyi back, watching the two figures fighting with the Juji Lei Tang. Their hearts were battered like a boat in a storm. Among them, An Yaoyi was the most shaken, saying in her heart, so strong, even in the same realm, the difference in strength is still so big. She was the strongest talent of the Wendao sect, praised and admired by everyone since she was young. Even when she met Hong Tianyé and Li Wujie at the Dragon Gate Inn, she thought it was just due to the difference in realm. An Yaoyi thought to herself, if she cultivated to that realm, her strength might be even stronger than theirs. But the scene before her directly shattered the arrogance in her heart. They were both at the 9th level of chi refining. She had a spirit immortal body and could barely deal with ordinary precious herbs, while they could already fight against a herb king. It would be foolish not to recognize this difference. An Yaoyi was disappointed, and her voice was weak. Uncle Fan, you and my father both lied to me. I'm not a genius like you said, at all. Fan Dezheng didn't know how to retort, honestly. When he initially sought help from Yagyu Junlin, it was just a desperate gamble. Who knew the guy would just send 2 people and already push the 9 Tribulation Lightning Vine this far? Their strength and potential are just too damn high. At this moment, the 9 Tribulation Lightning Vine was absolutely furious. It's been living in the Medicine King Valley for so long, and it's the first time it's encountered such tricky human cultivators. It roared. This daddy vine will definitely bind you all and shock you to death with lightning. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A dozen vine tentacles snaked around, unleashing terrifying lightning bolts, forming a cage to trap Hong Tianyé and Li Wujie. The two were like headless chickens, struggling a lot, and Miaoyi's heart pounded. Oh no. Are they not going to make it either? Fan Dezheng frowned and remained silent. On the other side, Bai Shaoqi blurted out anxiously, Senior Brother Hong and Junior Brother Li are in danger. Chirp, chirp. Let's go save them. With that, she dashed forward. Ye Junlin, who was observing, was slightly surprised to see the white hamster suddenly make a move, he thought. Finally wants to show off her combat potential? Huh? The two were besieged by a dozen vine tentacles, and the situation was very unfavorable. Li Wuji gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, I underestimated the advantage of the Medicine King Valley. It's hard for me to deal fatal damage to it. He tried to activate his demonic bloodline, but there was no reaction, probably due to his cultivation being suppressed. Hong Tianyé's face was pale. This was even more uncomfortable than being bullied by that guy. After all, he was a child of destiny, a fight is a fight. Now he was being controlled by a herb. Something that's supposed to be medicine has this much power. Suddenly, Hong Tianye noticed something and said in surprise, "Why is this silly hamster running over here?" Li Wujie was worried. "Hey, it's dangerous here. Senior Sister Bai, get out of here." The Nine Tribulation Lightning Vine sneered, "Huh, you little critter dares to join the fun? Perhaps I should treat you even more gently." It controlled a vine tentacle, wrapped in lightning, and fiercely struck towards her. A dazzling golden light radiated from Bai Xiaoxi's entire body, carrying a holy aura. She used her small, white hand to grab the terrifying vine tentacle, then forcefully pulled it and shouted, "Don't underestimate Chirp Chirp!" Snap! The vine tentacle was torn apart, spraying out green liquid. The Nine Tribulation Lightning Vine emitted a powerful mental wave, and everyone heard a miserable scream in their minds. The cultivators exclaimed, "Serves you right for being cocky." Bai Xiaoxi's entire body shone brightly. Each punch and kick seemed unstructured, but were simple yet powerful, containing profound Tao intent. The originally sturdy cage was shattered by the small hamster, and the vines were sent flying. The Nine Tribulation Lightning Vine wailed in pain. Hong Tianye thought in astonishment, is she faking it? That hamster only knows how to follow people around and eat good food. Li Wujie swallowed his saliva. Senior Sister Bai is so strong. Actually, Li Wujie used to see Bai Xiaoxi as just a pet when he first joined the sect. Heh 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 heh. And Miao Yi and Fan Dezheng gasped, their scalps tingling. In their eyes, the small, cute hamster wearing a hat and a short skirt was directly beating the Nine Tribulation Lightning Vine until it couldn't handle it anymore. Yi Zhenlin smacked his lips in praise, thinking, as expected, the power of the #1 immortal physique in the myriad realms is extraordinary. With the Grand Luo immortal physique and top-tier cultivation techniques, Bai Xiaoxi unleashed her terrifying combat talent for the first time. Thanks to Bai Xiaoxi breaking the situation, Hong Tianye and Li Wujie were like gods assisted. And the raging flames crashed over like surging waves, and the blade light and sword shadows flashed. The Nine Tribulation Lightning Vine never expected to fall into this situation. Assaulted by a storm of attacks, and the two juniors, Hong and Li, attacked while shouting, "Damn you, damn you, damn your whole family." The Nine Tribulation Lightning Vine completely exhausted its vitality and collapsed limply to the ground. Bai Xiaoqi cheered happily. "Awesome, I won." The little girl happily ran to Hong Tianye, put her hands together, stood on tiptoe, and had a dazed and adorable expression, obviously wanting the senior brother to praise her. Hong Tianye snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and walked away. Seeing the little hamster was so strong, this proud devil sect leader felt uncomfortable. Seeing Bai Xiaoxi running over, obviously showing off, of course he couldn't show a good face. Seeing her senior brother ignore her, Bai Xiaoxi lowered her head dejectedly, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. "Chirp, chirp, did I do something wrong?" "Cough, cough." Li Wujie pretended to cough a few times, with a sincere expression. "Senior Sister Bai, you were so awesome." Li Wujie had always considered Bai Xiaoxi to be just a spirit animal, but it turned out that was just on the surface. Li Wujie thought, indeed, those who are accepted by Shizun are not ordinary people. Hong Tianye had to frown and reluctantly praise. "Well, I was quite impressed with you today." Hearing people praise her, Bai Xiaoxi was very happy in her heart, and said a little shyly, "Actually, it's nothing, Chirp. Chirp just wanted to help." Miao Yi recovered and pulled the middle-aged man over and said, "Let's go and thank them quickly." Miao Yi spoke up, "Thank you, fellow cultivators, for your assistance. Miao Yi is very grateful." Li Wujie cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, you don't need to be polite. It's just a small matter." Hong Tianye still had a cold face and said nothing. And Miao Yi looked at Bai Xiaoxi, but because the hat covered her face, she couldn't see clearly, but Miao Yi was sure she was a very cute little girl. And Miao Yi said, "May I ask what this fellow Taoist's name is?" Bai Xiaoxi was stunned, pointed to herself a little surprised, and said, "Sister, are you talking to Chirp Chirp?" Hearing this way of addressing herself, Miao Yi found it very interesting, and said with a smile, "Chirp Chirp, of course, you are very powerful. I admire you very much." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxi jumped up excitedly and shouted excitedly, "Shizun, Shizun, did you hear that? This sister admires Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp is also admired." Fan Dezheng blurted out in his mind, "Shizun." His eyes lit up as he looked at the handsome silver-haired youth, and a chill couldn't help rising in his heart. He increasingly felt that this group of people was very similar to the rumors. Fan Dezheng was in a mess. His face was ugly, Could it be that his previous encounters were just a facade? Yi Junlin smiled and stepped forward, gently patting Bai Shaoxi's head. Okay, look at you being so proud, hee. Bai Shaoxi scratched her head. Are you this girl's Shizun? And Miaoyi thought in surprise, what kind of existence can have such a powerful disciple? Yi Junlin replied seriously. That's right, she was painstakingly nurtured by me. Costing a lot of effort? Hong Tianye glanced at him. You have the face to say that. What kind of Shizun just lies around all day like a useless person, just waiting for his disciple to cook delicious food and bring it to his mouth? What kind of nurturing are you talking about? Nurturing a superb cooking skill, huh? Pretend I didn't say anything. Bai Shaoxi nodded repeatedly, as if to affirm her Shizun's words. That's right, Shizun is very good to chirp chirp. And Miaoyi's eyes swept across the 4 figures in front of her, feeling very familiar. Is that so? But she had just been dizzy by the lightning, so she hadn't had time to connect everything. Seeing this, Ye Junlin sighed inwardly. This woman exuded an aura of intelligence from head to toe. Suddenly, a chaotic racket echoed from the distance. Ginseng King, there are humans here. Those battle shockwaves just now were totally their doing. Wait, isn't this the Thunder King's turf? Out from the woods, a gazillion tiny critters with the weirdest shapes zoomed over. And man, they absolutely reeked of potent medicinal herbs. Every single one of these things, if you could somehow take it outside, would sell for an unbelievably sky-high price. Fan Disheng's face showed horror. So many precious herbs. If it were before, seeing them would have made him ecstatic. But after everything that just happened, he couldn't help but be afraid of seeing any more medicinal herbs. He might need a long time to recover, even after getting out. HMPH. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a powerful aura from these different precious herbs. Before long, hundreds of precious herbs of different shapes were closing in, exuding a fierce aura. Leading the charge was a ginseng plant, its entire body like flowing gold, its cultivation reaching foundation establishment perfection, much stronger than the 9 Tribulation Thundervine. The Huangzhen ginseng emitted intense mental waves, filled with anger. You humans dare to kill my little lei? The little lei that the Huangzhen ginseng was referring to was the 9 Tribulation Thundervine. Clearly, they had a close relationship. Hong Tianye's eyes lit up, unable to restrain his excitement. This place is indeed a treasure trove. To think I'd encounter a medicinal king of this quality. If I can obtain it, I will have a chance to break through to tribulation. Transcendence, Li Wuji pondered. This plant is much stronger than the last one. I wonder if we can swallow it. The Huangzhen ginseng held a silver axe in its hand, roaring angrily. How dare you, base humans dare to dream of obtaining this king? It decided to use the most severe punishment to teach these ignorant fools a lesson. Seeing the silver axe, Yi Junlin understood. So it's the gang from before. The Huangzhen ginseng shouted loudly, charging forward. Capture them for me. Following the Herb King's order, a swarm of precious herbs launched an attack. Fan Dizeng's scalp went numb, his whole body trembling like a leaf. Yi Junlin found it strange, thinking to himself, they're here, the medicine's here, this fellow Taoist's mental state is worrisome. Li Wujie tentatively asked Senior Sister Bai, can you lend us a hand? The Huangzhen ginseng swung the silver axe, emitting a strange sound, slashing fiercely forward, its aura as fierce as a bandit. Immediately after, Hong Tianye and Li Wujie simultaneously attacked to meet the swarm of precious herbs. Keng keng! A crisp sound rang out. The Huangzhen ginseng was stunned. Before it was a tiny figure, looking like a mouse, a tiny hand covered in a dazzling golden light, looking as if it couldn't be broken. Bai Shaoxi said seriously, your opponent is cheap here. The Huangzhen ginseng was furious. A violent life force erupted, its whole body radiating a dazzling golden light, shouting, just you! An invisible force amplified this herb king, making it incomparably powerful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The Huangzhen ginseng transformed into a golden beam of light, as fast as the wind as it encircled Bai Shaoxi, constantly launching fierce attacks. The silver axe swinging continuously, leaves falling everywhere, dust flying. After blocking more than 10 moves in a row, Bai Shaoxi's steps began to falter. Her head spinning, waving her hands helplessly, she spoke up. No more fighting, cheap. No more fighting, cheap is too dizzy. I'm gonna be sick. The Huangzhen ginseng laughed coldly, gathering power to swing the axe toward Bai Shaoxi, HMPH. You want to fight this king? Your Tao cultivation is far from enough. Kang. A deep metallic sound rang out. The Huangjin Ginseng suddenly stiffened, a feeling of fear emerging. It choked, as if facing an ancient ferocious beast, before it were two fingers gently pinching the blade of the axe. Crack! The axe shattered, fragments flying everywhere, its magic weapon destroyed. Yi Zhenlin held up two fingers in a V sign, smiling. I'm just saying, you're just a ginseng, yet you're so arrogant and conceited. It seems only making you into ginseng soup will make you behave. Bai Shaoxi stabilized her body, looking up at the white-haired man, her voice full of disappointment. Shifu, cheap made you lose face. Yi Zhenlin rubbed her head, smiling. Don't overthink it, you go help them. Leave this place to me. Bai Shaoxi, like a small puff of smoke, rushed to assist Hong Tianye and Li Wujie. Adia was full of anticipation. Uncle Fan, Ye Gongzi is about to make a move. Fan Dezheng stared at the black-robed figure, feeling his eyebrows twitch incessantly. This person gave him an unfathomable feeling. The Huangjin Ginseng roared. You human brat who still smells of milk, dare to spout nonsense in front of this king. Let's see how I teach you a lesson. The Huangjin Ginseng clenched its fist, rushing forward with the speed of an arrow, leaving a deep pit on the ground. Its roots transformed into fists, each punch landing, the golden light dazzling, radiating a terrifying power. Boom! The surrounding air exploded, the sound resonating to a creepy degree. Just as Yi Zhenlin was about to act, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Detected host being attacked by a Foundation Establishment Perfection enemy, activating passive effect, stronger when facing the strong, cultivation reaching early golden core. Immediately after, Ye Zhenlin's realm, which was suppressed at Qi refining level 9, suddenly increased powerfully to early golden core. Ye Zhenlin didn't know what to say, exclaiming, good stuff, this place works. In the next second, Yi Zhenlin gently raised his hand, a streak of palm light like a flying dragon soaring into the sky, surging with power. Boom! A loud explosion. The Huangjin Ginseng, as if struck by lightning, the roots deeply embedded in the ground, were pushed back more than 100 zhang, leaving a deep trench with smoke billowing. Its entire body dripped with liquid, a strong aroma spreading, its mental waves fluctuating violently, incomparably horrified. Suddenly, Ye Zhenlin's cultivation returned from early golden core to Qi refining level 9, as if what just happened never existed. Ndi Yao widened her eyes, murmuring, Uncle Fan, just now Ye Gongzi's cultivation broke through to golden core. Fan Dezheng was like a lost soul, answering uncertainly. It seemed like it, because Ye Zhenlin's cultivation is still at Qi refining level 9 at this moment. The outbreak of golden core cultivation only happened in a flash, to the point where Fan Dezheng couldn't even be sure if he had seen it wrong. The Huangjin Ginseng adjusted its state, its heart full of shock mixed with doubt. Human, what tricks did you play in the end? As the one directly engaged in the battle, it was certain that this white-haired youth had something unusual about him. Because in an instant, the opponent's cultivation suddenly increased to early golden core. This was the peak cultivation in Herb King Valley. In Herb King Valley, all kinds of spiritual herbs rely on quality to increase their cultivation. For example, low-grade precious herbs reach Qi refining level 9, top-grade precious herbs reach Qi refining level 12, and Herb Kings reach Foundation Establishment, and so on. Moreover, since ancient times, all humans who entered Herb King Valley had their cultivation suppressed to Qi refining level 9, without exception. But now there was an exception. In the battle with it, this person suddenly increased his cultivation to early golden core. The Huangjin Ginseng was confused. What was going on? Yi Zhenlin said sincerely, I'm clearly just a small Qi refining cultivator. What tricks could I play here? It's obvious you're too weak. If you don't believe me, try hitting me one more time. He wanted to test his hypothesis. Hearing this, the Huangjin Ginseng felt insulted, immediately turning its roots into fists, its entire body bursting with sharp golden light, its aura burning. Despicable human, taste this king's Huangjin fist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The small fists wrapped in golden roots constantly shot out like shooting stars, each punch carrying an aura that shook the heavens and the earth. The fist winds howled, the power so great that just sensing it would suppress people. Fan Dezheng's face turned pale, shouting loudly, too strong. The Huangjin Ginseng is capable of wiping out all Qi refining cultivators. In his estimation, even golden core cultivators outside would find it difficult to deal with, let alone those suppressed in Herb King Valley. Facing the dazzling golden fists that were rushing in densely, Yi Zhenlin stood still, his expression calm. In his mind, the familiar sound of the system rang out again. Ding! Detected host being attacked by a Foundation Establishment Perfection enemy. Activating passive effect, stronger when facing the strong, reaching early golden core. The corners of Yi Zhenlin's mouth curved up, seizing the opportunity to unleash the Human King's seal, muttering, "It really is like that." Boom! A giant Emperor Phantom appeared behind him, the terrifying pressure like a tide sweeping over. The dense golden fists disintegrated. The golden ginseng was struck by an invisible force, flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. At the same time, Yi Zhenlin's aura rapidly declined, dropping from early golden core stage back to chi refining 9th level. Fan Dezheng was stunned, feeling like his perception was turned upside down. No mistake, just now. Ye Gongzi's cultivation had indeed reached the early golden core stage. How could this be? And Yao Yi's eyes sparkled. Could it be that he has a unique secret technique? The golden ginseng, covered in blood, or rather liquid, lay prostrate on the ground, gasping, "Treacherous humans! You tricked me!" Yi Zhenlin feigned innocence, like a virtuous person being wrongly accused. Heaven and earth bear witness. I only have chi refining cultivation right now. Through the battle just now, Yi Zhenlin knew that his cultivation increased, due to the passive effect of getting stronger when facing a stronger opponent, which helped him forcefully reach the early golden core stage. As for why it dropped back down, it was clearly due to the suppression from the Medicine King Valley. As expected, the system is truly professional. In another corner, the scene that just happened immediately attracted the attention of other precious herbs. The little guys witnessed their boss being defeated by a human, and their mental waves immediately became chaotic, frantically exchanging with each other. Impossible. How can humans be so strong? It's been so many years since we've encountered this. Woo wuu. Is the Medicine King Valley about to face disaster? Li Wujie expressed his admiration from the bottom of his heart. As expected of Shizun, even though his cultivation is suppressed to our level, his strength is still something we can't reach. Hong Tianye stood there dumbfounded, his spirit heavily struck. He felt the terrifying power of this Medicine King. If he faced it alone, he would definitely be suppressed miserably. But that guy casually made a move and easily defeated it. The difference between the two sides is really too great. Hong Tianye screamed in his heart. Clearly, both are at the 9th level of chi refining. Why are you so strong? Why? The funniest thing is that he even had bad intentions at first. Luckily, he gave up in time. Otherwise, he would be the one suffering. The golden ginseng forced out its last resentful words with mental waves, then fell completely silent. Human, I hate you. The other precious herbs immediately lost their fighting spirit and fled in panic. Run! Even so, there were still countless dazzlingly colored precious herbs on the ground, dazzling people's eyes. Li Wuji rushed forward, swinging his knife, grinning with excitement, and said, "What a great harvest." As Yi Zhenlin prepared to call the disciples to check the spoils, he spoke up. "Xiao Li, you did a great job. Keep these precious spirit herbs safe." Being praised by Shifu made Li Wuji extremely happy. The young man bowed down to pick up the spirit herbs, hugged them in his arms, squinted his eyes, and smiled. "Yes, thank you for your praise, Shifu. It's all thanks to you subduing the golden ginseng. Disciple, this is all based on your aura." Suddenly, a dense whistling sound came, like a large group of people were flying over. The lively chatter rang out. "Look, there are so many precious herbs on the ground." Heavens, who took these down? Could it be that besides Ren Dengdashi, there is another senior in Medicine King Valley who can do this? There are a few people in front. It seems like they did it. Countless cultivators flocked to the scene, looking at the colorful pile of precious herbs on the ground, their eyes bursting with ambition, but then containing awe. They understood the strength of the precious herbs. Defeating such a large number of them, the person who made the move must be unimaginably powerful. They couldn't act rashly. A monk from Xuankangxi floating in the air tentatively asked, "Dashi, look." Rendeng Dashi glanced over the battlefield, noticed a golden ginseng. His eyes lit up. "That is an extreme-grade Medicine King." Boom! The crowd was shocked. Everyone understood the value of the Medicine King. This was something that even tribulation-transcending cultivators would covet. Now there was an extreme-grade Medicine King right in front of them. If it was placed outside, surely the old monsters hiding in the eastern region would fight fiercely for it. Whoosh! An elder of Xuankangxi immediately rushed over, intending to take the golden ginseng, but was immediately attacked by a sharp blade energy. Blood splattered, and was immediately blown back to his original position. Li Wuji shouted loudly, his face ferocious. "Is it yours, Scram?" The terrified shouts of the Xuankangxi crowd rang out. Elder Huitong. No one expected that in broad daylight someone would dare to attack their elder. Ren Dengdashi checked the wounds of Elder Huitong. His murky eyes flashed with killing intent. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to cool down a few degrees. Ren Dengdashi put his hands together in front of his chest. his face gloomy as he looked towards Li Wujie. Amitabha, well done, well done. Does this benefactor know that he just hit someone from our Xuankangxi? He deliberately emphasized the 3 words, Xuankangxi. Li Wujie glanced sideways, angrily saying, "So what if I know? Do I still have to show respect to you baldies and lighten my blow? Don't even mention whether he has someone backing him, even before becoming a disciple. He was someone who didn't care about anything. He would kill with his blade. Not directly chopping off the opponent's head was already being considerate." The Xuankangxi team shouted in unison. Arrogant and reckless, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, Rendang Dashi narrowed his eyes, his forehead filled with killing intent, and coldly said, "Benefactor, these words are too much." Li Wujie spun the cleaver in his hand, assessing him from top to bottom, sarcastically saying, "Old Baldy, it seems you're not satisfied. Or should we try a little?" Ren Dengdashi didn't speak. A fellow disciple behind him stepped out and shouted, "Presumptuous! Who do you think you're facing that you dare to talk so recklessly? Do you know that this is a tribulation transcending stage expert? Have you thought about the consequences of offending him?" As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place erupted. Countless cultivators showed awe, even though they had guessed that this person must have very high cultivation, but they didn't expect him to be a true immortal. Even though Medicine King Valley has many big shots, no one dares to compare with a tribulation transcending stage expert. In the eastern region, tribulation transcending stage is already the pinnacle. They can run rampant anywhere. Although everyone is currently suppressed in Medicine King Valley, the time to teleport out will come. At that time, the strong and the weak will return to their correct positions. Therefore, when they learned of Rendang Dashi's true cultivation, the cultivators behind him didn't dare to say much. Li Wujie was stunned for a moment, then sneered. "Tribulation transcending stage, so what? Don't even mention being here. I'll still chop you down outside." The atmosphere was dead silent. Everyone showed an unbelievable expression. Is this guy crazy? A hint of doubt flashed in Rendang Dashi's eyes. The opponent knows my cultivation, yet still dares to speak so arrogantly. It seems that he is not an ordinary person outside. Thinking of this, Rendang Dashi probed, calmly asking, "May I ask for the benefactor's name?" Li Wujie laughed coldly. "Listen carefully. This granddaddy's name is Li Tian." Everyone looked at each other. Li Tian. They had never heard of any powerful figure with this name. Yet he dares to confront a tribulation transcending stage expert. Seeing this, the surrounding sects all shook their heads. Rendang Dashi was certain that this was just an ignorant junior who didn't know the value of life. His expression immediately became gloomy. "Benefactor, your killing intent is too heavy. Let this old monk purify you." After speaking, he rushed over. His 2 hands formed a seal, creating a lotus flower that attacked like artillery shells. This move was extremely powerful and terrifying. If it was a normal Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, they would definitely be seriously injured or killed instantly. Li Wujie became excited. Great. It's a rare opportunity to fight against a tribulation transcending stage expert. Swish. The blade slashed across yin and yang. Blade energy shot out in all directions. Rendang Dashi's pupils shrank, feeling intense pressure. Boom. The air exploded. Rendang Dashi took 2 steps back, his face a little ugly, but it didn't stop there. A blade of light, as bright as day, rushed over again, carrying an unparalleled, domineering blade intent. Great Master Rendang, not daring to be careless, quickly formed an incantation seal with his right hand and unleashed a powerful palm strike. A dazzling golden wand symbol, Buddhist swastika, blazed to life on his palm. The 2 sides fought fiercely, unable to determine the winner, causing the spectating cultivators to be stunned. No one expected Li Tian to be so strong, able to directly confront Rendang Dashi. Li Wujie's eyes were bright, endlessly excited. Refreshing, so refreshing. The cleaver in his hand swung like a storm, looking like it had no rules, but in fact it contained subtlety. Grandmaster Rendang was getting more and more annoyed. He couldn't overwhelm a junior with his strength. Finally, he changed his tactics. 1 hand erected in front of his chest like becoming Buddha. His whole body erupted with brilliant golden light, as if cast from metal, perfectly flawless. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal collisions rang out densely, shaking everyone's eardrums until they buzzed. Li Wujie was shocked to find that no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't cut through the opponent's body. Those sharp strikes were all blocked by the layer of golden light, Grandmaster Rendang said smugly. "Benefactor, don't waste your energy. Even if you chop for 3 days and 3 nights, you won't be able to do anything to this old monk." Seeing this, Li Wuji snorted coldly and spat on the ground. So arrogant. Grandmaster Rendang was furious, feeling severely humiliated, and immediately poured his strength into a punch, the force of which shattered the surrounding trees. With his indestructible diamond body, he was indeed invincible. But it only stopped there, because he couldn't knock down Li Wuji, and Li Wuji couldn't hurt him either. Even if the two fought for 3 days and 3 nights, it would be difficult to determine a winner. Everyone went from being terrified at first to being bored later, and some even yawned. Boom! With a loud explosion, the two figures retreated at the same time, widening the distance tacitly. Li Wuji snorted and mocked. "Old Baldy, are you still cursing?" Grandmaster Rendang was displeased, but because of his identity, he tried to maintain a mysterious appearance, put his palms together, and chanted Buddha's name, saying, "Benefactor, why bother doing this? After all, we are only temporarily here." The words were light, but contained a clear threat. "You think you're cool fighting me to a standstill here? If you have the guts, stay here for the rest of your life. If you go out, just wait to die." Li Wuji was about to retort, but suddenly heard a voice in his ear, and immediately fell silent, respectfully retreating to stand beside Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin flicked his fingers leisurely, his voice as light as a breeze. "I've already obtained this medicinal herb king. For the people from your Shuangkong temple to come and snatch it is just not knowing the rules. Getting beaten is what you deserve." Grandmaster Rendang narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. "Benefactor, from the moment you made your move, the nature of the matter has changed, and who stipulates that what falls to the ground belongs to you? In this old monk's opinion, only what's in your hand is yours." After speaking, he stepped forward, his whole body erupting with dazzling Buddha light. There were countless Sanskrit characters around his body, like tadpoles. The sound of chanting sutras echoed in all directions. He was heading towards that high-grade medicinal herb king, clearly wanting to rely on his powerful defense to directly ignore Yi Junlin's presence and brazenly seize it. Honger's eyes burned with anger. "Old Baldy, you want to die." Honger never liked Buddhism, and now seeing Grandmaster Rendang being so arrogant, the intention to take action arose in his heart. Grandmaster Rendang took steps of 10 feet each, and still said calmly, "As compensation, this medicinal herb king will belong to this old monk." Just then, a tall and graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This person clenched his fist. The blood in his body surged. The spiritual energy within 100 zhang was gathered, and a faint golden halo appeared behind him, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Yi Junlin sneered, "Old Baldy, you really think no one can deal with you?" Boom! Yi Junlin threw a punch like a dragon roaring, and the earth collapsing, carrying the momentum of breaking through the 9 heavens. Unstoppable, this was the Battle Saint Fist. This punch made Rendang Master tremble. His whole body could not help but tighten. He took a deep breath, frantically mobilized his magic power, and his whole body exuded a dazzling and sacred Buddha light, as if wrapped in a halo. Yi Junlin's punch carried a mad force, directly hitting Rendang Master's chest. Clang. The sound was like striking a large bell. The heavy sound echoed throughout the space, causing the blood in everyone's body to surge, making them extremely uncomfortable. Swish! Rendang Master's body was pushed back. His 2 feet dragged on the ground, creating 2 deep grooves, and hot air rose up in billowing waves. It was difficult for him to stand firm. The old face still maintained a calm appearance, not revealing a trace of emotion. The space instantly fell into silence. Everyone stared at each other, holding their breath to watch. A Chan cultivator in the Shuangkong temple team sneered and said, "You dare to flaunt your meager skills in front of Rendang Master." A fellow disciple beside him immediately echoed, "That's right, it's just a lot of thunder and little rain. If you have the ability, try again." Yi Junlin looked directly at Grandmaster Rendang. The corner of his mouth lifted, his tone full of sarcasm. How did that last punch feel? Grandmaster Rendang still maintained a calm expression, and after a long silence he sighed, "Amitabha, benefactor, please take care of yourself." After saying that, he decisively turned and left. Everyone was stunned. Is it over like this? The Chan cultivators who came with Rendang Master looked at each other blankly, but in the end, they could only silently follow. As for the cultivators who were watching, their eyes looked at Yi Junlin and his disciples with pity. After all, if they didn't provoke anyone else, they went and angered a transcending tribulation stage powerhouse. When they left the Medicine Herb Valley, they would probably have a hard time keeping their lives. Therefore, All of them avoided Ye Junlin's group, as if they were afraid of meeting a plague god, choosing to follow Rendang Master to seek safety. In their eyes, embracing this big thigh was the wisest choice. Very quickly, the surroundings became deserted. Ye Junlin flicked his fingers lightly and smiled coldly. That old baldy knows what's good for him. In reality, due to the suppression of his magic power, the Battle Saint Fist just now only exerted a very small part of its original power. Moreover, due to the special nature of this place, even if they continued to fight, it would be meaningless, because no one could die. In a distant corner, after leaving, Grandmaster Rendang's face was gloomy, his hand placed on his injured chest, and a look of pain flashed in his eyes. Then suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ye Junlin's punch just now really made him feel a sense of crisis. If he were to take a few more punches, he'd probably lose face even if he didn't die, so choosing to temporarily avoid them was the best option. But at the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, just who the heck is that guy? How can he unleash so much power in Yiwang Valley? Has the world changed so much that even this old monk can't keep up? Grandmaster Randang's old eyes flashed with confusion, but it was quickly replaced by a chilling, murderous intent. Fine, monks should be compassionate. But once I leave this place, I'll definitely personally send you all to the afterlife. Outside Yawang Valley, with my peak tribulation transcending stage power, I can freely use all my powerful Buddhist divine abilities, and fully unleash my Vajra indestructible body. Why should I suffer such humiliation here? However, right now, I still need to focus on gathering herbs. I'll settle this debt later. Not long after, Ye Junlin and Grandmaster Randang's appearance stirred up a huge storm in Yawang Valley. The little critters who got the news immediately became uneasy. Before, every time humans entered, they treated it as entertainment, easily suppressing and teasing them. They enjoyed this cat-and-mouse game, thinking of themselves as the rulers of the humans in Yawang Valley. But this time, the situation completely changed. News spread that the humans were sweeping up a bunch of precious herbs and killing a lot of their kind. Even two highly respected, long-lived herb kings like Lei Wang and Sen Wang had died at the hands of human cultivators. This made the remaining herb race terrified and anxious. What should we do? I'm afraid of being caught by those humans and cooked into soup. Haven't the humans always let us play with them as we pleased when they enter Yawang Valley? What's going on now? Heavens, even Lei Wang and Sen Wang were captured, let alone herb races like us. Run! The only way now is to wait for Yawang Valley to automatically close, and those scary humans will be teleported out. Waves of spiritual energy spread throughout Yawang Valley, filled with fear and anxiety. The herb race was completely in chaos because they had never encountered a situation like this before. Among them were those who wanted to surrender, believing that the safest way now was to hide in secluded places, avoiding human attention. The one who spoke was a blood jade flame-bone bamboo, its whole body as red as blood, shining with a dazzling glazed color. When this species is made into medicine, it can detoxify all kinds of poisons in the world. I don't accept this. Why should we run? This is our territory. For so many years, humans have been enslaved by us. Are we supposed to retreat just because of one defeat? Stand up and resist. A small crimson star ginseng the size of a palm. This is a top-grade medicinal material for refining healing pills. Its whole body bright red, jumping up and down excitedly. That's right, we are the masters here. If we bow our heads and surrender this time, it will be the greatest humiliation of the herb race. A cold spirit Yulian flower. This is an unparalleled holy medicine for cultivators with ice spiritual roots, shaped like a lotus flower. The petals shimmered with a cold, icy blue color, and it said with doubt, but this time the humans are too strong. Relying only on Herb King level power, we're not sure if we can counterattack, and we might even be suppressed. These words caused the space to fall into silence. All the Herb Kings present were lost in thought. They were unwilling to suffer humiliation, but they were also afraid of the human strength. After all, even the most powerful leaders like Lei Wang and Sen Wang had died. According to the accounts of a few who managed to escape, the one who attacked was a silver-haired young man. He defeated Sen Wang with just one move, and his power terrified everyone. After a long silence, one of the Herb Kings finally spoke up and suggested, "Why don't we ask it to take action?" The Herb Kings were stunned, then quickly understood, is it trustworthy? In Yawang Valley, no one is more worthy than it. After all, it was once a companion of Yao Zun, but with its personality, I'm afraid it will refuse. You all know it. HMPH. Now is the time when Yaowang Valley is facing destruction. If the first successor of Yaozun doesn't care, does it deserve to be called a member of our race? Sounds reasonable. We won't know until we try. Let's go. We have to convince it. With the decision made, the Herb Kings immediately took action, quickly heading in one direction. Deep within Yaowang Valley, there was a long, narrow path between the mountains. Those herbs decided to go find the strongest one. The air around was humid and cold. Anyone who stayed here for a long time, no matter how cheerful, would easily become depressed. At this time, a group of small creatures were hopping around anxiously. They arrived at the end of the canyon, and what caught their eyes was a large black mushroom growing on an ancient stone pillar covered in vines. The mushroom was about 1 meter tall, looking extraordinarily ordinary. Only the herb race in Yaowang Valley knew that this mushroom was the oldest creature here, possessing an unparalleled noble status and position. Currently, the mushroom was silent, without any signs of life, like a dead object. The Herb Kings looked at each other. They immediately released intense waves of spiritual energy, like eerie calls, wake up, Great Devil King, wake up quickly. Not long after, the black mushroom stirred, like an ancient life that had just awakened, emitting a terrifying pressure. The Herb Kings bowed down and paid respects, extremely excited. Look, the Great Devil King is awake. Greetings, Great Devil King. We beg you to save our fellow demon race. The Great Devil King's spirit began to recover, and its whole body emitted surging vitality. The powerful aura made all the Herb Kings only look up to it. This was an ancient creature that had existed the longest in Yaowang Valley, had once witnessed Yaozun ascending to the immortal realm, and was only a small step away from becoming an immortal herb. Suddenly, the terrifying pressure vanished. The Great Devil King trembled and unexpectedly fell off the stone pillar, causing the Herb Kings to panic and rush over to check on it. But unexpectedly, the mushroom, like a startled rabbit, immediately darted behind the stone pillar, only showing half of its round head. Its fluctuating spirit was weak, carrying a timid voice like a teenager. Don't come here. You can just stand there and talk if you have something to say. Seeing this scene, the remaining Herb Kings all turned to look at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. Since Yaozun ascended to the immortal realm, the Great Devil King had become the true master of Yaowang Valley. But its personality was extremely introverted, afraid of contact with anything new, and not good at communicating with others. The thing it loved most was being alone in peace and quiet, without being disturbed by anyone. Since Yaozun left, the Great Devil King had fallen into a long sleep, silently experiencing countless years of ups and downs. The excited Herb Kings begged and pleaded to the Great Devil King, Yaowang Valley needs someone to save it. The humans have attacked. They're capturing our brethren. We have to resist, or we'll only face death. Great Devil King, we beg you to help. Behind the stone pillar, the Great Devil King's round head slowly peeked out. It was extremely surprised, carefully choosing its words, and cautiously replied, "How is that possible? As long as we're in Yaowang Valley, humans can never defeat our herb race." The Great Devil King still remembered very clearly that Yaozun had once asserted that no human cultivator could threaten the herb race in Yaowang Valley unless that person was a genius once in 10,000 years, possessing unprecedented power. But now, the news it had just heard couldn't help but frighten it. It didn't want to get involved in this troublesome matter at all. The Herb Kings clamored to persuade, "This is the truth. Many of our brethren have been killed. Right now, only you can save Yaowang Valley. You are the strongest with the highest status. As long as you come forward, our herb race will definitely unite to resist the invaders." The Great Devil King shook its head like a rattle drum, whispering, "No, I can't do it, you guys. I just want to be here in peace." Moreover, Yaowang Valley has a limited time. When it closes, the humans will automatically be teleported out. During this time, you guys should just hide. It's much safer. It said a long string of words, but the more it spoke, the quieter its voice became. The Herb Kings were almost driven crazy. Could it be that this trip was all for nothing? At this time, the Crimson Star Ginseng suddenly had an idea. "Great Devil King, you're thinking too simply. Do you think those cunning humans will spare you? You are the oldest existence in Yaowang Valley. They will definitely come looking for you. You can't avoid it even if you want to." Hearing this, the Great Devil King became even more frightened, even wanting to find a hole to burrow into. Even if it was the end of the world, it wouldn't want to show its face. "They'll come looking for me." The Crimson Star Ginseng continued, "If they catch you, they'll definitely surround you and study how to deal with you, or take you out to auction you off. By that time, many humans will know about you. The great Devil King almost collapsed, its body trembling. Don't say any more. Just thinking about being locked in a cage, surrounded by a crowd of humans. It wanted to die on the spot. The Crimson Star Ginseng said further, "Actually, the solution is very simple. Among the humans this time, there are only a few who are particularly difficult to deal with. As long as you show up and help us suppress them, we can handle the rest." The Herb Kings chimed in unison. "That's right, you'll be helping us, and you'll be helping yourself. After everything is settled, you can continue to come back here to sleep soundly, and we won't bother you anymore." The Great Devil King was silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a moment of reluctance, it finally replied, "All right, I'll only deal with a few of the strongest humans. The rest is up to you guys." The Herb Kings jumped for joy, eager to express their gratitude to the Great Devil King. This reaction scared the crap out of the Great Devil King, who quickly hid behind a stone pillar, his voice trembling. Don't come any closer. Keep your distance. Let me prepare myself before I come out." The Herb Kings were helpless and had to back off. Okay. One of the Herb Kings sighed, looking at his cowardly state. "Are you sure you can suppress the humans? I don't trust you at all. TCH, don't underestimate him. According to Qifeng Valley's rules, existences like the Great Devil King are unfathomably strong. Besides, those humans are just chi-refining cultivators, at most strong enough to suppress Foundation establishment. They can't possibly fight a nascent soul, right?" "You're right, I'll spread the word and call on the Herb Race to unite against the humans." After convincing himself, the Great Devil King finally stepped out of the darkness. The light was almost blinding, making him feel like a prisoner released after years of confinement. Facing the bustling world with timidity and fear, deep in the forest, Master Rendang and his group were advancing with imposing manner. The cultivators following behind felt very secure, no longer worrying about being captured and tortured by the Herb Race. Along the way, the precious herbs, seeing the group from afar, all ran away in fright, like gazelles encountering a pack of tigers. Hearing this, the gray-robed old man was overjoyed and quickly bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, great master." Rendang clasped his hands before his chest, his face compassionate, saying, Good. It's my honor that you fellow Taoists need my help." Instantly, the atmosphere became noisy. A large group of cultivators with resounding reputations rushed forward, trying to order precious herbs from Shirandang. "Master, I want a thunderstruck wood. Name your price." "I need dragon bloodgrass. Please grant my request, master." "Master, I want to pre-order some rare precious herbs." The Chan cultivators of Xuankong Temple standing beside them all looked excited, as if seeing a great opportunity to make a fortune right before their eyes. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A group of lively little creatures appeared, all of them precious herbs exuding intense life force. A cultivator shouted in horror, "Master Rendang, it's an ambush!" Rendang was slightly stunned. Then he sneered, his eyes sharp. "Excellent, I was wondering how to find you. Now you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep." A series of Herb Kings stepped out, angrily shouting, "Old Baldy, don't be too smug." Rendang's eyes narrowed, a greedy glint flashing in his pupils. "This is the opportunity Buddha has bestowed upon me. If I can subdue all of you, it will be a measurable blessing for me. Stubborn and unwilling to repent, let me enlighten you." His entire body emitted radiant Buddhist light, his footsteps like blossoming lotuses, carrying an aura of holiness. Instantly, the Herb Kings charged forward together, surging energies sweeping across all directions, causing others to tremble in fear. Rumble. Dust filled the air, and from the misty haze, a golden figure emerged, his posture unwavering, like an old monk on his way to the western heaven to seek scriptures. The Herb Kings all showed astonished expressions. "This powerful, so defensive," Qixingji shouted. "Great Devil King, it's your turn to act. Quickly suppress this old baldy. We beg you, Great Devil King. Please help the Herb Race, resist the humans." Hearing this name, the faces of the surrounding cultivators immediately changed. A chill running down their spines, Master Randang's eyes showed suspicion. Great Devil King, could it be that Qifeng Valley has a hidden demonic cultivator expert? But even though he was called repeatedly, this Great Devil King did not appear. He turned around and saw that the little mushroom had already turned around and run away, burrowing into the ground. Can't wait any longer. Qixingji had no choice but to rush forward himself, forcefully pushing the Great Devil King out of hiding. "Go ahead and take action. Don't let us down." The Great Devil King appeared, looking extremely reluctant. When he saw the dense crowd of cultivators in front of him, his whole body trembled, and he almost turned around and ran away. This scene stunned all the cultivators. Then they burst out laughing. It's just a mushroom? So this is the legendary Great Devil King. Ha ha! The laughter only made the Great Devil King more embarrassed, hanging his head and not daring to speak. If he had a face, it would definitely be as red as a monkey's butt. This is... Master Rendang's eyes gradually changed, from doubt to bewilderment, and finally to extreme surprise and fanaticism. He remembered a record in the ancient books of Xuankong Temple, talking about a type of ancient herb that looked like a black mushroom called the imperishable chaos ancient. According to the description, if a cultivator could refine this ancient herb, their strength would increase unprecedentedly, their lifespan would be extended by hundreds of millions of years, and even if it was made into medicine, it could regenerate the body and strengthen the meridians. If you drank it for a long time, you could reach a realm approaching the immortals. Master Rendang trembled with excitement, his breathing becoming rapid. This is the greatest opportunity of my life. It must be that my sincerity has moved Buddha, bestowing upon me such a great treasure. Amitabha, I am truly grateful to the compassionate Buddha. Rendang couldn't restrain his excitement and gathered his strength to raise his hand, golden light shining brightly, like Buddha taking action to suppress demons. Swoosh! A giant golden hand descended from the sky, pressing down on the Great Devil King's body. In an instant, sand and dust rolled up, and everyone cheered excitedly. The master is mighty, Master Rendang said solemnly. This ancient herb is destined for Buddhism. I will take it first. Boom! At that moment, the golden hand was crushed to pieces. It felt both wronged and angry. That's too much. Why did you pat my head? The aura emanating from the Great Devil King became terrifying. Everyone was stunned, because the other party's aura was that of a perfect, nascent soul. Heavens, this is the ultimate precious herb king. An ominous premonition rose in Rendang's heart, but he still tried to maintain his composure. Demon, don't even think about running wild. A herb king beside him shouted, Great Devil King, he's going to catch you and auction you off. The Great Devil King was momentarily stunned, then his anger flared up fiercely. I will never let you have your way. Next, swoosh! The Great Devil King jumped up high like Mount Tai pressing down, heading straight for Rendang, his power so terrifying that even a nascent soul cultivator would be afraid. Master Rendang tried to suppress the unease in his heart, raising his hands high, chanting scriptures non-stop, his whole body emitting holy Buddhist light, as if he wanted to become a Buddha on the spot. I have an indestructible diamond body, you can't. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion shook the heavens and the earth. When everyone regained their senses, they were stunned, only to see, under the Great Devil King's butt, a white-browed old monk was lying pinned down, spewing blood from his mouth, his face full of pain.